The Green Tea's Crushing Victories in the 70s Chapter 1 to Chapter 34. Tong Xuelu was woken up by the chirping of cicadas outside the window. Wait, she remembered that she was skiing at the ski resort before she fainted. Where did the chirping of cicadas come from in the middle of winter? She opened her eyes in confusion and saw a mosquito net made of coarse material. On the wooden table next to her, there was an old-style thermos bottle and an enamel jar printed with the words "Women hold up half the sky." Tong Xuelu was still confused when the door was violently pushed open. Kai Chunlan walked in and saw the person on the bed with her eyes closed. She pouted her thick lips and complained, "My little sister is already an adult. Why is she so troublesome? She hanged herself at home. If I didn't come in to take a look, someone would have died." "Alright, that's enough, why do I have to say less? I used to think that she was your sister and my sister-in-law, so I gave in to her. Now that I've confirmed that she's not the daughter of the Tong family, why should I treat her like an ancestor? If it were up to me, I would kick her out as soon as she wakes up." Kai Chunlan looked at the person on the bed with schadenfreude. Who in the entire compound didn't know that the two elders of the Tong family doted on their youngest daughter the most? Even their two sons had to stand behind them. Tong Xuelv had been eating and drinking well since she was young. Her skin was even fairer than a peeled egg. However, Tong Xuelu was crafty and willful. Even as her sister-in-law, she had to give in to her. She thought that she would be able to endure her suffocating life. However, 2 months ago, a girl suddenly came to the Tong family and said that she was the child of the Tong family who was abducted 15 years ago. This news was like a bolt of lightning that struck the entire Tong family. 15 years ago, Tong Xuelu was abducted when she was 3 years old and was only found 2 years later. The Tong family didn't suspect anything because she had a small mole on her back and other information matched. Who knew that she was raising someone else's child? The woman's loud voice was noisy and full of energy. Tong Xuelu had a splitting headache and wanted to jump up and slap her. Now that she had digested the memories that did not belong to her, she had the urge to cross over to another world. She had actually transmigrated into a book. Just a moment ago, she was skiing at the ski resort with a handsome young man. He had broad shoulders, a narrow waist, long legs, and an outstanding family background. He was a very good suitor. Over the years, countless people had fallen under her skirt. She enjoyed the feeling of being sought after, but she was not easily moved. Because of this, many people called her a VIP among green tea women and a fighter among scumbags. She just laughed it off. Compared to men, this world was always harsher to women. The young hunk had pursued her for 3 years. He was well-behaved and obedient, and he was also very capable. She wanted him, so that she could wash her hands of the gold basin and become a good wife and mother. However, she didn't expect that before she could have a heart-to-heart relationship, she would bump into a tree beside the snow track. When he woke up, he was already in the 70s. Before she transmigrated, she had discussed with the Plastic Sisters which era she wanted to go to the most. At that time, she had said that as long as it wasn't the 60s or 70s where there was a lack of food and clothing, it would be fine. She had transmigrated to the 70s. What the F***ck? The key point was that this book was a face-slapping novel with bad 3 views. It was F***king ridiculous. In the book, the female lead used the golden finger of rebirth to regain her identity. Then, she stole the fake daughter's fiancé and job, thus reaching the peak of her life. The body that Tong Xuelu transmigrated into was the fake daughter in the book. As the female lead who had her intelligence lowered, she would be slapped in the face by the female lead. Then, she would be set up to marry an old man who was divorced. In the end, she would be beaten up by domestic violence. In other words, she was a tool who had her intelligence lowered for the sake of pleasure. Could this be the legendary retribution? However, she was not a mistress. Secondly, she had never made things difficult for her female compatriots. Was there a need to do such a thing to her? Forget it, since she had already transmigrated, she might as well live it blindly. Moreover, this body was only 18 years old. It was 7 years younger than before she transmigrated. Speaking of which, she had profited. As for the plot's golden finger, she was not afraid. She would just treat it as changing a map to continue attacking NPCs. Right now, the original owner's biological parents had passed away in a car accident some time ago. Other than the original owner, there were 3 children left. Although the 3 children were very poor now, in the future, they would become the top bosses in the industry. There were 2 paths in front of her. 1. Stay in the Tong family and fight with the original female lead until she became a black-eyed chicken. 2. Leave the Tong family and go back to raise the 3 future bosses. Since she had transmigrated into a novel, she naturally wanted to be the female lead of the novel. Whoever wanted to be a homebody fighting chicken could do so. She wanted to raise them. Thinking of this, her eyelashes fluttered twice and she made a vague sound. Sensing the movement, Kai Chunlan leaned over and pushed her roughly. Get up if you're awake. Tong Xuelu's lips moved and she muttered again. Kai Chunlan could not hear what she was saying clearly. He put his ear next to her mouth. What are you saying? Louder. Tong Xuelu pursed her lips slightly and reached out to grab Kai Chunlan's shoulder. She screamed like a groundhog. She was caught off guard. There was an earthquake in her ears. She died on the spot. Kai Chunlan felt that his ears were going deaf. He slapped her hand away. Are you crazy? Why are you screaming? Ouch, my ears. Tong Xuelu sat up and covered his chest with a frightened expression. I just dreamed that my second sister-in-law turned into a tigress and wanted to drive me out of the Tong family. It was so scary. Second brother Tong, Kai Chunlan's ears were ringing. Now that he heard her call him a tigress, he was so angry that his face turned ferocious. Just as he was about to scold her, footsteps came from the door. What's going on? Who's screaming so loudly? Eldest brother Tong and Chen Yueling rushed in. Second brother Tong hurriedly said, Nothing, little sister just woke up from a nightmare. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Tong Xuelu's face full of tears. The 4 people in the room were shocked. Among them, Kai Chunlan was the most guilty. He straightened his neck and stared at Tong Xuelu with wide eyes. You scared yourself with your dream. When did I say that I wanted to drive you away? Don't blame it on me. Although it was confirmed that Tong Xuelu wasn't the daughter of the Tong family, they had raised her for more than 10 years. Even a cat or a dog would have feelings for her. Her in-laws couldn't bear to see her leave. Therefore, she didn't dare to offend Tong Xuelu before the matter was settled. She was afraid that Tong Xuelu would punish her later. Tong Xuelu got off the bed and inadvertently revealed the back of his hand that was red from the slap. Second sister-in-law, don't worry. I don't blame you. Seeing this, the 2 Tong brothers couldn't help but turn to glare at Kai Chunlan. Kai Chunlan, Tong Xuelu wiped his tears with his hand and rubbed his eyes until they were red. Eldest brother, second brother, this may be the last time I call you that. I know that I'm not welcome in this family. I'll leave now. Eldest brother Tong said, Little sister, don't think too much. With eldest brother here, no one in this family can chase you away. Second brother Tong glared at his wife again. That's right. Little sister, you should stay at home. There are so many people in the Tong family. Can't they afford to raise you alone? Kai Chunlan was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Tong Xuelu shook her head. Although I can't bear to leave father, mother, brother, and sister-in-law, I'll only make things difficult for everyone if I stay. Therefore, I'd better leave. Thank you for tolerating me all these years. I know that I was too stubborn in the past and disappointed you time and time again. I won't do it again. Mother's knee isn't good. It hurts every time it rains or blows. I'll have to trouble brother and sister-in-law to take care of me in the future. Father has migraines. You have to prevent him from drinking secretly. At the end of her sentence, her voice choked up again. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she forced them not to flow down. People were strange sometimes. If a person was always sensible, they would be used to saying such things. However, if it was someone who was usually stubborn and unruly, everyone would think that the person had grown up and become more sensible. Eldest brother Tong, his wife, and second brother Tong felt this way at this moment. Especially when they saw the usually stubborn and unruly Tong Xuelu's eyes turn red, but she didn't dare to cry. Their hearts immediately softened. Chen Yueling walked up to her and held her hand. Little sister, you should stay. If you leave like this, how are we going to explain it to father and mother when they come back from the hospital? The newly returned sister-in-law, Tang Jinjin, was malnourished. On top of that, she was scolded by Tang Xuelu. She fainted and was sent to the hospital. When Tang Xuelu saw that her parents-in-law were ignoring her, she made a big fuss. Then, she hanged herself and caused a huge commotion. She was originally quite dissatisfied with Tang Xuelu, but now she felt that it wasn't easy for her. She had been living with her family for more than 10 years, but suddenly, she was told that they weren't related by blood and that their biological parents were both dead. She had been pampered since she was young, so it was understandable that she would be emotional in such a situation. If it were her, she would definitely be very upset. Tang Xuelu still shook her head. Thank you, sister-in-law, but I've already decided. I'll leave this family to brother and sister-in-law from now on. After she finished speaking, she withdrew her hand and walked out. When everyone saw that she was really going to leave, their feelings became even more complicated. Brother Tong hurriedly took out all the money he had and instructed his wife, "We can't let little sister leave empty-handed. Yueling, quickly pack little sister's clothes and let her take them away." Brother Tong also took out some money, but he didn't have any on him. He turned his head and asked Kai Chunlan to go back to her room to get it. Kai Chunlan was very unhappy. However, she couldn't refuse in front of everyone, so she turned around and went back to her room to get the money with a dark expression. When Tang Xuelu heard Brother Tong's words, the corners of her mouth curled up. Her speed suddenly became as slow as a turtle's. When she reached the entrance of the small courtyard, she counted down in her heart. 3, 2, 1. The next moment, she heard Qin Yueling's voice catch up with her. "Little sister, wait." Tang Xuelu turned around and revealed a puzzled expression. "Sister-in-law, is there anything else?" Qin Yueling stuffed a military satchel and a travel bag into her hands and said while panting, "Take these clothes back and wear them. There's also some money and coupons inside. Take them first. If it's not enough in the future, no, I can't." Tang Xuelu interrupted her in surprise and pushed the bag back. "I'm no longer the daughter of the Tong family. I can't take the Tong family's things." Qin Yueling looked at her and felt that she was different from before. "Little sister, just take it. I've asked around. The Tong family, which is your biological parents' family, isn't doing well. You have to eat and drink when you go back. If I really let you go back empty-handed, won't your parents scold us to death when they come back?" Tang Xuelu made a difficult expression and bit her lower lip. "I'll take it for now. When I earn money in the future, I'll return it to Brother Tong and sister-in-law." She didn't want to take advantage of them. It was just that the other Tong family was very poor. She needed this money as a starting point. When she earned money in the future, she would naturally return it back double. Qin Yueling raised her hand and patted her head. Her voice was slightly choked. "This child, when did you become so sensible all of a sudden? It's so sad." Tang Xuelu's eyes were filled with tears. "I've died once. If I still don't become sensible, I can't justify it. Sister-in-law, actually what?" Qin Yueling saw that she wanted to say something but stopped. She thought that she was in trouble. "If there's anything you want to say, just tell me." Tang Xuelu looked at her lovingly. "Sister-in-law, I'm afraid that after I leave, you will be bullied in the Tong family." She was the little tyrant of the Tong family. If she left, who would bully her? Tang Xuelu said, "Sister-in-law, you should have noticed that Tang Jinjin has formed an alliance with second sister-in-law after only coming back for 2 days. Sister-in-law, you're kind and won't fight with others. I'm just afraid that you will be wronged in the future." Qin Yueling didn't think about this at first. Now that she was reminded by her, her heart couldn't help but thump. She had always been at loggerheads with Kai Chunlan. Although Tang Xuelu was willful, she would still give face to her sister-in-law. Moreover, she hated Kai Chunlan very much. In the past, it was the two of them who dealt with Kai Chunlan alone. Now, there was a new sister-in-law who was on the same side as Kai Chunlan. How could she win against the two of them in the future? Tang Xuelu saw that Qin Yueling's brows were knitted. She patted her shoulder and turned to leave. Once he turned around, the corners of his mouth curled upwards. A bright smile appeared on her fair face. Tang Jinjin was reborn to take revenge. She had to find something to keep her busy. This way, she wouldn't have time to bother her. Relying on her memory, Tang Xuelu walked towards the entrance of the compound. The Tang family lived in the compound of the General Logistics Department. The entire family was made up of cadres. Father Tang was the director of the oil department of the People's Liberation Army's General Logistics Department. Mother Tang was the director of the Women's Federation. The other members of the Tang family also worked in the unit. This kind of family background was very good even in modern times. It was no wonder that the original owner was so thick-skinned that she didn't want to leave. Tang Xuelu was rejoicing that she didn't meet any aunties in the compound on the way. In the end, just as she walked to the entrance of the courtyard, a Phoenix brand bicycle screeched to a stop less than half a meter in front of her. Like a tiger blocking the road, he blocked her way. Tang Xuelu looked up. What she saw was a girl around 17 or 18 years old. She was wearing a military uniform and her hair was braided back. Her large forehead reflected the sunlight. The other party was surprised when she saw her. Then her eyes lit up. Tang Xuelu, were you kicked out of the Tang family? Ha ha ha. Didn't you say that the Tang family didn't want you to leave? You're a prize. You should think carefully. Her tone was simply too gloating. The person in front of her was the sister of the original owner's fiancé, Feng Wenyuan, Feng Jingyuan. Feng Wenyuan was handsome and the original owner was crazy about him. Feng Jingyuan didn't want the original owner to be her sister-in-law. She often caused trouble between them. The original owner wasn't someone who would swallow her anger, so the two of them often quarreled like black-eyed chickens. But that was the original owner. Tang Xuelu didn't want to be her sister-in-law. She treated Feng Jingyuan like a fart and walked around her. She felt like she was being despised. When Tang Xuelu walked over, Feng Jingyuan reached out and grabbed her hand. Tang Xuelu, are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? Tang Xuelv stopped in her tracks and her gaze fell on her forehead. Feng Jingyuan was very sensitive about her head. What are you looking at? Are you going to say that my head is big again? Since she was young, Tang Xuelu had given her many nicknames. Big head cabbage, big head baby, and even worse, tiger head goldfish. How infuriating, the old man guarding the door grinned and said, it's not like Little Green has been laughing at your big head for a long time. That's right, that's what she meant. Tang Xuelu, who didn't have time to reply, sir, can we not add to the mess? Feng Jingyuan's face flushed red. My mom said that people with big foreheads are smart and blessed. You can't have it even if you want it. She thought that Tang Xuelu would definitely retort back with her sharp tongue, but who knew that in the next moment, she would see her red lips curl up, revealing shallow dimples at the corner of her mouth as she said, you're right, people with big brains are usually quite smart. Feng Jingyuan? What's wrong with Tang Xuelu today? It was one thing for her to be weak, but now he was actually praising her. She raised her chin. What are you planning? Don't think that I'll let you off just because you said a few good words. She and Tang Xuelu had been fighting since they were young, but Tang Xuelu was very cunning, so she was always the one being scolded. This time, Tang Xuelu was chased out of the Tang family. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so she wouldn't let it go so easily. Tang Xuelu sized up her face and said slowly, your facial features are very three-dimensional, and you can be considered an 80% beauty. It's just that this hairstyle doesn't suit you, so it reduces your beauty by 2 points. Feng Jingyuan? She didn't know how to react at that moment, so she decided to stay still and see what kind of ivory Tang Xuelu would spit out next. In the end, Tang Xuelu didn't say anything, she withdrew her hand and left without looking back. So angry, Tang Xuelu carried his travel bag and walked towards the bus station. After being a green tea for so many years, seducing NPCs had become a passive skill, and he didn't want to let it go when he saw it. Although Feng Jingyuan had a temper, she wasn't a bad person. More importantly, she was the daughter of an official. Her father was the head of the logistics department, and his position was higher than Tang Xuelu's father. Naturally, she had to seduce such a person. According to her memory, Feng Jingyuan was a person who could be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. However, the two of them had always been at loggerheads with each other in the past. Simply showing weakness was definitely useless. There had to be something to lure her in. Fang Jingyuan's big forehead and hairstyle were the best bait. She threw the bait, and now she just had to wait for the fish to take the bait. After walking for half an hour to the bus station, they waited for another hour for the bus to go to Yanqing County. Jing City's bus was red and white, and its exterior was covered with a thick layer of dust. The equipment inside was very old, and the smell was very choking. After getting on the bus, Tong Xuelu paid the 30 cents fare to the arrogant conductor, and found a seat in the last row. After starting the bus, the driver hummed a little tune as he drove the shabby bus out of the Maybach. Along with the bumpy road, they arrived at Yanqing County. Tong Xuelu almost vomited from the bumpy road. After getting off the bus, she sat on a rock for a while to suppress the nausea. The Tong family was a dual-career family. Before Tong Xuelu's father and mother passed away, they were both workers at the Hongxing textile factory. She asked for directions all the way to the family compound. However, the situation in the compound was worse than she had imagined. The compound wasn't very big, and there were about 20 families living in it. Each family had at least 3 generations living together, and some even had 4 generations living together. In other words, there were about 100 people living in this compound. There were many people, and the place was small. Everything was placed in a public area, and it was very crowded, dirty, and messy. Before she transmigrated, she lived in a villa that was 1,000 square meters, and the bathroom was bigger than any single room. Tong Xuelu started to have a headache even before she moved in. "Comrade, who are you looking for?" Suddenly, a loud and clear voice came from behind her. Only then did Tong Xuelv come back to her senses. She turned around and saw an auntie dressed in blue standing behind her with a 3-year-old boy tucked under her armpit. The little boy was so dirty that it was impossible to look at him. He looked like he had rolled around in the mud, and there were 2 lines of snot hanging from his nose. When he saw Tong Xuelu looking at him, he opened his mouth and gave her a bright smile. "Sister, you look good." When the aunt saw Tong Xuelu's appearance, she sighed in her heart. She had lived for dozens of years, but she had never seen such a beautiful girl. Look at her white and tender skin, it was even more tender than tofu. However, her casual military uniform, the military bag with the words "Serving the People" printed on it, and the travel bag with the picture of a panda, all showed that she was not an ordinary person. She had lived in this compound for so many years, but she had never seen a relative like her. "Hello aunt, I'm looking for Tong Dajuan's family." Tong Dajuan was the name of the original owner's father. When the aunt heard the name Tong Dajuan, she immediately sized her up from head to toe. "How are you related to Tong Dajuan?" Tong Xuelu lowered her eyes and showed a sad expression. "I'm his daughter." "Oh my god, you're Tong Dajuan's daughter who was mistaken by others?" The aunt's voice had the effect of a loudspeaker. When she shouted, several people immediately ran out of the courtyard. "Old Kai, what are you shouting for? Quickly come and see, this is Tong Dajuan's daughter." Several women rushed out of the house and surrounded Tong Xuelu as if she was an animal in the zoo. Their eyes were constantly sizing her up. "Oh my, she really is Tong Dajuan's daughter. I've seen her photo before. Now that you mention it, she really does look like Tong Dajuan and his wife. Especially her nose." "Daughter, did you come back to pay respects to your parents or to see your brother and sister? Did your parents allow you to come back?" Tong Xuelu felt as if there were tens of thousands of flies buzzing around her ears. However, she did not show any signs of impatience on her face. When the aunties finished asking her questions, she finally said with a clear voice, "I came back to acknowledge my ancestors." "What, acknowledge her ancestors? Oh my, daughter, you're not joking, right? I heard that your parents are high-ranking officials. Are you really coming back to acknowledge your parents here?" Tong Xuelu raised her head, her eyes filled with seriousness. "I'm the daughter of the Tong family. Of course, I have to come back to acknowledge my ancestors. If I don't even acknowledge my biological parents, then what's the difference between me and a beast?" When they saw her dressed so fashionably and looked so fair and clean, they thought that she definitely did not want to come back to live a hard life. They did not expect her to say such words. They immediately felt that she was a child who did not forget her roots. However, someone still raised a question: your parents have been gone for half a month. Why are you only coming back now? When everyone heard this, they immediately frowned. That's right, the Tong family has been gone for half a month. If this girl is really filial, she should have come back long ago. Tong Xuelu frowned and her eyes instantly turned red. Auntie, it's not that I don't want to come back. When I heard that something happened to my parents, I fainted on the spot. After that, I fell seriously ill and could only get out of bed 2 days ago. Look at my hand. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, revealing the pinhole on her arm. Because her skin was too tender, there was a large bruise around the pinhole. It looked a little scary. When everyone saw this, they no longer had any doubts. This was a good heart. A good child. Unlike that Tong Xinjin. The Tong Dajuan couple raised her for so many years, but she left just like that. She was too heartless. Tong Xuelu rolled down her sleeves and lowered her eyes slightly. The pinhole was real and the bruise was also real. However, it was not because she was sad. When the original owner heard about her background, she deliberately made herself sick so that her adoptive parents would feel sorry for her. Who wouldn't like a person with a conscience? Everyone's attitude towards Tong Xuelu became even more enthusiastic and they hugged her as they walked into the courtyard. From everyone's chatter, Tong Xuelu also learned more about the Tong family. Tong Dajuan and his wife's hometown was in Beha province. Because they saved the son of the textile factory's director, they were brought to the capital to work as workers. Tong Dajuan worked as a stevedore in the factory while Mother Tong was a textile worker. In the eyes of the villagers, having 2 workers who were paid to provide food for their family was something that brought honor to their ancestors. However, the couple didn't have it easy. Other than raising 4 children, they also had to send half of their salary back to their hometown in Beha. 2 months ago, their eldest daughter Tong Xinjin suddenly said that she wasn't their daughter after falling ill. She said that her biological parents were government officials. Then, despite the Tong Dajuan couple's persuasion, she resolutely ran away from home. The couple was extremely worried. They worked while looking for her. When they found her, they were told that Tong Xinjin really wasn't their daughter. What made them even more upset was that their 2 daughters didn't want to acknowledge them and didn't want to go home with them. The couple sadly went back to work at the factory, but unexpectedly, they got into a car accident on the way. Neither of them survived. It wasn't convenient to travel these days, so the factory staff helped to take care of their funerals. Tong Xuelu's eyelashes fluttered. So, the people in Beihai don't know about my parents' accident? The little boy wriggled under his armpit, and Aunt Kai slapped his butt. Of course I know. Jiaming called home as soon as the accident happened. I heard that people couldn't leave the field, and it would take some time for them to come up. Jiaming is in school right now, right? Tong Xuelu was stunned for a moment before realizing that Tong Jiaming was the original owner's eldest brother. No, he stopped studying a long time ago. Another aunt interrupted. Ever since your parents left, Jiaming had to take care of his younger siblings and work at the factory. It wasn't easy. A child without parents was as cheap as grass. The elder's childhood was indeed miserable. But then again, the people in Beihai treated Tong Dajuan and his wife as a money tree. Every time they came to Beijing, it was like a swarm of locusts passing through. Now that Tong Dajuan and his wife had an accident, how could they not come, not to mention the compensation given by the government and the company? Just the 2 workstations left behind by the 2 of them were enough for them to do something about it. So, the people in Beihai didn't come up not because they were busy, but because they didn't know. Thinking of Tong Jiaming, the future genius of the business world, Tong Xuelu raised his eyebrows. Oh wow, it seemed like the future boss was black and white. The single room allocated to the Tong family was in the middle, right next to Aunt Kai's house. Before they reached the door, they saw a little girl sitting on the steps with her chin propped up. Her eyes were fixed on the ground, and they didn't know what she was looking at. The little boy started to wriggle again. Mom, put me down. I want to play with the Mian Mian. Aunt Kai didn't hold back and slapped him twice on the butt. You naughty monkey, you're covered in mud. Don't go and cause trouble for the Mian Mian. Mian Mian, Tong Xuelu's almond eyes lit up. The little boy pretended to cry, but Aunt Kai didn't coax him. She turned to Tong Xuelu and said, Mian Mian is your little sister. This child has lost her parents at such a young age. It's really heartbreaking. She couldn't help but sigh in relief when she said this. Tong Dajuan and his wife both died at the same time. Of the two older children of the Tong family, one went to work at the factory, while the other went to school. Therefore, Aunt Kai left the Mian Mian in her care. It wasn't that she was unwilling. The Mian Mian didn't cry or make a fuss. She was so well behaved that it made her heart ache. It was just that she had so much work to do every day, and there were so many children at home. How could she take care of them all? Now that the Mian Mian's biological sister was back, she could pass this burden to her biological sister. The little girl didn't seem to hear the commotion in the yard. Her eyes were fixed on the ground, and she was so quiet that it was a little strange. They walked over, and Aunt Kai's loud voice rang out again. Mian Mian, come over here. Your sister is back. Maybe it was because she heard the word sister, but the little girl suddenly raised her head. The little girl's face was fair and delicate, and her grape-like eyes were big and bright. Her long and dense eyelashes were like two small brushes. Tong Xuelu whistled in her heart. She was indeed a famous actress in the 1990s. She was already a beauty at such a young age. Tong Mian Mian was voted world's top 10 most popular female singers and world's top 10 most popular actresses in the 1990s. She was the only celebrity who went abroad at that time. However, when she was at the peak of her career, she suddenly committed suicide. She did not leave behind any last words, which caused the later generations to lament endlessly. Later, some people analyzed that the reason why Tong Mian Mian chose to be so resolute was because she had been cheated on several times. Most importantly, it was related to her tragic childhood. An unhappy childhood would take a lifetime to heal, and the insecurity caused by one's family would stay with them for life. Although the three children of the Tong family all became big shots in the industry in the future, none of them were truly happy. They could even be described as tragic. In the end, the three elders of the Tong family either died of illness or died of illness. None of them left behind any descendants. But it was different now. She was here, with her around, she would definitely not allow these future big shots to fall into the hands of those people from Beha, nor would she allow them to have a miserable childhood. Tong Mian Mian thought she would see her older sister, Tong Jinjin, but she didn't expect to see an unfamiliar woman. She was stunned for a moment, and her big watery eyes were filled with confusion. Aunt Kai threw the little boy to the ground and reminded him not to run around. She turned around and asked Tong Mian Mian, Mian Mian, why aren't you saying anything? This is your biological sister. Hurry up and greet her. Tong Mian Mian's big eyes flickered, and she said in a timid voice, she isn't my sister. She is your biological sister. That Tong Jinjin isn't your parents' child. She's a heartless ingrate. Don't think about her in the future. Aunt Kai said as she went to get some water. There was a basin of water in the courtyard. The weather was hot, and it was perfect for bathing. Tong Mian Mian blinked her big eyes and stared at her timidly. She bit her lip and didn't say anything. She looked like an obedient and timid little bunny. Tong Xuelu's heart instantly melted. She walked over and squatted in front of her. Mian Mian, I'm your older sister, Tong Xuelu. I'll take care of you in the future, okay? Tong Mian Mian looked down with her big watery eyes. She fiddled with her fingers and didn't say anything. Tong Xuelu didn't force her. She hit her right arm and said coquettishly, this bag is so heavy. I need to find a place to put it down. Mian Mian, can you open the door for me? Tong Mian Mian looked up at her. Her little face was conflicted for a moment, but in the end, she obediently got up and led the way. Tong Xuelu didn't have much patience for children. She especially didn't like naughty children. However, she didn't dislike such a beautiful and obedient child like Tong Mian Mian. Tong Mian Mian walked in front with her short legs. She reached out and pushed open the old wooden door. She turned around and said in a childish voice, put it inside. Tong Xuelu pinched her fair little face. Thank you, Mian Mian. You're such a good child. Tong Mian Mian pursed her little lips. Her snow-white little ears were slightly red. Tong Xuelu walked in and saw that the room was less than 20 square meters. There were 2 beds, a set of old tables and chairs, and a short table with a missing corner in the corner. There were cups, bowls, chopsticks, and other things placed on the table. The room was simple and crude, but it was still clean. It was better than what she had expected. She placed the travel bag on the bed and waved at Tong Mianmian, who was standing at the door and peeking at her. "Mianmian, come here. Big sister will braid your hair." Tong Mianmian was dressed neatly. Her little face was white and there was no snot. However, her hair was messy and looked like a chicken coop at first glance. Tong Mianmian's little hand scratched the wooden door. "You really know how to braid hair?" Tong Xuelu smiled. "Of course. I'll dress you up like the prettiest girl in the entire courtyard. Come here quickly." Tong Mianmian's big eyes were glistening. She paused for a moment and then ran over to her with her short little legs. The little girl had a head of black and shiny hair. Tong Xuelu used a red string to tie her hair into 2 little braids. After she was done, she took the mirror from the table and showed it to her. Tong Mianmian looked at her own little braids in the mirror. They looked even better than the braids her mother had done for her in the past. She raised her head and smiled at Tong Xuelu. The little girl's glass-like eyes were clear and bright. 2 small dimples appeared on her cheeks. Tong Xuelu couldn't help but lower her head and kiss her on the cheek. "Our Mianmian is so beautiful. You're even prettier than a fairy." Tong Mianmian looked like a frightened deer. She stared at her with her big watery eyes and her little face immediately turned red. Tong Xuelu didn't continue to tease her. She picked up the mirror and looked at her body for the first time. The mirror reflected a face that was more beautiful than the spring jasmine flowers. She pursed her red lips and 2 shallow dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth. There was a small mole under her left eye, which made her eyes seem even more sparkling. This was a very beautiful face. It was so beautiful that it was even a little flirtatious. Although she was quite beautiful in her previous life, it was mostly because she had modified her looks. Now, her face was completely natural. She didn't want to let any stinky man take advantage of her. She wanted to take advantage of herself. She put the mirror back and stood up to check the food in the house. The results were not satisfactory. There were only about 10 kilograms of rice and half a bag of sweet potatoes left in the house. There was also a small jar of pickled cabbage. Tong Xuelv's mouth twitched when she saw that there were no fresh vegetables to be seen, nor was there any trace of meat. The Tong family was really poor. However, since she was going to live here for a long time, she didn't want to let her stomach suffer. "Mianmian, I'm going to the supply and demand cooperative to buy something. Do you want to go with me?" Tong Mianmian blinked her curly eyelashes and shook her head. "I can't go." Although this sister was very beautiful, even more beautiful than Jinjin's sister, her brother said that she couldn't go with a stranger. Tong Xuelu didn't force her. She went out to inform Aunt Kai and asked for the address of the supply and demand cooperative and the vegetable station. Then she went out with her military satchel. The vegetable station opened at 4 o'clock in the afternoon every day. It was not even 3:30 yet, but there were already 2 long lines at the door. Aunt Kai said that there was only 1 vegetable station in this area. It only provided 1 cart of vegetables every day. When it was sold out, it would be gone. She definitely couldn't buy any vegetables at this time. Tong Xuelu asked the granny opposite the vegetable station and went to the road where the cart of vegetables had to pass. After waiting for about 20 minutes, she saw a middle-aged woman coming from afar on a cart of vegetables. It was hot in August. The scorching sun baked the earth, and the steam rising from the ground made the whole environment look like a steamer. Lu Hongying was carrying about 700 to 800 kilograms of vegetables by herself and pedaling with all her strength. Sweat fell from her dark face to her neck. It was sticky and uncomfortable. The hair on both sides of her temples stuck to her face. She was so hot that she gasped for breath. Just then, a young girl ran to her from the side of the road. "Sister, it's going uphill. Let me help you push it." Lu Hongying shook her head. "No, women can hold up half the sky. I can go up by myself." Tong Xuelu looked serious. "Sister, you don't have to be polite with me. Comrade Chairman said that we should serve the people. We are all working-class sisters. It's our duty to help each other. Tong Xuelu didn't give her a chance to refuse. She ran to the back of the cart and helped push it. With help from the back, Lu Hongying saved a lot of strength, especially on this uphill road. She usually had to use a lot of strength, but today it was much easier. When they were about to reach the food station, Lu Hongying stopped and said, "Comrade, thank you so much for today. Take this bundle of vegetables back. It's my treat." Tong Xuelu's face was red from the heat. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and walked up. She frowned and said, "Sister, who do you think I am? I'm not the kind of person who wants to take advantage of others." She wanted to take advantage of others. This sister was from the food station. As long as she had a good relationship with her, it would be much easier to buy vegetables in the future. Lu Hongying smiled. "You look young, but you have a good sense of self-awareness." Tong Xuelu said sincerely, "My name is Tong Xuelu. Sister, you can call me Zilv in the future. I'll pay for these 2 bundles of vegetables." Lu Hongying's smile became more sincere. "You can call me Sister Lu in the future. If you want to buy vegetables, you can come to me." "Thank you, Sister Lu." She had been waiting for this sentence. She took the 2 bundles of vegetables and went to the food station with Lu Hongying. After she gave the money and the ticket to the salesperson, she left under the envious gazes of everyone. Then she went to the supply and demand cooperative to buy a pound of eggs and milk candy. It cost her a total of 2 yuan and 60 cents. The pork was sold out in the morning, so she had to carry the things home. When she walked to the gate of the family compound, half of her small head peeked out from behind the gate. The braids on her head moved along with her head. Secret observation. JPG Tong Xuelu shouted, "Mian Mian, why are you hiding behind the gate?" At this time Aunt Kai came out of the house. When she saw her, she shouted at the top of her lungs, "It's good that you're back. As soon as you left, Mian Mian ran to the gate to wait for you. She didn't come back." Tong Mian Mian saw that she couldn't hide anymore, so she walked out from behind the gate with a red face. She looked at her with her black grape-like eyes. She looked beautiful and lovable. Tong Xuelu's heart softened. She took out the milk candy and handed it to her. "Mian Mian was waiting for me. Mian Mian is so obedient. I bought you milk candy. Do you like it?" Tong Mian Mian's eyes suddenly lit up like the stars in the night sky. She nodded her small head. Mian Mian likes it. She thought that her sister would leave and never come back, just like her parents and Jinjin. She was very worried, so she ran to the gate to wait for her sister. She didn't expect that her sister would come back and buy her milk candy. She had eaten this kind of milk candy before. It was very sweet. Tong Xuelu touched her head. "It's good that you like it. You can ask me for more after you finish eating." Tong Mian Mian held the milk candy in her small hand. She bent her lips and said softly, "Thank you, sister. Let's go inside. I'll cook for you later." She walked into the house as she spoke. Tong Mian Mian quickly followed her with her short legs. For the rest of the time, she followed behind Tong Xuelu like a little tail. Tong Xuelu was in a good mood when she saw the little girl sticking to her. She won the first battle. The difficulty of this quest was easier than she had imagined. She got the quest to defeat the future female star. After Tong Jinjin woke up in the hospital, she blamed herself for quarreling with Tong Xuelu. She also felt guilty that her body was so useless that her parents were worried about her. She ignored their advice and insisted on leaving the hospital because she felt that staying in the hospital was a waste of money. Mr. and Mrs. Tong already felt sorry for their daughter. Seeing how sensible she was, they couldn't help but blame Tong Xuelu for being so immature. However, when they got home, they were told that Tong Xuelu had left. Tong Jinjin asked in disbelief, "Sister-in-law, did Tong Xuelu really leave?" This didn't seem like Tong Xuelu's vain personality. She must be retreating in order to advance. She wanted the Tong family to feel sorry for her. How cunning. How cunning. Chen Yueling glanced at her and said, "Why would I lie to you? He's been gone for hours." Why did she leave without saying anything? Mrs. Tong was still thinking that Tong Xuelu was immature. Now that she heard that she had left, she felt sad. Although Tong Xuelu wasn't their biological daughter, they had raised her for more than 10 years. How could they give her up so easily? Tong Jinjin felt very uncomfortable when he saw Mrs. Tong's reaction. However, he pretended to feel guilty and said, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have talked back to her. I should have let Zulf scold me. That way, I wouldn't have fainted and she wouldn't have left without saying anything. Mom, don't be sad. I'll find her and bring her back now." Every word of hers was heart-wrenching. On the surface, she said that it was her own fault. However, she was implying that Tong Xuelu was unreasonable. When Qin Yueling heard this, she felt that Tong Jinjin's sister-in-law wasn't simple. She reached out to stop her and said, "Jinjin, Tong Xuelu left because she wanted to give up her position to you. If you look for her now, you'll be letting her down. What if you quarrel with her again when she comes back?" Tong Jinjin almost couldn't catch his breath. What did he mean by giving up his position to her? The position of the real young lady of the Tong family had always been hers. Tong Xuelu was the one who had taken over the position. Besides, was she the one who wanted to quarrel? It had always been Tong Xuelu who was making trouble for no reason. But she couldn't say these words out loud. She was so angry. Qin Yueling ignored her and turned to Mr. and Mrs. Tong. "Dad, Mom, little sister said that she didn't want to make things difficult for you. She didn't want the house to be noisy every day, so she had to leave as an outsider. She also asked us to take good care of you in the future." Mrs. Tong's eyes reddened. How did that child become so sensible all of a sudden? It makes my heart ache. Tong Jinjin's face was even uglier than stinky tofu. Sensible my ass, who doesn't know how to be sensible just by saying a few words? Also, what's wrong with my sister-in-law? Why is she suddenly speaking up for Tong Xuelu, a bunch of bastards? **** Tong Xuelu didn't know that the trap she had set for Tong Jinjin would come into play so quickly. After putting the things she bought into the house, she grabbed a handful of milk candies and 2 eggs and went to Mrs. Kai's house next door. The little boy was watching ants move in the yard. When he saw her, he immediately ran over. "Sister, you're so pretty." Tong Xuelu gave him 2 candies. "What's your name?" The little boy held the milk candies tightly and smiled. "My name is Zhu Dan." Zhu Dan, Tong Xuelu almost choked on her own saliva. "Then is your brother called Gooden?" Zhu Dan's mouth formed an O shape, as if he was shocked that she knew. He quickly nodded. "Big brother is Gooden, second brother is Yongdan, and I'm Zhu Dan." "Alright, so all the eggs in this house were bought by your family?" Mrs. Kai came over and tried to snatch the milk candies from Zhu Dan's hands. "These milk candies are very precious. Take them back quickly. Don't let this brat ruin them." Tong Xuelu quickly stopped her. "Mrs. Kai, it's just some snacks. Let Zhu Dan have them. I can't thank you enough for taking care of my Mian Mian." No matter how hard one tried, flattery would never work. Mrs. Kai suddenly smiled. "There's no need to thank me. We're all neighbors. It's only right for me to help you out." She didn't forget her roots, had a conscience, and even knew how to repay kindness. What a good child. The more Mrs. Kai looked at Tong Xuelu, the more she liked her. She held her hand and warmly invited her into the house for a chat. This was exactly what Tong Xuelu wanted. She came over not only to thank Mrs. Kai for taking care of Tong Mianmian, but also to ask about the 2 workstations in the Tong family. She let Tong Mianmian and Zhu Dan play at the door and then followed Mrs. Kai into the house. According to Mrs. Kai, Tong Jiaming had temporarily replaced Tong Dajuan's stevedore workstation. The reason why she said it was temporary was because Tong Jiaming was only 11 years old this year. He wasn't old enough to work. Even if the factory wanted to take care of the Tong family, they wouldn't dare to let him become a permanent worker. Tong Jiaming had temporarily lent Zhou Feng the textile workstation left behind by Tong Jiaming's mother. Zhou Feng was the wife of stevedore Su Baizhen. He was from the countryside and didn't have a job before. As for the compensation given by the government and the factory, the leader didn't feel at ease giving such a large sum of money to the children. He said that he would wait until the Tong family from Beihai came over before giving it out. After hearing Mrs. Kai's words, Tong Xuelu calmly raised her eyebrows. If she guessed correctly, Tong Jiaming had stalled the people from Beihai's hometown, dropped out of school, and went to work. He probably wanted to sell the 2 work desks before the people from Beihai's hometown came, and then take control of the money. He was indeed a future genius in the business world. He had such thoughts at such a young age. It was a pity that he was too young. Even if he was scheming, no one would take him seriously. Not only would the factory not give him the compensation, but they also wouldn't let him make the decision to sell the workstations. This was also the reason why the children of the bosses in the book were so miserable. Therefore, before the people from Beihai came to Beijing, she had to do the following things: 1. Transfer her household register over here. 2. Get the compensation. 3. Sell it or exchange it with someone else. Also, once the people from Beihai came over, they definitely wouldn't let it go. She had to think of a way to stop them from causing trouble. Time always passed quickly when gossiping. Tang Xuelu looked at the sky outside and stood up. Mrs. Kai, it's getting late. I won't hold you up any longer. Mrs. Kai glanced outside and exclaimed, I forgot the time while chatting. Zulv, if you want to come and find Mrs. Kai in the future, you can take the eggs back. It wasn't easy for anyone to live, especially for these children who had lost their parents. How could she take her eggs? Mrs. Kai, don't be so polite with me. It's just 2 eggs. Just take them. Before Tang Xuelu transmigrated, she was already afraid of this kind of custom. After saying that, she quickly slipped away. It was as if someone had accidentally knocked over a bottle of orange juice in the sky. The clouds in the sky were dyed red, and the sunset glow covered the entire courtyard. Smoke rose in spirals from the kitchen chimneys in the courtyard. Some people had never seen Tang Xuelu before and were curious when they saw her. Tang Xuelu smiled and nodded to everyone, then went back to the house to take out the ingredients for tonight's cooking. Every household stove was built in front of their own house, so there was no connection between them. What was even more depressing was that the Tang family used a firewood stove to cook. She knew how to use a firewood stove, but it was very smoky and inconvenient to operate. As Tang Xuelu busied herself with the ingredients in her hands, she thought about how to earn money to change her environment. She boiled the rice in the pot, cracked the eggs in a porcelain bowl, washed the cabbage, cut each bunch into 4 cloves, and chopped the garlic into garlic paste. Today, she was going to make egg fried rice and a dish of garlic cabbage. When the fragrance of the rice wafted out of the pot, she boiled the cabbage in cold water. After boiling for a few minutes, she took it out and rinsed it with cold water, then put it on a plate. They used lard at home. She heated the pot, poured in soy sauce and salt, and stir-fried it with minced garlic. A tempting smell of garlic immediately spread in the courtyard. Zulv, what are you frying? Why is it so fragrant? Auntie Kai, who lived next door, was the closest. She was enticed by the fragrance, and her stomach was full of gluttony. Tang Xuelu poured the sauce on the cabbage and replied, Auntie Kai, I'm frying garlic cabbage. Nowadays, most people boiled their vegetables. At most, they would add 1 or 2 drops of oil. No one would use so much oil and seasoning like Tang Xuelu. Everyone in the courtyard was speechless when they heard this. Adding oil and garlic to the cabbage? Wasn't this too wasteful? Tang Mianmian ran over and looked at the cabbage on the plate. She kept swallowing her saliva, looking like a greedy kitten. She was extremely cute. Tang Xuelu couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Mianmian, are you hungry? The little girl shook her head and swallowed her saliva. Mianmian, I'm not hungry. I'm waiting for my brothers to come back. Tang Xuelu said, you're such a good child. Go inside and play. There's a lot of smoke here. We'll start eating when your brothers come back. Tang Mianmian nodded her head like a little chick. She turned around and walked back into the house with her short legs. After Tang Mianmian left, Tang Xuelu took out the cooked rice and loosened it. Then, he beat the eggs and added a little salt. After the pot was heated, he added the lard, poured in the rice and stir-fried it a few times. Then, he poured in the egg mixture and stirred it quickly. In less than 2 minutes, a pot of fragrant and piping hot egg fried rice was ready. The fragrance was blown by the wind and kept going into Auntie Kai's nose. It made her hungry. She couldn't stand it and ran over to take a look. She was shocked. Io, Zulv, how did you cook this egg fried rice? Why is it so delicious and fragrant? There's no special cooking method. As long as you're willing to use oil, it will be very fragrant. You're right. It's just that oil is too expensive. With your family's situation, you should use it sparingly. Auntie Kai nodded her head and kindly reminded her. Tong Xuelu smiled and nodded her head. Auntie Kai curiously asked, speaking of which, I was worried that you didn't know how to cook. Did you have to work there before? Tong Xuelu lied through her teeth. Yes, I helped cook at my adoptive parents' house. Actually, the original owner didn't do any household chores in the Tong family. She was the one who knew how to cook. She wasn't born a green tea. She didn't feel any love from her parents since she was young. Her father remarried less than a year after her mother passed away. Since then, she hadn't seen him in her family. In order to please her family, she practiced her cooking skills. In the end, she almost became a housekeeper who cooked for her family. Her stepmother and stepsister trampled on her self-esteem. Her stepsister was mentally abnormal. She liked to steal her things, her clothes, her best friends, and in the end, her fiancé. A great man said that if you don't explode in silence, you will die in silence. Later, she became a cuckold in silence. Before she became a cuckold, everyone in her family was obedient to her. Although her cooking skills were originally to please others, it became an invincible weapon on her path to becoming a cuckold. Now that she had transmigrated to the 70s, she would continue to carry forward her cooking skills. With Auntie Kai's shouting and the alluring aroma, everyone curiously ran over to take a look. They saw that the egg fried rice in the pot was covered in gold. Every grain was golden and loose. It was fragrant and golden. It looked, smelled, and tasted good. Just one look was enough to arouse people's appetite. The rich aroma assailed their noses. Everyone present couldn't help but swallow their saliva. At the same time, their stomachs were growling with hunger. An old lady subconsciously wanted to use the spatula in her hand to scoop up the egg fried rice. Tong Xuelu quickly covered the lid. The fried rice won't taste good when it's cold. Stingy, the old lady pursed her lips. She took the spatula and turned to leave. Everyone's lives were short of food and clothing. Normally, they wouldn't casually go to other people's houses to eat. Therefore, although the food was very tempting, most people were too embarrassed to ask to try it. Tong Xuelu took the opportunity to bring in the fried rice and garlic cabbage. When he came out, he wanted to wash his face. However, when he raised his head, he saw that there were two more teenagers at the door. The older one was about 11 years old. His back was straight, his face was a little thin, and his deep eyes were covered by dense eyelashes. The younger one was about 7 or 8 years old. He had a crew cut and his hair stood up like a hedgehog's. A pair of round eyes looked at her body. The two teenagers didn't look very similar. However, there was one thing that was very similar. The way they looked at Tong Xuelu was not very friendly. If she guessed correctly, these two should be her cheap brothers, Tong Jiaming and Tong Jessen. Two future bosses appeared all of a sudden. They were really red chickens. Tong Jessen was carrying a backpack made of several pieces of fabric on his shoulders. He moved closer to his brother and asked in surprise, "Second brother, isn't she that person?" Before his parents were killed, they took a photo from the police station. The person in the photo looked very similar to the person in front of him. The resemblance wasn't the problem. The problem was, why was she here? Tong Jiaming stared at Tong Xuelu without saying a word. Although the two of them were future bigwigs, the two people standing in front of Tong Xuelu were just two kids. Naturally, she wouldn't be afraid. She walked to the water tank and fetched a basin of water. As she washed her face, she said, "You guys are back. Wash your hands and get ready to eat." Tong Jessen nudged his brother with his arm. "Second brother, why did she come back? What should we do now?" He was young and didn't know anything. In fact, he knew everything. This so-called sister of his didn't even want to come back with his parents. She and Tong Xinjin, that ingrate, fought to stay there. He heard that the whole family there were high-ranking officials. In the end, it was because they despised their family for being poor. Since they despised them so much, why didn't they come back now? Moreover, if it wasn't for her and Tong Xinjin, his parents wouldn't have died. The more Tong Jessen thought about it, the angrier he got. He couldn't help but clench his fists. Tong Jiaming stared at Tong Xuelu without saying a word. Seeing that they were ignoring him, Tong Xuelu didn't want to be ignored. He turned around and went back to the house to light up the lamp and prepare to eat. These two future bigwigs weren't 3-year-old children like Tong Mianmian. They couldn't be coaxed by a candy. Especially Tong Jiaming, who was both white and black. He was able to be so scheming in this era. He definitely wasn't someone who could be persuaded with just a few words. However, she wasn't in a hurry. As long as they were human, they would have weaknesses. Once she found their weaknesses, she could attack them one by one. Moreover, if she couldn't even handle these two kids, she would have wasted her years at being a green tea. In the room, Tong Mianmian was sitting on the bed. She had found a pair of scissors from somewhere and was cutting her toenails. She raised one of her small feet and stretched out the scissors towards her toes. Then, her foot instinctively dodged as if it had sensed danger. Her hand hurriedly chased after him, and her foot dodged. She chased him repeatedly for a while, but her hand was unable to touch his foot at all. In the end, she seemed to be tired of chasing him. She pointed at her little feet and scolded him like an adult, "You're not good. You're not as good as a Mianmian." Tong Xuelu couldn't help but burst out laughing. She was shocked to see her holding a nail clipper when she walked in. She didn't expect her little brother to be able to save himself. Hearing the laughter, Tong Mianmian raised her head and looked over. She immediately stretched out her chubby little hands and said, "Big sister, hug me." Tong Xuelu walked over and picked her up. She took the nail clipper from her hand and said, "You can't play with nail clippers alone in the future. It's very dangerous, okay?" Tong Mianmian leaned on her shoulder and hugged her neck with her little hands. "I know, big sister. Mianmian won't play with them in the future." The little girl's voice was sweet and soft. She was extremely obedient. Tong Xuelu's heart melted again. She kissed her dimple. Tong Mianmian couldn't stop giggling from the kiss. At this moment, Tong Jiasen ran in and snatched Tong Mianmian away. He scolded, "Tong Mianmian, you little idiot. Didn't Big Brother tell you not to talk to strangers?" Tong Mianmian was shocked. She pursed her lips and explained in a sobbing voice, "Big sister isn't a stranger. Her big sister braided her hair, bought her candy, and even kissed her little face. She liked this big sister." In the past, Tong Jinjin's big sister only scolded her for being stupid. When the others weren't around, she would pinch her. She didn't allow her to tell her parents. In any case, she didn't like that big sister of hers. Tong Jiasen saw that his little sister was protecting Tong Xuelu. He was so angry that he pinched her face and said, "You big idiot. Who's your big sister? Why are you calling her so affectionately? Be careful that she doesn't betray you." Tong Mianmian felt wronged and her eyes turned red. "Mianmian isn't a big idiot. Big sister won't betray Mianmian." Tong Xuelu saw that Tong Mianmian's face was red from being pinched. He frowned and said coldly, "Mianmian is only a 3-year-old child. What does she know? If you have any problems, just come at me." "Humph, I'll come at you. I'm not afraid of you." Tong Jiasen was about to attack, but he was stopped by Tong Jiaming. "Jiasen, shut up." After he finished speaking, he carried Tong Mianmian over and gently patted her back. Tong Mianmian nestled in Tong Jiaming's arms and said in a wronged voice, "Second brother, big sister isn't a bad person. She gave me candy." She dug around in her pocket and took out a milk candy. She stuffed it into her brother's mouth. This was the candy that her big sister gave her. She only ate one candy. She didn't want to eat the other two and kept them for her two brothers. However, since third brother scolded her and her big sister, she suddenly didn't want to give it to him. Tong Jiaming dodged and said, "Second brother doesn't want to eat it. You eat it yourself." Tong Mianmian became anxious and said, "Second brother, eat it." If big brother ate big sister's candy, he wouldn't say that big sister was a stranger. Tong Jiaming couldn't persuade her, so he accepted the candy and said, "Second brother, you can eat it later." Tong Mianmian was convinced, but she didn't forget to remind him, "Second brother, you must eat it later." Tong Jiaming nodded and carried her outside to wash her hands. Tong Jiasen was so angry that his nostrils flared when he saw that his little sister didn't give him any candy. Even so, he didn't forget to guard against Tong Xuelu as if he was a thief. When he saw that his second brother and little sister had left, he quickly chased after them. Tong Jiaming fetched some water for his little sister to wash her hands before he washed his face and hands. Tong Jiasen ran out and said angrily, "Second brother, why didn't you let me scold her just now? Why are you afraid of her?" Tong Jiaming still didn't say a word. Tong Jiasen was like a firecracker, talking nonstop. "Second brother, don't worry. Only little sister will be deceived by food. I won't. I won't eat the food she cooks later." Tong Xinjin didn't do any housework at home. She grew up in a high-ranking official's house, so she definitely didn't know how to do housework. "The food she cooks will definitely taste terrible, so even if you beat me to death later, I won't eat anything she cooks," Tong Xuelu. TSK, TSK, TSK. Among the three future bosses, Tong Jiaming was the worst. However, this was in line with his personality in his previous life. Tong Jiasen had an active mind, and his views on fashion design were original and innovative. Later on, with the help of the reform and opening up, he did well in the fashion industry and even won many international awards. However, his personality was a big problem. Especially when he grew up in the oppressive environment of his hometown in Beha, it caused his personality to become more sensitive and irritable. He didn't know how to deal with relationships. In the end, his wife couldn't take it anymore and wanted to divorce him. However, unexpectedly, she died in a car accident on the day of the divorce. Tong Jiasen regretted it so much that he didn't remarry in his lifetime. After Tong Jiaming washed his hands, he carried his little sister into the house. Seeing that the table was already filled with food, he paused for a moment before sitting down at the table with his little sister. Tong Jiasen wanted to say something, but his second brother glared at him, so he could only swallow his words. However, he had already made up his mind. He would never touch the food she cooks, never. However, the moment he sat down, an unbridled fragrance rushed into his nose. He had never smelled such a fragrant smell before, and he had never seen fried rice cooked so beautifully. Every grain of rice was golden and shone alluringly under the light. It looked delicious. How would it taste? He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his stomach rumbled with hunger. Then, before his brain could react, he subconsciously picked up the spoon and scooped a big spoonful into his mouth. Oh my God, it's so delicious. The rice was soft and glutinous. There were no eggs in sight, but every bite was filled with the fragrance of eggs. He had eaten egg-fried rice a few times in the past, but he had never thought that it was this delicious. He picked up the cabbage with his chopsticks. The cabbage was crispy and had a rich garlic flavor that danced in his tongue. Wow, what kind of celestial cabbage is this? The person who said that he would rather die than eat it had already finished a bowl in the blink of an eye. He went to get a second bowl without blushing at all. He had slapped himself in the face with his own strength. Perhaps it was because the food was too fragrant, or because the light was too soft. Tong Jiasen felt that Tong Xuelu was more pleasing to the eye than before. It seemed that this person wasn't completely useless. If he could eat such delicious food in the future, it wouldn't be bad. Tong Jiaming couldn't bear to look at his younger brother who was eating so hard, as if he had been starving for a long time. Who was the one who said that he wouldn't be cheated by food? Who was the one who said that he wouldn't eat her cooking? How shameful! Tong Mianmian's face was full of satisfaction as she ate. Tong Xuelu smiled and removed the rice grains from her face. The law of true fragrances was late, but no one could escape from it. Never. At the Fong family's residence in the headquarters, Fong Jingyuan's chopsticks were moving around on the meat dishes. Fong Wenyuan frowned when he saw this. Where did you learn this habit? How can other people eat when you're like this? Fong Jingyuan pouted unhappily. However, the person who was talking about her was her elder brother, whom she had always been afraid of. She only dared to whisper, "Why can't I eat?" Fong Wenyuan glanced at her, and Fong Jingyuan obediently shut her mouth. However, she was not convinced. She felt that her elder brother had become more and more serious in the past few years. He always had a straight face like an old man. Suddenly, she thought of her encounter with Tong Xuelu at noon. She rolled her eyes and said, "Elder brother, do you know who I met at the entrance at noon?" Fong Wenyuan lowered his head and ate as if he did not hear anything. Fang Jingyuan was not surprised by his reaction. I met Tong Xuelu. Elder brother, you must not know that Tong Xuelu was kicked out by the Tong family. The living room was silent for a few seconds, and then it exploded. Mother Feng was shocked. Kicked out of the Tong family? That can't be, right? The matter of the Tong family's real and fake daughter caused a sensation. Everyone in the compound knew about it. The daughter that they had raised for more than 10 years was told that she was not their biological daughter. They could not bear to part with either of them. It made people sigh endlessly. However, everyone agreed that the Tong family would not let their adopted daughter leave the Tong family. After all, Tong Xuelu did not want to leave. Moreover, they had raised her for so many years and had developed feelings for her. How could they bear to let her go back and suffer? That was why everyone was so shocked when they heard that Tong Xuelu was kicked out of the Tong family. Fang Jingyuan saw that everyone was looking at him and was very proud. Why not? I saw her carrying bags and heading to the bus station with her tail between her legs. Dad, Mom, Tong Xuelu has been kicked out of the Tong family. Elder brother's engagement with her should not be valid, right? Mother Feng and Father Feng looked at each other and turned to ask their eldest son, Wenyuan, what do you plan to do about this? Feng Wenyuan did not open his eyes. His tone was calm and cold. Isn't that good? Anyway, I have never acknowledged this engagement. Mother Feng glanced at him and sighed. Forget it. You two are not fated to be together. I will tell the Tong family later so that everyone will not be affected by this matter. This engagement was arranged by Grandfather Feng and Grandfather Tong when they were children. However, Feng Wenyuan did not like Tong Xuelu since he was young. Tong Xuelu would not marry anyone other than Feng Wenyuan. The two families were very troubled by this matter. Feng Wenyuan didn't like Tong Xuelv to begin with. Now that Tong Xuelv wasn't a child of the Tong family, the two of them weren't compatible in terms of social status. Naturally, this marriage couldn't continue. Feng Wenyuan's expression was still indifferent. However, Feng Jingyuan looked excited. Her eyes were rolling around. She was planning to find a day to meet Tong Xuelu and throw the news of the engagement in her face. Then, she would see how arrogant she could be. Tong Xuelu did not know that she had become the topic of discussion in the Feng family. There was no entertainment in this era. After eating and washing up, everyone went to bed early. At this time, the lights in the Tong family's house were off. Tong Mianmian was curled up in her arms like a doll. Her face was red from sleeping. The sound of insects could be heard outside the house. The room was very quiet. Suddenly, a low voice broke the silence. Tell me, why did you come back? In this kind of night, the youth's voice was clear and abrupt. Tong Xuelu opened her eyes and said, This is my home. You are my only family in this world. Naturally, I came back to reunite with you. There was a sneer in the air. You can use these words to coax others, but did you forget how you scolded my parents? You said that our Tong family was a beggar's nest. Even if you were beaten to death, you wouldn't come back with them. Tong Xuelu was stunned for a moment before remembering what the original owner had done. Tong Dajuan and his wife had visited 3 times. The first time, when the original owner heard that she wasn't a daughter of the Tong family, she fainted. The second time, the original owner pointed at Tong Dajuan and his wife's noses and told them to get out. She even chased after them and threw their things on the ground. The third time, although she didn't make a fuss, she directly avoided them. Tong Dajuan and his wife had an accident on their way back on the third time. Thinking of this, Tong Xuelu couldn't help but feel a headache. She originally wanted to play the family card, but now it seemed that this card was useless. Since it's like this, then I won't be polite. I can't stay there any longer. I need a place to stay. There was a sneer from the opposite bed. What makes you think you can come here whenever you want? Tong Xuelu's red lips curved. Because you ate my cooking. If Tong Jiaming wanted to chase her away, he would have flipped out the moment he saw her. But he didn't. The reason why he didn't flare up wasn't because he had feelings for this cheap sister, but because she had value. There was no sound from the other end. The night was hazy, so Tong Xuelu couldn't see his expression clearly. But even if she used her toes to think, she knew that he was definitely gnashing his teeth. Tang Xuelu said calmly, if I didn't guess wrong, you dropped out of school to work in the factory because you want to sell the 2 workstations before the people from Beha family come, right? These words were like a clap of thunder. Tang Jemingxing sat up from the bed, a pair of eyes stared at her. What is your purpose? Would you believe me if I said that I have no ulterior motives? But even if you don't tell me, I know that you don't believe me. Actually, other than the 2 work desks, I also know that you didn't inform your hometown in Beha. What do you think the factory's leaders will think of you if they find out? Tang Xuelu's voice carried a trace of laziness, but his words were like a sharp knife that cut through his bottom line without giving him any face. Tang Jeming clenched his fists. I don't care what your motive is, but if you dare to tell anyone, I won't let you go. He panicked. TSK, looks like the future boss is still too inexperienced. Tang Xuelu sat up as well. He changed his casual attitude and said, let's work together. Tang Jeming did not say anything. With your current age and status, it's impossible for the factory to let you sell 2 work desks, and it's also impossible for them to hand over the pension to you. In other words, no matter how you plan, it's useless. And now, half a month has passed. How long do you think you can drag things out in your hometown in Beha? Tang Xuelu paused for a moment before continuing. When the people from Beha arrive, not only will you lose the work desks and pension, but you will also be taken back to your hometown. You won't be able to go to school anymore. At that time, you might not even have enough to eat. In the dark night, Tang Jeming stared at her with his sharp eyes and bit his lips until they turned white. Tang Xuelu continued to throw the bait, but if you work with me, not only can I guarantee that the people from Beha won't get any benefits, but I can also let the 3 of you stay in Beijing and continue to go to school. You won't have to go back to the countryside to pick up pig feces. After a while, a stiff voice came from the other side. How do you want to work with me? It's very simple. I'm in charge of this family. Tang Xuelu's voice was crisp and strong. Even if you can't completely trust me, it's not a problem. At least, you can't drag me down outside. Tang Jeming raised his eyebrows. That's it? Tang Xuelu nodded. That's it. Tang Jeming frowned and thought for a while before nodding stiffly. Okay, but you have to promise that you won't do anything to hurt Jessen and the Mian. No problem. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Tang Xuelu lay on the bed with his face facing the wall. Go to sleep. We'll talk about other things tomorrow. Tang Jeming looked at the back of the figure on the bed opposite him and didn't move for a long time. That time, he secretly followed his parents to the Tang family, but he saw this woman throw out all the things his parents brought over and even pointed at his parents' noses and told them not to come back. When he saw his parents' sad and humble expressions, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. If it weren't for the fact that he had nowhere else to go this time, he would never have let this person come back to the Tang family. Now, he could only take one step at a time. However, if she dared to do anything to hurt his family, he wouldn't let her off easily. Tang Xuelu didn't hear any movement behind him and guessed that the future boss was still in a dilemma. However, she was too lazy to care. Today, she had acted and cooked in the car. She was really sleepy now. Tuanzi turned over in her arms and hugged her arm with his chubby little hands. He subconsciously rubbed against her arm. Tang Xuelu hugged Tuanzi and quickly fell asleep. On the first day of his transmigration, Tang Xuelu hugged a real-life pillow and slept very soundly. However, someone couldn't sleep on such a night. Tang Zhenjin tossed and turned on the bed like a pancake. He was so frustrated that he was about to explode. Although Tang Xuelu left the Tang family as she wished, she wasn't happy at all. In her plan, Tang Xuelu should have left the Tang family like a drowned rat. He shouldn't have taken the initiative to leave like this and win everyone's guilt and sympathy. Also, she didn't know what was wrong with her sister-in-law. She always talked back to her openly and secretly. She was so angry that she almost turned into a steamed bun. No, she couldn't let Tang Xuelu off so easily. She must let Tuanzi taste all the pain that she had suffered in her previous life. ***. The next day, Tang Xuelu was woken up by the sound of cooking outside. She stretched herself on the bed and sat up. Then, she saw Tang Jeming cooking porridge at the door. She didn't feel that there was anything wrong with pushing the bowls to the two brothers to wash yesterday. She was here to play, not to be a nanny. It was impossible for her to take care of them meticulously. Moreover, boys should cultivate the awareness and ability to do housework from a young age. That way, they wouldn't become stinky men that no one wanted when they grew up. Tong Jiaming saw her get up and quickly turned his face away. There was a trace of uneasiness on his face. Tong Xuelu didn't mind. After washing up, she walked over and saw that he had already cooked a bowl of sweet potato porridge. However, there was only a small plate of pickled cabbage. How could this be? She didn't want her stomach to suffer. She took out a small handful of sweet potato noodles that Auntie Kai gave her last night and soaked them in water to soften them. Then, she took out the leftover eggs from yesterday. She was going to make a fried egg with chopped green onions. She cut the chopped green onions and added 3 eggs and some salt into a bowl. Then, she stirred the mixture evenly. After the oil was heated up, she poured the egg mixture into the pot. After the egg mixture solidified, she lifted the pot and gently flipped the egg mixture. Once the egg was cooked, she immediately added 2 drops of soy sauce. The fried egg with chopped green onions was ready. Early in the morning, everyone was washing up in the courtyard or eating cornbread. There was no range hood in this era. When the wind blew, the tempting fragrance directly hit their faces. Oh, it smelled so good. In the past, eating 2 cornbread in the morning was a very happy thing. However, at this moment, they suddenly felt that the cornbread didn't smell good at all. But it wasn't over yet. Tong Xuelu shredded the pickled cabbage and chopped the green onions, ginger, and garlic into powder. Her movements were fast and beautiful, like moving clouds and flowing water. After the oil was heated up, she threw the garlic and ginger into the pot until it was fragrant. Then, she added the pickled cabbage and stir-fried it on high heat. Then, she added soy sauce and salt. After stir-frying it a few more times, she added a bowl of cold water. When the water boiled, she put the sweet potato noodles in. After simmering it on low heat for about 10 minutes, she opened the lid. A wave of steam and fragrance rushed over and quickly spread throughout the courtyard. Tong Xuelu placed the pickled cabbage noodles on a plate and sprinkled the chopped green onions. The noodles were crystal clear and the chopped green onions were green. Just looking at it made one's appetite rise. It was just that it lacked meat and chili. Otherwise, it would be even more fragrant. The auntie diagonally across from her house smelled the pervasive fragrance. She swallowed her saliva and asked, "Miss Tong, what are you doing so early in the morning?" Tong Xuelu replied with a smile, "Nothing much. I just made a plate of fried eggs with chopped green onions and a plate of pickled cabbage noodles." "My dear daughter, how can you eat like this every day? You can't do this." "That's right. The Tong family can't be compared to your adoptive parents' family. How can they let you cause trouble like this every day?" "That's right. You're too wasteful." A few aunties and old women couldn't eat the grapes. Their hearts were sour and their words were full of jealousy. Tong Xuelu looked as if she had been taught a lesson. "Aunties, you're all right." "Not at all." After speaking, she picked up the 2 dishes and walked into the house. Other people could say whatever they wanted. Next time, she would still eat and drink well. If it was possible, she wanted to eat fish and meat every day. But then again, she still had to find a way to move to another place. This place was too despicable. Tong Jiaming didn't seem to hear what everyone said. He quietly washed the chopping board and ladle clean. Then, he carried the sweet potato porridge into the house. The people in the house smelled the lingering fragrance in the air. They felt that the cornbread in their hands was even harder to swallow. The Tong family had another hearty meal that morning. Tong Xuelu finished eating and put down his chopsticks. "Today, I'll go over there to transfer my household registration. I'll bring Mian Mian along." When Tong Mian Mian heard her name, she immediately looked up and smiled. "That's great. Mian Mian likes to be with my sister." Flatterer, Tong Jiasen rolled his eyes at his sister. The next moment, he heard Tong Jiaming say, "Okay." He nodded and said, "Okay." He was so shocked that he almost dropped his chopsticks on the table. "What's wrong with second brother? Second brother, if you're being threatened, blink your eyes." Tong Jiaming didn't want to look at his brother's stupid face. He washed the dishes and went to work. Tong Jiasen suddenly felt that he was the only one sober in a drunken crowd. Second brother and little sister were subdued so quickly. How useless, he thought to himself as he put a large piece of noodles into his mouth. Wow, it's so delicious. I need to eat more. Asterisk. Tong Xuelu helped Tong Mianmian tie two cute ponytails. After informing Auntie Kai, who was next door, she brought Tong Mianmian out of the house with a face full of excitement. She first went to the supply and demand cooperative to buy 2 boxes of desserts. Then, she took Tong Mianmian back to the city by car. Sister, this is Mianmian's first time taking a car. Tong Mianmian was so excited that her face turned red. Tong Mianmian was like a curious little animal. Her watery eyes were wide open as she looked here and there. Tong Xuelu was so adorable that her heart trembled. She kissed her little face and said, "If you like it, I'll take you out to play more often, okay?" "Okay," Tong Mianmian said in a childish voice. She hugged her sister's neck with her little hands and smiled with 2 small dimples on her cheeks. Her sister was so pretty and smelled so good. She hugged her to sleep and now she took her out to play. She really liked this sister of hers. The bus jolted all the way back to the city. Tong Xuelu's face turned pale again. However, Tong Mianmian was unexpectedly good. She didn't get carsick at all. Tong Xuelu didn't go to the Tong family's house. Instead, she went directly to the Women's Union office. Unexpectedly, when she turned the corner, a figure rushed towards her like a firecracker. She was shocked and only had time to push Tong Mianmian away. However, because she couldn't dodge in time, she was hit. Bang! Bang, what the f***ck? Who's so blind, in this day and age, he actually dared to do such a thing. She would go to the Public Security Bureau and report him for being a hooligan. Tong Xuelu didn't wait for the other party to stand firm and pushed him away. Then, she raised her head with a slight frown. However, she didn't expect to meet a pair of deep black eyes. The owner of the eyes had deep-set facial features. He was so handsome that she couldn't take her eyes off him. His slender eyes were slightly raised, like hooks that made her heart beat faster. He had a good-looking face and a perfect body. His shoulders were broad, his waist was narrow, and his legs were long and slender. His body didn't lose to the models and celebrities she had seen in her previous life. That was it. He was so good-looking that it didn't matter if he didn't have eyes when he walked. With such a face and body, she wouldn't mind being hit on the bed, let alone the wall, *******. The man in front of her was wearing a white shirt and a Shanghai tourbillon watch. She could tell that he wasn't an ordinary person in terms of temperament and attire. For such a celestial being, it didn't matter if she had a strategy or not, but it was necessary to make a good impression on him. She changed her expression in a second. Tong Xuelu gasped in pain and took the initiative to apologize. I'm sorry. Are you okay? I didn't mean to push you just now. I'm the one who should be apologizing. Is your head okay? After Wenrugi steadied himself, he took a step back and put some distance between them. His voice was deep and textured, but his tone was indifferent, making it hard to tell what he was feeling. Tong Xuelu shook her head. I'm fine. I saw that you were in a hurry, so you must have something urgent to do. Don't worry, I'm really fine. Her voice was soft and sweet, the end of her voice was wrapped in honey, and the words she spoke were so understanding. Wenrugi lowered his head subconsciously. His gaze moved down. It swept past the top of her head, followed by her smooth forehead, and finally met a pair of misty almond-shaped eyes. Behind her was a gray wall. The beam of light shone down from above, making her fair and tender skin look like porcelain. A strand of hair hung down from her forehead, and the mole under her eye was against the light, looking bright and beautiful. Wenrugi's eyelashes fluttered, and he looked away. I'm really sorry. I really have something urgent to do, so I can't accompany you to the hospital for a checkup. I'll give you my phone number, and I'll pay for it. What do you think? Tong Xuelu didn't expect her to give out her contact number so easily. She was secretly happy. However, before she could refuse, Tong Mianmian rushed over and hugged her thigh. The little girl's big eyes were filled with tears. She was obviously scared to death, but she comforted her. Sister, it doesn't hurt. Mian Mian will blow on it for you. Tong Xuelu quickly carried her and comforted her softly. Sister, it's okay. It doesn't hurt at all. Tong Mian Mian's big eyes were filled with tears. She touched her chest like an adult and sighed. Sister, it doesn't hurt. Mian Mian is relieved. What a cute little guy. Tong Xuelu was so adorable that his heart trembled. He raised his head and said, Comrade, a slight collision is not a big problem. There's no need for compensation. The high wall behind him blocked some of the sunlight, and some of the light hit his face. His long and thick eyelashes were distinct, casting a shadow under his eyelids. Just now, when she was talking to the little dumpling, he was standing patiently under the summer sun. The man seemed to have made up his mind. He took out a small notebook and a pen from his pocket and started writing. The hand holding the pen was slender and well-proportioned. The fingernails were short and slightly pink. This pair of hands was very similar to a pianist's or a doctor's. Tong Xuelu was guessing his occupation. After the man finished writing, he tore off the paper and handed it to her. Please accept this. This time, Tong Xuelu did not pretend to be reserved. He accepted the note without hesitation. She saw a line of numbers and a name written on the note. Her gaze fell on the 3 words Wenrugi. The pen was strong and firm, and it was very impressive. Tong Xuelu held the note and looked up with a faint smile. If that's the case, okay. If I need anything, I'll contact Comrade Wen. I'm really sorry. Wenrugi apologized again and turned to leave quickly. Tong Xuelu followed him and her gaze fell on his long legs. She whistled in her heart, good legs. Tong Mian Mian stared at the ground with her big eyes. She tugged at her sister with her small hand. Sister, look. Tong Xuelv turned her head and looked down. She saw a palm-sized red book on the ground. She put the little dumpling down and picked up the notebook. She opened it and saw that it was an entry pass. The information on it read Organization, Base Research Center Name, Wenrugi Age, 25 Occupation, Research Staff Place of Origin, Beijing Identification Number, 1-3177. There was a black and white photo beside it. In the photo, Wenrugi looked young and inexperienced, but his eyes were as deep as ink. Tong Xuelu's gaze fell on the 2 lines of Base Research Center and Research Staff. She had guessed that Wenrugi's identity was not simple, but she did not expect it to be so complicated. She thought about how he was in a hurry just now. She did not know if it would affect him without the entry pass. She quickly stood up and chased after him, but she was still a step too late. Wenrugi got into a black car and drove away. A 1976 car was even more flashy than the top sports cars of the future. It seemed that Wenrugi was really tall, rich, and handsome. She put away the entry pass and planned to think about how to return it to him after she finished her business. Tong Xuelu's mother was sighing and talking to the deputy director of the Women's Federation about family matters when suddenly there was a knock on the office door. An officer walked in and said, Director Tong, your daughter is here. She's outside now. Tong Xuelu's mother was stunned and did not react. Which daughter? The officer scratched the skin under her eyes. The daughter in front, Comrade Tong Xuelu. Tong Xuelu's mother let out an ah sound. She only reacted when the deputy director gave her a push and ran out. When she saw the person, she finally believed that Tong Xuelu had really come. Zulv, why are you here? Where did you come from? You really left without saying anything yesterday. Your father and I were so worried that we couldn't sleep the whole night. After she finished speaking, her gaze fell on the little girl beside her. This child is... Tong Mian Mian was hiding behind Tong Xuelu's butt. When she heard Tong Xuelu's mother mention her, she secretly revealed half of her little head. When she met Tong Xuelu's mother's gaze, she hid back like a frightened little rabbit. Tong Xuelu smiled and said, This is my little sister, Mian Mian. Hurry up and greet her. Tong Xuelu's mother's eldest grandson was more than half a year older than Tong Mian Mian. According to their ages, she could call Tong Xuelu's mother grandma. However, this would mess up the seniority. Tong Mian Mian revealed half of her little face. Her big, watery eyes sparkled as she shyly called out, "Auntie, good girl, good girl. Auntie will give you some candy." Tong Xuelu's voice was soft and sweet. Tong Xuelu's mother's heart softened when she heard it. She took out 2 sweets from her pocket and handed them over. Tong Mianmian did not dare to take them until Tong Xuelu asked her to. Tong Xuelu handed the sweets over and held Tong Xuelu's mother's hand. "Mom, I came back to see you and also to change my household registration. Why did you bring gifts when you came over?" Tong Xuelu's mother heard her words and the smile on her face faded. "Are you really going to change your household registration?" Tong Xuelu nodded. "Mom, I know you can't bear to part with me. I also can't bear to part with you and Dad. However, Tong Zhenzhen and I can't stay under the same roof." Tong Xuelu's mother sighed deeply when she heard this. Tong Xuelu hugged Tong Xuelu's mother's shoulders and said coquettishly, "Mom, don't be like this. Although we don't live together, you are still my mom. I will come back to see you and Dad when I am free. Remember what you said. You have to come back to see me and Dad often in the future." Tong Xuelu agreed and nodded. Then, she changed the topic and said, "Mom, I am in a hurry to get my household registration done. I will come back to talk to you later so that I don't have to make another trip tomorrow after work is over." Tong Xuelu's mother saw this and said, "I will give your sister-in-law a call first and ask her to prepare the documents. That way, you can get it done as soon as you arrive." "Thank you, Mom." Tong Xuelu came to see Tong Xuelu's mother not only to connect with her feelings, but also to ask Tong Xuelu for help with her household registration. Kai Chunlan worked as a clerk in the Public Security Bureau and was in charge of the household registration. She was not afraid that Kai Chunlan would not help her get it done. However, based on the grudge between the two of them, it was inevitable that she would make things difficult and delay the process. However, she could not delay the Tong family any longer. After Tong Xuelu's mother finished the call, Tong Xuelu wanted to take Tong Mianmian to the Public Security Bureau. However, Tong Xuelu's mother stopped her. "Don't tell me you want to bring this child with you? It is such a long journey. It will be inconvenient for you to bring a child there. Why don't you leave the child here and I will take care of him for you?" Tong Xuelu felt that her mother's words made sense. It would take more than an hour to walk to the Public Security Bureau from here. Tong Mianmian was small and could not walk too long. Tong Xuelu would need to carry him, but her arms and legs were too small to carry him. If Tong Mianmian did not follow them, she could borrow a bicycle to get there. This way, she could save a lot of time. However, she still patiently asked for Tong Mianmian's opinion. "Mianmian, I am going out to do something. Do you want to stay here or go with me?" Tong Mianmian blinked her big eyes and tilted her head. "Mianmian will stay here and wait for me to come back." Tong Mianmian understood what her mother had just said. She was a good child and did not want to make things difficult for her sister. Tong Xuelu reached out and rubbed her little bun. "Mianmian is so obedient. Follow me and don't run around. I will come back to pick you up soon." Tong Mianmian nodded obediently. Tong Xuelu asked Tong Xuelu's mother to borrow a bicycle from the Women's Federation. Then, they sped to the Public Security Bureau. It took Tong Xuelu 20 minutes to get to the Public Security Bureau. Kai Chunlan did not dare to make things difficult for Tong Xuelu because Tong Xuelu's mother had already informed her beforehand. However, the leader of the Public Security Bureau was not in the office. Tong Xuelu waited for half an hour before she received the approval. With this approval, she was able to register with the Tong family. She folded the approval and put it in her pocket. Then, she stepped on the bicycle and rode back. Tong Zhenzhen frowned as he walked towards the Women's Federation. His face was as black as a burnt pancake. Tong Xuelu had relied on her family's connections to enter the Arts and Crafts Regiment. Now that Tong Xuelu was back, she naturally could not continue to occupy this position. However, what made her angry was that the people in the Arts and Crafts Regiment actually thought that she was not as good-looking as Tong Xuelu. They even said that her singing was not good and her dancing posture was too stiff. She was so angry, when she reached the corner, her eyes suddenly widened. The next moment, she screamed like a chicken, "Tong Mianmian, why are you here?" Tong Mianmian was shocked. When she raised her head and saw who it was, her face turned pale. Zhen, Sister Zhen. Who is your sister? Tang Jinjin ran over and grabbed her little arm. Tell me, who brought you here? Was it that B*tch Tong Xuelu? Tong Mianmian was in pain. Her tears fell down. You are not allowed to scold my sister. You are a bad person. Tong Jinjin saw that she was protecting Tong Xuelu and was instantly furious. Tong Mianmian knew that B*tch Tong Xuelu would not leave the Tong family so easily. She just left yesterday and today she brought a burden with her. What was she trying to do? No matter what she was trying to do, Tong Mianmian would not let her succeed. She covered Tong Mianmian's mouth and carried her to a deserted path. When they returned to the Women's Federation, Tong Xuelu saw Mother Tong and 2 staff members looking for something from afar. Mom, what are you doing? Mother Tong was so anxious that her mouth was about to blister. Zolv, you are finally back. Your sister Mianmian is missing. Tong Xuelu slammed on the brakes and asked anxiously, what happened? How could Mianmian be missing? With red eyes, Mother Tong told him what happened. It turned out that after she left, Mother Tong saw Tong Mianmian wearing clothes that had been washed too many times. Thinking that the Tong family was not having a good time, she hurriedly went around to borrow money and tickets. When she went in, Tong Mianmian was still playing at the door. Who knew that she would disappear when she turned around? They asked the guard at the door, but he said that he did not see Tong Mianmian go out. In other words, Tong Mianmian should still be in the courtyard. Tong Xuelu's face was very ugly. However, there was no point in scolding her now. Let's split up and look for her. Tong Xuelu pedaled the bicycle and shouted, Mianmian, I'm back. Answer me if you hear me. Mianmian, come out and follow me home. She was too careless. She shouldn't have left Tong Mianmian alone. No matter how reliable others were, they were not as reliable as her. If anything happened to Tong Mianmian, she wouldn't be able to rest easy for the rest of her life. As she passed by the alley, she could vaguely hear a child crying. The voice sounded very similar to Tong Mianmian's. Tong Xuelu threw the bicycle down and ran over without hesitation. In the alley, Tong Jinjin was grabbing Tong Mianmian's ear and scolding her, stupid B*tch, do you remember what I said? Go back and tell your 2 brothers that Tong Xuelu hit you. Tell them to chase Tong Xuelu away. Tong Mianmian's face was red from crying and her voice was hoarse. No, Mianmian, don't chase me away. You stupid B*tch, you have a pig's head. Before she could finish scolding, someone grabbed her hair from behind and pulled it back forcefully. She subconsciously let go of Tong Mianmian's ear and screamed in pain, who are you? F*CKU. Tong Xuelu's eyes were cold. I, Tong Xuelu, hate 2 kinds of people the most in my life. The first are stinky men who abuse women and the second are scum who abuse defenseless children. If I don't teach you a lesson, who will I teach a lesson to? Hearing Tong Xuelu's words, Tong Jinjin was furious. Tong Xuelu, you B*tch, let go of me now. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Since you don't want to let me off, I'll let you off. As she spoke, she flipped Tong Jinjin on the spot and faced the wall. Then, she kicked her but hard. Tong Jinjin was like a pancake that had been thrown against the wall. His entire body slammed into the wall and his nose was almost flattened. She was in so much pain that tears streamed down her face. Tong Xuelu, I'll kill you. Tong Xuelu took this opportunity to do 3 things. He squatted down and wiped the dust on his face. 2. Pull off the hair tie and let your hair down. She picked up Tong Mianmian and ran outside while shouting, help. Someone's killing someone. Bitch, don't run if you have the guts. I'll kill you today. Tong Jinjin was in a fit of anger. When he saw Tong Xuelu running away, he chased after him without hesitation. Tong Xuelu ran out of the alley and screamed at the top of his lungs, help. Help. Murder. Tong Jinjin's mother was walking over with 2 staff members. When they heard Tong Xuelu's cry for help, the 3 of them were shocked. Tong Jinjin's mother's face was pale. Her hands trembled as she ordered one of the staff members, Xiao Hui, quickly go to the police station and report this. The secretary called Xiao Hui responded with a okay, then turned around and ran like a madman. At this moment, two people were running towards Tong Xuelu from another direction. These two people were not just anyone. They were the original owner's fiancé, Feng Wenyuan, and the real tall, rich, and handsome man, Wenrugi. Tong Xuelu's eyes flashed as he ran towards Wenrugi. Feng Wenyuan heard someone calling for help and ran over without hesitation. However, when he saw that the person running over was Tong Xuelu, he couldn't help but frown. Didn't Tong Xuelu leave the Tong family? Why did he come back so quickly? That's right. This is Tong Xuelu's character. When he heard that she left the Tong family last night, he didn't believe it. He didn't expect his guess to be right. She came back less than a day after leaving the Tong family. It was as if she was fooling around. Could this be one of her new tricks? When he thought of this, he couldn't help but slow down. Soon, he fell behind Wenrugi by a large margin. Tong Xuelu didn't notice Feng Wenyuan's behavior. She ran until she was panting. She rushed in front of Wenrugi and begged, "Comrade Wen, please save me and my sister. Someone wants to kill us." As if to prove her words, as soon as she finished speaking, she saw Tong Xinjin chase after her like a madman with messy hair. "Tong Zulv, stop right there. I'm going to kill you." Wenrugi silently opened his arms and shielded Tong Xuelu and her sister behind him. Although he didn't say anything, his tall and thin figure gave off an inexplicable sense of security. Tong Xinjin chased after him, but before he could curse again, Wenrugi grabbed his hands. He couldn't even touch a strand of Tong Xuelu's hair. Wenrugi's movements were fast and smooth. It didn't match his image as a thin researcher. His serious intense profile made him look more like a well-trained soldier. Tong Xuelu was a little surprised when he saw this. Where did this bastard come from? Tong Xinjin was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "Let go of me." Wenrugi didn't let go. Instead, he exerted force and quickly pushed Tong Xuelu to the ground. Feng Wenyuan and Tong Xuelu's mother were shocked when they saw the scene. Feng Wenyuan didn't expect Tong Xuelu to be telling the truth. Tong Xuelu didn't expect her daughter to be the person who wanted to kill Tong Xuelu. Compared to Feng Wenyuan, Tong Xuelu's mother was more flustered. She had just asked the officer to report this to the police. If the police really came, Tong Xinjin would be done for. When she thought of this, she wanted to rush forward to save Tong Xinjin. Tong Xuelu naturally wouldn't let Tong Xuelu's mother save Tong Xinjin. When Tong Xuelu ran over, Tong Xuelu fell towards her. "Mom, save me. Tong Xinjin wants to kill me." "Zulv, what's going on?" Tong Xuelu's mother hurriedly caught her. When she saw Tong Xuelu's messy hair and dusty face, she felt even more conflicted. "Mom, Tong Xinjin said that I took over her identity. In order to take revenge on me, she not only abused Mian Mian, but now she wants to kill me." "Boo-hoo!" Tong Xuelu leaned on Tong Xuelu's mother's shoulder and cried until he was out of breath. When Tong Mian Mian saw her sister crying, she also cried loudly. "Bad person, beat the bad person." When Tong Xuelu heard Tong Xuelu's cries, he couldn't care less about acting anymore. He hurriedly raised his head and hugged her. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have left Mian Mian here alone. Mian Mian, be a good girl. Don't cry." Tong Mian Mian cried until she hiccuped. Her eyes and nose were red. She looked pitiful and lovable. Tong Xuelu carefully checked her body and found that her left ear was red and swollen. He suddenly had the urge to kill Tong Xinjin. "Zulv, I apologize on behalf of Xinjin. When the police come later, can you forgive Xinjin this time?" Tong Xuelu's mother's head was about to explode. When she saw Tong Mianmian's red and swollen ear, she also wanted to beat Tong Xinjin to death. However, this daughter of hers had developed this personality because she didn't grow up with them. How could she dare to criticize her for this? She knew that this was unfair to Tong Xuelu, but what could she do? Both of them were her own flesh and blood. Tong Xuelu stared at Tong Xuelu's mother in disbelief. When she saw the police officers running towards them, she rolled her eyes and fainted. She fainted from anger. She was pretending. She could understand Tong Xuelu's mother's difficulties. She also didn't care that Tong Xuelu was biased towards her own daughter. However, it was impossible for her to let Tong Xinjin go. Not in this lifetime. Tong Xuelu's mother was stunned. What was going on? She only said one sentence. How could she faint from anger? Very soon, Xiao Hui rushed over with the police officers. Tong Xuelu originally thought that Tong Mianmian would cry when she saw her sister fainted. However, she didn't expect her to cry. Instead, she walked over to Tong Xinjin with her short legs while crying and complaining to the police officers. With Wenrugi and the others as witnesses, the evidence was irrefutable. Tong Xinjin was brought back to the police station and detained for the time being. Tong Xuelu was sent to a nearby health center. At the health center, Tong Xuelu slowly regained consciousness under the treatment of the doctor. When she opened her eyes, she saw Wenrugi patiently feeding Tong Mianmian water. However, his movements seemed a little stiff and unfamiliar. Tong Mianmian sniffled and said in a sobbing voice, "Uncle, when will my sister wake up?" "Uncle?" Tong Xuelu raised his eyebrows and said, "Mianmian. You should call him brother, not uncle." If Tong Mianmian called him uncle, then wouldn't she have to call him uncle as well? Tong Mianmian was pleasantly surprised when she heard her sister's voice. She climbed down from the chair and rushed to the bedside with her short legs. "Sister, you're awake." Tong Xuelu's heart ached when he saw that Tong Mianmian's eyelashes were still wet with tears. He reached out and rubbed her head. "Yes, your sister is awake. Does your ear still hurt?" When she was unconscious, Wenrugi not only asked the doctor to examine her, but he also asked the doctor to apply medicine on Tong Mianmian's ear. Tong Mianmian tiptoed and touched her ear that was no longer as red and swollen. She shook her head and said, "It doesn't hurt anymore." It was uncle and brother who asked the doctor to apply medicine on Mianmian's ear. Tong Xuelu raised her eyes and looked at Wenrugi. She said sincerely, "Thank you, Comrade Wen." The sunlight shone in through the window. Her watery eyes and snow-white skin were dazzling. Wenrugi lowered his eyes. "You're welcome." "It was nothing." Tong Xuelu took out a red booklet from his pocket and handed it to him. "Comrade Wen, this is your entry pass. I originally wanted to take care of the matter before returning it to you, but now it's time to return it to its rightful owner." Wenrugi said, "Thank you. By the way, does your head still hurt? Do you want me to ask the doctor to come over and examine you?" Tong Xuelu quickly shook her head. "No need, no need. It doesn't hurt anymore." Wenrugi could only give up when he saw this. Then, the police came over to take Tong Xuelu's statement. Tong Zulf didn't panic. She cried and sang as she recounted the entire story of the two of them. "You can't blame me for what happened back then. If you want to blame someone, blame the human traffickers. Moreover, the Tong family raised her for 15 years. No matter how angry she is, she can't hit the child of her adoptive parents. My poor little sister is only 3 years old. She lost her parents not long ago, and now she's being abused like this. Even the slaves in the old society weren't so miserable. It's a new society now. Comrade Police, you have to seek justice for my sister and me." Previously, the police had wanted to let them settle privately because of Tong Xuelu's mother's pleading and the Tong family's connections and status. Now that they heard Tong Xuelu's statement, they couldn't help but feel angry. They had seen heartless people before, but they had never seen such a heartless person. It was a new society now, but she still dared to shout and kill on the streets. This kind of person must be reformed. After the police left, Wenrugi also said goodbye. Tong Xuelu sincerely thanked him again. "Thank you so much for today, Comrade Wen." "You're welcome." Wenrugi's expression was still indifferent. However, when he reached the door, he paused and turned around. "If you have any difficulties with this matter, Comrade Tong can give me a call. You have my phone number." Tong Xuelu was stunned. She didn't expect him to offer to help, especially when he knew about the Tong family's background. Thinking about it, his background was probably not simple. However, since he offered to help, she certainly wouldn't reject his kindness. She revealed her shallow dimples. "Comrade Wen is really a handsome and kind gentleman. If I need your help, I won't hesitate to call you." "Okay." Wenrugi responded and quickly walked out of the ward. Although his face was still indifferent, his ears were uncontrollably red. The Tong family soon heard the news that Tong Xinjin had been imprisoned. They were all shocked speechless. shouting and killing on the streets. How could she be so good? Mother Tong didn't want Tong Jinjin to be sent to the farm. She couldn't persuade Tong Xuelu personally, so she could only send her sons and daughters-in-law. If Tong Jinjin was really sent to the farm, it would be bad for the Tong family's reputation. Therefore, no matter what they thought, they all went to the hospital to persuade Tong Xuelu. When Tong Xuelu saw Brother Tong at the hospital, she knew what he was here for just by looking at his awkward expression. Since you dared to come, fine. I'll show you what a green tea is. She didn't give the other party a chance to speak and pulled him along to complain tearfully. From how Tong Jinjin hit Tong Mianmian, how she chased her all the way to kill her, how she was so scared that she almost couldn't see him again. Brother Tong cried until he felt a headache coming on. In the end, he left the hospital without saying a single word. The next few people received the same treatment. They all returned in low spirits. The Tong family had no choice but to ask Fang Wenyuan for help. After all, Tong Xuelu listened to Fang Wenyuan the most since he was young. As long as he asked, Tong Xuelu would definitely agree to give up on reporting him. Tong Xuelu and Tong Mianmian stayed in the hospital for the night. Although she had called Tong Jiaming last night to inform him, if she didn't go back today, Tong Jiaming might go to the police. Furthermore, she couldn't delay the matter of the workstation and the pension, so she decided to settle Tong Jinjin's matter today. But before that, she had to settle her and Tong Mianmian's stomachs first. She held Tong Mianmian's hand and went to the hospital cafeteria. She ordered a big bowl of meat porridge, 2 vegetable buns, and 2 boiled eggs. It cost a total of 7 taels of food coupons and 78 cents. Sister, let's not eat here. We won't have money. Tong Mianmian stared at the food on the table and swallowed his saliva as he spoke in a childish voice. Tong Xuelu almost burst out laughing. Mianmian, don't worry. I'll make money. Follow me and I'll give you meat to eat every day, okay? Tong Mianmian's big watery eyes sparkled as he nodded happily. Okay, you'll have meat to eat if you follow me. Ha ha ha. Tong Xuelu couldn't help but laugh. You're right. You'll have meat to eat if you follow me. Fang Wenyuan walked into the cafeteria and saw the scene. He frowned. In his impression, Tong Xuelu was never so gentle and patient with children. His 2 nephews from the Tong family were often scolded by her until they cried. He felt that Tong Xuelu was a little different from before. But this had nothing to do with him. He was here today to persuade Tong Xuelu to give up on reporting Tong Jinjin. He really didn't want to have anything to do with Tong Xuelu. But because of the friendship between the Fang and Tong families and the fact that Tong's mother personally came to beg him last night, he couldn't refuse and could only agree to give it a try. Although it was just a try, he was confident that Tong Xuelu would listen to him. He was 90% sure that he would succeed. Thinking of this, he walked up to the table. A shadow was cast on the dining table. Tong Xuelu looked up and saw Fang Wenyuan's pig-trotter's face. She rolled her eyes in her heart. Lowering her head, she cracked open the boiled egg and peeled off the shell. Then, she stuck a pair of chopsticks into it for Tong Mianmian to eat. Tong Mianmian had probably never eaten an egg like this before. She was so excited that her face turned red. Tong Xuelu reminded her to be careful not to choke. Then, he picked up a vegetable bun and broke it in half before eating it slowly. Fang Wenyuan, ? Why did he feel like he was being ignored? He coughed and sat down on the chair opposite her. Zolv, don't misunderstand. I'm here today to talk to you about Tong Zhen. He was worried that Tong Xuelu would misunderstand that he had come here for her, so he tried to calm her down. However, before he could finish his sentence, Tong Xuelu interrupted him. Tong Xuelu looked up impatiently. Can't you see that I'm eating? Fang Wenyuan was stunned and couldn't react for a while. If the previous indifference could be said to be his misconception, then at this moment, Tong Xuel's impatience was clearly written on her face. Was she angry because he didn't help her yesterday? Yesterday, he thought that it was one of her new tricks, so he slowed down. Later, when he saw Tong Jinjin chasing after her, he felt a little guilty. However, she wasn't hurt, right? Forget it. He was a magnanimous person. Then I'll wait until you finish eating. Tong Xuelu didn't even bother to look at him. She took a vegetable bun and chewed it slowly. She thought about the delicacies from her previous life. Crab roe soup dumplings, crystal shrimp dumplings, quicksand buns with golden sand sauce, and crispy bird's nest egg tarts. Just thinking about it made her salivate. She was both surprised and not surprised by Feng Wenyuan's visit. However, no matter what his purpose was, it was destined to be a wasted trip. Feng Wenyuan looked at her eating in small bites. He raised his hand and looked at his watch. His irritation climbed up bit by bit. He originally planned to settle the matter in 2 minutes and get it over with quickly. However, 20 minutes had passed and she still hadn't finished her breakfast. If this went on, he would be late for work. Can you eat faster? Tong Xuelu raised her eyebrows and finally looked him in the eye. Can you get lost? Feng Wenyuan was half a beat slower and was stunned for a moment. When he came back to his senses, his face turned red. Tong Zulv, do you know what you're talking about? When did you become so unreasonable? Tong Xuelu sneered. Didn't you always think that I'm unreasonable? Why are you asking me now? Feng Wenyuan choked and pulled a long face. I don't have time to quarrel with you. I'm here to ask you to withdraw the report against Tong Xinjin. As a person, you must have a conscience. The Tong family has raised you for more than 10 years. Is this how you repay them? Tong Mianmian was so scared that her face turned pale. The egg in her hand fell to the ground. Tong Xuelu hugged her and covered her ears. He said coldly, Comrade, who are you? What's my relationship with you? What right do you have to control me? The surrounding people looked over. Their eyes fell on Feng Wenyuan and pointed at him. Because I'm yours. Anyway, you have to listen to me. Go to the Public Security Bureau and withdraw the report now. He wanted to say that it was because he was her fiancé. However, when the words came to his mouth, he remembered that he had never acknowledged this relationship. Tong Xuelu looked at him as if he was an idiot. The keys cost 10 cents a key and 10 keys for 1 yuan. Are you worthy? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. This girl is so funny. The surrounding people laughed at him. Feng Wenyuan's face became uglier and uglier. Tong Xuelu was too lazy to pay attention to him. When he saw that the food was almost finished, he picked up Tong Mianmian and was about to leave. Her disdainful gaze made Feng Wenyuan's heart burn with anger. He suddenly lost his mind and reached out to grab her arm. However, he didn't expect to bump into the table. The bowls and plates on the table fell to the ground and broke into pieces. The scene immediately became chaotic. Soon, the Feng family received a call from the Public Security Bureau saying that Feng Wenyuan had been arrested. The Feng family? Tong Xuelu? Not to mention the Feng family, Tong Zulv was also very confused. At that time, she just screamed, "What do you want?" Before she could finish her sentence, the cafeteria staff rushed up like a tornado and pressed Feng Wenyuan to the ground. Soon, the Public Security Bureau arrived as well. During this time, she also tried to explain that there was no need to do this. However, the cafeteria staff thought that she was afraid of revenge and comforted her. Anyway, it was very ridiculous. At this time, the Feng family led Feng Wenyuan out of the police station. Their faces were as red as a monkey's butt. Mother Feng pulled Tong Xuelu and said gratefully, "Zulv, Wenyuan has wronged you. Auntie wants to thank you for speaking up for him. Take these." As she spoke, she stuffed all kinds of bills and money into Tong Xuelu's hands. Tong Xuelu hurriedly pushed them back. "Auntie, take them back." "How can I take your things?" Although it was a misunderstanding, it was still a favor. Of course, she couldn't just casually deal with it. Mother Feng saw that Tong Xuelu didn't accept the money and felt that she was very sensible and generous. She held her hand and asked her to come over to play when she was free. Tong Xuelu smiled and nodded. Then, he led Tong Mianmian back to the Tong family's house. Mother Feng looked at Tong Xuelv's back and sighed. Xuelv was a little willful in the past, but she has a good character. But Wenyuan, what's wrong with you? You went to persuade her nicely, but why did it escalate to the point of fighting and killing? Feng Wenyuan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He wanted to explain, but did anyone believe him? No. Feng Jingyuan retracted his gaze and looked shocked. Brother, I realized that Tong Xuelu hasn't looked at you since just now. Fang Wenyuan's face was as black as charcoal. Tong Xuelu arrived at the Tong family's house. The Tong family had just finished work in the afternoon. When they saw Tong Xuelu, they couldn't help but be stunned. The sister-in-law, Chen Yueling, was the first to react. Little sister, you're here. Come in quickly. Everyone came back to their senses. Mother Tong looked awkward and uncomfortable. Why didn't you tell us that you were coming? Have you eaten? Tong Xuelu shook her head and said that she hadn't eaten yet. Father Tong hurriedly asked Brother Tong to get a bowl of red braised pork from the cafeteria. Tong Xuelu hurriedly said that it wasn't necessary, but Brother Tong had already run out. After sitting down on the sofa, the Tong family's eyes fell on Tong Xuelu. They were all guessing the purpose of her visit. Father Tong sighed, "Oh Shui LV, this is really wrong. Father apologizes to you on her behalf." However, before he could finish, Tong Xuelu covered her face and cried. Father, are you deliberately making me feel bad? Although I'm not the biological daughter of the Tong family, you raised me for 15 years. How could I do anything to hurt the Tong family? Father Tong became nervous. Aya, that's not what I meant. I don't blame you, Chen Yueling also hurriedly said, little sister, don't cry. You're scaring your little sister. Tong Mianmian leaned against Tong Xuelu. Her big eyes were glistening with tears. She looked extremely pitiful. Only Kai Chunlan rolled his eyes and curled his lips. Little sister, don't try to fool me with this. You've been crying and throwing a tantrum since yesterday. You've made the entire Tong family follow your lead. What are you thinking? Tong Xuelu covered her face and cried again. Sister-in-law, so this is how you see me. I'm so sad. Seeing this, Brother Tong glared at Kai Chunlan. You're everywhere. Shut up. Kai Chunlan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Tong Xuelu said angrily, Brother Tong, stop fighting. I don't want you to fight because of me. Tong Xuelu almost disgusted himself when he heard the classic green tea quote. Brother Tong said, look at you. You're already so old, but you're not as sensible as little sister. Kai Chunlan was so angry at Tong Xuelu's words that his heart was pierced by thousands of arrows. Tong Xuelu said sincerely, Dad, Mom, Tong Xinjin was the one who abused the child. Tong Xinjin was also the one who wanted to kill the child. It happened in front of everyone. I can forgive her for Dad and Mom's sake, but what about the others? When they know that Tong Xinjin didn't get punished for hitting someone on the street, what do you think they'll think? The Tong family was stunned. What would they think? Tong Xuelu's face became extremely serious. They'll think that the Tong family is abusing their power for personal gain. Dad and Mom are going to retire in a few years, so it won't affect us much. But what about my brothers and sisters-in-law? They're still young. If they have a bad impression of us, will they still have a chance to be promoted in the future? The Tong family understood this time. Although the Tong family were all government officials, their background was nothing compared to others. Especially since Father Tong was about to retire and the Tong brothers weren't very capable. If they had a bad impression of us, we won't be able to change our positions for the rest of our lives. We might even be demoted. Kai Chunlan immediately became a fence-sitter and said excitedly, Oh my God, little sister, don't go and revoke the report. Although she hated Tong Xuelu more between the real and fake sisters-in-law, she chose to sacrifice Tong Xinjin when it concerned her and her husband's interests. Brother Tong and Chen Yueling were also thinking the same thing, but they didn't say it out loud. Father Tong and Mother Tong looked at each other. Their hearts became heavier and more complicated. The living room was so quiet that it was a bit awkward. Tong Xuelu ignored Kai Chunlan and didn't say anything else. There was no point in saying anything else. She could understand Tong Xinjin's resentment towards the original owner. If Tong Xinjin came for her, she would at most teach her a lesson. Her mistake was that she shouldn't have raised her hand against Tong Mianmian. There were only a few instances of child abuse. She couldn't keep such a dangerous person by her side. Who knew when she would raise her hand against the 3 Tong siblings? Therefore, she had to send Tong Xinjin to the farm. After eating lunch at the Tong family's house, Tong Xuelu brought Tong Mianmian back to Yanqing County with a pile of compensation that the Tong family had given to Tong Mianmian. When they walked out of the courtyard, two people walked towards them. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. These two people were Feng Wenyuan and Feng Jingyuan. When Feng Wenyuan saw Tong Xuelu, he subconsciously frowned. When he thought of the humiliation he suffered this morning, he really wanted to never see this woman again in his life. However, his mother repeatedly told him to thank Tong Xuelu in person. When he thought of this, he took a deep breath and said, "Tong." Before he could finish speaking, Tong Xuelu directly walked past him. It was as if she didn't see him. "Feng Wenyuan, Feng Jingyuan, big brother, see, I didn't lie to you. Tong Xuelu really didn't even look at you. She directly walked past you, as if you were a pile of dog shit." It was a long walk from the train station to the family compound. Tong Xuelu was almost dog-tired from carrying so many bags. She really missed modern transportation. It was so convenient and fast to go anywhere. It seemed that she had to work hard to earn money. Even if she couldn't buy a car, she could at least buy a bicycle. "Zulv, you're back?" Aunt Kai shouted excitedly when she saw Tong Xuelu step into the courtyard. Tong Xuelu smiled and nodded. "Yes, Aunt Kai. I stayed at my adoptive parents' house for a night. They didn't want me to leave so soon, but I was worried about Jiaming and Jessen." Auntie Kai had a gratified look on her face as she said, "It's really a blessing for the two brothers to have a sister like you. But it's good that you're back. If you didn't come back, some people might say something bad about you." Tong Xuelv left in less than a day after she came back. Some people started to make all kinds of guesses after they knew about it. Some said that Tong Xuelu couldn't bear the hard life and ran away. Some said that she came back to take Tong Mianmian away. Tong Mianmian was small and pretty. Many people wanted her. When Aunt Kai heard this, she was so angry that she started to scold them. Now that Tong Xuelu was back, how could she not sing loudly to slap them in the face? Tong Xuelu glanced at the people in the courtyard. "This is my home. Where else can I go? It's just that my adoptive parents can't bear to part with me. They prepared so many things for me to bring back. Look, I can't even carry them with both hands." She stayed in the city last night for two reasons. First, she pretended to be sick to send Tong Xinjin to the farm. Second, she wanted the people in the villa complex to know that the four siblings were not helpless orphans. If anyone wanted to bully them, they'd better think twice. Aunt Kai agreed like a comedian. "Your adoptive parents are so good to you. Well, they raised you for more than 10 years. Isn't that like their own daughter?" Tong Xuelu smiled and nodded. She carried the things into the house. She took a few peas and hawthorn slices and asked Tong Mianmian to go next door to play with some pig eggs. After resting for a while, she prepared to wash her hands and prepare dinner. The Tong family had given her 500 grams of pork belly and potatoes. She planned to make braised pork with potatoes and sour and spicy shredded potatoes. She quickly cleaned the pork belly and blanched it in cold water for a minute. Then, she scooped it up and soaked it in cold water until it was cold. Then, she cut the pork belly into square pieces. Considering that Tong Mianmian was small, she cut the pork belly into smaller pieces. On the way back, she went to the supply and demand cooperative to buy some pepper, star anise, and other spices. After heating the wok, he added the spices, scallions, ginger, and garlic in cold oil and stir-fried them over low heat. When the aroma came out, he added the streaky pork and stir-fried it until the surface changed color. Then, he put the streaky pork to the side and added the rock sugar. Rock sugar was most afraid of burning the wok, so it had to be stirred and stirred constantly. After the color of the sugar was fried, soy sauce was added, and the streaky pork on the side was stirred and colored. After each piece of streaky pork was evenly colored, he poured them into the clay pot, added 3 bowls of water, and brought the pot to a boil. Then, he covered the pot and stewed it over medium heat. The best way to stew the streaky pork was to use low heat, but it took an hour. There was not enough time now. After a while, the aroma of the meat gradually floated out of the wok. The rich aroma filled the whole yard, and everyone present couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The adults could hold it in, but the children couldn't. They ran to the door of the Tong family's house and breathed in the aroma. Some of the younger children were rolling on the ground and crying, "I want to eat meat, I want to eat meat." It was fine if the children were immature, but the parents of these immature children were even more immature. Old Lin's wife walked over and grinned with her yellow teeth, "My dear daughter, you make so much delicious food every day. Your adoptive parents must be very rich, right?" Tong Xiaolu smiled but didn't say anything. Even if they were rich, it would still rain. Looking at Tong Xiaolu's smile, Old Lin's wife became even more arrogant, "My dear daughter, your meat is too fragrant. Look, the children are crying. When it's done, can you give me half a bowl of it?" Auntie Kai became anxious when she heard this, but before she could say anything, Tong Xiaolu smiled and nodded, "Okay." Old Lin's wife slapped her thigh and smiled, "My dear daughter, that's right. Neighbors should help each other." Tong Xiaolu smiled and nodded, "Auntie, you're right." Old Lin's wife grinned from ear to ear, "Io, this meat smells so good. It's almost done, right? I'll go home and get a bowl." "Auntie, wait a minute," Tong Xiaolu called out, "since you're going home, why don't you bring me 5 kilograms of rice?" Old Lin's wife exploded when she heard this, "Why should I give you 5 kilograms of rice? 5 kilograms of rice cost 1 yuan and 43 cents. How could she be so shameless to ask for 5 kilograms of rice?" Tong Xiaolu looked aggrieved, "Auntie, didn't you say that neighbors should help each other? I don't have any rice at home, so I want to ask for some from you." Auntie Kai finally found a chance to speak, "Io, when you ask for meat, you say that you should help each other, but now you're so stingy. How can some people be so shameless?" Old Lin's wife's face turned red like a chicken being choked by the neck. Some people in the yard were tempted when they heard that Old Lin's wife was going to get a bowl for the meat, but now they all looked embarrassed. After Old Lin's wife left, Tong Xiaolu continued to prepare dinner with a slight smile. Want to take advantage of her? It was impossible. It was impossible in this lifetime. While the braised pork was still stewing, she peeled and cut the potatoes into shreds. Her knife skills were excellent, and the potatoes she cut were all uniform in size. Auntie Kai was amazed. After Old Lin's wife got home, the more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. She rolled her eyes and went out to the Su family. Su Baijian and Zhou Feng were still at work, but Mrs. Su was at home. After a while, she came out of the Su family and spat in Tong Xiaolu's direction. "Bah, damn girl, if the Su family didn't return her work desk, she would cry." Tong Xiaolu didn't know what Old Lin's wife was planning. She threw the shredded potatoes into the earthenware pot, and then fished out the shredded potatoes from the water. After heating the oil pot, she put in pepper, ginger, garlic, and onions until they were fragrant. Then, she stir-fried the shredded potatoes. After stir-frying for a minute or two, she poured aged vinegar into the pot. The sun was setting in the west, and people who got off work came home one after another. As soon as they walked into the family courtyard, an unbridled fragrance hit their noses, and they immediately became restless. "Where did this fragrance come from? It's too fragrant. What is the smell? I smell meat, and there is a special sour and spicy aroma." Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of the Tong family, and when they saw Tong Xiaolu's figure, they couldn't help but wail in their hearts. Tears flowed from the corners of everyone's mouth. They couldn't live like this anymore. The two brothers, Tong Jiaming and Tong Jessen, came back last, each holding 2 bundles of firewood. Seeing the smoke rising from the kitchen, Tong Jessen's eyes lit up. "That's great, we can finally eat dinner tonight." Tong Jiaming looked up and glanced at him. "Finally? What did you eat before?" Tong Jessen's mouth was salivating like crazy, and he laughed embarrassedly. "Second brother, I definitely didn't mean to complain that your food tastes like pig swill, really." Tong Jiaming, he already said that it was pig swill, and he still didn't complain. Tong Jessen didn't see his brother's expression and ran home. "Little sister, third brother is back." Tong Mianmian heard the noise and ran out of the house with her short legs. Tong Jessen hurriedly threw the firewood down and opened his arms. "Little sister, I missed you." Tong Mianmian acted as if she didn't see him and ran past him. "Second brother." Tong Jessen, the atmosphere became very awkward. Tong Xiaolu saw the situation and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The braised pork belly and soy sauce was just about ready, and when the lid of the clay pot was opened, a strong aroma filled the courtyard. Tong Jessen's nose twitched, and he instantly forgot about the awkwardness. The next moment, he appeared in front of the stove, and his eyes were glued to the braised pork. The pork belly and potatoes were soft and tender, the fat was crystal clear, and the pork skin was glossy. The color of the fried pork was bright and attractive, and the sauce was thick and fragrant. It was too fragrant. Tong Jessen looked at Tong Xuelu and said shyly, can I help you bring the braised pork with potatoes in? Tong Xuelu said faintly, sure. Tong Jessen grinned from ear to ear, picked up the braised pork with potatoes, and said in a silly manner, it's time to eat, it's time to eat. Tong Xuelu followed behind him with the hot and sour shredded potatoes. After entering the kitchen, she filled another bowl with braised pork with potatoes. Just as she was about to bring it to Auntie Kai next door, she heard the two Tong brothers talking at the door. Second brother, don't worry. I didn't help her just now because I wanted to betray her. I pretended to be nice to her so that she would stay and cook for us. Second brother, do you think I'm very smart? No. How can you not think? Second brother, your cooking is terrible. If I don't treat her better, what if she runs away like Tong Xianxia? Shut up. Tong Xuelu, if Tong Jemming was a white and black person, then Tong Jessen was a stupid white bear. This stupid white bear wanted to play tricks on her, he really thought highly of himself. When it was time to eat, Tong Jessen acted like a person who had starved for 3 days and 3 nights. When he scooped the rice, he poured the gravy of the braised pork into the rice and started eating with big mouthfuls. The rice was rich with gravy, and the braised pork was soft and fragrant. It was so delicious that it made one want to cry. Woo-woo, it was too delicious, he had never eaten such delicious pork in his life. In order to be able to eat such delicious food in the future, he decided to pretend to treat her better in the future. It was decided then. Tong Jemming ate faster than usual. Even Tong Mianmian ate so much that her cheeks were puffed up like a cute little squirrel. After dinner, Tong Jessen was kicked to wash the dishes. Tong Xuelu sat at the table with Tong Mianmian in his arms. He said concisely, I have already obtained the approval for my household registration. I will go to the Public Security Bureau to register my household registration tomorrow. Tong Jemming, okay. Tong Xuelu asked, what's with the work desk that you lent to the Su family? Are they reliable? Tong Jemming said in a low voice, when mom and dad were in trouble, brother Su and the others helped a lot. Tong Xuelu, what about you? What do you plan to do next? Do you want to go back to school or stay at home to do housework and take care of the children? Tong Jemming's mouth twitched. Of course I want to go back to school, but he was afraid that he would lose his money, and he was most worried that they would be taken back to the countryside. There are no buts. Since you want to go back to school, you don't have to go to work starting tomorrow. Also, remember to write a letter to your hometown in Beha. Let's go, take me to the Su family now. Tong Xuelu ignored his hesitation and held Tong Mianmian's hand as they walked out. Tong Jemming was stunned for a moment before he quickly stood up and followed them. It was dark outside, and unknown night insects were chirping nonstop in the corner. The person in front of him had a straight back and gave people a feeling that he could rely on him. Tong Mianmian turned around and waved at him softly. Second brother, hurry up. Okay. When Wenrugi returned to the dormitory from the research room, Zhou Yan, who was in the room next door, happened to come out. When he saw him, he grinned. I've been so busy these past 2 days. I heard that your grandfather pretended to be sick to trick you into going home for a blind date. How was it? Was the girl pretty? Wenrugi stood with his back to the light and faintly twitched the corners of his mouth. I don't know. So you're saying that there's no chance? Wenrugi made a sound of agreement. Zhou Yan heard this and clicked his tongue. Speaking of which, your problem of not being able to remember people's faces is really strange. If I didn't know you well, I would have thought that you were deliberately embarrassing people. The moonlight shone down from the eaves, and Wenrugi's tall and slender figure blended into the light. Suddenly, a delicate and charming face appeared in his mind. The beauty mark under her snow-white skin was captivating. Against the red tile walls, the face was very clear under the sunlight. When they arrived at the Su family's house, they were having dinner. When the Su family saw Tong Xuelu and the others, they were stunned. In the end, Zhou Feng was the first to react. "Hey, sister, you're here. Come in and have a seat." The Su family's single room was even smaller than the Tong family's. It was very crowded with 3 adults and a child living in it. At this time, Mrs. Su was holding a 2-year-old boy in her arms. Her face was dark and smelly, like a smelly ditch. Tong Xuelu pretended not to see and smiled. "Sister Zhou Feng, why don't you eat first? We'll wait for you outside. We'll talk after you finish eating." Su Baijian quickly ate the porridge in his bowl and stood up. "Mother, clean up the bowls and chopsticks. Sister, come in and have a seat." Zhou Feng responded and said to Tong Xuelu, "There are a lot of mosquitoes outside. Don't stand outside." Tong Xuelu responded and walked in with Tong Mianmian. At the same time, he also observed Su Baijian and Zhou Feng's expressions. When he saw that they were not unhappy, he nodded in his heart. Although Tong Jiaming was young, he had a good eye for people. Su Baijian and his wife did not seem to be greedy and bully the weak. Although Mrs. Su was unhappy, she did not say anything unpleasant in the end. She gave the child to her wife and took the bowls and chopsticks out to wash. After sitting down, Tong Xuelu went straight to the point. "We're here today for the textile work." Su Baijian nodded with a trace of embarrassment on his face. "That's right. When you came back that day, we wanted to tell you. However, my child was not in good health that day, so we took him to the hospital for a checkup. When we came back the next day, you went to the city." Zhou Feng nodded and agreed with her husband. "When we heard that you came back today, we were planning to go to your place after dinner. We didn't expect you to come first. Tong Xuelu, I want to go to work at the textile factory tomorrow. As for Sister Zhou Feng's salary, I'll ask Jiaming to send it over after we get paid." "Thank you, sister." Zhou Feng thanked him with a smile, but sighed faintly in her heart. Without a job, her mother-in-law would nag at her for being useless and dragging her son down. She and Su Baijian had met when they were still studying. The only difference was that Su Baijian was from the city while she was from the countryside. Her mother-in-law had always wanted to find a daughter-in-law from the city, so after she got married, her mother-in-law had always looked at her with disdain. Although she was educated in junior high school, the jobs in the city were all filled with people. It was hard to get in without a job. Originally, they had planned to buy the job from the Tong family. However, Tong Xuelu suddenly came back. Naturally, they could not buy the job from the Tong family. Although she felt a little upset, this job originally belonged to the Tong family, so it was only right for her to return it. When Tong Xuelu saw that there was no resentment on the couple's faces, he laid out his plan. "Jiaming is going back to school to study, and we plan to sell the stevedore's workstation. Brother Su, Sister Zhou Feng, do you know anyone who wants to buy it?" Su Baijian and Zhou Feng were startled when they heard this. "Sell? Don't your family members need this job?" Tong Dajuan had 2 younger brothers in his hometown. In the past, every time they came from their hometown, they would complain that they did not have a job. Once, they even forced Tong Dajuan to find a job for them. They stayed in the city for more than half a month before leaving with the money. With these 2 younger brothers, would they really be willing to sell their jobs? Tong Xuelu pretended to sigh and said, "Of course we need it. However, my grandmother went crazy a while ago. She needs someone to look after her wherever she goes. My 2 uncles are filial and want to stay in the countryside to take care of her, so they asked us to sell our jobs." "Ah, crazy?" Su Baijian and Zhou Feng were shocked. When old Madame Tong came over half a year ago, she was still fine. She ate meat and 2 big steamed buns for every meal. When she scolded people, she was full of energy. How could she go crazy just like that? Tong Jiaming was also startled when he heard this. He turned to look at Tong Xuelu. However, he quickly lowered his eyes and did not expose her lie. Tong Xuelu said nonsense seriously. "Yes, the doctor said that her illness is called Alzheimer's disease or something. She is not completely crazy. Sometimes she can recognize people and speak like a normal person. However, when she goes crazy, she will scold and hit people." I heard that many people in the village have been beaten by her. Because of this, my two uncles did not dare to bring her to live in the city. Originally, they should have come back after finishing their farm work, but because of this illness, they were delayed. Sigh. Zhou Feng was frightened when she heard this. Why is it so serious? Will she get better in the future? Tong Xuelu sighed again and waved her hand. She won't get better. Although I have never seen my grandmother, I feel very sad when I hear that she has to suffer in her old age. Towards the end, her eyes were red and her voice was choked with sobs. She looked sad and upset. Tong Jiaming, he almost believed her. When Su Baijian and Zhou Feng heard this, they felt that Tong Xuelu was a filial person. Before Tong Xuelu came back, there were all kinds of sarcastic remarks in the courtyard, especially when Tong Dajuan and his wife had an accident. Everyone said the worst things. Now, it seemed that everyone had misunderstood her. She was so filial to her grandmother, whom she had never met. How could she be a person who despised the poor and loved the rich? Then, will you and your siblings go back to the countryside with them? Tong Xuelu shook her head. No, there is a lot of work in our hometown. Now, my grandmother needs someone to take care of her. If we go back, my uncle and aunt will be even busier. Moreover, I have grown up. I can earn money to support my siblings. After I save money, I will send money and tonics back to my grandmother. Hearing this, Zhou Feng looked at her with a gentler gaze. You are a filial child. If your grandmother knows about this, she will be very happy. It is my duty to be filial to the elderly. When Tong Xuelu heard this, she looked shy. By the way, Brother Su, Sister Zhou Feng, have you considered buying the stevedore's workstation? Zhou Feng was stunned. Buy it? But we don't need it. The stevedore's work was strenuous, and only men were hired. The Su family only had one son, Su Baijian. Even if they bought it, it would be useless. Tong Xuelu, you can buy it and find someone else to do the job. This way, you will have a better chance of finding a suitable job. Su Baijian and Zhou Feng looked at each other. Right, why didn't they think of this before? Having a job to exchange with someone was much easier than waiting for nothing. It was just that. How much do you want to sell it for? Brother Su and Sister Zhou Feng, 350 yuan will do. 350 yuan? Su Baijian was stunned. Sister, did you say that it is too little? Nowadays, a job was usually sold for 500 yuan. The better ones could be sold for 800 or up to 1,000 yuan. Stevedore's work was tiring, and the pay was low. However, it was at least 400 yuan. Zhou Feng nodded. Sister, you probably don't know the price of a workstation, right? Last time, someone in the factory sold it for 415 yuan. When Tong Xuelu saw that the two of them were so honest, she was even more satisfied. I know, but I heard from Jiaming that Brother Su and Sister Zhou Feng helped a lot when my parents were in trouble. If it weren't for you, the children wouldn't have been able to do it. So, you only need to give me 350 yuan. So it was because of this. There were very few people who knew how to repay kindness. However, it was because of this that they couldn't take advantage of them. Su Baijian said, Sister, we will buy this job. However, we can't sell it for 350 yuan. Let's sell it for 415 yuan. Tong Xuelu naturally wouldn't accept it. Otherwise, her efforts would be in vain. Brother Su, Sister Zhou Feng, you can't do this. In the end, after a round of bargaining, the deal was settled at 380 yuan. Su Baijian was straightforward and directly gave them 250 yuan. The rest could only be given after they raised money. Tong Xuelu naturally expressed that there was no problem. After signing a receipt, she stood up and was about to leave. When they first arrived, Mother Su's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Now, her old face was smiling like a flower. It's so dark. Mother of the children, please send them off. Tong Xuelu said a few polite words and didn't insist. The Su family sent them off to the door. Zhou Feng even took the initiative to help her carry Tong Mianmian as they walked. It was as if they were sending off the country's leaders. Old Lin's wife, who was hiding in the window and secretly observing, was stunned. Why didn't they fight? Instead, they looked like they were on good terms. What was going on? Old Lin's wife was so curious that she felt like her heart was being scratched by a cat. However, it wasn't appropriate to go to the Su family to ask now. She was really anxious. Back at the Tong family's house, Tong Jessen was doing his homework. With a pencil in his mouth, he looked very distressed. When he saw them return, he threw the pencil away and jumped up. "Second brother, you're finally back?" Tong Jemming replied with a yes. His expression was very serious. Tong Jessen, on the other hand, was chattering nonstop like a silly mountain sparrow. "Second brother, why are you going to the Su family's house? Little sister can go too. Why can't you let me go too?" Tong Jemming looked at him seriously this time. "Have you finished your homework?" Tong Jessen suddenly became like a frosted eggplant and withered. "Not yet." Tong Jemming's face became serious. "Then why aren't you doing it?" Tong Jessen made a face and went back to biting his pencil. Tong Xuelu was boiling water outside to take a bath. She was especially afraid of the cold. Even if it was summer, she still wanted to take a warm bath. Tong Jemming walked out and stopped in front of the stove. He lowered his voice and said, "Why did you lie just now?" Tong Xuelu put the lid on the pot and straightened up to look at him. "Are you talking about Grandma going crazy?" Tong Jemming nodded. "Of course it's for you." Tong Xuelu said, "If I didn't say that, when the people from our hometown came over, your lie wouldn't be valid. A crying child would get milk. Since she had done something for the other party, she would definitely not hide it." Tong Jemming frowned. "Then would your lie be valid? Couldn't others tell if a person was crazy or not? Moreover, there were so many people from Beiha's hometown. Would they let her talk nonsense?" Tong Xuelu shrugged. "That's why I have to make the first move." Did he think that her acting and showing filial piety tonight was just for fun? Tong Jemming's excuse would be immediately exposed. When the people from Beiha's hometown came over, he would become the target of public criticism. Therefore, she had to make the first move. Only when Grandma Xianxia went crazy would things be easier to handle. As for why she sold the work desk to the Su family at a cheap price tonight, it was to do them a favor. She hoped that if they quarreled, the Su family would stand on their side and speak up for them. As for framing an old lady whom she had never met, wouldn't her conscience hurt? The answer was no. In the book, the three big bosses had such a miserable childhood, and it was all because of Xianxia, the old woman. Tong Mianmian was pretty since she was young. When she was 6 years old, she was molested by her cousin who was 10 years older than her. When Xianxia found out, not only did she not scold her grandson, she even accused Tong Mianmian of being shameless and seducing people at such a young age. This incident left a huge trauma in Tong Mianmian's childhood. She was scared and aggrieved. She did not dare to tell her 2 biological brothers. When she grew up, she could not get over this psychological hurdle. In the end, she chose to commit suicide at the peak of her career. Tong Jemming still wanted to say something, but he saw Tong Mianmian kicking her short little legs out of the house. She ran straight to Tong Xuelu and said, "Sister, Mianmian is sleepy. I want to sleep." Tong Xuelu squatted down and hugged her little body. "Wait a little longer. Let's take a bath before going to bed. A child who doesn't take a bath will become a stinky little pig." Tong Mianmian opened her eyes wide like a silly little puppy. She shook her chubby little paws and said, "Mianmian doesn't want to become a stinky little pig." "Then let's take a bath before going to bed, okay?" Tong Xuelu kissed her little face. Tong Mianmian shrunk her neck and giggled. "Okay, let's take a bath." Tong Jemming saw his little sister leaning on Tong Xuelu's arms and smiling. His eyebrows gradually relaxed. He remembered that when his parents had just passed away, Tong Mianmian cried and threw a tantrum. She cried until her voice became hoarse. Although she stopped crying later on, she was no longer as lively as before. But these few days, she became happy again and a smile appeared on her little face. For the first time, he felt that letting this woman in front of him come back was the right decision. The next day, the sun shone brightly. Tong Xuelu had a lot of things to do that morning, so she only made a bowl of garlic rape. There was still some leftover braised pork with potatoes from yesterday, so she could continue to eat it after reheating it. Tong Jiaming also made sweet potato porridge early in the morning. It tasted light and was very suitable for breakfast. After breakfast, she gave the bowl to Tong Jessen to wash. Then, she took Tong Mianmian next door and asked Aunt Kai to help take care of the children. Aunt Kai had received a bowl of braised pork with potatoes yesterday, and it was so delicious that the whole family almost ate their tongues. She was worried about how to repay this favor, so naturally, she agreed when Tong Xuelu asked her to help take care of the children. Tong Mianmian pulled on her sister's pants, tilted her head and asked, "Sister, can't Mianmian go with you?" Tong Mianmian's small face was pink and tender, and her long and dense eyelashes were like two small fans blinking. She was extremely cute. Tong Xuelu's heart softened. She squatted down and looked at her at eye level. "I have a lot of things to do today, and I also have to go to work to earn money, so I can't bring Mianmian with me. Mianmian, be good and stay at home with Aunt Kai. Don't run around, okay?" Tong Mianmian's big black eyes were watery. She pursed her lips, but in the end, she nodded her head obediently. "Okay, Mianmian, be good. Mianmian won't run around." Tong Mianmian was too cute. Tong Xuelu hugged her little face and kissed her. "Mianmian, you're so obedient. I'll make delicious food for you when you come back." After waving goodbye to the reluctant Tong Mianmian, Tong Xuelu took the approval and identification to the nearby Public Security Bureau. This identification was written by the Public Security Bureau when they were investigating her and Tong Jinjin's kidnapping. With this identification and approval, it was easy to settle down. She just had to register her name. As for Tong Jinjin's household registration, he had already moved away before Tong Dajuan and his wife got into trouble. After settling the household registration, she hurried to the textile factory. When she arrived at the textile factory, she saw Zhou Feng waiting for her at the entrance of the factory from afar. "I'm sorry, Sister Zhou Feng. I've kept you waiting." Zhou Feng smiled and said, "Not long, not long. I've only been here for a while." Tong Xuelu blushed. "Let's go in now." Zhou Feng nodded. The textile workers' station originally belonged to the Tong family. Now, all they had to do was to inform the factory and complete the procedures. After finishing the procedures, Zhou Feng was about to go back when she was stopped by Tong Xuelu. "Sister Zhou Feng, since we are all here, why don't we go through the procedures for the stevedores together?" Zhou Feng was startled. "Now? But we haven't gathered enough money yet." She planned to go back to the village to borrow some money from her parents and relatives after the procedures were completed. Tong Xuelu said, "It's okay. You can give it to me when you've gathered enough. Do you think I'm worried about your character? If you want to buy people's hearts, you can't just say it. Instead, you have to give the other party benefits." Sure enough, when Zhou Feng heard this, she was touched. "Sister, you. I don't know what to say." Tong Xuelu smiled and said, "Then you don't have to say anything. Sister Zhou Feng, why don't you call Brother Su over now? We'll go through the procedures." Zhou Feng nodded and hurried to the stevedores to inform her husband. Soon, Su Baijian ran over with sweat all over his forehead. He thanked Tong Xuelu profusely. Tong Xuelu told them not to be courteous. Then, the three of them went to the factory committee's office again. Officer Chiu, who was in charge of the procedures, was curious when she saw Tong Xuelu and the others return. The next moment, she heard that they were going to sell the station to Su Baijian. She was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. "Are you sure you want to sell the station? Your relatives from your hometown haven't come up yet, right?" Tong Shuielvi's face showed a sad expression. "Because of my parents' matter, my grandma was stimulated and went crazy. She scolded and beat people at the slightest provocation. She can't lead people at all. After discussing with my family, they let me sell the work desk." Crazy? Then they're going to suffer. No wonder the Tong family hadn't come up for so long. It turned out that something had happened. But then again, who knew which deity the Tong family had offended? Why were they getting into trouble one after another? Tong Shuielvi sighed. "Yes, when we heard that grandma had an accident, we were all very worried. It's just that little brother and little sister are too young, so I didn't dare to take them to the car alone." Officer Chiu nodded to show that he understood. Then, his eyes fell on Su Baijian. Comrade Su Baijian, you're really fast. How much did you spend to buy the station? Su Baijian looked honest. 3. Tong Xuelu quickly interrupted him. Last time, someone from the stevedores sold it for 410 yuan. Brother Su and sister Zhou Feng specially gave us an extra 20 yuan to take care of us. That was 430 yuan. It was not a steal to buy a stevedore's position at this price. Officer Chiao replied with an and stamped the form. After coming out of the factory committee's office, before Su Baijian and his wife could say anything, Tong Xuelu took the initiative to apologize. I'm sorry, Brother Su and Sister Zhou Feng. I took the initiative to give them an extra price. I was worried that if I told them the truth, they would think that you deliberately bullied us because we don't have parents. So, Su Baijian and Zhou Feng didn't expect this at all. Especially Zhou Feng. When she heard Tong Xuelu give them an extra 50 yuan, she was worried that she would ask them for more money. She didn't expect that she had planned for them wholeheartedly. She suddenly felt grateful and guilty. She held Tong Xuelu's hand and said, Sister, you don't have to say sorry. We can't thank you enough. Su Baijian nodded repeatedly. When Tong Dajuan and his wife were in trouble, they just gave them a hand. They didn't expect the children of the Tong family to be so considerate. She knew how to repay kindness, was filial, and took care of her sister-in-law. Tong Dajuan's daughter was really outstanding. It was a pity that they didn't have the fortune to enjoy the blessing of a daughter. After parting with Su Baijian and Zhou Feng, Tong Xuelu went to work in the workshop. Thinking that she might have a job soon, Zhou Feng's mouth didn't close after she came out of the factory. When she passed by the supply and demand cooperative, she thought for a moment and walked inside. In less than 10 minutes, she bought 500 grams of milk candy and 2 boxes of pastries and went home. Mother Su saw that she bought so many things and frowned. Why did you buy so many things? Don't you know that the family needs money now? Her dissatisfied tone almost directly called her a spendthrift. Zhou Feng didn't get angry this time. She pulled Mother Su into the house and told her what had just happened. Sister Zul has always been considerate of us. She also gave us such a big bargain. I think we can't just do nothing. Mother Su didn't expect Tong Xuelu to finish the workstation procedures so quickly. Her attitude suddenly changed. Yes, you have to do something. You did a good job. While they were talking, a voice suddenly came from outside. Auntie, I just ran out of salt. I came to borrow a spoon from you. Hearing the voice of old Lin's wife, Zhou Feng immediately put the milk candy and pastries into the cupboard. Mother Su went out and scooped a spoon of salt for old Lin's wife. Old Lin's wife got the salt but didn't hurry to leave. Auntie, how's the workstation at your house? Did Tong Xuelu say anything bad? Hearing this, Mother Su raised her short and thick eyebrows. Zulva's such a good daughter. What bad things can she say? What's wrong with you? Why do you come to me again and again to say bad things about her? Old Lin's wife was almost choked to death. Auntie, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I say bad things about her? I'm talking nonsense? Yesterday you told me not to return the textile workstation to her. Her parents are gone. You don't want to help a few more children. Instead, you want to take advantage of her all day. Why are you so evil? Mother Su's voice was loud and clear, no less than Aunt Kai's. Her shouting was heard by everyone in the yard. Aunt Kai, who was washing clothes in the yard, heard this and curled her lips. Yesterday Zulf didn't give her meat to eat. Now she's saying bad things about her everywhere. Isn't she evil to the core? Everyone saw what happened yesterday. Many people thought that old Lin's wife was shameless. But they didn't expect that she would go around saying bad things about Tong Xuelu. Her character was too bad, wasn't it? Old Lin's wife's face turned red and white. She was so angry that she almost vomited 3 liters of blood. But one mouth was no match for 2 mouths. In the end, she ran home like a defeated rooster. Old Lin's wife was not the only one who was angry. Tong Xinjin was also angry. At this time, she was like a madwoman. Her face was livid. You want to send me to the farm? Are you really my biological parents? Mother Tong's eyes were red and filled with guilt. Xinjin, I'm sorry. But this time, you really did something wrong. Shut up. I didn't do anything wrong. It was Tong Shualu who hit me, but you don't want to believe me. I know that in your heart, she's your daughter. Tong Jinjin shouted herself hoarse. She gritted her teeth and glared at her parents. Being scolded by her daughter, Mother Tong felt so uncomfortable that her chest heaved up and down. She almost couldn't breathe. Father Tong's face was stern. Calm down. How can you talk about your parents like that? Tong Jinjin was still afraid of her father, but this couldn't calm her anger. Father Tong said, I can understand that you have resentment in your heart. But what happened back then was not Zulf's fault. Moreover, she has already left the Tong family. Why do you keep targeting her? Tong Jinjin was so angry that her teeth were about to break. She targeted me first. Father Tong interrupted her. Alright, let's not argue about this anymore. The impact of this matter is too bad. We can't protect you. But don't worry, I've already made arrangements for the farm. They won't make things difficult for you there. You just need to accept the rehabilitation, and we'll bring you back in a year. The situation in the Tong family had been unstable for the past few years, especially in the 60s. Many people were criticized for small things, and everyone was walking on thin ice. Although the situation was gradually stabilizing this year, who could guarantee it? If someone used this against them and accused them of abusing their power, the whole family would be finished. For the sake of the family, he had no choice but to give up Tong Jinjin. He knew that he had wronged her, but who could he blame? She was the one who brought this upon herself. Father Tong dragged Mother Tong away after he finished speaking. Tong Jinjin screamed in anger, but it was useless to be angry. 2 days later, she was sent to the farm. Even though the Tong family bought her a lot of food and necessities, she couldn't calm down. This time, she hated the Tong family as well. As soon as Tong Jinjin left, Tong Shuilv got the news very quickly. Although she could only be trapped in the farm for a year was enough for her to gain a foothold in Beijing. As for whether Tong Jinjin would take revenge on them after he came back, they would have to wait until he came back. At the same time, Wen Rugi also received the news in the military base. The daughter of the Tong family was sent to the farm today. She won't be back for a year. Wen Rugi said calmly, yes, thank you. You don't have to be so polite with me. Besides, I'm just moving my mouth. By the way, why are you suddenly concerned about the Tong family? I don't remember the Wen family and the Tong family knowing each other. I know one of them. The other party's interest was piqued when he heard this. He asked in a gossipy voice, who is that person? Is it a man or a woman? You don't know him. I owe you one for this. When Rugi hung up the phone after he finished speaking, the sunlight from outside shone in, making his white shirt look like a vast expanse of whiteness. His gaze fell on a certain point through the window, but it didn't seem to be the point. In the white light, a 4 or 5-year-old boy knelt among the broken pieces of bowls and plates. He cried and begged for mercy, Mom, I won't do it again. Please don't hit me. It hurts. Bright red blood flowed out from the boy's knees and dyed the ground red. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him, Rugue, the director wants to see you. When Rugi snapped out of his daze and replied half a beat later, okay, I'll go over now. He turned to leave. After a few steps, he suddenly looked back at the window. The boy outside was gone. Tong Shualu massaged her sore and stiff shoulders. She did not want to continue this job. In the textile factory, the weavers and stevedores were the most tiring jobs. Stevedores could take a break, but the weavers could not. They had to work hard from start to finish, and they had to work overtime at night. She could not take it anymore. She must change her job. Just when Tong Shualu was so tired that she wanted to lie down, the bell rang. Her eyes lit up. Like a flock of sheep, she followed the workers and ran towards the cafeteria. Give me a sorghum bread. Tong Zuld walked to the window with ease and handed over the food coupons and bowls that she had prepared beforehand. The cafeteria worker, Chef Huang, placed the sorghum bread in her rice bowl and asked, Comrade Little Tong, are you full from eating only one sorghum bread every day? Don't you want some meat dishes? Tong Shualu revealed an awkward smile, no, I will wait until I get my salary. Hearing this, Chef Huang and the surrounding workers looked at her sympathetically. Because of Mother Su and Cho Goncher's publicity, almost everyone in the family compound and the textile factory knew that not only were her parents dead, but her grandmother had also gone crazy. She was so pitiful. She was only 18 years old, but the burden of her family fell on her shoulders alone. The workshop's director Ma walked over and said, "Chef Huang, give her a scallion pancake and cabbage stir-fried meat. I will pay for the food coupons and meat coupons." Tong Shualu quickly waved her hand, "Director, it's okay. I can eat sorghum bread." Director Ma could not help but snatch her lunchbox and handed it over. "Why are you being so polite with me? Can't I afford to treat you to this?" Her youngest daughter was getting married next month. The groom was the son of the Education Bureau's deputy director. He had a good family background and was very energetic. He valued her daughter very much. He gave her 180 renminbi as a betrothal gift. He also gave her a sewing machine, a watch, and a radio. They had discussed these things and did not want her daughter to take any of them with her. At the same time, she wanted to make her daughter proud, so she bought her a bicycle. However, bicycle tickets were very hard to come by. Even though one could still buy a bicycle with industrial coupons, it would still cost 50 of them. The number of tickets was too large. Their whole family had been saving up for 2 to 3 months, but they were still short of 7 tickets. Tong Shualu somehow found out about her difficulties, and on the second day of work, he came to her with 7 industrial tickets and asked her to use them first without any remuneration. How could such a kind-hearted little girl not be liked? She would even be willing to treat her to 10 meals, let alone 1. Tong Shualu saw that she couldn't stop Director Ma, so she could only thank him. She turned around and saw that Master Huang had given her a larger portion than the others, so she hurriedly thanked him again. Then, Director Ma pulled her to a nearby table to eat. Director Ma took a bite of the scallion pancake and looked around. He lowered his voice and said, "Director, you will be back today. I'll help you ask him about the pension." Tong Shualu's almond-shaped eyes were watery. She said gratefully, "Thank you, Director. Since I was young, people always say that I'm very lucky and can always meet a benefactor. I didn't believe it in the past, but now I believe it. Look at how I met a benefactor like you when I entered the factory." Director Ma smiled widely when he was called a benefactor. "You child, don't call me a benefactor. However, if you have any difficulties in the future, feel free to look for me." "Thank you, Director. Meeting you is the greatest blessing in my life." Tong Shualu's eyes were red, and she looked at him with gratitude and admiration. Director Ma's heart was full, and at the same time, he felt a sacred sense of mission. She was such a poor child. She had to take care of her more. Treating her to a meal was one thing, but she also had to arrange fewer night shifts in the future. At noon, Director Yu came back as expected. This time, his mother was sick in the countryside. When he called, she said that she was dying and asked him to go back immediately. He hurriedly arranged his work and left. For the past few days, he had been driving through the night and staying up late to take care of his mother. He was so tired that he was out of shape. When his mother made it through the night, he took the bus back to Beijing. He had just sat down and didn't even have time to drink water when Director Ma came in with a serious face. "Director Yu, I have something to tell you about the Tong family's pension." Director Yu put down the enamel jar in his hand and said, "Go ahead." Director Ma talked about how hard-working the Tong couple was when they were alive, how pitiful the children were after they died, and how crazy Tong Dajuan's mother was. In short, the Tong family's situation could be said to be extremely tragic. If Director Yu didn't quickly give the pension to Tong Shualu, he would be a heartless person. Someone who could sit in Director Yu's position was naturally not someone who could be fooled with a few words. "Do you mean that Tong Dajuan's daughter is back and is working in the factory now?" Director Ma nodded and said, "That child works hard and cares about her younger siblings very much. She is a very reliable child." Director Yu waved his hand and said, "Okay, I got it. Ask her to come over." He didn't believe Director Ma's words. How could a person who didn't even recognize her own parents be reliable? Director Ma didn't know what Director Yu was thinking. He quickly stood up and went to inform Tong Shualu. After Tong Xuelu thanked Director Ma, she walked towards Director Yu's office unhurriedly. Most of the people who could be called green tea were very observant. The moment Tong Xuelu entered the office, she immediately sensed Director Yu's dissatisfaction with her. At this time, it would be useless to explain. She decided to take the initiative. As she walked in, she took out a piece of paper from her pocket and said, "Director Yu, I heard that your mother's health is not very good. I have a prescription left by an imperial doctor in the palace. It has the effect of strengthening the body. Director Yu, please take a look and see if it is suitable." Director Yu's words of reprimand and rejection were stuck in his throat. An imperial doctor's prescription was a good thing. His mother's health had deteriorated when she was young, especially during the famine. In order to save food for her siblings, she starved until she was only skin and bones. Although her life gradually improved, her health didn't recover. He paused and picked up the prescription and said, "This prescription. Where did you get it from?" Tong Xuelu said in a serious tone, "My adoptive parents gave it to me." The prescription was actually given by an old Chinese doctor in her previous life. It had a certain nourishing effect on the body and could be used by most people. "Thank you, Comrade Little Tong." Tong Xuelu said obediently, "Director Yu, you are welcome. Quickly keep the prescription and don't let anyone see it." Director Yu folded the prescription and put it in his pocket. He asked again, "Why didn't you appear when your parents were in trouble?" After what happened above, his tone had obviously softened. Unexpectedly, Tong Xuelu's eyes turned red and she started her performance in the next second. "I know that in your eyes, I am an insensible child. However, my parents, who had lived with me for so many years, suddenly said that they weren't my parents. At that time I was really scared and confused. When I was no longer scared and confused, my parents, there was once a sincere family in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. When I lost it, it was too late for regrets. This is the most painful thing in the world. If God could give me another chance, I would say 3 words to my parents: I am sorry." At the end of her speech, her expression was sorrowful and tears fell like rain. Director Yu was most afraid of women crying. When he saw her crying, he suddenly felt a headache coming on. You. Stop crying. It's best to admit your mistakes and change for the better. Everyone makes mistakes, not to mention you are still young and inexperienced. If your parents know about this, they will definitely forgive you." Tong Xuelu looked at him with tears in her eyes. "Really? Will my parents really forgive me?" Director Yu hurriedly nodded. "Yes." Tong Xuelu put on a relieved expression. "After hearing your words, I feel a little better." Director Yu saw that she had finally stopped crying and he was relieved. Previously, he had thought that this child had no conscience, but now that he saw her crying and speaking so many sincere words, he felt that he might have misunderstood her. Moreover, he had received a prescription from her. How could he have the nerve to reprimand her? Tong Xuelu wiped her tears and said with a serious face, "It's useless to talk about the past. Right now, I just want to work hard to support my 3 younger siblings and cultivate them into talents that are useful to the country and the people. Director Yu, in the future, please organize and supervise me in the factory." "Very good. It's rare for you to have such awareness at such a young age. Keep it up in the future." Tong Xuelu was full of fighting spirit. "Yes, Director Yu. I will dedicate my heart and soul to the factory and the Tong family. I will strive to become an active member of the workers." Director Yu heard this and finally nodded with satisfaction. He reached out to open the drawer and took out the pension. He originally planned to give the pension to the Tong family. Now that he saw that Tong Xuelu was not as unreliable as the rumors said, it did not matter if he gave the pension to her. After all, it belonged to the Tong family. Tong Xuelu walked out of the office with the pension. Seeing that there was no one around, she sniffed the envelope with her nose. It was the smell of money. It was too fragrant. However, acting was too tiring and too difficult. She decided to skip work and give herself a break. Soon, she received a leave request from the workshop's director Ma. Reason for leave: she wanted to buy some tonics to send to her crazy grandmother. Director Ma saw that she was so filial, so how could he not approve it? after leaving the factory, Tong Xuelu went straight to the state-run hotel. When she arrived at the state-run hotel, there were no other guests because it was already past meal time. Two waitresses were sitting at the side chatting. "Comrade, do you still have meat?" In order to create the image of a poor family, she had been eating only stir-fried vegetables or pickled cabbage at home for the past few days. "No, it's already past meal time." "You still want to eat meat?" "Eat meat my ass." The short-haired waitress replied impatiently. With this kind of attitude, she would be drowned in saliva if she was in the modern world. However, waitresses in this era were so arrogant, Tong Xuelu would not get angry because of other people's rudeness. "Then what else is there to eat now?" The long-haired waitress said, "There's green bean sugar water and red date steamed cake." "Do you want them?" Yes, give me one each." The long-haired waitress said, "One bowl of green bean sugar water is 10 cents. Red date steamed cake is 9 cents a yuan. That's 2 cents in total. Also, the food coupon is 2 taels and the sugar coupon is 1 tael." It was too cheap. Tong Xuelu quickly took out the money and coupons. The long-haired waitress took the money and coupons and brought the food over. Then, she continued chatting. The green bean sugar water was not sweet enough, but the red date steamed cake was not bad. Tong Xuelu's mind was spinning as she ate. Her hometown in Behe should receive the letter in the next 2 days. It would only take a day and a night to travel from Behe to Beijing. In other words, they should be here next week. Now that she had settled her household registration, received her pension, and sold one of her workstations, her mission was complete. It would be perfect if she could change to an easier job. At this moment, she heard the voices of the two waitresses behind her. "Why does your cousin want to change workstations with you? Both of you work in the state-run restaurant. What's there to change?" The long-haired waitress sighed. "My cousin's mother-in-law and husband always hit her. She wants to find a job that's farther away from home. That way, she won't have to live at home. Perhaps she won't be hit." Although she sympathized with her cousin, her family was here. Moreover, she had nowhere to live in the city. Was she supposed to rent a house? "I think that even if you're willing to change, her mother-in-law and husband won't let her come over." "You're right." She called the next day and said she didn't want to change. "Later, I heard from my mom that she only mentioned it once and her husband beat her on the head." Tong Xuelu's eyes turned. State-run restaurant, this job was good. It wasn't tiring and she could eat and drink well every day. Moreover, she liked to cook. This job was tailor-made for her. Tong Xuelu swallowed the red date steamed cake and prepared to start her performance again. Bang, a loud sound was heard. Tong Xuelu slammed his palm on the table. "This is too much." The two waitresses were speechless. How could there be people more arrogant than them these days? The short-haired waitress, Jindani, stood up with her hands on her hips and scolded, "What are you doing? Are you going to pay for the broken table?" Tong Xuelu turned around with a face full of righteous indignation. "I'm really sorry, ladies. I didn't mean to destroy public property. I was just too angry when I heard what you said. As a woman, other than having children, we also have to work to earn money, even if we're pregnant. In addition, after work, we have to do housework and take care of our family. We work ourselves to death every day. In the end, not only is no one grateful, but we're also being used as a punching bag." As a woman, when I heard about that sister, I was really angry and upset. At the end of her speech, she clenched her fists and the veins on her back bulged. She looked like she was going to fight to the death. The long-haired waitress, Huang Xianlan, was not married yet, so she might not be able to empathize with Tong Xuelu's words. However, Jindani had experienced it firsthand. Although her husband and mother-in-law did not punch and kick her for no reason, they definitely did not treat her well either. Her first 2 pregnancies were daughters. At that time, her mother-in-law disliked her every day. She said that she thought her big but would be easy to give birth to, but who knew that she would give birth to a series of losers? She remembered that when she gave birth to her second child, she did not even have the time to do her confinement. She got up in the cold winter to wash clothes for the whole family. Her body was the root of her illness at that time. Every time she had her period, she would be in so much pain that she wanted to die. It was only after she gave birth to her son that her mother-in-law stopped nagging her son to marry another woman. As for her husband, he was a bastard who only knew how to be unreasonable at home. When he was bullied outside, he would definitely come back to find her. In short, it was an endless stream of bitter tears that could last for 3 days and 3 nights. Chindani changed her posture and said with a straight face, "Comrade, you're right. We women really have a hard life." This waitress looked like someone with a story. Tong Shualu walked towards her and nodded excitedly. "That's right, it's a tough life. At home, we women wake up earlier than chickens, sleep later than dogs, eat worse than pigs, and work harder than cows. In the end, we don't even have the right to eat at the table during festivals." Huang Xianlan didn't feel anything earlier, but when she heard this, she suddenly remembered how her mother would wake up before the sun rose every year to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner. She worked hard for half a day but couldn't eat at the table. She immediately felt sorry for her mother. There was also her cousin. Ever since she married into the He family, she had never had a good day. Punches and kicks were common occurrences. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but nod her head. "Women really have a hard life," Tong Shualu continued. "Comrade Chairman said that women can hold up half the sky. What right do these men have to treat us women like this? I've decided that I'm going to help my suffering working-class sister." Huang Xianlan was stunned. "You want to help my cousin?" Chandani was also a little confused. Although she was very angry, this was someone else's family matter after all. How could she help? Tong Shualu nodded. "My father is the director of the Logistics and Fuel Department of the People's Liberation Army. My mother is the director of the Women's Federation. My 2 brothers and sisters-in-law both work in government departments. As long as I ask, I have a way to help your cousin teach her mother-in-law and husband a lesson." Chindani and Huang Xianlan didn't expect Tong Shualu to have such a powerful background. Both of them couldn't help but be shocked. Although Huang Xianlan really wanted to teach her cousin's mother-in-law and husband a lesson, it wasn't easy for her to make such a decision. Tong Shualu saw her dilemma. "How about this? Give me your cousin's workplace address. I'll ask her personally. If she's willing, I'll stand up for her. If she's not willing, I'll respect her decision. What do you think?" Huang Xianlan's eyes lit up. "That's great. Thank you, comrade." After receiving the address from Huang Xianlan, Tong Shualu immediately left the state-run hotel and took a car to the city center. However, when he arrived at the state-run hotel in the city center, he was told that Su Shoying wasn't at work. The waitress at the state-run hotel in the city center stared at Tong Shualu's face with a pair of swollen eyes. There was a hint of jealousy in her eyes. "Who are you to Sister Shoying? Why haven't I heard her mention you before?" Tong Shualu took out 2 milk candies from his military bag and stuffed them in her hands. "I'm a friend of Sister Shoying's cousin. She asked me to pass a message to Sister Shoying. Unfortunately, she's not at work. What should I do?" The waitress was originally very jealous of Tong Shualu's good looks. Now that she was stuffed with 2 milk candies, she suddenly felt that she was much more pleasing to the eye. "If you're in a hurry, I can give you her address." Tong Shualu was pleasantly surprised. "Comrade, thank you so much." Su Shoying's place was quite a distance away from the state-run hotel. Tong Shualu asked for directions along the way. When she walked into an alley paved with limestone, she suddenly heard a woman's shrill cry for help and a man's angry scolding. She also heard a child crying. Her heart skipped a beat. She quickened her pace and ran over. When she turned the corner, she saw a tall man punching and kicking a woman. The woman was curled up in a corner. Her hair was messy, and her forehead had been smashed by something. Blood flowed from her forehead and dyed the front of her clothes red. Facing the man's beating, she didn't resist. Instead, she stretched out her hands to protect the child in her arms. Tong Shualu thought, "My fists are hard." Previously, she had come to look for Su Shoying for selfish reasons. She wanted to change her desk with her. But now, she didn't care whether she changed her desk or not. She just wanted the man in front of her dead. She retreated and then ran back. As she ran, she shouted, "Comrade, it's just in front." I can hear a woman crying and a man hitting and scolding. Hurry up. When Bao Zhen heard this, he paused in midair and stretched his neck to look at the entrance of the alley. Although he didn't see anything, he could clearly hear the sound of footsteps coming from afar. He also heard the words comrade, which made his expression change drastically. You're lucky today. Next time, if you dare talk back to me, I'll kill you. After that, he kicked Su Xiuying hard, turned around, and ran away quickly. After he ran out of sight, Tong Xuelu ran out from the corner. You must be Sister Xiuying. How are you? Su Xiuying was in pain all over from the beating, and her head was spinning. When she heard Tong Xuelu call her name, she looked up half a beat later. However, she saw an unfamiliar face. You know me? Tong Xuelu nodded. I'm a friend of your cousin, Huang Shanlan. I'll explain the rest later. I'll take you to the hospital now. Su Xiuying shook her head. No need. I'm fine. Tong Xuelu guessed that she didn't have money on her. Sister Xiuying, even if you're not worried about yourself, you have to take the child to the hospital for a checkup. The child in her arms had his eyes tightly shut, and his little face was as white as a sheet of paper. He had fainted from the shock. Only then did Su Xiuying realize that the child had fainted. She was so anxious that she struggled to stand up with the child in her arms. However, she was so weak that she couldn't even stand up. Tong Xuelu quickly supported her and took the child from her arms. Then, he took her to the hospital. Su Xiuying's whole body was bruised, but she only asked the doctor to treat the wound on her forehead. Her daughter, Xianxia, didn't have any obvious wounds on her body. She was just frightened and had been in a daze since she woke up. At this moment, they arrived at the small garden of the hospital. Tong Xuelu helped her sit down and asked, Sister Xiuying, what do you plan to do in the future? Su Xiuying looked at him with a swollen face, confused. What else could she do? No matter how uncomfortable she felt, she could only spit out blood and break her teeth. If she wanted to blame someone, she could only blame her bad luck. Tong Xuelu saw her expression and guessed what she was thinking. Sister Xiuying, haven't you thought about getting a divorce? You have a job and have no problem supporting yourself and your child. Why do you want to live with such grievances? Su Xiuying pursed her chapped lips and didn't say anything. Divorce, she had thought about it before. However, as soon as she opened her mouth, she was beaten up by her husband and had to lie in bed for 3 days and 3 nights. No one in her family approved of her divorce. They said that it would be a disgrace to them. If she really dared to get a divorce, they wouldn't let her go back in the future. Also, if she really got a divorce, what would happen to her child? The He family definitely wouldn't give her the child. How could she bear to leave her daughter alone in the He family? So, could she get a divorce? She couldn't. Tong Xuelu sighed and said, Sister Xiuying, I know that I shouldn't be the one saying this, but I really feel wronged for you. If this was the old society, it would be fine. However, this is the new society. Comrade President said that women hold up half the sky. Sister Xiuying, you're so beautiful and capable. How can they treat you like this? Su Xiuying was trying hard not to cry, but now she was full of grievances. Before she married into the He family, she was also a flower in the factory. If Bao Zhen hadn't vowed to treat her well, she wouldn't have chosen him. After they got married, life changed. The first time she was beaten was because she didn't want to let her sister-in-law wear the new clothes they bought. The second time was because her mother-in-law scolded her and she retorted. After that, she was beaten so many times that she couldn't remember the reason. After 3 years of marriage, she didn't get pregnant. Her mother-in-law kept scolding her that she was a plague chicken that couldn't lay eggs. However, when she went to the hospital for a checkup, the doctor said that there was nothing wrong with her body. She suspected that it was her husband's body that had a problem. She wanted to persuade him to go to the hospital for a checkup, but she was beaten again when she opened her mouth. That time, the beating was really harsh. 2 of her teeth were knocked out and 1 of her fingers was fractured. The next year, she got pregnant, but she gave birth to a daughter. When her mother-in-law saw that she gave birth to a daughter, she turned around and left. The child was now 3 years old, but her mother-in-law and her husband had never once hugged her. Tong Xuelu saw that she was biting her lower lip tightly and knew that she was wavering. She continued, Sister Shoying, even if you don't plan for yourself, don't you plan for the child? Look, the child was scared silly today. If she lives in such a fearful environment for a long time, do you know how much damage it will do to her? Also, your husband has such a bad temper. Will he lay his hands on the child in the future? No, he won't, Su Shoying denied it with a pale face. However, her words were so weak that even she didn't believe them. Even if he doesn't hit the child, he will hit you. How long can you endure such a life? Let me tell you a story, Sister Shoying. There was a woman who was beaten by her husband just like you. No matter how hard he hit her, she never thought of getting a divorce. Guess what happened to her in the end? Su Shoying looked at her and shook her head in a daze. Tong Xuelu suddenly lowered her voice and said, in the end, she died. She was killed by her husband. Ah! Su Shoying exclaimed. The blood seemed to drain from her face in an instant, and her eyes widened in horror. Tong Xuelu continued, after her husband killed her, he pretended that she had died of illness. Less than a month after her death, her husband remarried. The new woman took over the woman's job, slept with her husband, and tortured her daughter. Don't you think that woman was miserable? Su Shoying couldn't help but tremble when she heard the last part. The daughter in her arms seemed to sense her mother's fear and called out like a kitten, Mommy. Su Shoying couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Sob, sob, sob. Oh my God, what should I do? She didn't think that Tong Xuelu was being an alarmist at all. If she couldn't get pregnant again, her husband might really beat her to death. He wouldn't divorce her because it would embarrass the He family. The best way was to kill her and remarry. Tong Xuelu looked serious. You should report them. Su Shoying stopped crying. Report them? Tong Xuelu nodded. Yes, report them. The wounds on your body are the best evidence, and I'm the best witness. As long as you report them, they will definitely be sentenced. In later generations, domestic violence usually didn't receive any punishment. However, in this era, the criminal law was very serious. As long as Su Shoying dared to put righteousness before family, they would definitely be punished. However, Su Shoying couldn't make up her mind. She looked at Tong Xuelu with a pale face. No, I can't do that. If she really reported them, how would others see her? They would definitely think that she was too vicious to even lay hands on the child's biological father. Her family wouldn't understand her either. She was really pitiful. There was always something hateful about her. Tong Xuelu was exasperated that she didn't live up to his expectations. However, it was getting late. If she didn't go back now, there wouldn't be a taxi. She had to give up persuading her for now. After saying goodbye to Su Shoying, she took a taxi back to Yanqing County. As soon as she entered the family compound, she saw old Lin's wife walking towards her. Hey, my dear daughter, you don't know, right? Your grandmother called the factory this afternoon. Call the factory? Tong Xuel's brows furrowed slightly. What was going on? Based on the journey, the people in Beihai should not have received the letter yet, unless they found out about it through other channels. Tong Xuelu calmed down quickly and smiled. I see. Thank you, Auntie Lin. She walked past old Lin's wife. Old Lin's wife? What did she mean by that? Shouldn't a normal person ask what was said over the phone at this time? Old Lin's wife was caught off guard by Tong Xuelu's unusual action. She gritted her teeth and chased after her. Don't you want to know what your grandmother said over the phone? What did she say? Tong Xuelu looked indifferent. Old Lin's wife felt inexplicably stifled. But when she thought about how she would embarrass her very soon, she raised her eyebrows and shouted loudly, Your grandmother said that you are a bunch of heartless bastards. How could you not inform them when your parents are gone? When they come to Beijing, they will definitely teach you a lesson. Old Lin's wife's voice was like a broken gong, lingering in the courtyard. Everyone in the courtyard heard her and looked at Tong Xuelu. What was going on? Did the children of the Tong family really not inform the people in their hometown? Suddenly, there was a crackling sound behind them. Everyone looked over and saw Tong Jessen walking in with the firewood in his hand falling to the ground. He looked stunned. Tong Jiaming, who was standing next to him, also looked a little pale. When old Lin's wife saw the two brothers, it was as if she had been injected with chicken blood. "Io, you two brothers came back just in time. Jiaming, you were the one who called back to your hometown, right? Now. Your grandmother called and said that you didn't inform them at all. As the old saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and mice are born to dig holes. Some people are born liars." Tong Jiaming tightened his grip on the firewood and pursed his lips tightly. Tong Xuelu frowned and said with concern, "Auntie Lin, is there something wrong with your brain? Do you want me to recommend a doctor to take a look at you?" She said the most infuriating words in the most gentle tone. As expected of her. Old Lin's wife is so angry that her face turns green. "You wretched girl, cursing people as soon as you open your mouth. You are so young and yet you speak so sarcastically. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to find a husband in the future?" Tong Xuelu said innocently, "Aunt Lin, I didn't curse you. Ever since my grandma went crazy, she can't remember anything. Everyone in the courtyard knows this. I thought Aunt Lin couldn't remember anything either, so I asked if you wanted to see a doctor." Old Lin's wife was so angry that her nose almost went crooked. Tong Xuelu pretended not to see it and continued to stab innocently. "Auntie Lin, why don't you wait a little longer? When my grandma comes, you can go to the doctor together. Maybe it will be cheaper." Pucci, upon hearing Tong Xuelu's words, the people in the courtyard almost choked on their own saliva. "I've heard of people going shopping together, but I've never heard of people going together to see a doctor." Old Lin's wife is so angry that the flesh on her face is trembling. "Pooh, pooh, 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 pooh. My brain is very good, your family is the one with a bad brain." Tong Xuelu nodded, "That's right, my grandma's brain is not good. When my parents got into trouble, Jiaming called and the person who answered the phone was my grandma. But at that time, no one knew that she was not in the right mind. Who would have thought that she would forget about it and call to question us now? We are really innocent." When the others heard this, the doubts in their hearts dissipated. Although they had heard that old Mrs. Tong had gone crazy, they didn't know that it was so serious that she could forget such an important matter. They heard that she would even hit people when she went crazy. It seemed that when she came over, they would have to keep the children away from her. Old Lin's wife rolled her eyes and snorted, "Innocent my ass. Old Lin said that your grandma speaks with a clear mind. She doesn't seem to be crazy at all." Bang, a loud sound was heard. Tong Xuelu snatched the old porcelain bowl from Old Lin's wife and smashed it on the ground. Old Lin's wife. Her bowl. But before she could scold her, Tong Xuelu's eyes turned red and she cried, "Auntie Lin, you went to the Su family last time to persuade them not to return the work desk to us. This time, you slandered us in front of everyone. I want to ask, how did the Tong family offend you, Auntie Lin? Why are you always against us?" Old Lin's wife, Tong Xuelu didn't give her a chance to speak. She suddenly leaned over and said in a low voice, "You old witch with a face full of pockmarks. I have seen ugly people, but I have never seen someone as ugly as you. You are always against me because you are jealous that I am prettier than you, right?" Old Lin's wife widened her eyes in disbelief. You. What about me? You are still worried that I won't be able to get married? I am so beautiful, how can I not be able to get married? Even if I can't get married, it is still better than you marrying that ugly old Lin." Tong Xuelu was so glib that she didn't even pant when she spoke. Old Lin's wife was so angry that her whole body trembled. She jumped up and wanted to grab her hair. "You wretched girl, I will tear your mouth off." Tong Xuelu stepped back and screamed in horror, "Auntie Lin, what are you doing?" Aunt Kai and Mrs. Su came back from grocery shopping and saw the scene. They immediately rushed over and each of them grabbed one of Old Lin's wife's hands. The other people in the yard didn't expect Old Lin's wife to suddenly hit someone, so they all rushed over. "Old Lin's wife, what are you doing? You can just talk, how can you hit someone?" "That's right, isn't it just a bowl? Do you have to do this?" Old Lin's wife was so angry that she wanted to kill someone. Was that a matter of a bowl? That was a matter of dignity and face. Aunt Kai grabbed her arm tightly. "Old Lin's wife, you are already so old. How can you bully a young girl every day? Don't you have any shame?" Mrs. Su spat on her face. "Bah. What shame does she have? If she did, she wouldn't have held a grudge until now over a mouthful of food. Old Lin's wife was so angry that she almost fainted. She even spat on her eyes. Tong Xuelu's eyes were red. A kind horse will be ridden by others, and a kind person will be bullied by others. I will go and ask the factory leader now if he will just watch us orphans get bullied by the workers in the factory. Tong Jiaming came over with a piece of dry wood. Sister, I will go with you. Jason, go to the police station and call the police. This was the first time Tong Jiaming called Tong Xuelu sister. Perhaps he didn't really call her sister, but Tong Xuelu didn't care about this. Instead, she was very satisfied with his reaction and tacit understanding. Tong Jason didn't understand why things had turned out this way, but he always listened to his second brother, so he nodded and said, "Okay, I will go now." Hearing that the Tong family was going to call the police and go to the factory leader, Mrs. Lin couldn't sit still anymore. She spun out of the house like a tornado and jumped in front of old Lin's wife. "Pa!" She slapped her face, "You prodigal woman. You don't work all day and only know how to cause trouble. Hurry up and apologize to our eldest daughter." Old Lin's wife was stunned by her mother-in-law's slap. Her face quickly turned red and swollen. "Mom, what about you? Hurry up and apologize to me, or you can go back to your parents' house." Old Lin's wife was so angry that she almost broke her teeth. She looked at Tong Xuelu unwillingly. "Eldest daughter, I am sorry for not knowing how to speak properly." Tong Xuelu was usually very easy to talk to in the courtyard, but this time, he didn't buy it. If an apology is useful, why do we need the police? Jason, hurry up and call the police. Later, bring the police to the factory to find us. Mrs. Lin was so angry that she gritted her teeth and jumped up to slap old Lin's wife. "You prodigal woman, look at what you have done. If you can't make our eldest daughter forgive you today, I will ask Dahlin to divorce you tomorrow." If this matter really went to the higher-ups, her son might not be able to keep his job. Only then did old Lin's wife know that she was afraid. "My dear daughter, I really know that I was wrong. Please forgive me this time." The people in the courtyard also took the role of a mediator and tried to persuade her. "Oh, eldest daughter, we are neighbors. If you have something to say, you can talk it out. There is no need to go to the police station." "That's right, it won't look good if you make a scene like that. Old Lin's wife is a bit reckless, but she knows her mistake now. Please forgive her this time. If she dares to do this again, we will all scold her for you." These people were the typical example of someone who didn't know their own backsides. Tong Zilf cursed in her heart, but she said obediently, "Since all the aunties have said so, then I will listen to you. But, in order to let Auntie Lin deeply realize the mistakes she has made, I hope she can go back to her parents' home to reflect for half a month." Mrs. Lin was afraid that Tong Xuelu would make some unreasonable demands. Now that she heard that she only wanted her daughter-in-law to go back to her parents' home to reflect, she nodded without hesitation. "Eldest daughter, don't worry. I will ask her to go back to her parents' home now." Old Lin's wife was anxious. "Mom, what about you? Hurry up and pack your things and get out." Old Lin's wife was so angry that her nose was crooked. However, no matter what she said, Tong Xuelu insisted that she go back to her parents' home to reflect. Although the crowd didn't understand why Tong Xuelu insisted on letting old Lin's wife go back to her parents' home, they didn't think it was a big problem since it didn't go to the police station or the higher-ups. Therefore, no one spoke up for old Lin's wife. In the end, old Lin's wife left the courtyard with her cheeks red and swollen. After the crowd dispersed, Tong Mianmian ran out of the house with her short legs. "Sister, slow down. Don't fall." Seeing Tong Mianmian running towards her, Tong Xuelu quickly went forward and hugged her. Tong Mianmian rushed into her sister's arms and said in her baby voice, "Sister, Mianmian listened to you just now." Mianmian didn't run out. Tong Mianmian looked at her with her black grape-like almond-shaped eyes. Her expression seemed to be saying, "Sister, please praise me. I am so obedient." Tong Xuelu's heart softened. She kissed Tong Mianmian's white and tender face. "Our Mianmian is the best." After the incident with Tong Xinxin, other than self-reflection, she also taught Tong Mianmian that the next time she saw her quarrel with someone, she should hide and protect herself first. When Tong Mianmian heard this, she was very unhappy and said that she wanted to help her sister beat up the bad guys. Tong Xuelu comforted her and said that she would help her sister beat up the bad guys when she grew up. Only then did Tong Mianmian reluctantly agree. Tong Mianmian's little face turned red. She shyly took out 2 fruit candies from her pocket and said, "Sister, eat." Tong Xuelu, did the Mianmian leave these for you? Tong Mianmian's big eyes curved into crescents as she smiled and nodded her little head. Auntie gave the Mianmian 3 candies, 1 for Mianmian, 1 for sister, and 1 for second brother. Just as she finished speaking, Tong Jessen rushed over like a firecracker. "Little sister, you're biased. Where's third brother?" His little sister was really an ingrate. He treated her so well and actually left the candies for Tong Xuelu instead of him. Tong Jessen, I'm so angry. Tong Mianmian twisted her chubby paws and showed 2 fingers. Mianmian only has 3 candies. That's all. Tong Jessen angrily snorted, "You little idiot, you can't even tell the difference between 2 and 3. Tong Mianmian tilted her head and looked at her short fingers with a puzzled expression. "Little kid, do you have a lot of question marks?" Tong Xuelu's heart trembled when he saw how cute she was. He helped her raise her other little finger and said, "This is the 3. That was the 2 just now." "Sister, you're amazing." Tong Jessen? He was the one who pointed it out first, so why didn't she say that he was amazing? His little sister's bias was really hopeless. Tong Jemming couldn't bear to see his little brother's stupid look, so he gave the candies to him and asked him to bring Tong Mianmian out to play. The setting sun dyed the sky red, and smoke rose in spirals from the courtyard. Tong Xuelu glanced at the sky and prepared to go back to wash her hands and cook. Tong Jemming followed behind her and asked in a low voice, "Why did you insist on sending Aunt Lin back to her parents' house just now?" Tong Xuelu's red lips curved, and she chuckled softly, "Of course it's to prevent the 2 of them from getting together. If Xie Jinhua and old Lin's wife got together, it would be a huge headache for her. Hence, since old Lin's wife was courting death today, she might as well take the opportunity to send her back to her parents' house. By the time she returned from her parents' house in half a month, she would have definitely settled the group of people from Beiha's hometown." 2 swords in unison, Tong Jemming frowned slightly. He couldn't associate old Lin's wife with swords. He felt that they were more like a bunch of feather dusters. Seeing his confused expression, Tong Xuelu kindly explained, "That's right, this isn't a sword. I'm talking about the bitch's bitch. Tong Jemming, ***. After dinner that night, Tong Xuelu held the first family meeting. The people who attended the meeting were Tong Xuelu, Tong Jemming, and Tong Jessen. Absent, Tong Mianmian. Tong Xuelu glanced at the 2 brothers and said, "You should have heard what old Lin's wife said just now. Those people from our hometown should be here by the day after tomorrow at the latest. We have a tough battle ahead of us. Do you understand this?" The future big boss Tong Jessen stretched out his paw and spoke first, "We understand. We understand very well." The future big boss Tong Jemming nodded. As usual, he was a man of few words. Tong Xuelu was satisfied with their cooperation. "No matter what you think of me, I need you to trust me wholeheartedly and cooperate with me in all aspects. Can you do this?" Tong Jessen heard this question and turned to look at his brother. Tong Jemming nodded again without any hesitation. Seeing his brother nod, Tong Jessen rolled his eyes and nodded as well. Although he hadn't completely forgiven Tong Xuelu, he would rather live with Tong Xuelu than those locusts from his hometown. Tong Xuelu wouldn't scold or beat them. He was also very nice to his little sister. Most importantly, his cooking was super delicious. Because of this last point, no matter how big of a mistake he had made in the past, he could turn a blind eye to it. However, those locusts from his hometown were different. In the past, every time they came over, they would bully the 3 of them, especially his little sister. She would cry every time they came over. Also, whenever they came over, they would ask his parents for money and eat meat for every meal. Therefore, every time they came over, his family would owe a huge debt. Tong Xuelu continued, "Very good. Next, I'm going to give you a mission, Tong Jessen." "Yes. Your mission is to protect Mianmian. When the people from our hometown come over, you will apply for a few days of sick leave from school. Then, you will stay by Mianmian's side and don't let her get hurt. Can you do this?" If other people heard this, they might think that she was making a fuss over nothing. However, when she thought of the things described in the book, she wanted to kill Tong Yanliang. Oh right, Tong Yanliang was the cousin who molested Tong Mianmian in the book. He was the scumbag VIP. Tong Jessen originally thought that it was a waste to ask him to protect his little sister. However, when he heard that he didn't need to go to school, his eyes lit up. Yes, I will definitely protect my little sister. I won't let her get hurt at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Tong Mianmian, who was sleeping on the bed, suddenly turned over and mumbled in her sleep, "Third brother is so annoying. I won't give third brother sweets." Tong Jessen immediately looked like he had a toothache. His little sister was indeed an ingrate. Tong Xuelu smirked and turned to look at Tong Jemming. "Starting from the day after tomorrow, you will also apply for sick leave from school. Then, you will go to the bus station to pick people up. Once you pick them up, don't bring them home. Then where are we taking them? Are we staying at a hotel?" Tong Jessen asked curiously. "We are taking them to the state-run hotel." When Tong Jessen heard this, his thick eyebrows furrowed like two wiggling caterpillars. Why are we taking them to the state-run hotel? Those people were so annoying that he didn't want to give them a single cent to spend. Tong Xuelu said, "Don't worry about that. I have my own plans." Second brother, look at her. Tong Shuelv rolled her eyes. She actually dared to complain. She was indeed a primary school chicken. Tong Jemming wasn't as agitated as Tong Jessen. He thought about it and nodded, "Okay." Tong Xuelu nodded in satisfaction and turned to Tong Jessen, "Learn from your second brother." Tong Jemming had a calm and steady personality and was a good helper. Even if he didn't understand what she was doing, he wouldn't oppose her in front of outsiders. He kept his promise to her, even if he couldn't fully trust her, at least he wouldn't be a burden to her outside. Tong Jessen, he felt like he was being looked down upon. He was very angry. Tong Xuelu ignored Tong Jessen's little tantrum and announced the end of the meeting. Then, he went out to take a shower and sleep. She had to be well rested for the upcoming tough battle. The next day, the Tong family still had sweet potato porridge and pickled vegetables. As the saying went, it was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. They had a few good meals before, but recently, they had been eating pickled vegetables or boiled cabbage. The siblings weren't used to it. "When can we eat meat?" Tong Jessen's life creed, "A life without meat is incomplete." Tong Xuelu drank a mouthful of sweet potato porridge and said, 7 days if we're fast, 10 days if we're slow." She gave herself 10 days. The slowest she could take down those locusts in Beha's hometown was 10 days. Tong Jessen smacked his lips. He actually had to wait another 10 days before he could eat good food. It was so hard on him. It was all because of those people in his hometown. They were a bunch of annoying people. Achoo! At this moment, Xie Jinhua, who was on the train, suddenly sneezed and spat saliva on Tong Yanliang's face. Tong Yanliang wiped his face with his sleeve and said in disgust, "Ah, Grandma, your saliva stinks. How long has it been since you brushed your teeth?" The moment he said that, the surrounding people looked over. Some of them couldn't help but laugh. Xie Jinhua's face turned red from the laughter. She couldn't bear to scold her grandson, so she straightened her neck and scolded the people around her. "What are you laughing at? Be careful or you'll die from laughter." Someone was unhappy when they heard this. "Old woman, your words are so unpleasant. It's obvious that your mouth stinks." Xie Jinhua slammed the table and said, "Do you know who I am? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll lock you up and make you eat prison food." When the person heard this, he couldn't help but size up Xie Jinhua and the others. But no matter how he looked at them, they were all gray and didn't look like important people. "Auntie, then tell us who you are," someone asked curiously. Xie Jinhua snorted and said with conviction, "My granddaughter's adoptive parents are all high-ranking officials in the capital. They treat my granddaughter very well. If any one of you dares to offend me, I'll get them to arrest all of you." Someone didn't believe her. "Auntie, you're not bragging, are you? If your granddaughter's adoptive parents were really high-ranking officials, why couldn't they afford to buy you a piece of good clothing?" Xie Jinhua curled her lips and laughed. "What do you know? My granddaughter has just been recognized. Later, I'll ask her to find jobs for her 2 uncles in the unit." She won't even dare to breathe. Everyone saw that she was speaking so eloquently and couldn't help but flatter her. Oh, old lady, you're really lucky. In the future, when your sons enter the unit, it'll be an iron rice bowl. They won't have to worry about not having enough to eat for the rest of their lives. Xianxia raised her chin and was as proud as an old peacock. That's right. We didn't plan to go back to the commune this time. We came here to be city people. There are so many people in your family. Even if your two sons enter the unit, I'm afraid that life will be very difficult for them, right? Difficult for what? I still have a son. Not long ago, he and his wife both died in a car accident. As soon as we arrived in the capital, my two daughters-in-law replaced them. Also, my eldest son and daughter-in-law died in the line of duty. The government and the factory gave us a lot of compensation money. Some people saw that Xianxia was showing off and couldn't help but feel strange. Her son and daughter-in-law died, but she looked very happy. Some people were envious. Old lady, how much is the compensation money? 2 lives. I'm afraid it's at least 800, if not 1,000, right? Xianxia rolled her eyes. What do you mean by 800 or 1,000? My eldest son and daughter-in-law saved the life of the factory director's son. He wouldn't have the nerve to give out less than 2,000 yuan. What did a bunch of country bumpkins know? 2,000 yuan, with that much money, they could buy a house in the capital. Everyone started flattering her even more. Xianxia was flattered. She was so proud of herself that she almost turned into the Empress Dowager. The 3 men sitting in the corner heard every word of Xianxia's bragging. They looked at each other but didn't say anything. After Tong Xiaolu went to work, she was called by the factory director to ask about the phone call. Fortunately, she was prepared and still pushed all the blame to Xianxia. Although factory director Yu felt that something was wrong, he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. He didn't know much about Tong Xiaolu, but he had watched Tong Jiaming and the other children grow up. He was very confident in their character. If factory director Yu knew that the person who lied was Tong Jiaming, he was afraid that his worldview would be changed again. Tong Xiaolu came out of the factory director's office and was pulled aside by Director Ma to ask about the phone call. She had no choice but to say it again. Soon, the news of Xianxia going crazy was spread in the factory again. It was deeply ingrained in people's hearts. Tong Xiaolu originally wanted to go to the state-run restaurant to talk to Huang Xianglan about her cousin. However, she had just asked for leave yesterday and had to ask for leave tomorrow. If she asked for leave again today, it would be unreasonable. She had no choice but to give up. The next morning, when the people in the courtyard woke up, they saw the children of the Tong family standing in the courtyard as if they were undergoing military training. Tong Xiaolu looked at Tong Jiaming and said, "Go to the station now. If you see Grandma and the others, bring them to the state-run restaurant for dinner. You don't have to save money for our family. Grandma is old and weak. We should let her enjoy her life." Tong Jiaming nodded expressionlessly and said, "Okay, I'll go now." Tong Xiaolu then looked at Tong Jessen and said, "Wait at home. If your brother doesn't see them, Grandma won't be locked out when she comes back." Tong Jessen replied in a loud and clear voice, "Okay, I won't go anywhere. I'll sit at the door and wait for Grandma to come back." Tong Xiaolu nodded in satisfaction and looked down at Tong Mianmian, who was still sleepy. Tong Mianmian rubbed her big, misty eyes and said in a childish voice, "Grandma, you must be tired from the bus ride." Mianmian wants to massage Grandma's shoulders and back. "Our Mianmian is the best," Tong Xiaolu praised. "Okay, let's split up and do our own things." Tong Jiaming turned around and walked out. Tong Jessen and Tong Mianmian sat down at the door. Tong Xiaolu picked up his military satchel and prepared to leave. The people in the courtyard hurriedly called out to her, "My dear daughter, don't you plan to go to school and work?" Tong Xiaolu sighed softly and said, "My grandma became like this because of what happened to my parents. We wanted to do something to cheer her up, so we took a few days off from school and worked to accompany her. Aunties, I'm going to the supply and demand cooperative to buy meat. I'm afraid that the meat will be gone if I'm late. I'll talk to you later. Then hurry up and go." Everyone looked at her with gentle gazes, and they were all touched. "What a filial child," Tong Xiaolu responded obediently. She turned around and smiled. She was a professional when it came to telling lies. At the train station, Xianxia and her group picked up their bags and got off the train with the bustling crowd. Unexpectedly, as soon as her foot touched the ground, a man forcefully bumped into her from behind. She stumbled forward and almost fell to the ground. Who's so blind when walking, old? Xianxia was so angry that she started cursing. However, before she could finish, someone kicked her butt from behind. Ouch, my mother! She fell to the ground and felt a burning pain on her cheeks and lips. She smacked her lips and tasted blood. Pa, pa, pa. She sat up and spat a few times. One of her front teeth was spat out. Oh my God, her teeth, her teeth. I'm going to kill you. Xianxia got up fiercely. However, she saw a man pick up her bag and run away. She realized that something was wrong. Someone's robbing. There were many people in the train station and it was chaotic. Someone shouted, someone's attacking with a knife. Suddenly, there were screams and passengers fled in all directions. Xianxia did not know where her two sons were pushed to. She was pushed around and bumped into her grandson, Tong Yanliang. Xianxia was like a drowning person who grabbed a straw. Yanliang, hurry up. Go and get the bag back. This time, she didn't plan to go back to the countryside. Therefore, she brought all her belongings with her. The money and tickets were all in the bag. Tong Yanliang also knew about this. He chased after the man. Damn it, don't run. Give the bag back to me. He was young and had long legs. He quickly caught up with the man who took the bag. He grabbed the man's arm and was about to hit him. I'll kill you, Wang, bang. Before he could finish, the man punched him in the face. Damn it, how dare you call yourself I when your hair is not even fully grown? After that, he punched him again. Tong Yanliang felt his nose was sore and painful. Tears and 2 streams of blood spurted out at the same time. He reached out and touched his hand. It was bright red. He was bleeding. Tong Yanliang's brain short-circuited for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. I'll kill you. He also fought with people in the countryside. When he was ruthless, he aimed at the opponent's vital parts. The man originally didn't want to be entangled with him. However, he was also angered at this moment. He kicked Tong Yanliang's vital parts. Tong Yanliang cried out. His face instantly turned black and then red. Then, he lay on the ground. He covered his vital parts with his hands and curled up like a shrimp. Someone, send me to the hospital. He was in so much pain. Tong Jiaming, who was standing behind the pillar, saw this scene. He calmly retracted his foot and turned around to walk out of the train station. He didn't see anything. Tong Xuelu did not know what happened at the train station. After she left the family compound, she did not go to the supply and demand cooperative to buy meat. Instead, she went straight to the state-run restaurant. Huang Xianglan and Chen Danny saw Tong Xuelu and smiled. Comrade Tong, you're here? Have you had breakfast? Tong Xuelu shook his head. Not yet. Is there anything left to eat? She only had half a bowl of porridge at home, so her stomach was empty. Chen Danny said enthusiastically, there's soy milk, meat buns, and noodles. What do you want? As soon as she said that, she heard a table full of customers shouting in dissatisfaction, what's wrong with you? You said there were no more meat buns. Chen Danny pulled a long face, turned around, and scolded with her hands on her hips. No means no. What? Do you have something to say? Seeing Chen Danny's arrogant attitude, the person pursed his lips and lowered his head to eat his steamed bun. He did not dare to make a sound. Tong Xuelu did not feel guilty about receiving special treatment at all. Bathed in the envious eyes of everyone, he said boldly, give me 2 meat buns and a bowl of soy milk. Chen Danny took the money and brought the food over. She gossiped, Comrade Tong, what happened after you went to look for Xianglan's cousin? Huang Xianglan walked over after serving the food to another customer. She stared at Tong Xuelu with sparkling eyes. Tong Xuelu took a bite of the meat bun. The fragrant meat filling filled his mouth. Not bad, not bad. The bun was made with fuqiang powder. The skin of the bun was very white and chewy. The stuffing was also sufficient. He would buy some back for Tang Mianmian and the others. After eating the bun, he drank a mouthful of soy milk. Now that her stomach was a little full, she had the energy to start her performance. Tang Xuelu frowned and looked at Huang Xianlan. Did your cousin contact you in the past 2 days? Huang Xianlan suddenly became nervous and asked hurriedly, what's wrong? Did something happen to my cousin? Tang Xuelu nodded with a heavy expression. Your cousin was beaten again. When I went over, your cousin was beaten to a pulp, and your niece had fainted from fright. My fists hardened when I saw that. Huang Xianlan let out an ah, and her eyes instantly turned red. That stinky man, why did he do it again? Chen Danny also frowned. That damned man, why did he hit someone this time? Tang Xuelu shook his head. I'm not sure about the specifics, but no matter what the reason is, we shouldn't do it. Chen Danny nodded her head indignantly. You're right, a man who only knows how to vent his anger on women is not a man at all. What did Xiang Lan's cousin say? Did she agree to let you help her vent her anger? No. Tang Xuelu shook his head again. Sister Shuing can't make up her mind. When Chen Danny heard this, she was like a cat whose foot had been stepped on. She still can't make up her mind after being beaten up like this. She's really useless. Chen Danny's temper was more explosive, and she didn't give anyone any face when she spoke. Huang Xianlan blushed and tried to explain for her cousin. Maybe my cousin is afraid that it'll affect her negatively. If the person who hit her isn't afraid of being affected, why should she be? Huang Xianlan had a soft personality, so she didn't dare say anything when Tang Xuelu's tone became harsh. Chen Danny turned her head to look at Tang Xuelu. Comrade Tang, how do you plan to teach that stinky man a lesson? Tell me, and I'll help you persuade him later. Tang Xuelu swallowed the last mouthful of meat bun and slowly dropped a bomb. I'll get your cousin to report her husband and mother-in-law and send them both to prison. Chen Danny, Huang Xianlan, when these words came out, the two of them were completely dumbfounded. If it were them, they wouldn't be able to place righteousness before family. Tang Xuelu wasn't surprised by their reaction at all. Let me tell you a short story. Then, she told Chen Danny and Huang Xianlan the story she made up the other day. The two of them were dumbfounded and had goosebumps all over their bodies. So, it makes sense for me to ask Sister Shuing to report her husband and mother-in-law. With this as an example, don't you think Sister Shuing should report them? This time, Chen Danny didn't say anything. Instead, it was Huang Xianlan who spoke up. My cousin won't do that. If she does, my aunt and uncle will definitely cut off all ties with her. Chen Danny came back to her senses and sighed. Xianlan is right. Not only will her family not understand and support her, but the people around her will also think that she's vicious. When her daughter grew up, she might even resent her as a mother. Tang Xuelu's rosy lips curled up slightly. If your cousin-in-law's work desk is given to your uncle or cousin, do you think they will still object to your cousin reporting them? Ah. Huang Xianlan gasped again. Her mouth was wide open, and she didn't say anything for a long time. He Baozhen was a worker in the machinery factory. He received a salary of 50 yuan a month and was one of the higher-paid workers. If Su Shuing reported He Baozhen and his mother, his job would fall into Su Shuing's hands. Su Shuing could choose to sell it or give it to her family. Money moved people's hearts, and it was hard to guarantee that her family wouldn't be tempted. Su Shuing could use this to negotiate with her family. Other than asking them to support her, she could also ask them to take care of her child. This way, she could work without worry in the future. As for other people's opinions, it was even simpler. All she had to do was change her job and environment. Tang Xuelu had thought of this before. However, she had just met Su Shuing, so it wasn't convenient for her to say certain things. Tang Xuelu said, "Tell your cousin what I said. God helps those who help themselves. If a person wants to be happy, they have to stand on their own. Ask her to consider it carefully. Remember, don't let anyone else know about this, especially your aunt's family." If Su Shuing still couldn't make up her mind, then there was nothing she could do. Perhaps because her expression was too serious, Huang Xianlan subconsciously nodded and said, "I know. I won't tell anyone else. Chandani looked at Tong Xuelu. She didn't expect her to be so thoughtful at such a young age. It was a pity that her husband and mother-in-law didn't hit her. Otherwise, she could use this method to punish her family. She didn't think it was a pity. She was just thinking about it. Tong Xuelu didn't know what Chandani was thinking. She told them that she would be bringing her family over for dinner today and asked them to save some good food for her. Huang Xianlan and Chandani naturally wouldn't refuse such a small matter. Tong Xuelu saw that it was still early, so she bought a few big meat buns and brought them back to the courtyard for Tong Mianmian and the others to eat. Back at the family compound, everyone saw her return empty-handed and asked curiously, "My dear daughter, did you not manage to buy any meat?" Tong Xuelu looked depressed and said, "Yes, I waited in line for more than an hour. By the time I got back, it was already sold out." This kind of thing happened often, so no one found it strange. After Tong Xuelu left, Tong Jiasun held his sister's hand and sat in the courtyard for a while. Because the two of them had been dozing off, they were finally persuaded to go back to sleep. At this moment, Tong Xuelu walked into the room and the two of them were still sleeping. Tong Xuelu walked over and woke them up. "Mian, wake up. Sister bought big meat buns for you to eat." When Tong Jiasun heard the words big meat buns, he opened his eyes and sat up. "Where are the big meat buns? Where are the big meat buns?" Tong Xuelu took out the meat buns from her military satchel. Tong Jiasun's eyes lit up and he pounced on them. He looked like a hungry wolf that had been starving for days. When Tong Mianmian woke up and saw the meat buns, her big watery eyes turned into crescent moons. She hugged the meat buns and ate them in small bites. Her appearance reminded people of a little hamster eating. She was extremely cute. When the two of them finished eating, Zhu Dan ran in naked and handed her a note. "Sister, this is for you." Tong Xuelu was stunned. "What is this?" Zhu Dan shook his head. "I don't know. A little brother outside asked me to give it to you. He gave me candy." As he spoke, he showed the dirty milk candy in his hand to Tong Xuelu. Tong Xuelu took the note, patted his head, and asked him to go out and play. Zhu Dan touched his shaved head and grinned. Then, he ran away. Tong Xuelu opened the note and saw that it said, "Come to the back alley." Tong Xuelu's mind was filled with question marks. She recognized the handwriting on the note as Tong Jiaming's, but that was why she couldn't figure it out. Didn't Tong Jiaming go to the bus station to pick someone up? Why would he write her a note? Also, why didn't he come back directly? Why did he sneakily ask her to meet him in the back alley? Fortunately, it was daytime, so she wasn't afraid that it was a trap. She informed Tong Jiasun and walked out of the door. As she turned the corner, she saw Tong Jiaming standing at the entrance of the alley. The dazzling sunlight shone into the alley. The young man stood motionless in the golden light. When he heard the footsteps, he raised his head. His usually calm eyes flashed with a hint of uneasiness. Tong Zulf said without batting an eyelid, "Speak, what exactly happened?" Tong Jiaming pursed his lips and briefly told her what happened at the bus station. Tong Xuelu was stunned for a long time. After a while, she regained her senses. "So you just watched Tong Yanliang get beaten up? Not only did you not help him, but you also pretended that you didn't see anything and left right after he got injured?" "Yes." Tong Jiaming looked at her with his inky eyes. His eyes were no longer as calm as before. He didn't know if he had ruined her plan because he couldn't pick up the people from his hometown. Therefore, he borrowed a pen to write a note and asked someone to pass it to her. The next moment, Tong Xuelu burst into laughter. She laughed so hard that she raised her hand and patted him on the shoulder. "Ha ha ha ha. Well done." She didn't expect such a surprise. Previously, she had thought of turning Tong Yanliang into her father-in-law. However, it wasn't easy to do it in reality. Moreover, he hadn't done anything disgusting so far, so it was just a thought. She didn't expect that the heavens would punish a despicable person. Even the heavens couldn't stand it anymore. Tong Jiaming was stunned by her laughter. "I didn't ruin your plan?" Tong Xuelu laughed so hard that her cheeks were sore. She shook her head and said, "No, you did very well. I asked you to bring them to the state-run restaurant because I wanted to show everyone our filial piety. This way, when her plan was carried out, no one would suspect them. Tong Jiaming still didn't know what her plan was. However, since she didn't want to talk about it, he didn't ask. Tong Xuelu was thinking about how to arrange for Tong Jiaming. It wasn't appropriate for him to return to the courtyard now. At this moment, a figure rushed past the alley. She hurriedly called out to him. "Director Ma, where are you going?" Director Ma heard Tong Xuelu's voice and immediately stopped. "Zulv, why are you here? Something happened to your grandmother and cousin." "Ah? What happened to them?" Tong Zulv showed a shocked and worried expression at the right time. "I'm not sure. They called the factory and said that they were robbed. They are now in the hospital and don't have the money to pay the medical fees. They asked you to bring the money quickly." Tong Xuelu frowned. No wonder Jiaming couldn't pick them up at the station. So this happened. Director Ma was so tired that he was gasping for breath. Only then did he notice Tong Jiaming standing at the side. "Hurry to the hospital. Don't delay." Tong Xuelu nodded. "I'll go back and get the money." "Thank you, Director Ma." Director Ma waved his hand and asked her to hurry. As soon as Tong Zulv returned to the courtyard, she immediately shouted the matter so that everyone in the courtyard knew. "Aunt Kai, Aunt Kai." Aunt Kai was shocked by the shout. She hurriedly ran out of her neighbor's house. "What happened?" "Zulv, what did you call me for?" Tong Xuelu frowned and looked worried. "Aunt Kai, Director Ma just told me that my grandmother and cousin were beaten up and sent to the hospital. I'm going to give them the money now. Please take care of Jessen and Mian." Auntie Kai was shocked. "Oh my God, how could he be beaten up? Who is so arrogant?" Many people heard Aunt Kai shout. They all ran out of their houses and asked her what happened. Tong Xuelu told her what happened again. "I don't know why they got beaten up. I'm going to the hospital now. I'll tell you later." Aunt Kai comforted her. "Okay, go quickly. I'll take care of Jessen and Mian for you. Don't worry too much. They should be fine." "Thank you, Aunt Kai." Tong Xuelu's voice was a little choked. She took the money and walked out of the house with a frown. As soon as she walked out of the family compound, her frown immediately disappeared. She had been frowning for so long. If she got wrinkles, she would be at a disadvantage. Tong Jiaming, who was outside, was already used to her sudden change in expression. The two of them took a car to the city, but they did not rush to the hospital immediately. "Let's go. We'll eat something at the state-run restaurant before we go." Tong Jiaming was stunned for a moment. In the end, he said nothing and followed them silently. They ate for another 2 hours. The group of people in their hometown were tired and hungry in the hospital. Xie Jinhua and Tong Yanliang, especially, had to endure the pain in their bodies. They were already impatient. Tong Yanliang was furious. "Grandma, when are they coming?" Although he had taken the medicine, that place still hurt badly. He could not keep covering it in front of so many people. It was so annoying. Sun Guilin felt sorry for her son. On the other hand, she was so hungry that she wanted to curse. "Mom, it's been a few hours. Will Jiaming and the rest not come?" Xie Jinhua's lip was broken, one of her front teeth was missing, and her cheek was swollen. She was not better off than Tong Yanliang. She pulled a long face. "If he doesn't come, I'll skin him alive." Tong Erju touched his shriveled stomach and spat out a mouthful of saliva. "That boy is just like his parents. He's so scheming at such a young age. Maybe he's deliberately not coming to pick us up." As soon as he said this, the faces of the Tong family became even uglier. In addition to Xie Jinhua's belongings, her 2 sons, Tong Erju and Tong Sanzhuang's belongings were also taken away. Now, the family did not even have a penny in their pockets. They had eaten all their sorghum bread last night. Originally, they wanted to ask Jiaming to take them to the state-run restaurant to eat when they arrived in Beijing in the morning. They did not expect such a thing to happen. They lost their money and were beaten up. They had not even drunk a mouthful of water since the morning. At this time, they were so hungry that their stomachs were sticking to their backs. How could they be in a good mood if 4 or 5-year-old boy was playing in the hall? Suddenly, he bumped into Tong Yanliang. The little guy did not feel pain. He raised his head and grinned at Tong Yanliang. Tong Yanliang was hit. He was in so much pain that his face cramped. He pushed the little boy and said, "Go away." The little boy was pushed to the ground and began to cry loudly with a wah sound. The little boy's grandmother was very distressed. She ran over and picked up her grandson. She scolded, "You damn bastard. If anything happens to my grandson, I won't let you off." The old woman's mouth was also vicious. Especially the words "die," it hurt Tong Yanliang's sensitive nerves. His eyes were fierce. "Do you think I'm scared? He's lucky that I didn't kill him." The old woman was so angry that her nose was crooked. But before she could say anything, Xie Jinhua and her two daughters-in-law joined the battle. Dirty words like bitch and bitch kept coming out of their mouths. The whole hall was very noisy. A chubby nurse came over and shouted, "Stop arguing. If you make any more noise, I'll have the police arrest all of you." The moment she said that, everyone kept quiet out of fear. Tong Xuelu walked into the hospital and saw this scene. She did not need Tong Jiaming to introduce them. She guessed that the bunch of high-quality goods were the people from Beihe's hometown. Even 10 bottles of perfume would not be able to suppress the strong scent of high-quality goods. Tong Erju's eyes turned. Suddenly, he saw Tong Jiaming standing next to the pillar. He stared with his triangular eyes. "Mom, isn't that Tong Jiaming, that bastard?" Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice and instantly exploded. Xie Jinhua jumped up and scolded, "You damn bastard, you've been gone for so long. Where the hell did you go? Are you trying to starve me to death?" Sun Guilin pouted and said, "We've been calling him for 4 to 5 hours. He's only here now. Of course he's doing this out of pure intentions." The others also glared fiercely at Tong Jiaming as if he was their father's murderer. Tong Xuelu turned to look at Tong Jiaming. The latter was expressionless and looked at the Tong family without a trace of warmth. She pursed her lips. "Let's go. We'll meet them." As she spoke, she walked towards them. Although she was not wearing high heels, she walked with a height of 1.8 meters, looking valiant and heroic. The Tong family quickly noticed Tong Xuelu's presence. Tong Erju's eyes lit up. His gaze landed on Tong Xuelu's fair and smooth face, then on her chest, and then on her slim waist. His eyes flashed with a sinister light. Sun Guilin slapped his arm and said with a dark face, "Where are your eyes looking?" Tong Erju rubbed his chin and smiled embarrassedly. "Nowhere." Tong Xuelu walked in front of them and said to Xie Jinhua, "Grandma, we're here to pick you up." Grandma, everyone was stunned when they heard this name. Could this person be Tong Dajuan's daughter that they mistook for? Wasn't she too good-looking? Her lips were red and her teeth were white. Her skin was so tender that it was as if water could be squeezed out of it. And her outfit. She was indeed raised by a high-ranking official's family. Her temperament was indeed different. Different from what they thought. Tong Xuelv looked at the big family in front of her and thought, where did this group of repulsive melons and split dates come from? Her gaze landed on Xie Jinhua. She was in her 50s or 60s, with a height of 3.5 inches, dark and rough skin, triangular eyes, and high cheekbones. She vividly portrayed the word sharp and unkind. Both Tong Dajuan and his wife were good-looking. Tong Jiaming and his siblings, including her body, had inherited their good genes. She thought that even if the people from Beihe's hometown were not as good-looking as them, they would at least be above average. However, each one of them was worse than the other. They were like fake and inferior products. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that Tong Dajuan wasn't a child of the Tong family? In her memory, Tong Dajuan didn't look like Xie Jinhua at all. He also didn't look like his two sharp-mouthed and monkey-cheeked younger brothers. It couldn't be that dramatic, right? Tong Xuelu felt that there was a need to clarify the situation with Tong Dajuan and his wife, but now wasn't the time to ask this question. Xie Jinhua was the first to regain her senses. She glared at Tong Xuelu and scolded, "You're Tong Dajuan's daughter? What's wrong with you? Why did you only come now?" Tong Xuelu lowered her eyes and said softly, "I'm sorry, Grandma. Actually, I asked Jiaming to pick you guys up at the station early in the morning." I didn't want to miss you guys, so we rushed over immediately after we received the call. But it's not easy to wait for a bus. We waited for more than 2 hours before a bus came. Xianxia originally thought that since she grew up in such a family, she would definitely be arrogant and look down on others. She didn't expect her to be so soft-tempered and became even more arrogant. Aren't your adoptive parents high-ranking officials? Don't you know how to call them and ask them to drive over to pick us up? Tong Xuelu blinked and looked as if she suddenly realized something. Why didn't I think of that? Next time, I'll definitely remember. Xianxia choked. However, before she could scold her again, Tong Xuelu turned to Tong Yanliang. You're my cousin, Tong Yanliang, right? I heard that your sperm bag was broken by someone. How is it now? Did he really break it? Can it still get hard in the future? Will you be unable to have children? Tong Yanliang, the Tong family, when the surrounding people heard this, they almost choked to death on their own saliva. This lady looked gentle and clean. How could she speak so fiercely? At the same time, everyone's gaze landed on Tong Yanliang's trouser pocket. Tong Yanliang felt as if his trouser pocket was going to burst into flames. His face flushed red as he glared fiercely at Tong Xuelu. Shut up. Tong Xuelu took a step back and clutched her chest in shock. Cousin Tong Yanliang, what's wrong with you? Is it hurting there again? Or is it really impossible in the future? Tong Yanliang's anger was stuck in his chest and he almost vomited blood. This damned B***tch. Every time she spoke, she would call out his name. It was as if she was afraid that no one would know his name. Was she doing it on purpose? Tong Xuelu was doing it on purpose. This kind of good news naturally had to be announced to the world so that everyone knew about it. Xianxia was also furious. Her face darkened as she scolded, You wretched girl, do you even know how to speak? If you don't know how to speak, then shut up. No one will treat you as a mute. Tong Xuelu scratched the skin under her eyes and revealed a shy expression. Grandma, I'm quite good with words. Thank you for your compliment. Xianxia almost vomited blood. I didn't compliment you. Everyone's gaze fell on them, especially when they glanced at Tong Yanliang's trouser pocket from time to time. It was extremely frustrating. Xianxia wanted to scold her, but she was afraid that she would say something even more outrageous. Her face darkened as she said, Hurry up and pay the medical fees. We'll talk about the rest when we get home. Tong Xuelu nodded obediently. She turned around and said to Tong Jiaming, take Grandma and the rest out first. I'll go look for you after I pay. Tong Jiaming nodded and then called out to Xianxia, Grandma, let's go. Xianxia and the rest were holding back their anger, but they couldn't do anything now. It was indescribable how sullen it was. Tong Xuelu watched them walk out of the door before she turned around to pay the medical fees. However, when she turned around, she saw Wenrugi standing beside the cashier and looking at her strangely. This was a little awkward. However, anyone who could be called a top-level green tea would have a thick skin that was impenetrable by swords and spears. Tong Xuelu was embarrassed when she saw Wenrugi, but she quickly calmed down. She walked towards him. Li Bihua had once said that she was completely stunning back then because she hadn't seen much of the world. She had countless admirers in her previous life and chased after all kinds of celebrities and idols. She had seen a lot of things, but she was still stunned when she saw Wenrugi. He was still wearing a white shirt and stood there with a straight posture. His eyebrows were like mountains and his eyes were like stars. Although his expression was indifferent, it still made people's hearts beat faster. Tong Xuelu looked calm and smiled faintly. Comrade Wen, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. As long as I don't feel awkward, others will feel awkward. Wenrugi glanced at her face and said indifferently, Hello, Comrade Tong. Comrade Wen, are you not feeling well? No. Wenrugi responded, but then he felt that he was being too indifferent. So he added, My grandfather's stomach is not feeling well, so I sent him to the hospital for a checkup. His grandfather had been in the army in his early years and had suffered from many illnesses. Now that he was old, the doctor told him to avoid certain foods. However, he was an old urchin. The more he was not allowed to eat, the more he wanted to eat. From time to time, he would hide from Uncle Zong and secretly eat. Yesterday, he and his old comrade had eaten a bottle of baijiu. Today, both of them were sent to the hospital. Since he had pretended to be sick to trick him into going on a blind date, he thought that he was lying again when he received this call. Old people have weak stomachs. You have to be careful. Tong Xuelu's red lips curved slightly. The dimples at the corners of her mouth were shallow, making people feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. It was as if she wasn't the one who had told him to get hard in the hall. Yes. When Rugi responded indifferently and didn't mention what had happened just now. It was as if he wasn't the one who had looked at her strangely. What a good-looking guy with a high EQ who had seen through but didn't say anything. Tong Xuelu's favorable impression of him instantly shot up, just like the transaction of a certain treasure on Singles Day. But at this time, her mind was on the group of people in her hometown. After paying the medical fees, she said goodbye to Wenrugi. Wenrugi watched as Tong Xuelu's figure left. Just as he was about to return to his room, he turned around and saw a white-haired head peeking out from around the corner, sneakily looking in his direction. Wenrugi sighed inwardly and walked over. "Grandpa, why did you come out?" Instead of answering his question, old Mr. Wen looked in the direction where Tong Xuelu had disappeared and nudged him with his elbow. "Rugue, who's that girl? Why hasn't Grandpa seen him before?" Wenrugi said without blinking, a new colleague from the base. Old Mr. Wen stared at him suspiciously for a while before retorting, "Impossible. Don't try to fool me. Your base doesn't have such a young and beautiful girl." Did he think that he was an old fool? He knew all the girls in the base who weren't married and didn't have a partner. Wenrugi didn't feel awkward at all. "That's why I said she's new. You don't know her." Feeling indignant, old Mr. Wen retorted, "Tell me her name then. Which family is she from? How old is she this year? Does she have a partner? Grandpa, let's go in. It's time for you to take your medicine." He knew better than anyone what old Mr. Wen was up to. Old Mr. Wen was so infuriated that his beard trembled when he saw that Xianxia was impervious to both persuasion and force. He turned around and asked Uncle Zong, "Little Zong, did you see the girl clearly just now? How old is she?" Uncle Zong glanced at Wenrugi, scratched his nose and pretended to be confused. "I'm old, I didn't see clearly just now." Old Mr. Wen glared at him. "Hu Zong, tell me the truth immediately. This is an order." Uncle Zong saluted. "Reporting to Commander, the girl just now has fair skin and looks pretty. She should be around 16 or 17 years old, 16 or 17 years old." Old Mr. Wen glared at his grandson. "You're an old man eating young grass. You're shameless." Wenrugi was speechless. Old Mr. Wen's expression changed again. He patted Wenrugi's shoulder as if they were brothers. "But you don't have to feel inferior. If an old man can eat young grass, it means that you have good teeth. Speaking of which, you've inherited your grandpa's fine tradition." Wenrugi was speechless. Old Mr. Wen never got tired of teasing his grandson. Uncle Zong looked at Wenrugi sympathetically. Wenrugi rubbed his forehead. "Grandpa, I see that you're in good spirits. I won't accompany you. I'll return to the base first." After saying that, he handed the ticket in his hand to Uncle Zong, then turned and strode away. Old Mr. Wen slammed his walking stick on the ground. "Brat, come back. You haven't told me the girl's name." The more he shouted, the faster Wenrugi walked. Soon, he disappeared from the entrance of the hospital. Old Mr. Wen realized that he could not scold him back. He turned to Uncle Zong and said, "Little Zong, don't you think that girl looks like my future granddaughter-in-law?" Uncle Zong said, "Commander, I'm old. I can't see clearly." Old Mr. Wen glared at him and said, "Then do you think I'll be able to drink the tea brewed by my granddaughter-in-law this year?" Uncle Zong said, "Commander, I'm old, shut up." Old Mr. Wen couldn't help but feel disgusted at the fact that Xianxia kept saying the same thing. He humphed and walked back to the ward with his walking stick. Tong Xuelu walked out after paying the medical fees. From afar, he saw Sun Guilin standing in front of Tong Jiaming with her hands on her hips. Her brows were furrowed and her thin lips were moving up and down. Although he could not hear what she was scolding, it was obvious that she was scolding him harshly. Tong Jiaming pursed his lips and clenched his fists so tightly that the veins on his hands were popping out. Second aunt, please don't spout nonsense. My parents are not that kind of people. Sun Guilan's finger was almost poking Tong Jiaming's nose. Yes, I'm spouting nonsense. What can you do about it? What's with that expression? Are you going to hit me? Go ahead and hit me. Hit me if you dare. Pa, a loud sound was heard, a slap landed on Sun Guilan's face and a handprint appeared on her left cheek. There was a few seconds of silence. Sun Guilan snapped out of her trance and pointed at Tong Xuelu with a red face. How dare you hit me? I'll slap you to death, you wretched girl. Tong Xuelu dodged her hand and blinked innocently. Second aunt, didn't you ask others to hit you? I saw that Jiaming didn't dare to hit you, so I had to help you. Sun Guilan was speechless. The Tong family was speechless. Sun Guilan was so angry that her nose was crooked. I was just saying it out of anger. Who would take it seriously? How did your parents teach you? Tong Xuelu looked sincere. My parents taught me to take pleasure in helping others. Everyone was speechless. Mom, look at her. I'm so angry. Sun Guilan was so angry that her whole body trembled and she almost died on the spot. Xie Jinhua was so angry at Tong Xuelu in the hospital that she wanted to take the opportunity to teach her a lesson when she saw her hitting Sun Guilan. However, before she could say anything, Tong Xuelu said, Aren't you hungry? I ordered food from my friend at the state-run restaurant. If you don't go now, she will sell the meat to someone else. When they heard the word meat, the Tong family swallowed their saliva and their stomachs rumbled. They were even hungrier now. Xie Jinhua immediately swallowed her words and turned to Sun Guilan. As an elder, don't talk so much. Why are you throwing a tantrum with the younger generation? Let's go and eat. Sun Guilan did not expect her mother-in-law to not be on her side. She turned to look at her husband, who silently turned his head to the side and pretended not to see anything. Sun Guilan was speechless. She was so angry. When Tong Xuelu saw that Sun Guilan was so angry that she was about to vomit blood, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She turned around and saw Tong Jiaming looking at her. What's wrong? Tong Jiaming blinked his long eyelashes and said in a low voice, Nothing. Then let's go to the state-run restaurant for a feast. The Tong family wanted to eat at the state-run restaurant in the city, but when they arrived, they realized that there was no meat. In order to eat meat, they decided to endure it until they reached the state-run restaurant in Qing County. However, they spent an hour waiting for the bus, more than an hour on the bus, and half an hour on foot. When they arrived at the state-run restaurant, they were almost paralyzed at the entrance. The Tong family thought that it was so difficult for them. Why are you only here now? We thought that you weren't coming. Chen Danny and Huan Shanlan thought that Tong Xuelu would not come today, so they did not expect him to come with a group of people. It's a long story. To put it simply, my cousin's grandchild bag was broken by someone. At this point, she even paused to point it out to them. It's him, my cousin, Tong Yanliang. Tong Yanliang was speechless. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and slammed the table. Can you shut up? Another bang was heard. Chen Danny slammed the table even louder than him. What are you doing? This is not the place for you to be arrogant. If you dare to slam the table again, I'll call the police to arrest you. When the other members of the Tong family heard that Chen Danny was going to call the police, they were so scared that they pulled Tong Yanliang aside and asked him to apologize. Tong Yanliang was so angry that his face turned green. He glared at Tong Xuelu and said unwillingly, I'm sorry. Tong Xuelu said angrily, Big Sister Danny, don't blame him. It's understandable that he's upset when he suddenly encountered such a tragic situation. Tong Yanliang was speechless. Damn it, how many times did he have to say that his grandchild bag was not broken, not broken, not broken, Chen Danny snorted. Forget it. For your sake, I'll forgive him this time. I'll go get some meat for you. Tong Xuelu thanked her with a smile and quickly took out money and coupons from his military bag. There were 10 people in the Tong family. Including Tong Xuelu and Tong Jiaming, there were 12 people in total. Dinner was a plate of braised pork trotters, a plate of shredded pork, cabbage, and stewed radish, a plate of dumplings made with fuqiang noodles, and a bowl of white rice for each person. They spent a total of 15.94 yuan and a lot of meat coupons and food coupons. Tang Xuelu had spent a lot of money for this meal. However, there were two people who were not happy. They were Xie Jinhua and Tang Yanliang. Xie Jinhua's lips were bruised and one of her front teeth was knocked out. How could she eat the pork trotters? Tang Yanliang's teeth were fine, but for some reason, his private part was throbbing in pain again. It was so painful that he had no appetite at all. Lao Guo once said in a crosstalk, kindness is when you eat meat without smacking your lips when others are hungry. However, not only did Tang Xuelu smack her lips, but she also ate with great relish in front of them. Grandma, cousin Tang Yanliang, it's a pity that you can't eat it. This braised pork trotters is so delicious. Look, this pork trotters have been stewed for several hours. The skin has been stewed to a bright sugar color. The meat is crispy but not mushy. When you take a bite, your mouth will be filled with the rich flavor of the braised pork. The meat is soft and chewy. It's simply delicious. As Tang Xuelu explained, Xie Jinhua and Tang Yanliang both swallowed mouthfuls of saliva. Xie Jinhua, damn it, I feel even hungrier. Tang Yanliang, damn it, my private part hurts even more. As Tang Xuelu chewed on the pork trotters, she asked again, cousin Tang Yanliang, your private part hurts so much. Do you want me to give you? Tang Yanliang's head hurt whenever she spoke. He interrupted her impatiently and said, can you stop calling me by my full name? Can you shut up? Tang Xuelu tilted her head and thought for a while. Then, she said smoothly, okay, I won't call you by your full name in the future. I'll call you Liang Liang. Liang Liang, Tang Yanliang's mouth twitched. Damn it, why should a man like him use that word? However, his private part started throbbing again. He didn't want to see Tang Xuelu's face anymore. Tang Jiaming looked at Tang Yanliang, who was in so much pain that he wanted to die. She pursed her lips. And finally smiled. Other than Xie Jinhua and Tang Yanliang's group of grandchildren, everyone else ate heartily and happily. After the meal, Tang Xuelu borrowed Huang Shanlan and Chen Danny's lunchboxes and asked them to pack 2 plates of meat dumplings. Then, the group of people went back home. After the Tang family entered the house, they didn't ask for Tang Xuelu's opinion. They didn't even take off their shoes before lying down on the bed. They even ordered Tang Jiaming to pour tea for them. Just like how a landlord and his wife behaved. Tang Xuelu asked him to do as he was told. Then, she took the 2 boxes of dumplings to Aunt Kai's house next door. When Tang Mianmian saw her sister, she was so happy that her eyes turned into crescents. Sister, you're finally back. Tang Xuelu hugged Tang Mianmian, who ran over and asked, have you all eaten dinner? Tang Mianmian patted his stomach. No. Aunt Kai stuck her head in from outside. I'm cooking. Tang Xuelu took out the 2 boxes of dumplings and let the children eat first. When the children saw the meat dumplings, they cheered happily. Aunt Kai scolded her, why are you wasting money again? There are so many things you need to spend money on at home. Don't buy these things in the future. Tang Xuelu smiled and agreed. I won't do it in the future. Let the children eat now. The children buried their heads in the food and ate happily. Especially Tang Jessen, who ate a dumpling in one bite. His eyes narrowed as he ate. When the other people in the yard saw Tang Xuelu return, they all gathered around. My dear daughter, what happened to your grandmother and the others? Why were they beaten up for no reason? When Tang Xuelu heard this, an awkward expression appeared on her face. This? My grandmother doesn't want me to tell anyone. When everyone heard this, their hearts itched even more. Why can't you tell anyone? That's right. My dear daughter, tell us quickly. We promise not to tell anyone. Tang Xuelu's face turned even redder. They were beaten up because my cousin Tang Yanliang took advantage of a woman. He touched her butt. Everyone was stunned for a few seconds, then they started to criticize him. Pfft, I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as him. He's so shameless, he deserves to be beaten to death. That's right, how old is your cousin? How could he do such a despicable thing? Although most people in this era were simple, there was no lack of despicable people, especially the loafers in the countryside. It was common for them to steal women's underwear and peek at women using the toilet. Tong Xuelu sighed and said, "My cousin Tong Yanliang is not even 14 years old. If he's like this at 14 years old, what will happen when he grows up? From what I see, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. His parents are probably not good people." "Auntie, you're right," Tong Xuelu silently praised in her heart, but she pretended to be sad and said, "Actually, my cousin Tong Yanliang has already been punished. His womb was broken by someone, and the doctor said that he might not be able to have children in the future. Also, my grandmother was crazy at that time. She rushed over to beat someone, but she couldn't win and was beaten instead. You didn't see it, but my grandmother's face was swollen and one of her teeth was knocked out. My heart ached so much. Oh my God, isn't this too fierce? Even her womb was broken by someone. Oh my God, this is a big deal. How can I not have a good chat with others about such a big thing? But then again, the old lady of the Tong family is really crazy. It seems like I have to keep my children away from their family." It was dinner time, and everyone left with satisfaction after hearing what they wanted to hear. Tong Xuelu also left with Tong Mianmian and Tong Jessen. Actually, if it was possible, she didn't want Tong Mianmian to come into contact with that scumbag Tong Yanliang. However, Tong Mianmian couldn't just ignore Xie Jinhua and the others who came to the house. She could only remind Tong Jessen again to take care of his sister. Tong Jessen nodded in agreement. He didn't find it strange that Tong Xuelu was so cautious. He just thought that she loved her sister too much. Back at the Tong family. When the people in his hometown saw Tong Jessen and Tong Mianmian, they were not interested in them at all. Tong Xuelu deliberately observed Tong Mianmian. He frowned and glanced at Tong Yanliang's little face. Perhaps it was because a certain part of his body was in too much pain, but he didn't do anything else after that. However, Tong Xuelu did not let his guard down. Xie Jinhua lay on the bed with her shoes on. She raised her chin and ordered Tong Xuelu, "Go and call Zhenjin. Tell her that we are here and ask her to come over tomorrow." Tong Xuelu, "Grandma wants to see Tong Zhenjin?" Sun Guilong curled her lips and said, "What do you mean? Tong Zhenjin was raised by our family for 15 years. Can't mother see her just once?" Tong Xuelu, "Second aunt, you misunderstood me. I didn't mean that. It's just that Tong Zhenjin is now locked up in the farm. It's not that easy for you to see her." Tong Zhenjin was locked up in the farm. The room was silent for a few seconds after he said that. Xie Jinhua jumped up from the bed. Her voice was sharp and piercing. How could Zhenjin be locked up in the farm? Don't her parents care about her? She didn't like the Tong couple and their children, but Tong Zhenjin was an exception. Tong Zhenjin was a sweet talker. Every time they met, she would tell them everything about the Tong couple, including the secret stash of money. She didn't expect that Tong Zhenjin wasn't a child of the Tong family. However, she was happy when she heard that she was the daughter of a high-ranking official. With Tong Zhenjin as her biological daughter and Tong Xuelu as her adopted daughter, she wasn't afraid that the Tong family wouldn't arrange a job for her son. However, when she heard that Tong Zhenjin was sent to the farm less than half a year after being acknowledged by the Tong family, she was dumbfounded. Tong Xuelu sighed. Tong Zhenjin was angry that I stole her identity, but she didn't dare to take it out on me. She vented her anger on the Mianmian. I was so angry that I reported her to the Public Security Bureau. Then she was sent to the farm. The Tong family, the room was silent again. Other than the Tong family, Tong Jiaming and Tong Jessen were also shocked. Regarding Tong Zhenjin's matter, Tong Zolv did not tell the two brothers. Tong Jessen wanted to say something, but Tong Jiaming glared at him, so he swallowed his words. Sun Guilong came back to her senses and said suspiciously, "Don't tell me you're flattering yourself? Zhenjin is the biological daughter of the Tong family. Why wouldn't the Tong family help their own daughter?" Tong Xuelu, Tong Zhenjin is indeed the biological daughter of the Tong family, but I was the one who lived with the Tong family for 15 years. Tong Zhenjin only lived with them for a few months. However, this isn't the most important thing. Who do you think is prettier between me and Tong Zhenjin? The Tong family fell silent again. What did this have to do with Tong Zhenjin being sent to the farm? Tang Xuelu didn't wait for them to answer and continued, I don't need to tell you the answer. I'm 10 times prettier than Tang Xinjin. No, I'm 100 times prettier. The Tang family, they didn't even dare to be so shameless when bragging in their hometown. Tang Xuelu, the Tang family chose to give up on Tang Xinjin because I'm as beautiful as a flower. You must want to know why, right? The reason is simple. With my beauty, it's easy for me to marry into a rich and powerful family in the future. But can Tang Xinjin do it? She couldn't do it. With her flat nose and dark skin, which high-ranking official would fancy her? The Tang family chose me, which means that they are smart and know how to judge the situation. The Tang family, for a moment, they didn't know if they should say that she was shameless or that the Tang family was shameless. Xie Jinhua pulled an old cucumber face, and the word unhappy was written all over her face. Her nose was flat, and her skin was darker than Tang Xinjin's. She felt as if she had been criticized. Tang Xuelu glanced at everyone. Grandma, are you still going to see Tang Xinjin? Xie Jinhua's face darkened. He's gone. Who would want to go to a place like the farm? Tang Erju and the others looked at Tang Xuelu in a new light. In the past, they only thought that Tang Xuelu was sharp-tongued and didn't take it to heart. However, things were different now. The Tang family had given up on their biological daughter for her. It seemed that they still couldn't offend her in the future. Not only could they not offend her, but they also had to suck up to her so that she could find jobs for them. Feng Jiadi grinned and revealed her yellow teeth. Actually, it doesn't matter if we don't see him. After all, you are our family. In the future, we will have to rely on you for our jobs. Tang Xuelu heard this and turned to look at her. Feng Jiadi was Tang Sanchuang's wife. She was different from Tang Erju and his wife. Feng Jiadi and his wife were both excellent and cunning. When Tang Yanliang got into a conflict with someone, they hid at the back and didn't show up. When it was time to eat, they rushed to the front. They were a typical example of selfish people. Tang Xuelu smiled perfunctorily and couldn't be bothered to answer her. Sun Guilan, who was standing at the side, didn't want to flatter Tang Xuelu. She tugged at her mother-in-law's sleeve and said in a low voice, Mom, the pension. Get it back. Only then did Xie Jinhua remember about the pension. I called the factory the other day and the factory director said that you had already taken the pension. Where is the money? Give it to me. Tang Xuelu said, Grandma, there is something I want to talk to you about in private. Sun Guilan was the first to be unhappy. What is there that we can't hear? Mom, this person is very cunning. Don't be fooled by her. Tang Xuelu frowned. Second aunt, who are you looking down on? Do you think Grandma is as stupid as you? Grandma looks like a smart person. Who can fool her? Xie Jinhua glared at her daughter-in-law unhappily. If you are stupid, don't talk. No one will treat you as a mute. Sun Guilan, Mom, wake up. You are about to be fooled. Without needing Tang Xuelu's instructions, Tang Jiaming held his sister's hand and led Tang Jessen and the other two out. However, the group of people in the old house didn't move. Tang Xuelu suddenly sighed and looked at Xie Jinhua sympathetically. Grandma, I used to think that you were the head of the family. Now it seems that you are just a pitiful old woman who can't make any decisions in this house. Look, no one listened to you when you asked them to leave. Pitiful old woman, Xie Jinhua was almost disgusted by this word. However, what made her angrier was her sons and daughters-in-law. They were challenging her authority as the head of the family. Her face darkened and she shouted, all of you, get out. Seeing that Xie Jinhua was angry, her sons and daughters-in-law looked at each other. In the end, they pulled their sons and daughters out. The people in the courtyard were eating in the courtyard when they suddenly heard the lions roar. They couldn't help but jump in fright. Then, they saw the group of people from the Tang family being chased out of the house. The door was slammed from the inside with a bang. It seemed that old Madame Tang was really crazy. Sun Guilan and the others felt angry and embarrassed when they were chased out. Sun Guilan saw that her son was uncomfortable sitting on the ground and wanted to borrow a stool next door. Sister Kai, do you still remember me? When Aunt Kai saw her walking over, she splashed the water in her hand in front of her and said, I don't remember. After saying that, she didn't even look at her and went straight into the house. Sun Guilin was stunned for a long time and didn't react. What was she doing? She had been quite enthusiastic the last few times she came over. When Sun Guilin came to her senses, her face was red with anger. She wanted to ask the other families what was wrong with Aunt Kai. However, those people all said that they didn't remember her and left before they finished speaking. It was as if they had made an agreement. She was so angry. Feng Zhaodi originally wanted to get in touch with the people in the courtyard, but when she saw Sun Guilin being rejected, she immediately dismissed the idea. I keep feeling that something is wrong. My child's father, go out tomorrow and ask around. See if Tong Xinjin is really locked up on the farm. Tong Sanzhuang dug his ears with his hands and then stretched out his hand in front of her. Then you have to pay me. Feng Zhaodi glared at him and said in a low voice, keep your voice down. I'll pay you later. Her mother-in-law and Sun Guilin, those two idiots, actually put the money in the cloth bag and caused the family to lose a few hundred yuan. She said that her money was also in the cloth bag, but it was actually a lie. Her money was all sewn on her pants and was very safe, in the house. Tong Xuelu sat next to Xie Jinhua and said affectionately, Grandma, when I saw you, I felt very close to you. I feel as if I've seen you before. I think this might be because we are related by blood. However, Xie Jinhua didn't buy it. She curled her lips and said, stop talking nonsense. Where's the pension? Tong Xuelu felt that her attitude was strange, but he didn't think much of it. Grandma, I can't give you the pension for the time being. Xie Jinhua's eyes widened. She stared like a frog. What do you mean? Are you thinking of embezzling the money? Grandma, keep your voice down. I didn't embezzle the money. I used the money to make money. Make money? You're so young. What do you know about making money? I don't know, but my adoptive parents know. Tong Xuelu said proudly. My father is the director of the oil department of the People's Liberation Army's logistics department. The oil department is in charge of agricultural production and supplies. You can't imagine the amount of money that goes through his hands every day. Then what does your father do with the money? How much money can he make? Xie Jinhua didn't know what the oil department did, but she understood the word director. Anyway, he was a high-ranking official. What are we going to do with it? Grandma, don't ask. It's a military secret. It won't do you any good to know. However, Tong Zulf suddenly lowered her voice and said mysteriously, after a while, we can get back double the principal and interest. Xie Jinhua gasped. Her mouth was wide open, and her eyes were filled with greed. How much is double the capital? The factory's pension is 1,000 yuan. Double the capital is 2,000 yuan. Xie Jinhua looked at her suspiciously. The pension is only 1,000 yuan. You're not lying to me, right? Tong Xuelu showed an aggrieved expression. Grandma, your words hurt my heart. You're my biological grandmother. How can I lie to you? Besides, you can go to the factory and ask. What's the point of lying? Xie Jinhua also felt that she didn't have the courage to lie to her. What's wrong with your factory director? Dajuan saved his two sons, and he only gave him so little money. Bah, heartless thing. Tong Xuelu saw that there was no sadness in her eyes when she mentioned Tong Dajuan. Instead, she was very concerned about the pension. He couldn't help but guess. Xie Jinhua was only concerned about the money. When will the money be back? Tong Xuelu came back to her senses. About half a month. When the time comes, you'll give us the capital and interest. When I get the money, I'll give it all to you. That's more like it. Xie Jinhua heard this and felt that she was a little more pleasing to the eye. Tong Xuelu continued, but this matter needs to be kept a secret. Not only can you not let the two uncles and aunts know, but you also can't tell anyone. Xie Jinhua didn't care. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. Tong Xuelu shook her head. Not only can you not tell anyone, but you also have to tell everyone that the pension is already in your hands. Otherwise, uncle and aunts will definitely be suspicious. Xie Jinhua wasn't completely stupid. She stared at her with her triangular eyes. Who are you trying to fool? If you don't give me the money, who am I going to ask for it? Ask the factory director, the police, or my adoptive parents. Tang Xuelu said firmly. You're my family. How can I cheat you? Even if you're worried, don't tell me you're worried about my adoptive parents. They're all high-ranking officials. They won't care about such a small amount of money. Seeing that Xie Jinhua still didn't say anything, Tang Xuelu's face suddenly darkened. My kindness is struck by lightning. Forget it. I'll ask my dad for the money back tomorrow. Then you can rest assured. Xie Jinhua had already been convinced. However, she still wanted to squeeze more out of Tang Xuelu, so she didn't say anything. When she heard that Tang Xuelu wanted to ask for the money back, she hurriedly said, "Why are you so hot-tempered?" I didn't say anything. Since you've already given the money to your father, just leave it there. The interest of 1,000 yuan was too tempting for anyone to resist. As for cheating, she felt that Tang Xuelu didn't have the guts to do so. In this era, she needed a recommendation letter to travel. Without it, she couldn't go anywhere. If the Tang family dared to embezzle the money, she would dare to go to their office and make a scene. Tang Xuelu stopped while he was ahead. He took out 30 yuan from his pocket and gave it to Tang Xuelu. Take this money. When you get the money back, you can spend it however you want. Xie Jinhua's money was stolen. Although the police said that they would do their best to help them get it back, she still felt heartbroken. Although 30 yuan wasn't much, she would be able to get 2,000 yuan in half a month. By then, all the old ladies in the courtyard wouldn't be as rich as her. Thinking of this, her old cucumber face smiled until it was full of wrinkles. After convincing Xie Jinhua, Tang Xuelu stood up and opened the door to let the others in. When the door opened, Sun Guilan was the first to rush in. Mom, what did that wretched girl say to you? Did she give you the pension? Tang Xuelu heard this and turned to look at Xie Jinhua. Xie Jinhua noticed her gaze. She pointed at Sun Guilan's nose and scolded, "Why are you asking so many questions? If she didn't give me the pension, should she give it to you?" Sun Guilan's face was covered in saliva. The smell was so disgusting that she wanted to throw up her dinner. Mom, that's not what I meant. I'm just worried that you've been cheated. Mom, how much is the pension? Can you show it to us? As soon as she said this, Feng Zhaodi and the others' eyes focused on Xie Jinhua. Xie Jinhua pulled a long face and shouted angrily, "What are you looking at? Are you the one calling the shots in this house or am I? Get lost, just looking at you makes me annoyed." After being scolded for no reason, Sun Guilan was so angry that her nose was about to become crooked. When the people in the courtyard heard Xie Jinhua's angry scolding, they were once again sure that she was crazy. They hurriedly told their children not to go to the Tang family's house for the next few days. If they saw the people from their hometown, they should avoid them. Seeing that Xie Jinhua didn't reveal the secret, Tang Xuelu felt relieved and went out. Tang Mianmian and Tang Jessen were at Aunt Kai's house. Tang Jiaming was alone in the courtyard. When he saw Tang Xuelu come out, he walked over and asked, "What's going on with Tang Zhenjin?" At this time, the sky was completely dark. His face was hidden in the darkness of the night. It was hard to see his face clearly. "I'll tell you about it after we deal with the people from our hometown." Tang Xuelu looked at him and said, "By the way, have you seen our grandfather?" Tang Jiaming didn't understand why she suddenly asked about their grandfather, but he still nodded. "Yes, I've seen him." "What's wrong? Does our father look like our grandfather?" Tang Jiaming frowned slightly. "Yes, our father looks like our grandfather, not our grandmother." If they looked alike, that meant that Tang Dajuan was still a child of the Tang family. Could it be, did our grandfather have a wife before our grandmother? What I mean is it possible that our father isn't our grandmother's daughter? Tang Jiaming shook his head. No, our grandfather only had one wife, and that was our grandmother. He had suspected this when he was 7 or 8 years old. When he returned to the countryside, he secretly inquired about it. However, he was very disappointed that his father was really his grandmother's daughter. Tang Xuelu was also disappointed. She didn't expect that old cucumber, Xie Jinhua, to give birth to such a good-looking son. Moreover, it was strange that he was so biased. Before she transmigrated, her father was also biased towards her stepsister. During those years, she felt very wronged. However, compared to Xianxia, her father was at least a little more humane. At night, when they couldn't sleep in the house, Tong Xuelu suggested that the women sleep in the house and the men sleep in the courtyard outside. It was summer now, and it was cooler outside. Therefore, the men in her hometown didn't object. The next day, Tong Sanzhuang took the taxi fare from his wife and mother and went to the city to inquire about Tong Zhenjin. Tong Erju joked with the men in the courtyard and inquired about the relationship between Tong Xuelu and the Tong family. According to the news, Tong Zhenjin was indeed sent to the farm. The Tong family treated Tong Xuelu very well. Every time Tong Xuelu went to the city, he would come back with big and small bags. After hearing this news, Xie Jinhua was finally relieved. When the factory director asked if Tong Xuelu had given her the pension, she replied that he had. 2 flowers bloomed, one on each side. Huang Xianlan asked for leave from the state-run hotel and went to the city to visit her cousin. When she saw her cousin, she immediately burst into tears. Cousin-in-law is simply inhumane. Su Xiuying was beaten up again after returning from the hospital that day. Her entire face was swollen. Huang Xianlan turned around and saw that no one was in the He family. She lowered her voice and said, "Cousin, Comrade Tong said that she can help you. She also asked me to pass a message to you." She told Su Xiuying what Tong Xuelu said. Su Xiuying's eyes lit up when she heard it, but she soon became conflicted. "Cousin, I think that Comrade Tong's method will work. Why are you still conflicted? Don't tell me you still have expectations for cousin-in-law?" Huang Xianlan looked at her. Even though she was a soft-hearted person, she was a bit disappointed. In the past, she had high expectations for marriage. However, after seeing her cousin's marriage, she was now a bit afraid of marriage. Su Xiuying gently shook her head. "No, I have no expectations for him. I don't know what I'm conflicted about." Her life was a pile of mud. She was just worried that after leaving this pile of mud, her life would become even worse than mud. Huang Xianlan wanted to continue persuading her, but there was a sound of footsteps outside. She quickly swallowed her words. He Baojian came in and scolded in a rough voice, "How long do you want to lie in bed? How many days of leave have you asked for this month? If you continue like this, how much salary can you get this month?" After scolding, he saw Huang Xianlan sitting in the room. However, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. Su Xiuying heard his scolding and trembled uncontrollably. I'll go over in the afternoon." It was not that she didn't want to go, but her waist was injured by him. When she stood up, she was in so much pain that she broke out in a cold sweat. Moreover, there were so many bruises on her face. She didn't want others to see it. He Baojian snorted. "Don't pretend to be dead in front of me. If you have nothing to do, get up and cook." After saying that, he turned around and left without saying goodbye to Huang Xianlan. Huang Xianlan was so angry that her whole body trembled. He is too much." 2 lines of tears flowed from Su Xiuying's eyes. In the past, he had some scruples. However, after seeing her being beaten, her family didn't even dare to fart. If they fought again, they would beat her to death. There was a moment of silence in the room. Huang Xianlan didn't know what to say. Su Xiuying was afraid that He Baojian would scold Huang Xianlan when he came back, so she quickly said, "You can go. I will think about it carefully." Huang Xianlan sighed and walked away. Su Xiuying looked at her cousin's back as she left. Her hands slowly clenched into fists. These few days, the people in the Tong family's hometown lived happily. They ate fish and meat every day. From time to time, they would go to the state-run restaurant to eat. The people in the courtyard were very envious. At first, they even mentioned that they wanted to immediately take over the 2 workstations in the factory. However, Tong Xuelu persuaded them that they should take the opportunity to play for a while. When they went to work in the future, they couldn't ask for leave anymore. Sun Guilan and the others thought that it was right. After all, the workstations belonged to their family. No one could take them away. They had worked so hard in the countryside in the past. It was only right for them to enjoy it now. However, what they didn't understand was that the people in the courtyard didn't like to talk to them. Especially the women and children. They ran away when they saw them, which made them feel very confused. The people in the hometown lived happily like this for a few days. Tang Xuelu originally wanted to wait for 2 more days before taking action. However, when she came back from work at the factory, she saw Tang Yanliang holding Tang Mianmian and touching her face. Her face darkened on the spot. She rushed over, stretched out her hand, and said coldly to Tang Yanliang, "Give me the Mianmian." When Tang Mianmian saw that her sister had returned, she started to struggle. However, Tang Yanliang didn't want to let go of her. Tang Xuelu said word by word, "I said, give me the Mianmian." Tang Yanliang raised his head and looked at her with a mischievous smile. "Sister Zolve, what are you doing? Is there anything wrong with me being close to a little girl?" Tang Xuelu almost vomited. With a cold face, she said, "If you don't want me to break your grandchild's pocket, you'd better give me the Mianmian now." Tang Yanliang's eyebrows slowly furrowed. He glared fiercely at Tang Xuelu. However, his hands didn't let go of Tang Mianmian. The little girl was frightened and struggled even harder. Big drops of tears flowed from her eyes. "Sister, I want sister." Aunt Kai heard the quarrel and ran out of the house. "Zolve, what happened? Did someone bully you?" Soon, Mother Su also came out of the house. When Tang Yanliang saw that more and more people were coming, he finally let go of Tang Mianmian and pushed her away. "Here." Tang Xuelu quickly took the little girl, whose face was red from crying, and comforted her softly. "It's okay. Sister is here." Aunt Kai pointed at Tang Yanliang's back and scolded, "How can you be like this at such a young age? You're rotten to the core." Mother Su spat behind him. "How can a person who would touch a woman's but be a good person? I think we should tell the factory's leaders that such a person can't stay in the compound." When Tang Yanliang heard Mother Su's words, he staggered and almost fell flat on his face. He turned around angrily. "Damn old woman, what nonsense are you talking about? Be careful or I'll beat you to death." Mother Su wasn't afraid of him. She rushed forward with a spatula in her hand. "Hit him, hit him. You bastard, you deserve to die without descendants. You deserve to have your grandchild pouch burst." Tang Yanliang was so angry that he almost spat out blood. He felt that Tang Xuelu must have spread the news. He wanted to settle the score with Tang Xuelu, but Mother Su kept hitting him with the spatula. When he wasn't paying attention, the bridge of his nose was hit. His nose was sore and painful, and it was so painful that tears came out of his eyes. "If you don't *King stop, I'll burn your whole family tonight." When he said this, he immediately angered everyone. He was too vicious. It was just a quarrel, but he actually wanted to burn his whole family to death. More importantly, if one of the houses in the compound burned, it would quickly affect the other houses. When that happened, everyone might suffer. Therefore, a few hot-tempered aunties rushed forward with spatulas and hit Tang Yanliang. Tang Yanliang was beaten until he cried out in pain. When Xianxia, Sun Guilan, and the others came back from the supply and demand cooperative, Tang Yanliang's face was bruised and swollen. The two of them were heartbroken and ran to Mother Su's door to curse. "Old hag, come out. How dare you hit my grandson? I'm going to report you to the police." Mother Su scolded back at the door with her hands on her hips. "You lunatic, go ahead. Be careful not to send your grandson to prison." Mother Su wasn't afraid. Many people in the compound had heard Tang Yanliang say that he wanted to kill and burn. If she dared to report him, who knew who would end up in prison? Xie Jinhua and Sun Guilan also knew this, so they didn't go to the police. However, they couldn't take it anymore and ran to the door to vent their anger. Xie Jinhua was so angry that she stomped her feet. She looked like a grasshopper in autumn. "Fine, I'll go to the police. Don't run away if you have the guts." Mother Su held her chest high like a proud rooster. "I'm not afraid of you. Go ahead and report me." "Fine, I'll go. Just you wait." "I'll wait." "Go ahead." "Fine, I'll go. Just you wait." "I'll wait." "Go ahead." The two of them went back and forth for more than 2 hours. They didn't stop until it was dark. When they got home, Sun Guilan saw Tang Xuelu and pointed at her nose. "You wretched girl, if it weren't for you, my son wouldn't have been hit." Tang Xuelu pushed her hand away. "Get lost." She turned and walked out after saying that. Sun Guilin was so angry that she gritted her teeth. You wretched girl, come back here. In the courtyard. Tong Jessen lowered his head and looked depressed. I'm sorry, second brother. I didn't mean to leave little sister alone. I went to pick up some firewood. There was no firewood at home, and the people in his hometown didn't work all day. He thought that it would be fine to leave for a while. Tong Jiaming pursed his lips and looked a little upset. I'm not the one you should be apologizing to. Tong Jessen kicked his toes on the ground. Before he could say anything, Tong Xuelu walked out. He opened his mouth and wanted to say sorry, but he couldn't say it. Tong Xuelu didn't look at him and looked directly at Tong Jiaming. Come with me. Tong Jiaming asked Tong Jessen to go back and look after Tong Mianmian. Then he turned and followed Tong Jiaming. The moonlight was hazy. The silvery moonlight shone on the eaves, and the shadows were mottled. Crickets were hiding in the corners and making annoying sounds. Tong Xuelu walked to the door and stopped. She looked outside and saw that no one was around. Then she said, we'll take action tonight. Tonight, you. After listening to her plan, Tong Jiaming's expression became a little strange. This isn't very good, right? Under the moonlight, the mole at the corner of Tong Xuelu's eye looked even more charming. There's nothing bad about it. Just do as I say. She was going to get rid of the Tong family in one fell swoop tomorrow. Tong Jiaming was silent for a moment, but he finally nodded. Okay. That night. A silhouette appeared at the laundry area, moving quickly. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Aunt Kai sang a little tune as she went to collect the clothes from yesterday. Then, she realized that her new floral underwear was missing. She looked around but still couldn't find it. Aunt Kai said, that's strange. It wasn't very windy yesterday. Why are my clothes missing? Mother Sue said, my clothes are missing too. Grandma Lin said, mine too. Sister Wang said, mine too. Aunt Kai said, what clothes did you lose? I lost my new underwear. Mother Sue said, although mine isn't new, it's still underwear. Grandma Lin said, mine too. Sister Wang said, mine too. The few of them were instantly enraged. Who on earth was so wicked? Auntie Kai and the others were all loud, so the others in the courtyard quickly caught wind of it. Everyone was talking about it. That's strange. No one has ever lost their clothes in the courtyard before. That's right. It wasn't very windy yesterday. Could it be that someone's child took it to play with? In order to figure it out, the families went back to ask their children. However, even the most mischievous children knew that clothes were not for playing with. Cloth was expensive these days. Besides, how could it be so coincidental that all of them lost their underwear? Old Madam Lin was furious. If I find out who's so wicked, I'll be the first to kill him. I've been wearing those flowery underwear for so many years. Although there are 2 holes in my butt, I'm used to it. That goddamn thief. Everyone looked at the wrinkles and age spots on old Madam Lin's face and thought that the underwear thief's taste was too extreme. Tong Xuelu walked out of the house with a haggard face. Auntie Kai, what happened? Auntie Kai saw Tong Xuelu and asked curiously, Zolv, why aren't you at work? Io, what's wrong with your complexion? You don't look too good. Tong Xuelu nodded weakly. I had a terrible headache this morning, so I had to ask Jiaming to help me apply for leave from the factory. Oh right, Auntie Kai, why are all of you gathered here? In order to make herself look haggard enough to apply for sick leave, she didn't close her eyes the entire night. Now, she was extremely sleepy. Auntie Kai said a few words of concern before angrily telling her about the missing underwear. I don't know which wicked bastard stole underwear. Tong Xuelu pretended to be shocked. Did he only steal women's underwear? Or did he steal both men and women? Auntie Kai was stunned by her question. Then, she slapped her thigh and said, Io, I wouldn't have thought about it if you didn't mention it. He only stole women's underwear. There's a loafer in this courtyard. Mother Sue reacted quickly. The person who stole the underwear couldn't be that little brat from the Tong family, could it? Everyone's faces darkened when they heard this. The people who lived in this courtyard were all acquaintances who knew each other very well. There had never been such a vulgar thing as stealing a woman's clothes or peeking at a woman taking a bath, so no one thought about it at first. Now that he heard what Tong Xuelu said, he felt that something was wrong. If there was really a loafer in this courtyard, then there would be a lot of trouble in the future. Old Madam Lin jumped up and scolded, "No, it can't be. It must be him. Before he came, we never lost our clothes. Now that he's here, who else could it be but him?" It was rare for Mother Su to agree with old Madam Lin. "You're right. He must be holding a grudge because we beat him up yesterday." Everyone felt that it made sense. "We can't just let this go. We have to report it to the Public Security Bureau. I still have to report this to the higher-ups and chase the Tong family back to their hometown." Tong Xuelu looked incredulous. "How could this be? Although my cousin Tong Yanliang touched a woman's butt, he already knows that he's in the wrong. It can't be him." Mother Su exclaimed, "How could we forget such an important thing? That bastard even did something so immoral. Needless to say, he must have stolen the underwear." Tong Xuelu looked even more flustered. "No, everyone, listen to me. My cousin Tong Yanliang is not that kind of person," Aunt Kai said. "Zolv, I know you're kind-hearted, but you really don't have a good eye for people. Ever since those people from your hometown came, they've been ordering you around like landlords in the old society. I have to report this to the higher-ups in the factory." Everyone else agreed with Aunt Kai's opinion. They're either eating fish and meat every day or going to state-run restaurants. Aren't they just landlords? That's right. The money spent is Tong Dajuan and his wife's pension. They don't feel bad about spending it, but the children won't get any benefits. The more they talked, the angrier they got. They immediately discussed who should report to the higher-ups in the factory and who should report to the police. The aunties were all good at fighting. After the arrangements were made, they immediately went their separate ways. Tong Xuelu waved his hand. "Aunties, don't go. Listen to me," Aunt Kai waved her hand. "Zolv, go back and rest. You don't have to worry about this." After saying that, she left without looking back. Looking at the backs of the people leaving, Tong Xuelu revealed two shallow dimples at the corners of his mouth. "Make a fuss, the bigger the better." A group of women with loud voices came into the office. The union chairman was getting a headache from all the noise. "Could you have made a mistake? I heard that the child isn't even 14 years old. He shouldn't have such guts." "He's very gutsy." Auntie Kai yelled at the top of her lungs. "4 people in our compound have had their underwear stolen. This has never happened before their family arrived." When the union chairman heard the word underwear, the corner of his mouth twitched. Okay. Stop arguing. I'll ask the union to call 2 people to go with you." When the 2 officers from the union and the police arrived at the family compound, the group of people in their hometown had just returned from breakfast at the state-run restaurant. At this time, a group of people walked in while rubbing their bellies. Sun Guilin picked her teeth with her tongue and said, "Mom, the meat buns today were really delicious. Let's go eat them tomorrow." Tong Erju said, "It's boring to eat meat buns every day. Let's eat dumplings tomorrow." Xie Jinhua said generously, "What's so difficult about this? We'll just buy both. Anyway, Tong Xuelu would give her the money if she ran out. Also, she would be able to get 2,000 renminbi very soon." Xie Jinhua felt that she didn't have to suffer like before. In fact, Tong Dajuan and his wife would send half of their salary back every month. The Tong family had always been better off than the rest of the production team. Unfortunately, a man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. They had always resented Tong Dajuan and his wife for not giving them the job. When these words fell into the ears of the people in the compound, it became evidence of their cheating. A male police officer saw this scene and frowned. "Which one of you is Tong Yanliang?" When the Tong family heard this shout, they realized that there were many people standing in the yard. 2 of them were police officers. The Tong family was so scared that their hearts trembled. Especially Tong Yanliang. His face instantly turned white. He thought that Mother Su went to the police to report him about setting the house on fire last night. His legs started to tremble uncontrollably. Tong Erju said, "Brother police officer, why are you looking for Tong Yanliang?" "Brother?" The male police officer glanced at Tong Erju's dark face. His face sank a bit. Are you Tong Yanliang? Tong Erju, I'm not. The male police officer frowned. If you're not, then why are you shouting? Tong Yanliang, who is Tong Yanliang? Come out immediately. Tong Yanliang's hands started to tremble. Then, his whole body started to tremble like the leaves on the branches in autumn. Suddenly, his mind went blank and he made a stupid decision. He turned around and ran towards the door. The male police officer was stunned for a moment and immediately chased after him. Stop right there. Before he reached the entrance of the compound, Tong Yanliang was pushed down by the male police officer and his head was pressed to the ground. Tong Xuelu was stunned by Tong Yanliang's series of stupid actions. It was such a waste for her to use her brain to dig a hole for him. The Tong family was scared and didn't dare to move. In the end, Sun Guilan's motherly love overcame her fear. She trembled as she walked over and asked, Mr. Police Officer, why are you arresting my son? The male police officer's face darkened. Is your son Tong Yanliang? Sun Guilan nodded. Yes. Yes, that's right. The people in the compound reported that your son stole women's underwear and threatened to kill and set the house on fire. Tong Yanliang was angry. I didn't. The male police officer said, if you didn't, then why did you run? You obviously have a guilty conscience. The people in the compound gathered around. Mother Su nodded fiercely. That's right. If he didn't have a guilty conscience, why would he run? I think he stole the underwear. Damned old hag, shut up. Tong Yanliang saw that the person who spoke was Mother Su. He remembered that he was beaten up yesterday. The new hatred and old hatred made him want to kill Mother Su. Mother Su raised her chin. Mr. Police Officer, you heard it. This person has a grudge against me. Yesterday, he said that he wanted to set fire to my family. Many people in the compound heard it. Tong Yanliang instinctively denied it. I didn't. Mr. Police Officer, he's lying. I heard him say it yesterday. I heard it too. The people in the compound all stood up to prove that they had heard it. Tong Yanliang's face turned green. The Tong family's faces also turned green. Tong Xuelu walked over with a worried look on his face. Liang, we'll be lenient if you confess. If you resist, we'll punish you severely. You'd better tell us the truth. When Tong Yanliang heard the words Liang, a part of his body subconsciously began to throb. The female police officer who was taking down the statement said, this female comrade is right. If you confess, we'll be lenient. If you resist, we'll punish you severely. Little comrade, you'd better tell us the truth. Otherwise, when we investigate, your crime will be even more serious. If Sun Guilan heard that, it would be even more serious. She quickly persuaded her son. Yanliang, just tell us the truth. Tong Yanliang stammered. I did say it, but if she didn't accuse me of touching a woman's butt, I wouldn't have said it. I just wanted to scare her. Mother Su jumped up like a grasshopper. Accuse my ass. You touched a woman's butt. Tong Yanliang gritted his teeth. I didn't. Damn old woman, if you continue to talk nonsense, I won't let you off. Sun Guilan jumped out to help her son. Yes, if you continue to talk nonsense, I'll get the police to arrest you. Mother Su said, I'm telling the truth. I'll say the same thing when I go to the police station. Your son touched a woman's butt. That's how he got kicked. The male police officer said, quiet down. Touching a woman's butt has nothing to do with this case. Don't mention it again. Tong Yanliang, did you steal the underwear? Tong Yanliang's expression was ugly. It wasn't me. Even if he wanted to steal underwear, he wouldn't steal underwear from a bunch of old women. It wasn't like he was crazy, Mother Su said. Police officer, he must be lying again. Just now, he didn't admit that he wanted to commit murder and arson. Now, he's admitting it. This damn bastard is very cunning. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, the male police officer interrupted them. Everything depends on evidence. We're going to search your things now. The Tong family didn't have any objections. Tong Yanliang didn't have any objections either. He didn't do it, so what was there to be afraid of? In order to be fair, the female police officer and the union officer were in charge of the search. Soon, they found 4 pairs of flowery underwear from a travel bag. One of them had 2 holes in the butt, which matched Mrs. Lin's description very well. They walked out with the travel bag and asked the Tong family, "Who's in this travel bag?" The Tong family looked at each other and didn't say a word. When Tong Yanliang saw the travel bag, his heart thumped wildly. He felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, Tong Jessen squeezed out of the crowd and pointed at Tong Yanliang. "It's my cousin's. He bought it from the supply and demand cooperative the day before yesterday." Tong Yanliang secretly gritted his teeth. He wanted to beat him up, but with the 2 police officers staring at him, he could only nod and admit, "The travel bag is mine." The female police officer cursed him for being shameless in her heart. Then, she took out the 4 pairs of underwear from the travel bag. "Come and identify them. Are these the underwear you lost?" Mrs. Lin's broken underwear was the easiest to identify. She held her underwear and was so excited that it was as if she had found a long-lost relative. "This is mine. You said you didn't steal it. If you didn't steal my underwear, why would it be in your travel bag?" Tong Yanliang was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Who would steal? But before he could say anything, he saw a shadow quickly rush in front of him. Without saying a word, he slapped him several times across the face with a pa-pa-pa sound. "Why did you do this? Liang, you really disappoint me." Tong Xuelu clutched his chest and looked at him in disbelief. He shouted Liang at the top of his lungs. Tong Yanliang was slapped so hard that he saw stars. His ears were buzzing and his cheeks were stinging. *tch, she must have done it on purpose. He wanted to pounce on her, but his arms were tightly held by the male police officer. He wanted to say something, but the police officer didn't give him a chance to speak. The male police officer said, "Take the person and the evidence away first. We'll talk about the rest when we get back." Tong Yanliang panicked and couldn't care less about Tong Xuelu. "Dad, Mom, save me. Officer, my son is innocent." Sun Guilin was so scared that tears and snot came out. She cried and ran after them. Tong Erju glared at Tong Xuelu and ran after them. Tong Xuelu looked at Tong Yanliang being taken away and waved his hand gently. He shouldn't have used so much strength just now. His hand hurt. Xie Jinhua was a classic example of a tyrant. When the police officers were there, she was so scared that she didn't even dare to fart. She could only watch as her eldest grandson was taken away. Now that everyone had left, she immediately regained her senses. She pointed at Tong Xuelu and scolded, "You wretched girl, why did you hit Yanliang just now?" She even slapped him a few times. "How dare she?" Tong Xuelu once again put on a heartbroken expression. "Grandma, I was too heartbroken just now." Cousin is the eldest grandson of the Tong family and the future head of the Tong family. But look at what he has done since he came to Beijing. Let's not talk about fighting. He came to our yard and threatened our neighbors with murder and arson. Now, he even stole our underwear. If this continues, what else does he not dare to do? I hit him to wake him up. Grandma, don't you want him to do well? Xie Jinhua was so angry that she stomped her feet. *T. Why wouldn't I want my own grandson to do well? I'm asking you now, why did you hit him? Tong Xuelu looked aggrieved. Grandma, I did this for cousin and for the entire Tong family. Causing trouble and insulting women. Which one of these things isn't in contempt of the country's laws and regulations? He's courting death. Let's not talk about being criticized, he might even be executed. Hearing the word executed, Xie Jinhua's legs went weak and she fell to the ground. Feng Zhaodi and Tong Sanchuan's expressions also turned ugly. Tong Xuelu frowned. Cousin has done such a disgraceful thing. Why aren't you criticizing him and drawing a line between us? Do you want to be criticized and executed with him? The Tong family was so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Tong Xuelu's almond-shaped eyes swept across the Tong family. So I hit him just now to show the police officers that we are all good citizens and will never wallow in the mire with cousin. Xie Jinhua originally wanted to ask Tong Xuelu to go back to the Tong family for help, but she couldn't say a word. It was not that she did not want to protect her eldest grandson, but she was afraid. In the past, when someone was criticized, she would run over to throw stones and spit. At that time, she felt so good. But if the person who was criticized was herself, she could not help but shudder at the thought of that scene. Auntie Kai spat at Xianxia and said, "Zolva's so considerate of you, but you will scold him later." What a family of ingrates. Mrs. Su, that's right, he's an ingrate. Who was the one who said yesterday that his grandson wouldn't be taken away? Great, now that the bastard has finally been caught, he won't have to harm the people in the courtyard anymore. Xie Jinhua glared fiercely at Mrs. Su, but she didn't dare to be as arrogant as she was yesterday. Seeing that Xie Jinhua didn't dare to talk back, Mother Su raised her head proudly like a victorious hen. Tong Xuelu lowered his eyes slightly, his dark eyelashes hiding the smile in his eyes. It was the right move to curry favor with the Su family. With Mrs. Su's help in scolding Xie Jinhua, she saved a lot of effort. After Tong Yanliang was taken away, the two staff members of the trade union quickly returned to the factory to report. They reported everything they saw, including the fact that the Tong family went to the state-run restaurant every day to eat, didn't do anything, and pushed all the work to Tong Xuelu and his siblings. They also caused trouble everywhere. When the chairman of the trade union heard this, his brows furrowed so tightly that they could squash flies. Outrageous, they are too outrageous. Their actions are simply the style of capitalists. Factory manager Yu was also present, and his brows were also furrowed. Tong Dajuan is really different from his two brothers. Tong Dajuan and his wife were honest and hardworking. They had worked at the factory for more than 10 years and had never been embarrassed by anyone. Why were his brothers and nephews like this? It was really hard to understand. The chairman of the trade union picked up the enamel jar and drank a mouthful of water. "Old Yu, if the Tong brothers want to work at the factory, you have to be careful. If people like them come to the factory, they will ruin the atmosphere of the entire factory." Factory manager Yu was silent for a moment, then nodded. "Don't worry, I know what to do." Tong Dajuan and his wife were the benefactors of his two sons, and he was very grateful to them. That was why he arranged for them to work at the factory from the beginning. After the couple's accident, he was also the one who arranged for their funeral. Even the pension was obtained by him from everywhere. He felt that he had done well for the couple, but he couldn't ignore the entire factory just to repay their kindness. When he returned, he still had to inform the factory committee. If the Tong brothers wanted to work at the factory, they couldn't just stamp their names casually. After Tong Yanliang's accident, the atmosphere in the Tong family became very gloomy. Even the younger children didn't dare to make trouble. Here, we need to talk about the Tong family's situation. Tong Zheming's grandfather, Tong Zhenlai, had 2 brothers and 1 sister. Unfortunately, the 2 brothers died of illness before they reached adulthood, and the remaining sister also died of illness later. Tong Genlai's parents died early, and there were no elders to take care of the family. He was also very poor, and the girls in the village were not willing to marry him. It wasn't until he was 30 years old that he married Xie Jinhua, who was too ugly to marry. Xie Jinhua was ugly, but her belly was very strong. In less than a year after she married, she gave birth to a son. Later, she gave birth to 2 more sons, which made her the most important person in the Tong family. Xie Jinhua gave birth to 3 sons, Tong Dajuan, Tong Erzhu, and Tong Sanzhuang. Tong Dajuan married the daughter of a poor family in the village and gave birth to 2 sons and 2 daughters. Tong Erzhu married Sun Guilan from the neighboring village. Sun Guilan's father was the production team leader. When she married, she gave birth to the eldest grandson of the Tong family. Therefore, among the daughters-in-law, Xie Jinhua liked Sun Guilan the most. In addition to Tong Yanliang, the couple also had 2 daughters. The youngest was only 6 years old. Tong Sanzhuang married Feng Zhaodi from the same village. Feng Zhaodi's mother named the 4 sisters Zhaodi, Pundi, Lai Di, and Qiu Di. Finally, she gave birth to a son in the 5th child. Like her mother, Feng Zhaodi gave birth to 2 daughters. This made Xie Jinhua very dissatisfied with her. In other words, other than Tong Dajuan's 2 sons, the Tong family only had 1 male grandson, Tong Yanliang. Because Sun Guilan gave birth to a son, she often used this to bully the 3rd branch. Therefore, the 2 branches were not on good terms. Now that Tong Yanliang was taken away, Feng Zhaodi and Tong Sanzhuang were not worried. Instead, they were secretly happy. On the other hand, Xie Jinhua was somewhat sincerely worried about her grandson. After calming down, she was still unwilling to give up on the Tong family's help. Later, go to your adoptive parents' house and ask them to get Yanliang out no matter what. This was what the Tong family owed them. They had helped them raise their daughter for 15 years. If it were not for them, Tong Xinzhen would have been gone long ago. Tong Xuelu said, "Grandma, I will not go. I am determined to draw a clear line with this kind of person who despises the country's laws and regulations and destroys public order. Grandma, if you want to go, go by yourself." Xie Jinhua was so angry that her face turned ashen. Yanliang is your biological brother. Do you have a conscience? Tong Xuelu touched her chest. Grandma, I have a conscience. Don't always praise me like this. I will become arrogant. Xie Jinhua was almost angered to death by her shameless look. I am not praising you. Also, Grandma, I ran out in the afternoon to call my adoptive parents. They said that my cousin's situation is too bad. They will not intervene. If you dare to look for them, they will immediately report you to the Public Security Bureau. Xie Jinhua was so angry that she had a headache. She lay on the bed and kept groaning. Sun Guilan and Tong Erju only came back when it was dark. Tong Xuelu thought that they would definitely come to find her when they came back. She did not expect Sun Guilan to kneel down when she saw her. Eldest niece, Auntie begs you. Go and beg your adoptive parents. Ask them to save Yanliang. Auntie will kowtow to you. As she spoke, she kowtowed to Tong Xuelu. Tong Xuelu was very surprised that Sun Guilan could do this. However, it was impossible for her to save Tong Yanliang. It was impossible in this lifetime. The next day, she went to work as usual. However, she was quickly brought back to the police station by the Public Security Bureau. On the way to the police station, she put on an uneasy expression. Public Security Bureau, did I do something wrong? Why are you bringing me back to the police station? The person who came to the factory to look for her was a female Public Security Bureau. Seeing that she was about the same age as her daughter, she was so scared that her face turned pale. She could not help but feel compassion. You don't have to worry. It's just a routine questioning. You just have to cooperate with us. However, your cousin said that you framed him for stealing the underwear. You have to be mentally prepared. Tong Xuelu let out an ah sound. Her face was full of disbelief. Why would he say that? I have no enmity with him. Why would I frame him? I have always treated him like my own younger brother. His words really hurt my heart. The female Public Security Bureau quickly comforted her. Comrade, don't cry. We Public Security Bureau will not wrongly accuse a good person. If you didn't do it, we will definitely give you justice. The female Public Security Bureau actually did not believe Tong Yanliang's words. The female in front of her looked gentle and polite. She had heard that she used to be a member of the Arts and Crafts Regiment. How could she frame someone else? On the other hand, Tong Yanliang looked shifty. One look and anyone could tell that he was not a good person. Moreover, when he saw them yesterday, he ran away with a guilty conscience. Furthermore, he had said that he wanted to kill and set the place on fire. Therefore, not only her, but everyone in the police station thought that he was lying. Tong Xuelu rubbed her eyes and said emotionally, Public Security Bureau, thank you. My innocence depends on you. Being looked at so confidently by Tong Xuelu, the female Public Security Bureau suddenly felt a sense of responsibility. She wanted to give her justice. They arrived at the Public Security Bureau. Tong Xuelu saw Tong Yanliang. After a night, Tong Yanliang looked extremely haggard. There were large dark circles under his eyes, and his hair was as messy as a chicken's nest. When Tong Yanliang saw her, it was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He waved his fist and pounced on her. You B*TCH. You stole my underwear and framed me. This B*TCH went around saying that his groin bag was broken and that he secretly touched a woman's butt. Therefore, she must have framed him for stealing the underwear. However, he did not understand why she would do this. However, it did not matter if he did not understand. Anyway, he would definitely not let her off. Tang Xuelu jumped into the female public security bureau's arms when Tang Yanliang pounced on her. She was so scared that she trembled. Public Security Bureau, I'm so scared. He wants to kill me. The female Public Security Bureau quickly protected her. Don't worry. We are here. We will definitely not let him hurt you. On the other side, before Tang Yanliang's arm could touch Tang Xuelu, he was grabbed by the Public Security Bureau behind him. The Public Security Bureau's expression was as ugly as the female Public Security Bureau's. He frowned and shouted, "Sit down. If you dare to act recklessly again, I will immediately throw you into prison." When Tang Yanliang heard this, he was so scared that his face turned pale. Public Security Bureau, I didn't want to hit her. I just wanted to ask her why she framed me. The Public Security Bureau did not give him a good look. He shouted again, "What frame? You are the one who said that. Sit down." Tang Yanliang quickly sat down on the chair. This time, he did not dare to glare at Tang Xuelu. Tang Xuelu whimpered in the Public Security Bureau's arms for a while before sitting down on the chair opposite them. The Public Security Bureau began to ask questions. Comrade Tang, the suspect, Tang Yanliang, pointed out that you stole his underwear and framed him. Do you have any explanation for this? Tang Xuelu looked hurt. I don't know why he said that. However, I did not grow up in the Tang family. This is the first time I have seen him. I have no personal grudges with him. The Public Security Bureau nodded and recorded it in the transcript. There is no motive for the crime. There is no personal grudge. Tang Xuelu continued, also, everything requires evidence. He said that I stole it. Do you have any witnesses or material evidence? The Public Security Bureau said, he said that you spread rumors that he touched a woman's butt. You also said that his manhood was kicked. Is that true? Tang Xuelu nodded. I did say that, but I did not spread any rumors. My grandmother told me all this. Tang Yanliang gritted his teeth in anger. You are talking nonsense. Your grandmother would never say such things. Tang Xuelu said, yes, my grandmother told me. Otherwise, why would I say such things to target you? Tang Yanliang was speechless. Damn it. He also wanted to know, okay, because their statements were different. Xia Jinhua was quickly brought to the police station. Xia Jinhua was carried by her son, Tang Sanzhuang. When the Public Security Bureau comrades said that they were bringing her to the Public Security Bureau for questioning, she immediately collapsed to the ground and even peed in her pants. After sitting down, she saw Tang Yanliang's appearance and immediately cried out in pain. My precious grandson, how did you become like this? Tang Yanliang was not in the mood to be long-winded with her. He pointed to Tang Xuelu and said, Grandma, she said that you said that I touched a woman's butt and even told her that my grandchild bag was kicked open. Did you say these words? Xia Jinhua was stunned. She turned around and scolded Tang Xuelu, you wretched girl, when did I say these things? Tang Xuelu frowned and looked wronged. Grandmother, did you forget again? That day when you chased everyone out of the house, you told me yourself. Xia Jinhua was furious. You wretched girl, I will beat you to death. How dare you talk nonsense, don't be noisy. The female Public Security Bureau was often beaten and scolded by her grandmother when she was young. When she saw Xia Jinhua scolding Tang Xuelu the moment she came in, she could not help but side with Tang Xuelu. Xia Jinhua was so scared that she trembled and collapsed on the chair. Officer, she is lying. I did not say these things. Tang Xuelvi frowned tightly, Grandma, your brain is getting worse and worse. It's only been a few days, and you've forgotten everything. She then looked up at the two Public Security Bureau comrades and said, on the day my grandmother came to Beijing, they got into a fight at the train station and were hospitalized. My brother and I went to the hospital to pick them up. When we came back, we took them to the state-run restaurant for dinner. After we got home, Grandma chased the others out and asked me for a pension. After I gave her the money, she told me about the incident at the train station. She said that my cousin had been kicked because he had touched a woman's butt. At that time, Grandma even cursed that family to have no descendants and that the whole family would be dead. Xia Jinhua was speechless. Tang Yanliang was speechless. Xie Jinhua was so angry that her nose was crooked. You stupid girl, when did I say those things? You didn't give me any compensation. Tang Xuelu's eyes widened. Grandmother, what do you mean by that? If I didn't give you the compensation, where would you get the money to go to the state-run restaurant every day? And where would you get the money to buy things at the cooperative? Xie Jinhua choked. You gave me the money. Tang Xuelu nodded. Yes, I gave it to you. Xie Jinhua was speechless. Why did she feel that something was wrong? Tang Xuelu said, Officer, you heard it. My grandmother's illness is getting worse. She said that I didn't give her the money, and then she said that I gave her the money. The Female Public Security Bureau recorded that Xie Jinhua's words did not match. She was suspected to be mentally unstable. Tang Xuelu continued, I gave the compensation to my grandmother that day. Director Yu of the textile factory also knew about this. Moreover, the people in the courtyard, the state-run restaurant, and the cooperative can all testify for me. Xie Jinhua was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Very soon, a group of witnesses was called over. Chen Danny came from the state-run restaurant. When Chen Danny saw that Tang Xuelu was being bullied, she immediately became angry. Officer, I can testify that this grandmother and grandson went to the state-run restaurant every day and ate meat for every meal. The salesperson from the cooperative said, I can also testify that this aunt bought ready-made clothes, 5 pounds of milk candy, and snacks from the cooperative. This young man bought a travel bag and cloth shoes. Aunt Kai and Mother Su nodded in unison. We can also testify. Finally, it was Director Yu's turn. Xie Jinhua did tell me that she had received the compensation. Xie Jinhua's face turned red when she heard this. She was anxious. I didn't receive the compensation. I said that because this wretched girl told me that she gave the compensation to her adoptive father. Her adoptive father is a high-ranking official. Oh right, he's a director. She said that if she gave the money to him, he would double it in half a month. That's a total of 2,000 yuan. She told me not to tell anyone. When she said this, everyone looked at Xie Jinhua as if they were looking at an idiot. Tang Xuelu said, Grandma, you're really muddle-headed. It's fine if you just changed your statement, but now you're making up a story. My adoptive father is the director of the oil department. He's an upright and selfless person. It's impossible for him to bend the law for personal gain. Even if he's that kind of person, where would he go to make so much money for you? Aunt Kai and the others nodded. Wasn't this just fooling around? 1,000 yuan in half a month? How could there be such easy money in this world? The officers also didn't believe Xie Jinhua's words. The oil department was indeed in charge of the sales of military supplies, but the money didn't go through their hands. Besides, if someone really dared to take advantage of the situation for personal gain, such a large amount of money would have been discovered long ago. Why would they wait until now? Xie Jinhua was even more anxious when she saw that no one believed her. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. She remembered something that happened before she came to Beijing. At that time, the son of someone in the production team came back from Beijing. He was wondering why Tang Dajuan and his wife were still in the village after they died. It was only then that she found out about Tang Dajuan's accident. She immediately went to the production team's office and called the factory. The factory manager said that Tang Jiaming had called them early in the morning to inform them. At that time, she was so angry that she wanted to teach that bastard a lesson when she arrived in Beijing. However, when they arrived in the capital, they were first robbed and then starved for a day. After that, Tang Shui promised her that she could get 2,000 yuan. Thus, she forgot about this matter. Now that she thought about it, she immediately shouted, You wretched girl, you haven't been at ease since the beginning. Director Yu, do you still remember when I called the factory before I came here? At that time, we didn't even receive a call from that bastard Tang Jiaming. Otherwise, we would have arrived in Beijing a long time ago. Why haven't we arrived after half a month? Director Yu looked at Tang Xuelu and nodded to the two police officers, That's true. The next day, I asked Comrade Tang about it. She said that Comrade Xia has gone crazy and can't remember things. When Xie Jinhua heard Mother Su calling her crazy, she thought that it was just words of anger. She didn't expect that Tong Xuelu was talking nonsense outside. She was so angry that her face turned red and white. She rushed over and wanted to hit Tong Xuelu. "You wretched girl, you talk nonsense everywhere. I'm going to tear you apart, you bitch." Tong Xuelu was so scared that she covered her face. "Grandma, don't hit me." She was so scared. She was pretending. Before Xie Jinhua could touch Tong Xuelu, a female police officer grabbed her arm. "If you dare to hit her again, I'll lock you up too." Xie Jinhua was so angry that she wasn't afraid of the police officers. However, she still restrained herself. "Comrade, you hurt her. She has been framing us from the beginning. Hurry up and arrest her." Tong Xuelu looked wronged. When Mom and Dad got into trouble, Jiaming called the production team. "Grandma, you were the one who answered the call. Grandma, have you forgotten?" Bullsh*T. Xie Jinhua was so angry. The male police officer said, "It's easy to get to the bottom of this. We'll call the production team now and ask them if they received a call from Beijing." Xie Jinhua said, "Yes, yes, yes. Comrade, hurry up and call them." Tong Yanliang's eyes lit up when he heard this. He turned and looked at Tong Xuelu proudly. "B***TCH, you're going to die soon." Tong Xuelu looked calm on the surface. However, he clenched his fists when no one could see him. Tong Jiaming was the one who did this. He didn't do it carefully at that time. If it had been her, she would have definitely called the production team. As for what she said on the phone, no one else would know. Unfortunately, she came back too late. Now that the matter had been done, she could only insist that she had called. Anyway, Xie Jinhua had admitted to the death compensation and Tong Yanliang had been caught red-handed stealing the underwear. At most, she would be criticized for not calling. The police had a phone number. After they got the production team's number, they immediately called. The person who answered the phone was the production team's accountant, Qin Xiaolian. She was usually alone in the office. When she received a call, she was also responsible for informing the club members. However, when Tong Dajuan got into trouble, she wasn't in the office all the time. She was having an affair with her brother-in-law. Perhaps the people in Beijing had called her, but she had missed the call. If she answered honestly now, it was very likely that she would be implicated and the matter between her and her brother-in-law would be discovered. She gritted her teeth and made up her mind. "Yes, I remember that on the 7th of last month, I received a call from the Tong family. I asked Xie Jinhua to come and pick it up. However, I don't know what they said on the phone. I went to check the account book at that time." After hanging up the phone, the policeman told everyone what Qin Xiaolian said. Xie Jinhua and Tong Xuelu were both stunned. Xie Jinhua thought, "Damn it. That B***TCH Qin Xiaolian set me up." Tong Xuelu was speechless. She didn't expect such a good thing to happen. Although Tong Xuelu didn't know why Qin Xiaolian would lie to help her, she appreciated it. Xie Jinhua jumped up in anger. "That B***TCH Qin Xiaolian is talking nonsense. I scolded her before. She must be trying to frame me." The policeman's face darkened and he shouted sternly, "You said that you didn't call back. Now that I've proven that you did, you don't believe me. You said that you were the one who took the death compensation, and then you said that you didn't. Is there any truth in what you said?" Xie Jinhua was so frightened by the policeman that her legs turned to jelly, and she fell back into the chair. "Aye, Tong Xuelu interrupted her. "Grandma, you're making a false statement. It's illegal. Also, you just accused my adoptive father of corruption and breaking the law. You're openly framing a soldier. Once the truth is found out, you'll be convicted." The policeman nodded. "You're suspected of perjury and framing a soldier. You'll be sentenced to 7 years in prison. If the circumstances are serious, you'll be shot." Shot. Shot. Xie Jinhua's pants were wet. She was so frightened that she peed her pants again. Although she loved her grandson very much, she didn't want to die. Mother Su saw that Xie Jinhua was so frightened that she peed her pants. She sneered and said, "Io, I'm going to die. How can a grown person like you pee your pants? You're seriously sick." Sick? Yes, she was sick, Xie Jinhua suddenly shouted. I'm crazy, I'm crazy, I'm crazy. What I said just now was all nonsense. If she was crazy, then what she said just now wouldn't count. She was so smart, everyone was speechless. Tang Xuelu was also shocked by Xie Jinhua's actions. She did not expect Xie Jinhua to be so easily frightened. She also did not expect her to pretend to be crazy to avoid responsibility. However, this was a good thing for her. Tang Yanliang was about to explode. Grandma, what nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and tell the police that you are not crazy. Tang Xuelu framed us. If his grandmother was crazy, who else could prove that Tang Shui Lv, that B*TCH, framed him, therefore, he would not allow this to happen. Tang Sanzhuang was also shocked. Mom, when did you go crazy? Why didn't I know? Xie Jinhua, I don't know either. At this moment, Mrs. Su, who was standing behind them, suddenly exclaimed. She whispered to Mrs. Kai, I thought she was crazy before, but now I feel that she doesn't seem like a crazy person. When people go crazy, they cry, laugh, and drool. Some people even hit themselves. Look at her. She is not doing anything. Doesn't she seem like a crazy person? When Xie Jinhua heard this, her body froze. The next moment, she laughed foolishly. After laughing for a while, she started sobbing. Saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth. That look was unbearable to the eyes. She had chosen the crazy path, so she had to go crazy even if she had to kneel down. Everyone was speechless. Wasn't this lunatic a little too willful? Because Xie Jinhua had gone crazy, she was naturally disqualified as a witness. In fact, even if she was not crazy, she could not use her words as evidence. She kept contradicting her own words and slapping herself in the face. Because of Xie Jinhua's failure, Tang Yanliang's accusation was not valid. However, there were witnesses and evidence that he stole the underwear and threatened Mrs. Su to commit murder and arson. Tang Yanliang was locked up on the spot. When he was taken away, he clenched his fists so tightly that the veins on the back of his hands were exposed. He glared at Tang Xuelu and said to her silently, B*TCH, just you wait. When Tang Xuelu met his gaze, she felt as if she was being stared at by a cold, venomous snake. Goosebumps crawled up her arms. However, she didn't back down. She met Tang Yanliang's eyes and said, fine, I'll wait. She was able to send Tang Yanliang to prison this time not only because of luck, but also because of the special circumstances of this era. It was a pity that this was not 1983, and the crime of being a hooligan had not yet been written into the criminal law. Tang Yanliang would only be sentenced to 2 to 3 years at most. When he comes out 2 or 3 years later, he will probably fight to the death. Seeing her precious grandson being pushed down, Xie Jinhua burst into tears and snot. Sun Guilan, who was waiting outside, rolled her eyes and fainted. In the end, Tang Sanzhuang carried Xie Jinhua, who had peed all over her pants, back home. Tang Erzhu glared at Tang Xuelu and carried his wife away. When Qindani saw this scene, she said worriedly, from the looks of it, your grandmother and uncles seem to hate you. Tang Xuelu's eyes reddened. When we first heard that they were coming over, we were very happy. My parents are no longer around, and they are the only family we have left in this world. I really don't know how things turned out this way. When Qindani saw her crying, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Don't cry, this is not your fault. Aunt Kai also hurried over to comfort her. This big sister is right, this has nothing to do with you. We all know how good you are to your grandmother and uncles. If anyone dares to say anything bad about you, I'll be the first to not let them off. That's right, you and your siblings serve them every day like you're the landlord. Later on, when they do something shameful, they still have the face to blame it on you. They are the most shameless people. Mrs. Su was very grateful that Tang Xuelu sold the stevedore's workstation to her family at a cheap price. Now that there was some progress on changing the workstation, her daughter-in-law would be working at the garment factory in a few days. At that time, there would be 2 workers at home, so the pressure would be a lot less. This was all thanks to Tang Xuelu. As Mrs. Su spoke, she turned to look at Director Yu. Director, we unanimously request that Xie Jinhua's family be kicked out of the family compound. Aunt Kai nodded in agreement. Our family compound has always been friendly and supportive. After this big family came over, they wanted to commit murder, arson, and steal underwear. If this family doesn't leave, we won't be able to sleep soundly at night. Director Yu was silent for a moment before he said, I understand. The factory will hold a meeting to make a decision later. After he finished speaking, he turned around and strode out of the police station. Tong Xuelu looked away and said to everyone, let's go too. I'm really sorry for wasting so much of your time. Chen Danny waved her hand. What's there to be sorry about? But it's getting late, so I really have to go. After she finished speaking, she hurried off. Although Aunt Kai and Mrs. Su didn't need to go to work, there was a lot of work waiting for them at home, so they couldn't delay it. Tong Xuelu had to go back to the factory to work, so he walked in the same direction as Aunt Kai and Mrs. Su, so the three of them left together. When they reached the door, a man in a police uniform walked towards them. The man had a crew cut, strong facial features, and a tall figure. He looked to be about 1.85 meters tall. When he saw Tong Xuelu, the man's gaze fell on her face. It wasn't a perverted gaze, but a gaze that couldn't help but be attracted to beautiful things. Tong Xuelu stood between Aunt Kai and Mrs. Su, and the effect was even more obvious than a crane in a flock of chickens. When the man walked in, he saw her at first glance. However, he didn't think too much about it. He brushed past Tong Xuelu and the others. When Tong Xuelu walked past him, he also glanced at the man. Similarly, he didn't think too much about it and went straight back to the factory to continue his work. Piao Jiani walked into the office and saw the male and female police officers arranging their statements. He casually asked, "What's up? You're done with the case already?" The female police officer looked up and said, "It's almost done. The underwear was stolen by that little bastard. How dare he accuse others? Speaking of which, his cousin is really pitiful. She was abducted when she was young. When she was found, they mistook her for someone else. She was raised by her adoptive parents for more than 10 years before she was discovered. What's worse, her biological parents died in a car accident before she could reunite with her biological parents. Now, she's being framed by her grandmother and her cousin's family. How pitiful." Piao Jiani couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Why did this experience sound so familiar? What's the surname of this family? The female police officer raised her eyebrows. Tong. Why? Do you know them? Piao Jiani shook his head. No, I don't. As he spoke, he walked behind the policewoman with his two long legs and glanced at the policewoman's notes when he put down the document. When he saw the name Tong Xuelu, his thick eyebrows twitched slightly. Suddenly, he remembered the woman he saw at the door. His other eyebrow twitched again, and he strode towards his office. When he reached his office, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. The call was quickly connected. I'm looking for Wenrugi. Hold on. After a while, the phone was picked up again. A gentle yet cold voice sounded. I'm Wenrugi. Where can I find you? Rugue, it's me. Do you know who I saw just now? Wenrugi raised his wrist and looked at his watch. He said calmly, I have 2 more experiments to do. You have 1 minute. Piao Jiani stuck his tongue into his back teeth. 1 minute it is. I'm sure you'll be interested in what I'm about to say. Was the person you asked me to help last time a female comrade named Tong Xuelu? There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. It was so long that Piao Jiani almost thought that the call had been disconnected. Rugue, are you listening? I said I saw that female comrade at the police station today. Yes, I'm listening. Upon hearing this, Piao Jiani grinned. I knew you were listening. Do you know what happened to that female comrade? There was another silence on the other end of the phone, but this time he didn't wait. He continued, that female comrade is really pitiful. Last time, she was beaten up by her foster parents' biological daughter. This time, she was framed by her biological grandmother and cousin. He excitedly explained the case to Rugue, but the call was not hung up. He looked at the time and saw that it had been more than a minute. His smile almost reached his ears. Rugue, don't you know that female comrade? She's so pitiful. Do you think I should help her? Wenrugi held the phone and frowned slightly. His gaze fell on the tall gray wall outside through the glass window. A well-defined face appeared in his mind. There was a tear mole under her left eye. It was light red and very small. If one didn't pay attention, it would be hard to notice. Based on Piao Jinni's words, the image of a weak and helpless woman who was bullied by her family appeared in his mind. Somewhere in his heart, there was a faint discomfort. His eyelashes trembled. He said calmly, "If you can help, then help." Piao Jinni chuckled. "This time, I'll count it as your favor?" "Yes. I'm getting more and more curious. What's your relationship with her?" "It's okay. Come on, you can't even remember what a woman looks like, let alone take the initiative to help others. Tell me honestly, are you dating someone?" "No, 1 minute's up." With that, the call was hung up. Piao Jinni listened to the beeping sound in his ear and stuck his tongue in his back teeth. This guy must be up to something. What 1 minute's up? It's already been 5 minutes, he thought of Tong Xuelu's big and bright eyes and clicked his tongue. If he had known her identity, he would have found an opportunity to participate in this case. What a pity. Xie Jinhua and the others returned to the family compound. Sun Guilan woke up and threw herself at Xie Jinhua. "Mom, you have to help Yan Liang. Only you can help him." She didn't believe that her mother-in-law had gone crazy. Her mother-in-law was fine before she went to the police station. How could she go crazy just like that? Tong Erju also had a sad face. "Mom, Yan Liang was also brought up by you. If he really goes to prison, his life will be over." Feng Jiaodi stared at her mother-in-law, trying to find a flaw in her mother-in-law's face. But Xie Jinhua seemed to have really gone crazy. She was drooling and laughing foolishly. Xie Jinhua's heart was bitter. She also wanted to save her grandson. But if she didn't go crazy, the police station would definitely hold her responsible. Then, she might even be shot, so, no matter what, she had to go crazy. Feng Jiaodi pulled her husband aside and whispered, "What's going on?" Mom was fine. Why did she suddenly go crazy? Tong Sanzhuang scratched his nose and said, "They said that Mom made a false statement and framed the soldiers. They said that they would shoot Mom. Mom was so scared that she peed her pants. Later, she said that she went crazy." Feng Jiaodi was also shocked when she heard the word shoot. How did it get to the point of shooting? "Tell me everything." Tong Sanzhuang dug his ears. "I don't remember." The two policemen were fiercer than the other. When he went in, he didn't even dare to breathe. Later, they said the same thing. How could he learn it? Feng Jiaodi hit him. "Why are you so useless? You can't remember anything." "If I knew, I would have gone in." Feng Jiaodi suddenly had an idea. She lowered her voice and asked, "Did Mom say where the pension is?" Tong Sanzhuang's face became a little strange. Mom said that she didn't say anything about the pension. But she told the factory director that she received the pension. Is Mom really crazy? Feng Jiaodi gritted her teeth and thought. She walked towards Xie Jinhua and said, "Mom, do you remember me?" "I'm Jiaodi." Xie Jinhua, "Ha ha ha, Feng Jiaodi, Mom, let me ask you something. Where did you put the pension?" Xie Jinhua, woo-woo, she didn't get her mother's pension at all, but she couldn't say anything. Feng Jiaodi asked several times, but she didn't get anything. Her face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Feng Jiaodi and Tong Sanzhuang wanted to find Tong Xuelu to ask about the pension. Sun Guilan and Tong Erju wanted to tear Tong Xuelu apart. Xie Jinhua wanted to fight with Tong Xuelu. But they only thought about it. When they saw Tong Xuelu come back from work, they didn't even dare to fart. Now, the entire villa complex was staring at them. If they dared to scold Tong Xuelu, they would definitely report them. Maybe their family would be reunited in prison later. So, were they touched? They didn't dare to move. Tong Xuelu originally thought that Tong Yanliang's sentence would take at least half a month. Unexpectedly, the sentence came out after 3 days. The punishment was heavier than she expected. Tong Yanliang was sentenced to 5 years in prison and sent to the most difficult northwest region to reform through labor. After hearing the sentence, Sun Guilan cried and fainted again. It had only been a few days, but she was so haggard that she almost lost her shape. At first, Tong Shuilv hated Sun Guilin very much. She felt that she was mean and selfish, but this time, she was the most humane when it came to Tong Yanliang. Of course, her motherly love didn't waver at all. She wouldn't let go of a pervert like Tong Yanliang no matter what. When it rains, it pours. Soon, another bolt from the blue struck the heads of the Tong family. The factory wanted them to leave the villa complex immediately. Xie Jinhua was so angry that her nose was crooked. Why should we leave? Feng Zhaodi's face was also very ugly, but she still tried to squeeze out a smile. Comrades, my uncle and sister-in-law have 2 work desks in the factory. Now that they are gone, we want to take over their work. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by one of the workers. You go to the state-run restaurant every day to feast. With your capitalist style, our factory will definitely not let you in. You'd better leave tomorrow and stop causing trouble. Otherwise, the union will report you. Another report. The Tong family trembled when they heard this word. After the 2 workers left, Feng Zhaodi stared at Tong Shuilu. Niece, you're really something. You've been digging a hole for us since the beginning. I didn't expect you to be so insidious at such a young age. It was no wonder that the siblings didn't go to the state-run restaurant with them. They always ate sweet potato porridge with pickled vegetables at home. At that time, they thought that they were tactful and were secretly happy that there were fewer people to fight with them for meat. They didn't expect that they were waiting for them here. This move was really vicious. Tong Shuilu looked innocent. Third aunt, I don't know what you're talking about. Sun Guilin jumped up and almost poked her face with her finger. Stop pretending. You vicious woman, you're so vicious at such a young age. You'll get retribution. Tong Shuilu calmly waved her hand away. Second aunt, you better calm down. If you hurt me, be careful that you'll be sent to the farm later. These words were like a drop of water in a pot of oil, exploding in everyone's hearts. Tong Zhenjin offended her and was sent to the farm. Tong Yanliang offended her somehow and was also sent to the farm. Moreover, he was sent to the faraway Great Northwest. The house was as quiet as a chicken. The Tong family didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, Tong Shuilu didn't want to pretend anymore. I sold my dad's work desk and replaced my mom's work desk. I can give you half of the money from selling the work desk. As for the rest, don't even think about it. Xie Jinhua was so angry that she stomped her feet. UB*TCH, I'm going to report you to the union. Tong Shuilu smiled. Grandma, what do you want to report me for? Are you going to report me for making a false statement or for framing a soldier? Or are you going to report me for being a big spender? The Tong family, once again, the group of people were like chickens that had been strangled by the neck. They couldn't say a word. Tong Shuilu said, if I were you, I would take the money and leave Beijing immediately. It'll be too late for regrets if you wait until there's nothing left. After she finished speaking, she didn't care about the Tong family's expressions and turned to leave. Of course, she didn't want to give the money from selling the work desk to the people in her hometown, but she couldn't leave any evidence that could be used against her. If she really didn't give them a single cent, the people in her hometown would definitely report her to the union. Moreover, even a rabbit would bite when cornered. She didn't want to force the people in her hometown to perish together with her. She just wanted to send this group of people away quickly so that they wouldn't dare to come to Beijing so easily in the future. The Tong family didn't regain their senses until Tong Shuilu's figure disappeared from the courtyard. All of them were so angry that their noses were crooked. All kinds of vulgarities were incessantly heard. But no matter how much they scolded, no one dared to find trouble with Tong Shuilu. In their eyes, Tong Shuilu was even scarier than an evil spirit. If they offended her, they would be sent to the farm. The next day, the people in her hometown packed their things and returned to Beihai dejectedly. If you want to put on an act, you have to go all the way. Under the gazes of the people in her hometown who wanted to tear her to shreds, Tong Shuilu reluctantly sent them to the train station and then reluctantly sent them to the train. After the train left, the smile on her face faded. She was thinking about how to celebrate sending off this group of idiots when she heard a strong baritone voice behind her. Are you Wenrugi's girlfriend? Tong Shuilu? What the hell, When did she become Wenwugi's girlfriend? Tang Xuelu turned around and saw a tall man standing in front of her. The man had strong facial features and was tall. He looked to be in his 30s. She was stunned for a moment. Then she remembered that she had seen this man at the entrance of the Public Security Bureau that day. However, he had changed into casual clothes today. But this was not the main point. The main point was, how did he know her, and why did he say that she was Wenwugi's girlfriend? Tang Xuelu was sizing up Piao Jiani, and Piao Jiani was also sizing her up. That day, she was already very stunning when he caught a glimpse of her. Now that he was looking at her up close, she was even more breathtaking. Her skin was fair and smooth. When the sun shone on her, it reflected a dazzling light. Her eyes were misty, and specks of golden light danced in the depths of her eyes, causing everything around her to lose its color. Piao Jiani said, "I'm Wenwugi's friend. My name is Piao Jiani." Piao means plain, simple, and righteous. We met at the entrance of the Public Security Bureau that day. Do you remember? She did remember. However, he still did not explain his motive. Moreover, she did not think that a cold person like Wenwugi would say that she was his girlfriend. Her red lips curled up, revealing two shallow dimples at the corner of her mouth. "Hello, my name is Tang Xuelu. Tang is in winter, Xue as in floating snowflakes, green as in cuckoldry." Piao Jiani. Piao Jiani did not expect to hear such an answer. His expression froze for a few seconds. Tang Xuelu raised her eyebrows slightly. "I was just joking with Comrade Piao. Actually, it's green grass." Piao Jiani, he still felt that something was wrong. However, he did not pay much attention to it. He asked the question he was most concerned about. "Then, are you and Rugue dating?" Tang Xuelu's eyelashes fluttered a few times. She revealed a shy expression and said, "Yes." Piao Jiani was extremely excited. "Really? Are you really dating?" Tang Xuelu said seriously, "Of course. Rugue and I have been dating for more than a year." 1 year. Many. Piao Jiani was stunned by the news. He was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. He gritted his teeth and snorted. "That guy didn't tell me such a big thing. When I asked him yesterday, he told me that he didn't have a girlfriend. How despicable." As she expected, with Wenwugi's temperament, he wouldn't have said something like that. Tang Xuelu raised her eyebrows quietly. Then, she took a step back and began her performance. She covered her mouth and looked at Piao Jiani suspiciously. "Since Rugue didn't tell you, how did you know about me?" Piao Jiani scratched his head and chuckled. "Well, hee." Tang Xuelu took 2 more steps back and looked at him with a frown. "Do you have some ulterior motive? You'd better tell me the truth. If you continue to do that, I'm going to scream for help." As she spoke, she looked around and looked as if she was ready to scream at any moment. Piao Jiani panicked when he saw that she was really going to call for help. "Comrade Tang, please don't call for help. I really don't have any ulterior motives. I only know about you because Rugue." In order to dispel Tang Xuelu's suspicions, he hurriedly told her everything that Wenwugi had asked him to help deal with Tang Xianxia, how he had found out that she was involved in the case, and how he had called Wenwugi. After hearing his words, Tang Xuelu was stunned. She did not expect Wenwugi to help her. She thought that it was because of her good luck and her plan that things went so smoothly. But then again, why would Wenwugi help him? Was it because she was good-looking? It was easy to get carried away by beauty. However, when she thought of Wenwugi's cold and indifferent face, she shook her head. She did not think that he was that kind of person. After Piao Jiani finished his explanation, he suddenly thought of something and shouted, "That's not right. If you and Rugue have been dating for more than a year, then you should have met your grandfather. Why did he arrange for Rugue to go on blind dates not long ago? Didn't he report it to his family?" It turned out that handsome men could also be forced to go on blind dates. Tang Xuelu raised her eyebrows slightly and was about to confess. He didn't report it to his family. However, before she could finish, Piao Jiani interrupted her. "Comrade Chairman said that all relationships that don't aim for marriage are hooligans. I didn't expect Rugue to be such a hooligan." Tang Xuelu was speechless. Wait, comrade, can't you at least let me finish? When Rugi at the military base suddenly sneezed and almost ruined the experiment results that had just been done. The more Piao Jianni thought about it, the angrier she became. She said with righteous indignation, Comrade Tong, don't be afraid. I'll make sure that he gives you an explanation. There's no need for an explanation, because Tong Xuelu looked harmless. Comrade Wen and I aren't dating at all. Piao Jianni was stunned. She was so angry that her eyebrows were still furrowed. Didn't you just say that you've been dating for more than a year? Tong Zolf's lips curled up slightly. I was just joking with you. Anyway, Comrade Park, you're a police officer. People's hearts are sinister. You should be more vigilant. You can't just listen to what others say. You're too innocent. Piao Jianni, who was too naive, was speechless. He was in a daze, as if he had been struck by lightning. He looked at Tong Xuelu in disbelief. So not only had he been fooled, but he had also been fooled into revealing all the information. Piao Jianni looked at the woman in front of her with a bright smile. She couldn't accept the fact that she was an idiot. Tong Xuelu's eyes flashed with a smile. She coughed and said, I have to go back to work. I'll leave first. She then turned to leave. After walking for a while, she suddenly turned around. Piao Jianni was still standing in the same spot, looking like a dumbfounded penguin. She couldn't help but laugh. Although he didn't look very smart, she knew that Wenrugi was helping her behind the scenes thanks to him. But why did Wenrugi help her? She thought about it for a while but still couldn't figure it out. She would remember this favor. She would find a chance to return the favor. Piao Jianni only came back to her senses when Tong Xuelu's figure disappeared from the train station. He returned to the Public Security Bureau dejectedly. After thinking for a while, he picked up his phone and called Wenrugi. However, the people at the base told him that Wenrugi had left for the experimental base a few days ago and didn't know when he would be back. They asked him if he wanted to leave a message. Piao Jianni left his name and hung up the phone. He pressed his tongue against the back of his teeth, feeling as if he had messed things up. If Wenrugi found out, he didn't know what would happen. Tong Xuelu didn't go back to work. She went straight back to the family quarters. She took out all the bed sheets and pillowcases that the Tong family had slept in and washed them. She took out the pillows and exposed them to the sun. Then, she cleaned the entire house. By the time everything was clean, she was so tired that she couldn't even straighten her back. Sister, you've worked hard. Mian Mian will massage your back. Tong Mian Mian kicked her short legs and climbed onto the bed. She used her chubby little paws to hit Tong Xuelu's waist. Tong Xuelu lay on the bed and said in a muffled voice, Thank you, Mian Mian. Harder. You're too weak. When Tong Mian Mian heard her sister's words, she tilted her head and thought for a while. Then, she replied loudly, Okay. She clenched her little fists and punched her waist fiercely. Tong Xuelu was speechless. Her strength was only slightly better than scratching an itch. After a while, she turned around and kissed Tong Mian Mian. Grandma and the others are gone. Are you happy, Mian Mian? Tong Mian Mian nodded her little head. Yes. She paused for a moment and leaned over to whisper, Mian Mian doesn't like that big brother. That big brother always liked to pinch her face. That time, he hugged her so hard that it hurt. Tong Xuelu rubbed Tong Mian Mian's hair. Sister doesn't like him either. Tong Mian Mian felt uneasy after saying that. She didn't expect that her sister didn't like that big brother either. She wasn't afraid anymore. Will Big Brother come back in the future? He won't. At least, he wouldn't be able to come back in the short term. When he came back from the Northwest in 5 years, Tong Mian Mian would only be 8.5 years old. She would still be very young and wouldn't be considered to have escaped danger. However, she wouldn't let him have a chance to get close to Tong Mian Mian. When Tong Jiaming and Tong Jessen came back from school, they were shocked when they found out that everyone from their hometown had left. Tong Jessen widened his eyes and asked repeatedly, Did they really leave? Will they come back in the future? After getting a definite answer, he was so happy that he did a few somersaults on the ground. Tong Jiaming didn't express his joy or anger. At this moment, the corners of his mouth were curled up and his eyes were sparkling with joy. Tong Jiasun scratched his head and looked at Tong Xuelu expectantly. Does that mean we don't have to eat sauerkraut from today onwards? Tong Xuelu shook his head. Of course, not. Those people from their hometown were chased away because they ate too much fish and meat. If they ate too much fish and meat after they left, what would others think of them? Actually, according to her, it was best to change jobs and move to another place. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to eat as much as they wanted in the future. Tong Jiasun cried out when he heard this. He covered his face with both hands and collapsed on the ground. There was no way to live without meat, however, to celebrate the departure of those from their hometown, Tong Xuelu made 2 servings of stir-fried vegetables with minced garlic that night. The siblings had been eating plain porridge with sauerkraut for many days. Although they could only eat stir-fried vegetables with minced garlic, they still felt that it was wonderful. Tong Jiasun scooped rice with soup and ate 3 bowls of rice. His stomach was full. After dinner, as usual, Tong Jiasun went to wash the dishes while Tong Mianmian went next door to play with pork eggs. Only Tong Xuelu and Tong Jiaming were left in the house. Tong Xuelu said, "The reason why I sent Tong Xinjin to the farm was because she hit Mianmian." She briefly explained what happened that day. She didn't shirk her responsibility for her negligence. That day, she was indeed too careless. She shouldn't have left Tong Mianmian in the care of Mother Tong. She didn't tell Tong Jiaming and his brother because it wasn't the right time. Although Tong Dajuan and his wife weren't killed by the original owner, it had a lot to do with her. At that time, she had just returned to the Tong family for a day and Tong Mianmian was hit. If the Tong brothers knew about it, they would definitely be more hostile towards her. She admitted that she had her own selfish motives. However, in that situation, telling them wouldn't help and would even worsen their relationship. It wouldn't be a good thing for either of them, so she chose to hide it from them. After Tong Xuelu finished speaking, the house became quiet. Tong Jiaming looked down. After a while, he calmly said, "I know about this. You don't have to tell Jiasun about it." Tong Xuelu grasped the timing very well. If he knew about this at that time, he definitely wouldn't have tolerated her staying in this house. However, now that they had worked together to chase away the people from their hometown, he naturally couldn't say anything. Moreover, although she was negligent, the person who hit Mianmian was Tong Xinjin. Even if he wanted to blame someone, he should blame Tong Xinjin. Tong Xuelu saw that his attitude was still good and felt relieved. He stood up and went out to bathe Tong Mianmian. After a tiring day, Tong Xuelu took the baby to bed early after bathing. She didn't know how long she had slept, but there was a sudden knock on the door. She was so tired that she didn't want to move. She asked Tong Jiaming to open the door, but no one answered. She opened her eyes and found that she was the only one left in the house. Tong Jiaming and his siblings were nowhere to be seen. The knocking on the door was still persistent, as if it would not stop until she opened the door. Tong Xuelu always had a bad temper when he woke up, not to mention that he didn't have enough sleep. He got up and cursed, "Who is it? Be careful not to lose Gigi if you disturb my sleep." At this moment, a low and gentle voice came from outside the door. "It's me, Wenrugi." She was stunned. Why would Wenrugi suddenly come to the family compound to look for her? Tong Xuelu opened the door and saw Wenrugi standing at the door, staring at her with a pair of dark eyes. She felt a little uneasy under his gaze and said, "Comrade Wen, why are you looking for me?" Wenrugi didn't say a word. He walked in and slammed the door shut. Then, he pulled her into the house without saying anything. Tong Xuelu struggled for a while. "Comrade Wen, what are you trying to do? If you continue like this, I'm going to call for help." Wenrugi pulled her to the bed and threw her on it. He bent down. "Didn't you say that you wanted to have sex with me? That's why I'm here. I'm at your mercy." This was too wild, wasn't it? Tong Xuelu looked at the handsome face in front of her. She couldn't think straight and her breathing gradually became heavy. "Are you sure you want to be at my mercy?" Wenrugi's gaze was faint. "Of course." He stood up and began to take off his clothes. His fair and slender fingers pressed on the buttons and unbuttoned them one by one. He looked at her with his dark eyes. Oh my God, who could resist such temptation? Tong Shualu swallowed her saliva and thought to herself, come on then. She was ready to have sex with him. The white shirt fell to the ground. Just as when Rugi's hand reached for his pants, a cry suddenly came from outside the door. Oh my god, Zhu Dan pooped in his pants again. Tong Shualu opened her eyes abruptly and stared at the ceiling for a long time. Oh my god, this was too embarrassing. Why did she have such a dream? At the same time, she felt a little regretful. Why didn't Zhu Dan pooped earlier or later? She was so close to seeing her big baby. What a pity. The sky was already bright outside. Tong Jiaming was preparing breakfast. She kissed the sleeping little dumpling and sat up with a grunt. After brushing her teeth, Huang Xianlan came to her door. Tong Shualu's eyes lit up when she saw Huang Xianlan. There had been no news from Su Shouying, so she thought that Su Shouying did not want to report her. If Su Shouying chose to back out, she did not intend to continue persuading her. Some mud just could not be helped. She had been thinking about how to get herself a better job for the past 2 days. She did not expect Huang Xianlan to come. She pretended to be ignorant and asked curiously, Xianlan, why are you looking for me so early in the morning? The people in the courtyard were curious when they saw Huang Xianlan. Huang Xianlan's cheeks were red because she walked too quickly. Comrade Tong, I have something to tell you. It's about my cousin. After saying that, she suddenly lowered her voice and added another sentence. Tong Shualu patted her hand and gave her an understanding look. He handed the Tong Mianmian to Aunt Kai as usual. Then, he carried his military satchel and left with Huang Xianlan. Huang Xianlan only told him after they left the courtyard. Comrade Tong, my cousin has made up her mind. She has decided to report that bastard and her mother-in-law. Tong Shualu raised his eyebrows. Why did Comrade Su suddenly change her mind? I saw that she was very hesitant before. Huang Xianlan sighed. After you came to the restaurant and told me about it, I found time to visit my cousin and tell her about your suggestion. Who knew that when I went to her house, I would see her lying on the bed with a bloody nose and a swollen face. She couldn't even get up. Tong Shualu frowned. That bastard hit her again? Huang Xianlan nodded. Her eyes were slightly red. My cousin said that after she went home after breaking up with you, she was beaten that night. Her waist was injured and it hurts whenever she moves. But this time, she made up her mind not because of that, but because that bastard hit Xiaoqiu. One of the reasons why Su Shouying could endure it was because she didn't want to leave her daughter. Although He Baozhen didn't like Xiaoqiu, he had never hit her. But this time, when he hit Su Shouying, Xiaoqiu ran over to protect her mother. He Baozhen told her to get lost, but Xiaoqiu didn't. Then, he got angry and hit Xiaoqiu too. That bastard, he's worse than a dog. Xiaoqiu is his biological daughter. How could he do that? Huang Xianlan was so agitated that she couldn't help but cover her face and cry. Tong Shualu clenched his fists and took a deep breath. How's Xiaoqiu now? Is she okay? Huang Xianlan wiped her tears and said 2 of her teeth were knocked out. The doctor said that it was an inch away from hurting her eyes. If that happened, she might have lost her sight. Because of this, Su Shouying felt scared and finally made up her mind. Fortunately, she didn't give in. Tong Shualu sighed in his heart. If your cousin reported it, would the neighbors be willing to testify for her? I don't think so. Huang Xianlan was stunned for a moment and shook her head. Tong Shualu wasn't surprised by this answer at all. In this day and age, people would rather destroy 10 temples than destroy a marriage. Therefore, when a couple quarreled, they would advise the woman to put up with it. What was even more disgusting was that if Su Shouying really reported her husband and mother-in-law, not only would the neighbors not testify for her, they might even accuse Su Shouying of being vicious and heartless. When was the last time that bastard hit your cousin? Are the wounds on her body still there? Huang Xianlan thought for a moment and said, the wound on her forehead has healed, but there should be some bruises on her body. Tong Shualu frowned when he heard this. I'm afraid these wounds aren't enough. It had been many days since the incident, and the wounds had healed. After that, Su Shouying told the public that she fell down on her own. Even if they went to the Public Security Bureau now, it wouldn't be of much help. Unless, before she could finish her sentence, Huang Xianlan said with reddened eyes, my cousin has thought of this too. She wants you to be a witness. When the time comes, she will deliberately provoke that bastard and let her husband and mother-in-law hit her together. Tong Xuelu, this method could indeed catch the two scumbags in one fell swoop, but it was a little too tragic. Seeing that Tong Xuelu didn't say anything, Huang Xianlan was afraid that he wouldn't agree, so she hurriedly said, Comrade Tong, I know I shouldn't trouble you with this matter, but my cousin is really desperate. I beg you, please help her this time. As relatives, they couldn't be witnesses. Moreover, that bastard had relatives in the Public Security Bureau. They had no power or influence, so they couldn't beat him at all. Tong Xuelu, don't worry. If I didn't know about this, it would have been fine. But now that I know, I definitely won't stand by and do nothing. Huang Xianlan's face was full of gratitude. Thank you, Comrade Tong. I thank you on behalf of my cousin. Tong Xuelu waved his hand. We are working-class sisters. It's only right for us to help each other. I think it's better to do it now. I'll go over today. We'll do it separately. Call your cousin and tell her that I'll go to the factory to apply for leave. Huang Xianlan agreed and turned around to run. Tong Xuelu suddenly stopped her. By the way, does your state-run restaurant have pig's blood or chicken's blood? Huang Xianlan nodded. Yes, the restaurant has live chickens today. The chef will kill them later. Then I'll go back with you and borrow some blood from the chickens. Huang Xianlan, **** when Rugi returned to the research center from the experimental base. His colleagues in the research center told him that his grandfather and a person named Piao Jiani had called him separately. After thanking the other party, he returned to his office and called Old Master Wen. Old Master Wen was about to go out to play chess with his comrades when he heard Uncle Zong call out Ru Gui. He immediately turned around and snatched the phone. You little brat, do you still remember what day it is tomorrow? Wen Rugi, it's your birthday, Grandpa. I'll go back today. That's more like it. Old Master Wen's beard trembled. But if you can bring the young girl over to celebrate my birthday with me, I'll be even happier. Wen Rugi, after hanging up the phone, he originally wanted to call Piao Jiani. Since he would have to pass by the Public Security Bureau on his way home, he thought that it would be better to look for him directly. Tong Xuelu and Huang Xianlan went to the state-run restaurant. The chefs there were slaughtering chickens. She dipped some cotton into the chicken blood and covered her head with it as she walked back to the factory. Director Ma of the workshop was shocked to see her like this. Xuelu, what's wrong with your forehead? Tong Xuelu frowned and gasped. Director Ma, I was hit by a bicycle on my way to work. I hurt my head. I want to ask for leave so I can go to the hospital to clean my wound. Director Ma signed the leave request and asked with concern, why are you so careless? Where's the person who hit you? Don't tell me you let him escape just like that? No, he was careless. He paid me 10 yuan. He couldn't accompany me to the hospital because he had something urgent to attend to. Director Ma nodded. That's more like it. Speaking of which, why are you so troubled? Let's not talk about it anymore. Go and clean your wound. Thank you, Director Ma. After walking far away from the factory, Tong Xuelu threw away the cotton dipped in chicken blood and met up with Huang Xianlan at the bus station. She had taken too many days off recently. If she didn't put on a show, she would definitely leave a bad impression. Did you inform your cousin? Huang Xianlan nodded. Yes, I told her that we would be there in 2 hours. I didn't want her to be beaten up too early. Tong Xuelu felt sad and helpless when she heard this. No matter which society or era it was, women were always at a disadvantage. Before she transmigrated, she saw a news article about a woman who had been beaten up by her husband. She jumped off a building and became disabled. However, she still couldn't get a divorce. Now, Su Shouying wanted to report her husband and mother-in-law and let them beat her up again. It was so hard to be a woman, they were lucky. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a bus came. They got on the bus, bought tickets, and found a seat. People were very adaptable. After taking a few buses, Tong Xuelu could adapt to the bumpy ride. After getting off the bus, they went straight to the state-run restaurant. When Su Xiuying saw them, she was so excited that her hands trembled. She went in to apply for leave and then ran out to meet up with them. It had only been a week since they last saw each other, but Su Xiuying had lost so much weight that she was almost out of shape. Her face was haggard, and there were many bruises on the corners of her mouth. There was also a bald patch in front of her forehead. Her husband or mother-in-law must have scratched her bald patch. Just looking at it made one's fists harden. Tong Xuelu said, "Comrade Su, have you really thought it through?" Su Xiuying's pale lips pursed into a line and she nodded heavily. "Yes, I will definitely let those two bastards receive the punishment they deserve." Previously, for the sake of her daughter, she had been swallowing her anger. But that bastard should never have hit little Qiu. She could tolerate anything but beating Xiaoqiu. Rather than the day that the mother and daughter were beaten to death, she would rather send them to hell. Tong Xuelu saw that although she looked haggard, her eyes were resolute. "In that case, let's start." Su Xiuying nodded and turned to walk towards the steel factory where her husband, He Baozhen, worked. Huang Xianlan looked at her cousin's back with an uneasy expression on her face. Tong Xuelu raised his eyebrows. "Why? Are you afraid?" Huang Xianlan bit her lips and said, "Actually, I'm not afraid. I'm just a little worried. When my aunt and the rest find out, I wonder if they will blame me." Tong Zol patted her on the shoulder. "You don't have to care about other people's views. You just need to know that you are saving your cousin from the fire and water. You are helping a suffering working-class sister. If anyone dares to scold you for this, it means that their thinking is not progressive enough. You have to believe that what you are doing is great and noble." Huang Xianlan was instantly encouraged. She said excitedly, "Comrade Tong, you are so right. I will remember your words. If anyone dares to scold me, I will say that their thinking is backward." Although she was determined to help her cousin, she was actually very nervous. She was worried that her aunt would blame her for ruining her cousin's marriage if her cousin-in-law was sent to prison. But now that she heard Tong Xuelu's words, she felt a warmth in her heart. She felt a burning fighting spirit. She must save her cousin from this disaster. Su Xiuying arrived at the steel factory and asked the guard to call He Baozhen out. He Baozhen saw her appear at the factory's entrance and frowned. "Why didn't you go to work again?" Su Xiuying saw the fierce look in his eyes and her body trembled subconsciously. But when she thought of her daughter's face covered in blood, she forced herself to calm down. "I went to work, but someone came to me and said that Mom fell at home and had to be sent to the hospital immediately. I couldn't move Mom alone, so I had to come to you." When He Baozhen heard that something happened to his mom, he hurriedly went home to ask for leave. Then, the couple rushed home. Tong Xuelu and Huang Xianlan had been waiting nearby. When they saw Huang Xianlan bringing He Baozhen home, they hurriedly followed them. They followed him all the way to the entrance of the alley before they stopped in their tracks. Tong Xuelu said, "Wait here. I will go there alone. When you hear the quarrel later, go to the Public Security Bureau and report it. Understand?" Huang Xianlan clenched her fists. "I understand. Go quickly." Tong Xuelu nodded and turned to walk towards Su Xiuying's house. He Baozhen was worried about his mother and hurriedly ran home. But when he ran into the yard, he saw his mother sitting at the door sewing the soles of shoes. He paused, turned around and glared at Su Xiuying. "What's going on? Didn't you say that my mom fell and hurt herself?" Su Xiuying took a step back from his glare. Before she could answer, "Old madam," he heard their voices. She looked up and asked curiously, "Baozhen, why are you back? Did something happen?" He Baozhen looked angry. "It's all because of that B*tch. She told me that you fell and had to go to the hospital immediately. That's why I asked for leave and came back." "Old madam," he jumped up and scolded, "you're a plague chicken that can't lay eggs. Are you cursing me to death? Baozhen, look at your wife. She's getting more and more unreasonable. Now she dares to ride on your mom's head and shit. You have to teach her a lesson." He Baozhen frowned and glared at Su Xiuying. "You'd better explain it to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson." Although Su Xiuying had mentally prepared herself, she couldn't help but tremble in the end. She took a deep breath and said, "Yes, I lied. I called you back to discuss the divorce with you. He Baogan's eyes were as big as a bull's. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Su Shuiying clenched her fists and said word by word, He Baojian, I don't want to live with you anymore. I want to divorce you. Slap. Su Shuiying's face was slapped hard as soon as she finished speaking. He Baojian was tall and his hand was like a fan. Su Shuiying's face was turned to the side when he slapped her. Su Shuiying's face was burning and there was a buzzing sound in her ears. He Baojian, if you have the ability, kill me today. Otherwise, I'll divorce you. He Baojian was so angry that the veins on his forehead were exposed. He raised his hand and slapped her again. Su Shuiying didn't dodge. Her face was swollen and her nose was hot. She had 2 nosebleeds. She didn't wipe the blood off her face. She said in a voice that was only loud enough for He Baojian and old Madam He to hear, He Baojian, you're just a good-for-nothing. You and your mother are even worse than animals. I curse you to go to the 18th level of hell after you die. Old Madam He didn't want to do anything when she saw her son beating Su Shuiying. But when she heard Su Shuiying cursing her and her son to go to hell, she couldn't help but be angry. You're just a good-for-nothing who can't lay eggs. I'll kill you. Old Madam He ran over and reached out to grab Su Shuiying's hair. Her nails scratched her face, and Su Shuiying's face was scratched. Su Shuiying felt that her scalp was about to be pulled off. She screamed, Help! Help! He Baojian and his mother are going to kill me. The He family made such a big noise that people in the yard ran out of their houses. Old Madam He, why are you fighting again? That's right. Stop fighting. Let's talk things out. It was working hours now. The people in the yard were either old people or children. When they saw He Baojian and his mother beating Su Shuiying, they didn't dare to come forward to stop them. Old Madam He scratched Su Shuiying's face and scolded her like a mad dog. This good-for-nothing only gave birth to a good-for-nothing son after 7 years of marriage. How dare she ask for a divorce? Bah! Su Shuiying was in so much pain that her face was cramping. Why can't I get a divorce? I went to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor said that there's nothing wrong with my body. The problem is your son. He's tall and strong, but he's a good-for-nothing. Wow, it turned out that the person who couldn't bear a child wasn't Su Shuiying, but He Baojian. When everyone heard this, they all looked at He Baojian. He Baojian felt a rush of blood to his face. He clenched his fist and punched Su Shuiying's face. Bang, a loud sound was heard. Su Shuiying was hit so hard that she took 2 steps back. She lost her balance and fell to the ground. Tong Xuelu ran in and looked shocked. How could you hit her? He Baojian looked fierce. This is our family matter. It has nothing to do with you. As he spoke, he walked forward to hit Su Shuiying again. Su Shuiying lay on the ground moaning. Her face was covered in blood. Tong Xuelu was afraid that she would be beaten to death, so he ran forward to protect her. You better stop. If you dare to touch me, I'll report you to the police for being a hooligan. He Baojian stopped in his tracks. He gritted his teeth and glared at Tong Xuelu. He Baojian was afraid of being reported for being a hooligan, but old Madam He wasn't. She jumped up and pointed at Tong Xuelu. You're in charge of everything. Since when is it your turn to meddle in my family's affairs? It's wrong for you to hit people. We're living in a modern society now. How dare you use the old ways to torture your daughter-in-law? I'm going to report you to the police. It's none of your business. It's none of your business. Old Madam He stomped her feet in anger. She rushed forward to scratch Tong Xuelu's face. Tong Xuelu pretended to be frightened and screamed, Murder! Help! Murder! As she screamed, she waved her hands and legs wildly. She accidentally kicked Old Madam He's body. Old Madam He was sent flying. Old Madam He fell to the ground and screamed, Ouch, ouch. My waist is going to break. Baojian, beat this little B*tch to death for me. He Baojian was furious when he saw his mother being hit. He clenched his fists tightly. B*tch, who told you to meddle in other people's business? Do you believe that I won't slap you to death? Tong Xuelu sneered. She glanced at his trouser pocket and said, "A tree that doesn't care about its bark will definitely die. A shameless person is invincible. You're just an embroidered pillow. You don't have any balls and you still have the face to scold your daughter-in-law for not being able to lay eggs. Bah, you're really shameless." After she finished speaking, she turned around and ran away without waiting for He Baojian to react. Boom. He Baojian's anger rushed to his head. His face turned purplish red, and he chased after him. *TCH, if I don't kill you today, I'll change my surname to yours. Tong Xuelu ran like crazy. She ran to the door and hid. She heard the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer. She counted down in her heart, 3, 2, 1, just as He Baojian was about to rush out of the door, she stretched her leg forward, bang. There was a loud sound. He Baojian was not prepared and tripped. His whole body fell forward and his face hit the ground heavily. He got up and felt that the bridge of his nose was about to break. His nose was sore and painful. It was so painful that he cursed, *TCH, *TCH. Tong Xuelu interrupted him. You're infertile and you still want to have a house full of children. I've never seen a man who wants to be cuckolded as much as you. He Baojian's chest was burning with anger. The veins on his temples were throbbing. *TCH, I'll kill you. Being called a coward again and again, any man would be angry. He Baojian endured the pain and got up. He wanted to beat up Tong Xuelu. Tong Xuelu turned around and ran again. As she ran, she shouted, "Help! Murder! Someone wants to kill me." Tong Xuelu's heart was pounding with a perverted domestic violence man chasing after her. Fortunately, when she turned the corner, she saw 2 policemen coming in her direction. She hurriedly shouted, "Officers, help! Someone wants to kill me." The 2 policemen heard her shout and ran over quickly. He Baojian was so angry that he did not hear what Tong Xuelu said clearly. When he caught up, he saw the policeman standing beside Tong Xuelu. His face suddenly changed. Tong Xuelu pointed at He Baojian and said, "Officers, it's him. He's the one who wants to kill me." He Baojian was scared. "Officers, you've got the wrong person. This woman hit my mother, so I ran out to chase her." Tong Xuelu's eyes were red. "Officers, he's full of nonsense. When I passed by, I heard someone shouting for help in the courtyard. I ran in to take a look. This man and his mother were ganging up on a woman. The woman's face was covered in blood. I ran in to stop them, but they scolded me for being a busybody. His mother even wanted to hit me. I accidentally pushed his mother, and this man chased after me to kill me. You should have heard it just now. It really scared me." As she spoke, she started to wipe away her tears. The 2 policemen saw that Tong Xuelu looked weak and weak. She was crying and trembling in fear. On the other hand, He Baojian looked fierce. When they ran over, they also heard the other parties scolding. Comparing the 2, they naturally chose to believe Tong Xuelu's words without hesitation. The 2 policemen grabbed He Baojian's arm and dragged him back to the courtyard. When old Madame He saw her son running out, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She got up and rode on Su Shoying's body, hitting and scolding at the same time. "You diseased chicken that can't lay eggs. How dare you talk about divorce? How dare you talk about divorce? I'll beat you to death." Slap. 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 The slap landed on Su Shoying's face again and again. Su Shoying did not dodge or struggle. She knew that the policeman should be arriving soon. The more badly she was beaten, the heavier the punishment these 2 scumbags would receive. Anyway, she had been beaten so many times. As long as she endured it this time, she and her daughter would be free in the future. When Tong Xuelu and the 2 policemen came in, they saw this scene. Tong Xuelu took off her shoe and threw it at old Madame He's face. "Policeman, you see, this is a modern society. This old woman actually dares to use violence in private. She's simply lawless." The shoe hit old Madame He's face right on time. Old Madame He cried out, "Ouch." Her nose was sore from the hit. When she heard Tong Xuelu say policeman, she thought that she was just scaring her. However, when she took a closer look, she saw that her son's arm was being grabbed by 2 policemen. She trembled and almost peed in her pants. One of the policemen came forward. "Get up and follow us to the police station." Old Madam He's face was ghastly pale. Her hands were trembling as if she had epilepsy. "Policeman, I didn't use violence. That person is my daughter-in-law. Who doesn't live a noisy life? If you don't believe me, you can ask my daughter-in-law." However, as soon as she finished speaking, she heard Su Shoying sit up with a bloody face. She said firmly, "Policeman, I want to report He Baojian for beating and abusing a woman. Also, Wang Hohad is reverting to the old ways of society and torturing her daughter-in-law at home. The wounds on my face and body were caused by them." Tong Xuelu said, "I can testify. This female comrade is lying on the ground after being beaten, but this man still won't let her go. This is a modern society." Comrade Chairman said that women hold up half the sky, but there are still people who dare to abuse women like this. People like him who don't care about the law should be shot. When He Baojian and Old Madam He heard the word shot, their expressions changed drastically. Their eyes were as big as a cow's. Old Madam He clenched her teeth and said, "Xiaoying, are you confused because of your illness? We are your closest relatives. Baojian is Xiaoqiu's father. You can't talk nonsense in front of the policeman." Now she was trying to please them. What was she doing earlier? Su Shoying looked at Old Madam He and sneered, "Policeman, I'm not talking nonsense. They were the ones who beat me, and more than once. All the wounds on my body were caused by them. I want to report them. Hurry up and arrest them." Old Madam He was scared and angry at the same time. She cried out, "Oh God, what sin have I committed to marry such a heartless daughter-in-law? Everyone, come and see. There's actually someone who wants to report her husband and mother-in-law. She's trying to kill our whole family." The people in the courtyard didn't expect things to turn out like this. They all tried to persuade her. "Xiaoying, calm down. It's not good if this matter goes to the police." "That's right. We're all family. Make peace at the end of the bed. Xiaoying, hurry up and explain to the policeman." Old Madam He was stupid and despicable. She still wanted to lead the public to put pressure on Su Shoying. However, Su Shoying had made up her mind. No matter what the people around her said, she wouldn't change her mind. Old Madam He wanted to cry again, but she was stopped by the policeman. "Shut up. If you have anything to say it back at the police station." Old Madam He was like a chicken that had been strangled by the neck. Her cries were stuck in her throat, and she felt terrible. Then, He Baojian and his mother were brought back to the police station. Other than Tong Xuelu and Su Shoying, the people in the courtyard also went with them. Public Security Bureau Piao Jianni was surprised to see Wenrugi at the door of his office. "Rugue, why are you here?" Wenrugi said calmly, "Tomorrow is Old Master's birthday. I'm going home, so I dropped by." "Why did you look for me last time?" Piao Jianni said exaggeratedly, "You said 29 words in one breath. That's rare." Wenrugi ignored his fuss. He walked in and sat down. "Tell me, what's the matter?" Piao Jianni scratched his head. "I called you because I wanted to talk to you about Comrade Tong." Wenrugi's expression changed slightly. He raised his eyebrows slightly. "Tell me clearly." Piao Jianni chuckled. "It's a long story. Didn't I suspect that you were dating her? That day, I saw her when I was sending someone off at the bus station. I wanted to trick her. I asked her if she was your girlfriend. Do you know what she said?" Wenrugi's dark eyelashes drooped slightly. He didn't say a word. Piao Jianni mimicked Tong Xuelu. "She said, yes, I've been dating Rugue for more than a year." You didn't see her expression at that time. She was so shy. Who would have thought that she was lying? Don't you think she's a thief? Wenrugi glanced at him. She's not a thief. You're the one who's stupid. Piao Jianni tried to salvage his dignity. I'm not stupid. She's just too unpredictable. What kind of woman would joke about her reputation? Wenrugi said calmly, what happened after that? Piao Jianni felt his face heat up when he thought about what happened that day. She asked me how I knew about her. She even pretended to be scared. I was afraid that she would cause a misunderstanding, so I told her that you asked me to help her. Wenrugi raised his eyebrows. You still have the nerve to say that you're not stupid? Piao Jian's smile collapsed. I wasn't on guard. Who would have thought that a delicate little girl like her would be so scheming? But there's one thing I'm sure of. I think she's interested in you. Wenrugi frowned. Don't talk nonsense. Piao Jian was not convinced. I'm not talking nonsense. If she's not interested in you, why would she say that she's been dating you for more than a year? If this gets out, how are you going to find a partner with her in the future? By the way, did she pester you because she knew about your family background? Wenrugi looked at him coldly. Comrade Tong isn't that kind of person. He's not as scheming as you. Piao Jian. Forget it. It was all his fault. He was already so protective of her before they were even together. What would happen when they were together? Wenrugi stood up and said, since you don't have anything else to say, I'll leave first. Also, don't be so stupid in the future. Piao Jian, QAQ. Wenrugi ignored him and strode out of the office. When he passed by an interrogation room, he suddenly heard a clear voice. Do you think that you won't offend the He family just because you don't testify for Comrade Su? Let me tell you, if you don't tell the truth, you'll be committing perjury. Perjury is illegal. Why did the voice sound so familiar? Wenrugi stopped in his tracks and looked into the room through the window. He saw a slim figure facing the window. Her black hair was braided and hung in front of her chest. Her fair and delicate skin looked even more dazzling under the contrast of her black hair. Wenrugi's attention fell on the small red mole under the corner of her eye. Her eyelashes were long and dense. When she lowered her eyelids, they covered the red mole under her eye. When she lifted her eyelids, the red mole appeared again. It was faintly discernible and reminded him of the red plum blossoms on the snowy mountains in winter. When the people in the room heard what she said, they couldn't help but panic. Female comrade, if we say that we don't know anything, we'll be committing perjury too. Of course. You clearly saw Comrade Su Xiaoying being beaten up, but you say that you don't know anything. If this isn't perjury, then what is? This is a lawful society. If you dare to do anything illegal, you'll be sent to the farm for reform. Female comrade, it's not that we don't want to help Su Xiaoying. She's also a pitiful person, but we're scared. That's right, female comrade. You don't know, but the He family has a relative in the Public Security Bureau. If he's released, won't he find trouble with us? Tong Xuelu raised his eyebrows. What's his relative's position? I'm not too sure either. I heard that he's a secretary. Tong Xuelu sneered. You're so scared of a secretary? My partner's friend is the captain of the Criminal Investigation Department of the Public Security Bureau. Did I say anything? I'm telling you, as long as you tell the truth, I promise that no one will dare to find trouble with you in the future. Female comrade, is what you said true? Of course it's true. My partner's surname is Wen, and he grew up with the captain. Would he watch me get bullied without doing anything? After Tong Xuelu finished speaking, she felt that someone was looking at her. She subconsciously turned her head to look at the window. The sun was shining brightly outside, and there was no one around. She shook her head, thinking that she might be too sensitive. As Wenrugi walked out of the Public Security Bureau, Piao Jian's words kept repeating in his mind. I think she's definitely interested in you. If she's not interested in you, why would she say that she's been in a relationship with you for more than a year? The bright sunlight shone on him, and his dark eyelashes trembled slightly. Could it be that she's really interested in me? His eyelashes trembled slightly again as he thought of something. Although his face still looked indifferent, his ears couldn't help but turn red. Tong Xuelu spent a lot of effort to convince Su Xiaoying's neighbors. Actually, with her testimony and the wounds on Su Xiaoying's body, He Baozhen and his mother could be sent to prison, but the punishment would not be too severe. If the neighbors were willing to testify, it would be the best. Because domestic violence was different from domestic violence for a long time. She had a very bad impression of He Baozhen and his mother. When she ran into the yard and saw Su Xiaoying lying on the ground with blood on her face, she was shocked and angry. She thought that no matter how much of a jerk He Baozhen was, he would not kill his wife. She did not expect him to be worse than a beast. This was also the reason why she lied to convince those people just now. If she did not send them to prison, she would not be able to swallow her anger. Although she used Wenrugi and Piao Jian's names, her motive was to help others. Even if they knew, they would not care too much, right? However, when she thought of the embarrassing incident last time, Tong Xuelu decided not to tell them about it. With Tong Xuelu and the neighbors' testimonies, and the two policemen who saw Su Xiuying hit Su Xiuying with their own eyes, there was no doubt about the case. He Baojian and old Madam He were immediately locked up. When they were taken away, old Madam He pointed at Su Xiuying and scolded her. She cursed Su Xiuying and cursed her to die a horrible death. He Baojian did not scold her. Instead, he knelt down in front of Su Xiuying. Xiuying, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. I know I shouldn't have hit you. I don't know why I did that. Su Xiuying did not expect him to kneel down in front of her. She bit her lips and clenched her fists. He Baojian saw that she did not say anything. He raised his hand and slapped himself a few times. Xiuying, I know I was wrong. Xiaoqiu is only 3 years old. She can't live without a father. If Mom and I go to prison, people will say that she has a father who is in prison. Moreover, it was her own mother who reported her and sent her to prison. What will people think of her in the future? Su Xiuying pursed her lips tightly, and a look of struggle appeared in her eyes. When she saw He Baojian kneel down earlier, she didn't react at all. But now that he mentioned her daughter, her eyelashes couldn't help but tremble. He Baojian saw that Su Xiuying's face was wavering, so he quickly continued, Xiuying, for the sake of the child, please forgive me and mother. I promise that I won't do anything to you or the child in the future. You will be in charge of the family. Didn't you say that you wanted to make a new set of clothes for Xiaoqiu? Let's buy it for her now, okay? Huang Shanlan was very anxious when she saw that her cousin had changed her mind. She turned her head to look at Tong Xuelu, hoping that she could help persuade her. Tong Xuelu remained expressionless and pretended not to see Huang Shanlan's pleading gaze. Su Xiuying had to stand up on her own, otherwise, no one could save her. If she chose to forgive He Baojian this time, then even if she was beaten to death by He Baojian in the future, she would not help him again. The main hall of the Public Security Bureau was as quiet as a chicken. Everyone held their breaths as they looked at Su Xiuying. Just when He Baojian thought that there was hope, Su Xiuying suddenly sneered and said through gritted teeth, He Baojian, do you think that I will forgive you just because you said a few nice words? Haha, stop dreaming. She turned and ran away after she finished speaking. Huang Shanlan saw this and quickly chased after her. Su Xiuying, you be *tch, come back here. He Baojian didn't expect that Su Xiuying would still refuse to forgive him after he slapped himself. He was instantly furious. His face was as red as a braised pig's head. A policeman walked over and pulled him up forcefully. He said rudely, behave yourself. How dare you call yourself a boss in a place like this? Look at you. Soon, He Baojian and his mother were taken away. Piao Jiani walked out of his office with some documents. He turned his head and looked outside. Suddenly, he saw a woman walking out of the main hall. A slim figure, a round back of her head, he stopped in his tracks. Wasn't this the female comrade named Tong Xuelu? Why was she here again? He strode over with his long legs and wanted to chase after her. However, before he could reach her, a group of people surrounded Tong Xuelu. He could only give up. Su Xiuying's neighbors surrounded Tong Xuelu and started talking about their relatives and sons. Female comrade, didn't you say that your boyfriend's friend is the captain of the Public Security Bureau? I have a nephew who wants to work in the Public Security Bureau. Do you think you can introduce him to someone? Female comrade, my son is a soldier. He hasn't been able to find a good job since he left the army. He is in good health. If you want to introduce someone, you can definitely introduce my son. Female comrade, Tong Xuelu felt like there was a swarm of flies buzzing around her ears. She was extremely annoyed. Of course not. He is the captain. He is responsible for solving cases and subduing criminals. How would he have the time to help you deal with these things? Someone looked at her unhappily. Then how would he have the time to help you? Tong Xuelu raised her eyebrows. How can that be the same? I am his friend's girlfriend. Furthermore, I am good-looking. The captain doesn't like ugly people. If you think you are prettier than me, you can ask him for help. Tang Xuelu ignored them after she finished speaking and strode away. Everyone was speechless. Su Xiuying didn't run far. She stopped after she ran out of the Public Security Bureau. Huang Xianlan caught up with her and saw her cousin's tear-streaked face. She panicked. "Cousin, what happened to you? Do you regret it?" Su Xiuying wiped her tears and shook her head. "I don't regret it. I just feel an indescribable pain in my heart." Just now, He Baojian had knelt in front of her and begged her to forgive him. He said that he would treat her and their daughter well in the future. She almost gave in. Before they got married, they used to have sweet days together. There were many times when she couldn't understand why he had become like this. Huang Xianlan was neither married nor in a relationship. She didn't know how to comfort her when it came to relationships. The two of them squatted by the roadside for a while before Tang Xuelu came out. Tang Xuelu saw that her eyes were red. It was obvious that she had just cried, but she didn't intend to ask. Su Xiuying saw her walking over and quickly suppressed her sadness. "Comrade Tang, thank you so much for today." Tang Xuelu waved her hand. "We are all working-class sisters. It's natural for us to help each other. You don't have to be so polite. However, you should sell your man's workstation as soon as possible and divorce him before the punishment comes out." As for whether her man would cause trouble for them after a few years, she didn't think it was a big problem. The reform and opening up of China would happen in 2 years. Su Xiuying was afraid that He Baojian would harass her and her daughter. She could take her daughter to another city to develop her career. Su Xiuying paused for a moment. "Luckily, Comrade Tang reminded me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought of this. By the way, Comrade Tang, I heard that you want to find someone to change your job. What do you think about working in a state-owned restaurant?" Tang Xuelu's heart skipped a beat. Her expression didn't change as she said, "Why? Do you want to change your job too?" Su Xiuying nodded. "I reported my husband and mother-in-law. I can't continue working in that job. I also have to find a new place to live. Otherwise, I'm afraid that they will say something unpleasant to our child." It was one thing for her to be criticized, but she was most worried about her daughter. Although changing jobs couldn't completely avoid this problem, it would still be somewhat useful. Tang Xuelu didn't hesitate. "I like to cook, but my job is a textile worker. If you change jobs with me, you will be at a disadvantage. How about this? I'll give you money and buy it from you." Su Xiuying hurriedly waved her hand. No need. Comrade Tang, you helped me so much. How can I take your money?" Tang Xuelu mentioned it twice, but Su Xiuying was determined not to take her money. She had no choice but to give up. Therefore, the two of them agreed to exchange jobs after Su Xiuying's matter was settled. Su Xiuying wanted to treat Tang Xuelu to a meal, but Tang Xuelu knew that she didn't have an appetite, so she refused. Huang Xianlan wanted to stay here to accompany Su Xiuying. Tang Xuelu was about to go back to Yanqing County alone when she suddenly remembered that when Rugi had helped her. She turned around and walked towards the Public Security Bureau. She asked around for the address of Piao Jianni's office and went straight to him. Piao Jianni was stunned when he saw Tang Xuelu return. "Why are you back?" Tang Xuelu raised her eyebrows. "So Comrade Piao knows that I came to the Public Security Bureau today?" "I saw you just now." Piao Jianni raised his eyebrows and asked with a gossipy expression, "Did you meet Rugue at the Public Security Bureau just now?" When Rugi came to the Public Security Bureau, Tang Xuelu was stunned. She suddenly remembered the erotic dream she had last night, and her face flushed uncontrollably. She frowned again. When Rugi didn't hear what she said just now, right? Piao Jianni stared at her suspiciously. "Comrade Tang? Did you hear what I said?" Tang Xuelu snapped out of her daze and said calmly, "I heard you. I didn't see Comrade Wen just now." "When did he leave?" "He left quite a while ago." Piao Jianni continued to stare at her. "Comrade Tang, what do you think of Rugue?" Tang Xuelu thought for a moment and said, "Comrade Wen is a good person." Piao Jianni was speechless. After giving Wen Rugi a good person card, Tang Xuelu directly told him the purpose of her visit. I came to look for you because I wanted to ask if Comrade Wen has any favorite food. He has helped me so many times, and I want to make some food for him as a thank you gift. Piao Jiani had an "I knew it, I knew you were interested in Rugue" expression. Comrade Tong, you want to make some food for Rugue? Tong Xuelu corrected him and said, it's a thank you gift for him. Piao Jiani automatically ignored her and said, Rugue likes to eat fish. He likes all kinds of fish. Tong Xuelu thought for a moment and said, can he eat spicy food? Piao Jiani nodded and said, he should be able to, but he can't eat spicy food. If he could eat spicy food, things would be easier. Tong Xuelu smiled and said, thank you, Comrade Piao. I'll take my leave now. Piao Jiani was speechless. That's it? You're leaving just like that? After all, I'm the one who put in the effort. Shouldn't you give me something to eat as well? This is too much, I'm so angry. When Rugi returned to the military compound. As soon as he entered, he saw a pot of green grass on the dining table. There was another pot of green grass beside the cabinet where the television was placed. He felt a little strange and turned around to ask Uncle Zong, don't we only have flowers at home? Why did you put 2 pots of green grass here? Uncle Zong looked outside and did not see old Mr. Wen. He then said softly, Commander said that he wanted to put 2 pots of green grass here to remind you. When Rugi raised his eyebrows and said, remind me? Uncle Zong nodded and said, to remind you when you're going to bring the tender grass back. When Rugi was speechless. This was indeed something old Mr. Wen would do. Uncle Zong suddenly sighed and said, Commander is getting old. He always says that he's in poor health and is afraid that he won't be able to see his great-grandchildren. Every time I hear him say that, I feel terrible. I know you don't like to hear these words, but you're not young anymore. You have to find someone to take care of you in the future. Don't you think so? When Rugi's face was as calm as still water. He paused for a moment and said, got it, Uncle Zong. He then turned around and went upstairs. Uncle Zong was stunned and could not react for a long time. Usually, when Rugi would be very resistant when it came to marriage. However, he actually said that he got it just now, he had to hurry and tell Commander this good news. Uncle Zong was about to leave when he saw old Mr. Wen humming a tune as he walked in. Uncle Zong said, Commander, you seem to be in a good mood. Old Mr. Wen stroked his beard and said with a smile, Old Jiang lost 5 games of chess to me today. He's really useless. Uncle Zong hurriedly reported the matter to old Mr. Wen. Upon hearing this, old Mr. Wen's eyes widened and he asked, he really said that? Uncle Zong nodded vigorously. Yes, Rugue was standing here just now and looking at this pot of green grass. Then, I said those words to him and he said that he got it. Old Mr. Wen's gaze landed on the pot of green grass and he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I knew it. I knew that young grass would be useful. Little Zong, hurry and get a few more pots of green grass. I want them to be especially tender. Also, send 2 pots to Rugue's room and let him look at them every day. When he returns to the military base, let him bring 2 pots back too. Old Mr. Wen did not believe that he would not feel anything if he were to look at the young grass every day. Uncle Zong hurriedly agreed. Okay. I'll go and get some green grass now. Old Mr. Wen corrected him. It's not green, it's tender. Yes, Commander. When Rugi came downstairs for dinner, there were a few more pots of green grass in the house. The living room was filled with green. It was so green that it made people panic. It was very green. Tong Xuelu saw that it was still early, so she decided not to rush back. Instead, she looked for an apartment in the city. Once she changed jobs with Su Xiuying, their family of 4 would definitely move to the city. Working at the state-run hotel did not provide them with housing. Su Xiuying's apartment was not given to her by He Baogan's company. It was her own apartment. When she sold her work desk, her apartment would probably be sold as well. Even if Su Xiuying did not sell her apartment, she did not want to rent it. That was because the courtyard was more dilapidated and cramped than the family compound. Once she entered the courtyard, it was filled with dirty and messy things. She wanted to move to a place with privacy. She did not have to worry about other people's opinions when she cooked. Moreover, she did not like those cold neighbors. If she had a choice, she would not rent an apartment with Su Xiaoying. Since she was going to work at the state-run hotel, it was best to live near the hotel. After Tang Xuelu made up her mind, she walked towards the southern part of the city. Unlike in the future, the houses in Beijing were dense and low. There was no planning to speak of. Moreover, most of the houses were old. Families lived together for several generations. There was not enough space for them to live in, let alone rent or sell them. Tang Xuelu walked around the residential area and asked many people. However, she did not see a single house for rent. She could not help but miss the small advertisements and real estate agents that filled the streets in the modern era. Later, an auntie pointed her out and told her to go to the housing management office to ask around. Perhaps there were houses for sale or rent. It was almost noon. She was afraid that the people in the housing management office were about to get off work, so she quickly went there. When she arrived at the housing management office, she was about to step in when she bumped into a man who was walking out of the office. The other party was tall and strong. Although she did not see stars when she bumped into him, her forehead still throbbed with pain. However, she was the one who bumped into him. She consciously apologized, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Are you okay?" Xiao Qingping was about to say that he was fine when he suddenly saw her face. He made a sound of surprise and bent down to stare at her face. Tang Xuelv instinctively felt offended and felt uncomfortable in her heart. However, before she could say anything, the other party pointed at her and shouted, "It's you. Crybaby." Crybaby? What the hell? Tang Xuelu frowned and raised her eyes to look at the man in front of her. She saw a tall and strong man. He had a crew cut, small eyes, and a big nose. His facial features. However, this wasn't a problem. The problem was that this person looked a little familiar, but she couldn't recall who he was. "I'm sorry, you've got the wrong person." After she finished speaking, she walked past him. Xiao Qingping stopped her. "I've got the wrong person." "It's you, Tang Xuelu." Only then did Tang Xuelv seriously size up the other party, and then finally remembered who he was. Xiao Qingping was the son of the head of the logistics department. He was 4 years older than the original host and they grew up in the same courtyard. To him to Tong to Zuelto bully Xuelu's to bully. To Tong to Xuelu. Was bullied to Xuelu bullied. Xuelu was to Xuelu. Xuelu was the one who was bullied the most by him. Later on, she would cry whenever she saw him. That was why she was nicknamed Crybaby. A few years ago, Xiao Qingping had joined the army and had not returned for the past 2 years. He had grown up a lot compared to before. In addition, the original owner only had Fang Wenyuan's memory, so she did not recognize him immediately when she saw him. Xiao Qingping saw that she didn't speak. He stared at her and said, "Tang Xuelu, why aren't you saying anything? Don't tell me you don't remember me?" "I don't remember." "A good dog doesn't block the way. Go away. If you don't go away, I'll report you to the army." After she finished speaking, Tang Xuelu ignored him and walked past him. Xiao Qingping looked like he had a toothache. "This crybaby, she said she doesn't remember me. If she doesn't remember me, how did she know I was in the army? I didn't expect her to change from a crybaby to a chili in just 2 years." The man beside him said, "Cousin, who is that woman? Why are her words so sharp and mean? She actually called you a dog. Do you want me to go in and teach her a lesson?" Xiao Qingping glanced at him. "Teach her a lesson? Do you think you're a bandit? Cousin?" Xiao Qingping snorted, "Remember that you're a man. Be magnanimous. Don't you think it's embarrassing to be so calculative like a woman?" "Cousin, fine, I'll take it that I'm talking too much, I'll take it that he didn't say anything. As long as you're happy." Xiao Qingping glanced inside and suddenly clicked his tongue. That's weird. Why did that crying bag come to the housing management office? Does she want to buy a house? Cousin, do you want me to go in and secretly ask around?" Xiao Qingping raised his eyebrows. "Why do you want to secretly ask around? What's in your head all day long? You have to be open and aboveboard. Why are you sneaking around?" "Cousin, from this moment on, he won't speak. Speak. If he speaks again, he's a dog." Tong Xuelu entered the housing office and explained his purpose of visit to the staff. The staff was a woman in her late 20s. Her eyes swept across Tong Xuelu's fair face. Her expression was cold and arrogant as she said, "There are no houses for rent, but there are houses for sale. Have you prepared the money?" Tong Xuelu took out 2 white rabbit creamy candies from his military bag and handed them over with a smile. "Little girl, I'm so envious of you for being able to find such a good job at such a young age." Zhou Fengyun was stunned for a moment. Then, she said shyly, "What are you talking about? My son is already 7 or 8 years old. Why are you still calling me little girl?" Tong Xuelu was shocked. "Are you serious? Your skin is so fair and lustrous. I thought you were 1 or 2 years younger than me. How do you take care of your skin?" Zhou Fengyun was shy and proud. "What do you mean by taking care of my skin? To be honest, my skin has been very fair since I was young. When I went out in the past, people didn't believe that I had a son that old." Tong Xuelu said sincerely, "If it were me, I wouldn't believe it either. Also, I heard that women age very quickly after giving birth, but you don't look like you have given birth at all." Zhou Fengyun touched her face and smiled like a flower. "Oh right, what kind of house did you say you wanted to buy? You don't look that old. Why did you come here alone to look for a house?" Tong Xuelu pursed his lips and his eyes turned red. "I didn't want to come here alone, but my parents passed away a few months ago. Now, I'm the oldest in the family. My youngest sister is only 3 years old, so I have to take care of everything by myself." Zhou Fengyun's nose turned sour when she heard this. "It's not easy for you at such a young age." Tong Xuelu wiped away his tears and said with a nasal voice, "Who has it easy these days? We still have to survive, don't you think so? I'm going to change jobs with someone and work at a state-run hotel in the city. That's why I want to rent a house nearby." Zhou Fengyun's eyes lit up when she heard that he was working at a state-run hotel. "Is your job at a state-run hotel stable?" Tong Xuelu nodded. "Of course it's stable, but the other party still has some things to deal with. He has to wait for another week or 2 before he can change jobs with me." It was very respectable to be able to work at a state-run hotel these days. If one had relatives or friends working at a state-run hotel, it was also very respectable. Especially when he wanted to invite someone to a restaurant, if he had an acquaintance working at a state-run hotel, he could ask the other party to leave some good food for him. That would be very respectable. Zhou Fengyun wanted to make friends with Tong Xuelu. "Your job is good, so you must change. As for a place to stay, I don't have any rentals, but there are a few houses for sale this month. Do you have time to go take a look?" Tong Xuelu looked at the time and said, "It's almost time to get off work and have lunch. How about this, I'll treat you to lunch at a state-run hotel, and then we can look for a house later." Zhou Fengyun quickly refused. No, the state-run hotel is so expensive. How can I let you treat me?" Tong Xuelu had lost his parents and had to raise his younger brother and sister. How could she let him treat her? However, Tong Xuelu insisted on treating her and pulled her to the state-run hotel. "If you want others to help you, you have to be considerate. Some money should be spent when it should be spent." This was her way of doing things. When the 2 of them came out of the housing management office, Xiaoqingping had already left. In the end, Tong Xuelu and Zhou Fengyun went to the state-run hotel and ordered a bowl of shredded pork noodles each. Although the state-run hotel did not provide a lot of food, and the selection was very simple, the portions were sufficient. The 2 of them ate until their stomachs were round. After eating, Zhou Fengyun's attitude towards Tong Xuelu became even more enthusiastic. She treated him as if he was her own younger sister. She did not go back to rest at noon. Instead, she brought Tong Xuelu to look at a few houses that were for sale. At this time, there were very few houses for sale. It could be said that there were almost no houses for sale. Most of the houses that people lived in now were left behind by their previous families or were allocated by their units. Usually, there was not enough space for a whole family to live in, so why would they sell it? Moreover, the units could not be sold to outsiders. If they wanted to sell, they could only sell it to people in the same unit. Therefore, if one did not have connections, it was impossible to buy a house. Zhou Fengyun brought Tong Xuelu to look at 3 houses. The first 2 houses were so dilapidated that Tong Xuelu suspected that they would collapse at any time. The key was that the location was not good, but the price was not low. Tang Xuelu rejected the idea without thinking. The third house was an independent courtyard. There were 4 rooms with a separate kitchen and toilet. The rooms were spacious and bright. Moreover, each room faced the sun and had no dark rooms. The house was not dilapidated, and the location was good. It was far from the main road, and when the door was closed, one would not be able to hear the noise outside. This house was simply Tang Xuelu's aesthetic. Sister Fengyun, this house should not be cheap, right? Zhou Fengyun raised her palm and said, I want this much. A single palm would cost 5,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Tang Xuelu could not help but be speechless. Tang Dajuan and his wife's pension was 1,000 renminbi. The work desk sold to the Su family was 380 renminbi, and half of it was given to the people in Beihe. Previously, in order to let Xie Jinhua and the rest sleep with her, she had taken the initiative to give them a lot of money. After calculating, she still had more than 1,100 renminbi. She did not even have half of it. How could she buy it? Zhou Fengyun said, Sister, you're the one who introduced this house to me. If it were someone else, I might not have brought it here. This house was handed over by the previous rich capitalists, but you don't have to worry about the future. This house is now under the government's name, so there's no problem at all. It's just that many people are afraid that the government will take it back one day. That's why they did not sell it. But at most, it will stay for 1 or 2 months. It will definitely be bought by someone else. Her husband did not have that much money. Otherwise, she would have bought it long ago. Sister Fengyun, this house is too expensive. I don't have that much money. I'm really sorry for taking up so much of your time. At this moment, Tang Xuelu felt as if she had just gone to a Louis Vuitton store with 200 renminbi. She was so worried. Zhou Fengyun waved her hand and said, You don't have to be so polite with me. But if you can't buy a house, where are you going to live in the future? Tang Xuelu sighed and said, I'll think about it later. There's always a way. The last option was to rent a house with Su Shouying. On the way back, Tang Xuelu became a little depressed. She liked that house too much. As for the matter of the government taking it back, she was not worried at all. The problem was that she did not have that much money. There were still 2 years before the opening of the economy. It was impossible for her to get a lot of money in a short period of time. She could be like many transmigrators and get some food to sell in the black market. But going to the black market could only be considered a small business. Without the interspace and a cheat, it was impossible for her to earn 4,000 renminbi in a short period of time. Forget it. In the end, she would end up renting a house with Su Shouying. After dinner that night, Tang Xuelu told Tang Jiaming that she would be changing jobs soon. I exchanged my job with someone at a state-run restaurant in the city. I'll look for a house and we'll move there together. Do you have any problems with that? Tang Jiaming was shocked to hear this. A state-run restaurant was a very respectable job. Many people wanted to work there but could not. How did she manage to exchange the textile worker's workstation with someone else? Tang Xuelu saw his shocked expression and explained, I helped that person a little. She happened to want to change jobs, so we did the exchange. A little help? Tang Jiaming did not believe this at all. But he did not intend to get to the bottom of it. She had sent Tang Zhinzhen to the farm, sent Tang Yanliang to the Great Northwest, and caused those people from Beihe's hometown to come in high spirits and leave with their tails between their legs. All of these were her handiwork, but if she was so capable, why did she leave the Tang family in the first place? Tang Jiaming thought so in his heart. Unexpectedly, he asked the question out of carelessness. Tang Xuelu raised his eyebrows. Don't tell me you think that I left the Tang family because I was afraid of Tang Zhinzhen or because I was forced to leave by Tang Zhinzhen? Tang Jiaming, isn't that the case? Tang Xuelu rolled his eyes. Of course not. You're underestimating me. If I don't want to leave, no one can force me to leave. The reason I left the Tang clan was because that wasn't my home to begin with. This is my home. Tang Jiaming felt like his heart was being hammered. He wanted to ask her why she had spoken to his parents like that if she wanted to stay here as a writer. But he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Tang Xuelu did not know what was on his mind. Do you have any other questions? Tong Jiaming shook his head. No. Don't tell anyone about this for the time being. If you can't change jobs, you'll be laughed at. Okay. As soon as the two of them finished talking, Tong Mianmian ran over with his short legs. Sister, look at the hair that Brother San tied for Mianmian. It doesn't look good. Before Tong Xuelu could say anything, Tong Jiasun rushed over like a firecracker. How does it not look good? It's obviously very good. Brother San will tie your hair every day. No, no, no. Tong Mianmian waved his chubby hands and shook his head like a rattle. Uglery. JPG Tong Xuelu rolled his eyes at the ceiling when he saw that Tong Mianmian's hair had been tied into two hedgehog-like lumps. She carried Tong Mianmian and comforted her softly. Mianmian, don't worry. I won't let him touch your hair. Tong Jiasun frowned and said unhappily, why can't I tie Mianmian's hair? Why should I? Tong Xuelu glanced at him coldly. Sure, you can tie my hair, but don't eat my cooking in the future. Tong Jiasun was like a duck that had been strangled and could not say a word. Tong Xuelu smiled. To a foodie, not allowing them to eat was worse than killing them. At this moment, Tong Jiasun was very upset, but he did not dare to retort. The phone in the Wen family had been ringing non-stop since morning for old Mr. Wen's 70th birthday. The officers in the army and his old comrades who were overseas called to congratulate him. His relatives and friends in Beijing had also sent birthday gifts over early in the morning. Old Mr. Wen had warned them in advance not to send expensive items. Hence, everyone sent practical items that were not too expensive. Old Mr. Wen looked at the house full of people who came to congratulate him and felt very unhappy. Because these people were not young and inexperienced, after they left, old Mr. Wen could not help but complain. You unfilial grandson. You caused me to be unable to have a great-grandson even when I'm 70 years old. When Rugi placed a bowl of longevity noodles in front of him, knelt down and kowtowed. Grandpa, I wish you a long and prosperous life. Old Mr. Wen said, if you want me to live a long and prosperous life, then bring the young and inexperienced girl here for me to see. When Rugi was speechless. Seeing that he was silent again, old Mr. Wen was so angry that his beard was about to fly up. Old Zhang's great-grandson is almost 3 years old, but my great-grandson is nowhere to be seen. I don't care, you must bring the young and inexperienced girl back for me to see during the new year. When Rugi was speechless. He felt a slight headache. Although old Mr. Wen had always urged him to find a partner to get married, he had never been so willful. Ever since he met Tong Xuelu, he had been developing in an uncontrollable direction. Today, the guests who came to the Wen family's house to congratulate him saw the house full of lush green grass and asked him what was going on. How was he supposed to answer them? After when Rugi went upstairs, old Mr. Wen craned his neck to look at the stairs and asked Uncle Zong, Little Zong, how was my acting just now? Uncle Zong flattered, Commander, your acting just now was better than the previous actors on stage. Old Mr. Wen was speechless. Why did this sound so weird? Old Mr. Wen thought for a while and threw it aside. He smiled so widely that the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes appeared. That little rascal is like a spinning top. He won't move if I don't slap him. It was fine if he didn't have a partner in the past, but now that he knew there was a young and inexperienced girl, he had to remind him from time to time. Commander, you're so smart. Uncle Zong continued to flatter as he organized the gifts. Suddenly, his gaze landed on one of the gifts and he froze. Commander, this is, old Mr. Wen raised his eyebrows. What is it? Why are you stuttering? Uncle Zong said, this is from that person. It's 2 sets of snacks and a set of clothes. This set of clothes looks like it's for Ru Guo. Old Mr. Wen flew into a rage. Throw it out. Throw it all out. How can she still have the cheek to send gifts to Ru Guo? Yes, I'll throw it out now. Uncle Zong hurriedly put the items back into the box and suggested to throw them out. Old Mr. Wen sat alone in the living room with a cold expression on his face. The smile on his face had disappeared. Upon sight of Uncle Zong, he sighed and said, don't let Ru Guo find out about this. Uncle Zong answered softly, don't worry, Commander. I won't tell anyone. Piao Jianni finally had the time to come over to congratulate old Mr. Wen on his birthday when the sky turned dark. Due to the fact that old Mr. Wen had been celebrating his birthday the entire day, he could not take it anymore and thus returned to his room to rest. Piao Jiani was not in a hurry. Instead, he placed a hand on Wenrugi's shoulder and winked at him. "Have you received the fish from Comrade Tong?" Wenrugi asked in confusion. "What fish?" Piao Jiani said, "You haven't?" "She came to my office yesterday and asked me what you liked to eat. She said that she wanted to send you some food as a thank you gift." Wenrugi's eyelashes fluttered. "No." Piao Jiani still felt indignant at the thought of it. "Although you were the one who asked for my help, I did put in some effort. She didn't even thank me. I'm so disappointed." Wenrugi glanced at him and was about to speak when Uncle Zong walked in with a large plate of steamed fish. Wenrugi and Piao Jiani were both stunned. "Uncle Zong, where did this fish come from?" Uncle Zong was afraid that he would drop the fish and said concisely, "Someone gave it to me." There was a few seconds of silence in the living room. Wenrugi walked over and said, "Uncle Zong, give it to me. I'll bring it in." Uncle Zong wanted to say no, but Wenrugi was insistent and held his hands out in front of him. It was as if he would not take them back if he did not give them to him. Uncle Zong had no choice but to hand the plate over. Piao Jiani clicked his tongue and said, "Speak of the devil. Rugue, do you still dare to say that I was spouting nonsense?" He actually sent the food to the military compound and chose to send it to old Mr. Wen's 70th birthday. TSK, what a bootlicker, Wenrugi ignored him and brought the fish into the kitchen. He did something in the kitchen and only came out after a long while. Old Mr. Wen only woke up when it was time for dinner. Piao Jiani refused to leave the Wen family home and thus decided to freeload at the Wen family home. Old Mr. Wen glanced at the dining table and asked Uncle Zong, "Where's the fish?" Uncle Zong looked at Wenrugi and said, "Commander, the fish was sent here just now. Rugue brought it to the kitchen. I'll bring it over now." Wenrugi paused in his actions and said, "Uncle Zong, you don't have to go." Uncle Zong asked, "Why?" Everyone's eyes were fixed on Wenrugi. Piao Jiani suddenly exclaimed, "You hid in the kitchen for so long just now. Don't tell me you ate the fish all by yourself? You're too shameless." Wenrugi was speechless. Uncle Zong ran into the kitchen and saw the fish bones in the trash can. He returned to report this matter to old Mr. Wen. Old Mr. Wen hollered angrily, "That fish was given to me by old Jiang to celebrate my birthday. No matter how greedy you are, you should at least leave a bite for me." Wenrugi was speechless. Piao Jiani paused for a moment before recovering from the shock. The next moment, he burst into laughter and laughed uncontrollably. Ha 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 ha, he was dying of laughter. Piao Jiani was laughing so hard that he almost died. Old Mr. Wen, on the other hand, was infuriated. Old Jiang had lost the fish to him in chess. There was a saying in old Jiang's hometown, if a person on his birthday were to ask someone with good fortune to cook a plate of fish for him, he would be able to enjoy the same fortune as the other party. Old Jiang had many children and grandchildren. Old Mr. Wen felt that old Jiang was more fortunate than him. He had finally won a few rounds of chess and forced him to cook fish for him. But before he could even take a bite, the fish was eaten by this rascal. How could he not be angry? Unfortunately, he could not say this out loud. Otherwise, people would think that he was spreading superstitions. Wenrugi had never felt so awkward in his life. He had eaten all the fish just now because he did not want his grandpa to know that Tong Xuelu had sent the fish over. If his grandpa found out, he would be even more ashamed of Tong Xuelu. However, they were not really dating. And he was worried that it would affect her reputation. As long as he ate the fish and his grandpa did not see it, he would not ask about it. As for sharing the fish with Piao Jiani, sorry, he did not think about it. However, he did not expect that the fish was not sent by Tong Xuelu but was personally cooked by old Jiang. This was very awkward. Wenrugi ignored Piao Jiani, who was laughing hysterically. He coughed and said, "Grandpa, I'll cook for you personally later. I want to eat old Jiang's cooking." Old Mr. Wen snorted and stood up. "Little Zong, I remember that old Jiang caught a lot of fish today. Let's hurry over and ask him if there are any live fish. Let's ask him to cook another one for me." Wenrugi was speechless. To be honest, old Mr. Jiang's culinary skills were not very good. The steamed fish just now was still a little raw. He did not understand why old Mr. Wen insisted on eating old Mr. Zhong's cooking. Old Mr. Wen hurried over to the Jiang family mansion with Uncle Zhong, leaving Piao Jianni alone in the living room, laughing loudly. When Rugi glanced at him and said faintly, "About Comrade Tong, don't let it slip later." Piao Jianni wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. "I thought you told her that today is the old man's birthday, so she specially sent it today." When Rugi paused in the middle of picking up the food. "I thought you were talking to her." Piao Jianni grinned. "Why would I tell her that?" "Alright, it's just a misunderstanding. However, you don't have to be in such a hurry to swallow the entire fish." "How does the fish taste?" When Rugi did not say anything, Piao Jianni looked him up and down and said, "I thought Comrade Tong was interested in you, but now it seems that you are more interested in her." When Rugi's eyelashes fluttered, and he said coldly, "I remember that your father still doesn't know that you borrowed money from me, right? Hit the snake where it hurts." Piao Jianni immediately cowered. She hurriedly begged for mercy. "Alright, I'm just spouting nonsense, okay? But you can't let my old man know that I'm borrowing money from you. Otherwise, he'll break my legs." When Rugi did not comment. After a moment of silence, he said, "Why did she go to the police station again? Hasn't the Tong family matter been settled?" Piao Jianni clicked her tongue. Speaking of which, she really has an affinity with the police station. However, she didn't go there because of the Tong family matter, but because of a woman who was beaten up by her husband and mother-in-law. She went there as a witness. Speaking of which, we really have to thank that woman. If she hadn't persuaded the neighbors to be witnesses, her husband and mother-in-law would have been released after 2 to 3 years at most. Now, they will be in jail for at least 5 to 6 years. It turned out that she was there to persuade those people. When he heard what she said at that time, he could more or less guess what she was up to. This was also the reason why he did not directly expose her lie. Now that he knew that she was lying to help others, the doubts in his heart dissipated. In this world, there were many people who sought benefits and avoided harm. When faced with the suffering of others, most people chose to stand by and watch. She was brave enough to stand out as a witness and persuade others to stand out as witnesses. In his opinion, lying a little was not a big deal. However, when he thought of her saying that "my partner's surname is Wen," his heart trembled slightly. Under the light, the tips of his ears turned slightly red. The next day, Tong Xuelu went to work at the textile factory as usual. In order to cover up the panic from her previous injury, she pulled down her bangs to cover her forehead. Other than Tong Jiaming, she did not mention to anyone else that she wanted to change jobs. When the Su family finally collected the money they owed to her, Zhou Feng also started to go to work. Most people in the villa complex expressed their understanding that Tong Xuelu did not return to the countryside with the Beihe family, but there was no lack of people who were jealous of her. The Su family felt that they had received a great favor from Tong Xuelu, so they put in good words for her. If they encountered someone who pestered her endlessly, Mother Su would be the first to pounce on them and tear them apart. In this way, Tong Xuelu did not need to do anything herself, and the rumors in the villa complex were torn apart by Mother Su. After a week, just when Tong Xuelu was so tired that she was about to have a spinal injury, there was finally news from Su Shouying. He Baozhen and old Madam He were sentenced to 5 years in prison for the crime of abusing and humiliating women. They would be sent to the farm to undergo rehabilitation in the next few days. When Su Shouying decided to report her husband and mother-in-law, she sent her daughter to her parents' home in advance. After leaving the police station, she did not return to the He family, but went straight to her parents' home. When her parents saw her return with a bloody nose and a swollen face, they were so angry that they scolded He Baozhen for being inhumane. However, although they scolded her, no one persuaded her to divorce or stood up for her. Su Shouying felt a chill in her heart, but no matter how disappointed she was, she could not fall out with her parents' family. She had already committed such a disgraceful act. If she fell out with her parents' family, she would not be able to survive in Beijing. Then, she told her parents that she had reported He Baozhen and his mother. Just as she expected, her parents' family exploded on the spot. They pointed at her nose and scolded her, telling her to quickly withdraw the report. She looked at her parents' family expressionlessly, and then proposed that she let her second nephew take over He Baogen's work position. The house fell silent. Needless to say, her parents' attitude immediately changed. They all accused He Baojian and old Madam He of being inhumane and said that they would definitely support her. She sneered in her heart, but did not show it on her face. Then, she went to the steel factory with her parents to complete the procedures. When the people at the steel factory found out that Su Xiuying had reported He Baojian and his mother, and gave his work position to her own nephew, they were so shocked that their mouths could be stuffed with a shoe. After the shock, everyone accused her of being heartless, especially the He family's relatives. They rolled up their sleeves and wanted to hit her. But this time, she did not need to do anything. Her parents rushed to the front and scolded the group of people. They even shouted that they would report them to the Public Security Bureau. Because of He Baojian's example, the others were suddenly afraid. Seeing her parents stand up for her, Su Xiuying's heart did not waver at all. After completing the procedures, she bought fruit candies and snacks the next day and took a taxi to see Tong Xuelu. Su Xiuying arrived at the right time. Tong Xuelu had just finished his meal, and she came to the door. Seeing Su Xiuying, Tong Xuelu's eyes lit up. "Comrade Su, you're here." They had not seen each other for a week. The bruises on Su Xiuying's face had faded a lot, and she did not look as haggard as before. Although she still looked very thin, she was in good spirits. Su Xiuying handed over the fruit candies and snacks and said in a low voice, "Their verdict is finally out." As long as He Baojian and old Madam He's verdict was not out, she would not feel at ease. She also did not dare to exchange jobs with Tong Xuelu, in case she was implicated. Now that the verdict was out and she had divorced He Baojian, she could finally rest assured and come over. Tong Xuelu looked at the things she bought and declined, "You can just come over. You don't have to buy anything." "It's my pleasure. You've helped me so much." Su Xiuying smiled and looked up to see 3 other children in the room. She asked, "Are they your younger brother and sister?" "Yes, they are my younger brother and sister." Tong Xuelu nodded and asked Tong Jiaming and the others to greet them. Tong Mianmian was the cutest. She ran over with her short legs and looked up, "Hello sister, I'm my sister's younger sister. My name is Mianmian. I'm 3 years old this year." As she spoke, she held up 4 fingers. She looked so adorable that it could melt anyone's heart. Su Xiuying looked at Tong Mianmian, who was about the same age as her daughter, and her heart softened. She took a handful of fruit candies and stuffed them into her hands. "Good girl, take them and eat." Tong Mianmian did not take them. She looked up at Tong Xuelu with sparkling eyes. Tong Xuelu rubbed her little head and nodded, "Take them." Tong Mianmian finally accepted the candies that Su Xiuying stuffed into her hands. She smiled sweetly with her little dimples, "Thank you, sister. Mianmian has small hands." "Sister, you can put the candies in your Mianmian bag." Tong Xuelu could not help but laugh out loud when he saw this. This clever little girl even knew that her bag was better for storing candies. The smile on Su Xiuying's face widened. She filled her 2 small bags with candies and gave Tong Jiaming and Tong Jessen each a handful of fruit candies. The 2 brothers thanked her shyly and took Tong Mianmian out to play. Tong Xuelu asked Su Xiuying to sit down and poured her a glass of water. "Is everything settled?" Su Xiuying took a sip of water and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. "Everything is settled. The verdict has been passed and the divorce has been finalized. My parents have also agreed to help me take care of my child." Tong Xuelu saw a flash of self-mockery on her face when she mentioned her parents. He guessed a little in his heart, but he did not ask. Su Xiuying looked around the house and asked curiously, "Why don't I see your parents? Did they go out to buy things?" "They died in a car accident a few months ago." Su Xiuying let out an "ah" and quickly apologized, "I'm sorry, I didn't know." Tong Xuelu waved her hand, "It's okay, don't worry about it." "Oh right, I told Comrade Huang about my adoptive parents." Then, she gave a brief account of her background. After hearing this, Su Xiuying sighed faintly, "I didn't expect you to have it tough." Previously, she noticed that Tong Xuelu's clothes were different from ordinary people's. She was beautiful and had a good temperament, so she thought that she grew up in the palm of someone's hand. She did not expect her to have such a bumpy life. Her younger brother and sister were still young, so it was not easy for her to shoulder the burden of the family alone. Tang Xuelu did not feel sorry for herself. Comrade Su, you have to pull yourself together. Under the leadership of the party, our lives will get better and better. In 2 years' time, the reform and opening up would begin. When that time came, the economy would develop rapidly and everyone's lives would change dramatically. She looked forward to the arrival of this day. Su Xiuying looked at her confident smile and could not help but feel encouraged. You're right, our lives will get better and better. After chatting for a while, it was time to go to work. Tang Xuelu packed up and went to the factory with Su Xiuying. When they arrived at the factory, Tang Xuelu first went to the workshop to look for Director Ma and told her that she wanted to change her job. When Director Ma heard this, she was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. Zulv, you're leaving? When did this happen? Tang Xuelu, I know an older sister who wants to move here. She can't continue working in the city, so she discussed with me about changing her job. This was the excuse she had discussed with Su Xiuying. They did not mention that Su Xiuying had reported her husband and mother-in-law. It would take 1 to 2 hours to travel from the city to Xianxia County by car. News of her would not reach here for a while. In the city? In this case, won't you and your siblings have to move away together? Oh right, what position do you want to change to? Director Ma liked Tang Xuelu very much. When she heard that she wanted to leave, she was very reluctant to part with her. Director Ma was generous and took good care of herself. Tang Xuelu was also reluctant to part with her. I want to change to a desk at a state-run hotel. When the people in the workshop heard that she wanted to work at a state-run hotel, they were in an uproar. Comrade Tang, how did you change your job? Did your adoptive parents find some connections for you? I think so. Aren't her adoptive parents high-ranking officials? Isn't it easy to change her job at a state-run hotel? Different people have different lives. Comrade Tang's luck is so enviable. Tang Zulv told them that it wasn't her adoptive parents who helped her, but no one believed her no matter how hard she tried, so she decided not to explain. Then, she and Director Ma went to look for the factory director. Director Yu knew that she wanted to change her job and was also very surprised. Have you thought about it carefully? If you stay in the factory, I can take care of you and your siblings. If you move out, it won't be so convenient. Tang Xuelu nodded. Thank you, Director. I have thought about it carefully. Thank you for taking care of my family these days. Speaking of which, the leaders of this factory were very good people. After Tang Dajuan and his wife left, they had been taking good care of the Tang family's children. However, it was too tiring to be a textile worker. Even if they were good people, she did not want to stay. Director Yu saw that she had made up her mind, so he sighed and did not try to persuade her again. The rest of the procedures were very fast. After the procedures were completed, Tang Xuelu and Su Xiuying took a car to the state-run hotel to complete the procedures. Unlike the people in the textile factory who were reluctant to leave, the people in the state-run hotel were so happy that they wanted to set off firecrackers to celebrate Su Xiuying's departure. Especially a waitress named Tan Xiaoyan. She stared at Su Xiuying with a pair of swollen eyes and mocked, Sister Xiuying, are you leaving because you can't work anymore? Su Xiuying pursed her lips and did not say anything. Tan Xiaoyan saw that she did not say anything and became even more arrogant. Just because you don't say anything? I guessed so too. If I were you, I would be too ashamed to face anyone. But I won't do what you did. Sister Xiuying, what are you thinking? No matter how bad Brother Baojian is, he is still your husband and Xiaoqiu's father. How can you be so vicious? Su Xiuying's face seemed to have been drained of blood, and it instantly turned pale. Tang Xuelu remembered this waitress. She was the arrogant waitress with the swollen eyes when she came to look for Su Xiuying previously. At that time, she kept calling Su Xiuying Sister Xiuying, so she thought that she had a good relationship with Su Xiuying. She did not expect her words to be so sharp and mean. However, she did not intend to stand up for Su Xiuying. Su Xiuying had to learn to face and digest it herself. The procedures in the state-run hotel were simpler than those in the textile factory. The chefs in the hotel needed to be certified, but the waitresses did not. They only needed the signature of the manager of the hotel. The manager of the hotel, Lu Dongcheng, had long wanted Su Xiuying to work there. After all, having such a vicious woman in the hotel was bad for the hotel's reputation. Therefore, when he knew that Su Shoying was leaving, he waved his hand and signed his name happily to let her go. After coming out of the hotel, Su Shoying's face was still very pale. Tong. Xiaolu comforted her softly, "Comrade Su, are you okay?" Su Shoying's mouth twitched. "I've heard this a lot these past few days." "Don't worry, I'm fine. By the way, where are you staying after coming to the city? Have you found a house?" Tong Xiaolu sighed in her heart and shook her head. "Not yet. I went to the housing management office previously, but the houses for sale are too expensive. I can't afford them." Su Shoying said, "I haven't found anyone to take over my house yet. If you don't have a place to stay, you can stay at my place. You don't have to pay rent." Tong Xiaolu quickly waved her hands. "No way. I'm already taking advantage of you by working at the state-run hotel. You have to pay rent." Based on the current situation, she could only rent a house with Su Shoying. The Tong family might be able to help her, but she was no longer the daughter of the Tong family. Moreover, after the incident with Tong Zhenjin, although the Tong family didn't say anything, they would definitely hold a grudge against her. Therefore, Tong Xiaolu didn't think of asking them for help. After parting with Su Shoying, Tong Xiaolu wanted to take the car back, but she suddenly remembered that she had to give Wenrugi a thank-you gift. Last time, after asking Piao Jiani about Wenrugi's preferences, she wanted to find an opportunity to cook for him and send him some food. However, when she went back, she found out that the research center wasn't in the city. It would take at least 3 to 4 hours to travel from Yanqing County to Zhongguang Village. If she had to wait for the car, it would take at least 5 to 6 hours. She didn't know if the fish she sent over would be rancid from such a long distance, but she would definitely get carsick and vomit. Moreover, she couldn't ask for leave again, so she had to give up. Now that she had changed jobs, she had some time. She wanted to give him the thank-you gift. Wenrugi's home should be in the city, but she didn't know when he would come back. Moreover, she didn't know where his home was, so it would be best to ask him. These days, only the post office and work units had telephones. Tong Xiaolu turned around and walked towards the post office. She still remembered the phone number Wenrugi gave her. The person who answered the phone was a cold young female voice. "Research Center, who are you looking for?" "Hello, I'm looking for Comrade Wenrugi." The person on the other end heard Tong Xiaolu's crisp voice. She paused for a moment and said slowly, "Hold on." After 5 to 6 minutes, there was still no response from the other end. Tong Xiaolu watched the time pass by and felt her heart ache. The phone bill was 10 cents per minute. Just as she was hesitating whether or not she should hang up and call back later, the phone was finally picked up. A gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. "I'm Wenrugi." "Hello, Comrade Wen. I'm Tong Xiaolu." Hearing Tong Xiaolu's voice, Wenrugi's eyelashes trembled slightly. He looked up and saw the operator staring at him. He turned around and lowered his voice. "Hello, Comrade Tong. Is there anything I can help you with?" Tong Xiaolu playfully asked, "Can't I look for you if there's nothing?" Wenrugi was momentarily speechless. No one had ever asked him such a question before. He paused for a moment and said, "Of course you can." Tong Xiaolu heard the short silence on the other end. She imagined his expression and the smile on her face deepened. However, the two of them weren't familiar with each other yet, so she didn't tease him. "Comrade Wen, thank you for your help the last 2 times. I heard from Comrade Park that you like to eat fish. Coincidentally, my culinary skills are quite good. I would like to make a plate of pickled fish for you as a thank-you gift." "Wenrugi, you're welcome, Comrade Tong. It's just a small matter." "Tong Xiaolu, I knew you would say that. But Comrade Wen, you've helped me so much. If I don't repay you, I'll feel uneasy." "Comrade Wen, can you really bear to see me living in unease every day?" Wenrugi, her voice was tender and soft, and there was a hint of grievance in her tone. It was hard to reject her. Wenrugi paused for a moment. "I'll be back in the city tomorrow." Tong Xiaolu smiled. "That's great. I knew Comrade Wen was a good and considerate person. Then I'll make some fish and send it to you tomorrow." "Where do you live?" "The military compound." "Okay. See you tomorrow afternoon. Sure. Be there or be square. When Rugi put the phone back, the receptionist, Numa, stared at his face with her eyes wide open. Researcher Wen, you're smiling. When Rugi was stunned for a moment. Then, an uncomfortable look flashed across his eyes. He coughed and returned to his usual indifferent self. He nodded at the receptionist and turned to leave. As soon as when Rugi left, Numa took the enamel jar and ran to the Human Resources Department next door to ask for hot water. She also shared her excitement with her colleagues next door. Did you know? A woman just called to look for Researcher Wen. Most importantly, Researcher Wen smiled. Numa looked infatuated after she finished speaking. Researcher Wen looks so good when he smiles. Are you serious? I've been at the center for several years, but I've never seen Researcher Wen smile. I've never seen it either. But I've never heard of Researcher Wen having a girlfriend. Could it be his mother who called? As soon as she said that, the entire office fell silent. Seeing that no one spoke, the receptionist looked confused. Why aren't you saying anything? Did I say something wrong? Numa snapped out of her daze and glanced outside. She lowered her voice and said, Researcher Wen's mother divorced and left the Wen family many years ago. I heard that she remarried and has other children. Don't mention this in front of him in the future. The receptionist let out an ah and said with her mouth wide open, I know, I won't mention it in the future. I didn't expect Researcher Wen to be so pitiful. No wonder he doesn't smile usually. They chatted for a while more before leaving. When Rugi didn't know that they were talking about him behind his back. He went back to the research room and came out quickly. Then, he strode toward the director's office. When Director Zhuang Jingwei saw him enter, he put down the pen in his hand and asked, Rugue, why are you here? Did you encounter any difficulties? When Rugi clenched his fists and said in a calm voice, Director, I want to take a day off tomorrow. Zhuang Jingwei raised his eyebrows. Why so suddenly? Is there something wrong with your grandfather's health? When Rugi shook his head. No, Grandpa's health is fine. I want to take a day off. Zhuang Jingwei sized him up with his sharp eyes. You just completed your research mission. Alright, I'll approve it for you. When Rugi handed over the leave request that he had prepared beforehand, Zhuang Jingwei took the pen and signed it. When he returned it, he suddenly said, You're not young anymore. It's time for you to find a partner. When Rugi, Zhuang Jingwei continued, When I was your age, my children were already old enough to buy soy sauce. If you don't know how to find a partner, the organization can arrange one for you. When Rugi took the leave request. No need to trouble the organization. Zhuang Jingwei raised his eyebrows. So you can solve it yourself? When Rugi paused for a moment before nodding slightly. Yes. Alright, then I'll be waiting to eat your wedding candy. After Tong Xuelu hung up the phone, he did not go straight home. Instead, he went back to look for Su Xiuying. Su Xiuying went back to the villa complex to pack her things. She was preparing to move in 2 days. When she saw Tong Xuelu return, she was a little surprised. Comrade Tong, why are you here? Tong Xuelu, I have something to trouble you with. Su Xiuying said, What trouble? Come in and talk. When the people in the villa complex saw Tong Xuelu, they all looked over in surprise. Female comrade, why are you here? Don't tell me you want us to be witnesses again? He Bao Zhen and his mother have already been locked up. Why do you still want us to be witnesses? Tong Xuelu said, I don't need to be witnesses. I'm here to look for Comrade Su. Everyone was relieved when they heard this. However, a middle-aged woman kindly advised her, Female comrade, I advise you not to be with those heartless people. Otherwise, you'll be reported. That's right. Some people's hearts are as hard as stone. You have to be careful. When Su Xiuying heard this, she bit her lips and her face turned pale. Tong Xuelu sneered and said, Auntie, you're right. If your daughter is beaten by her husband's family in the future, you can't let her report. The middle-aged woman choked and her face turned red. Tong Xuelu ignored them and walked in. Comrade Su, don't bother with these people. Su Xiuying's face was pale. I know. I'll be leaving soon anyway. I don't care what they say. By the way, why did you say you were looking for me? Tong Shuelu, I don't know if you'll be here tomorrow. I want to make some food for others. I'll bring the ingredients from home. Su Shoying said, I'll stay here tonight. You can come over anytime tomorrow. What do you want to make? Have you prepared the ingredients? Tong Shuelu, I want to make pickled fish and mung bean cakes. I should be able to buy mung beans at the supply and demand cooperative. As for fish, I'll have to try my luck. If she couldn't buy it at the grocery store, she decided to look for it at the black market tomorrow. However, she didn't intend to tell Su Shoying this. Su Shoying laughed. What a coincidence. My grandmother's production team has been fishing for fish these past 2 days. Every family was given a few fish. My grandmother gave 2 to my mother. If you need them, I'll call my nephew and ask him to send some over. Although the fish were for her maternal family, she had given them a workstation. They wouldn't dare to object if she wanted 2 fish. She had been beaten by He Baojian for 7 years. Her maternal family and neighbors were all blind. No one was willing to testify for her. If it weren't for Tong Shuelu, she might have been beaten to death by He Baojian one day. Tong Shuelu's eyes lit up. I need it. I really need it. Thank you so much, Comrade Su. Although summer and autumn were the peak season for fish, there should be people who smuggled them out to sell in the black market. However, there was always a possibility. If Su Shoying had the fish, she could come over tomorrow. Of course, she wouldn't take advantage of Tong Shuelu. She would definitely give him the money. Su Shoying happened to have green beans. Tong Shuelu bought them with money and food stamps and asked her to soak them in the morning. Su Shoying naturally refused. While they were pushing back and forth, an angry shout came from outside. Su Shoying, come out. Hearing the voice, Su Shoying frowned. It's the He family. Then, she walked out. He Baojian didn't have any biological brothers, but he had 3 sisters. At this time, He Baojian's 3 sisters and 4 or 5 nephews came over. The black mass of people came with a menacing aura. Seeing Su Shoying come out, He Baojian's eldest sister put her hands on her waist and scolded, You black-hearted thing. How dare you stay in the He family? Second sister, he added, Yes, you've divorced my brother. This house belongs to the He family. Get out of here immediately. Third sister, he nodded. Not only does this house belong to the He family, but you can't take anything from here. Otherwise, we'll report you to the police for theft. Tong Shuelu walked out of the house and said to Su Shoying, Comrade Su, don't be afraid. If they dare to touch you, I'll be your witness. Then, she looked up at the people in the yard who were watching the show. You've already been my witness once. You don't need me to teach you what to say, right? Everyone in the yard was speechless. They didn't want to be witnesses at all. Okay, the He family's 3 sisters trembled when they heard this. They looked at each other and hesitated. In the end, it was eldest sister He who stood up. Humph, so be it. This house belongs to the He family. No matter where we go, we're in the right. The other people in the group started to clamor. Tong Shuelu was actually a little worried that a fight would break out. Looking at the situation, she was hesitant to rent this house with Su Shoying. What if the He family came to harass them from time to time and scared Tong Mianmian? At this moment, Su Shoying said, This house belongs to the He family. That's right. However, the owner's name is not He Baojian. It's He Xianxia. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Eldest sister He was the first to come back to her senses. She stomped her feet and pointed at Su Shoying. Bullsh *T. Second sister, he said, He Xianxia is just a good-for-nothing. What right does she have to own this house? Third sister, he said, That's right. Besides, you've already divorced my brother. Xianxia isn't a member of the He family. Tong Shuelu sneered. If Xianxia isn't a member of the He family, then all of you good-for-nothings who are married out of the family are even less qualified. The He family's good-for-nothing sisters were speechless. Eldest sister, he said, That's none of your business. That's none of your business. You don't have to interfere in the He family's business. Second sister, he said, That's right. Who asked you to be a busybody? If you say anything else, I'll tear you apart. Third sister, he said, that's right. If you say anything else, I'll beat you up too. The people in the yard said, this woman's boyfriend's friend is the captain of the Public Security Bureau. If we beat her up, we'll have to go to the Public Security Bureau and be her witnesses. The He family's 3 sisters were speechless. Why did they feel so aggrieved? Su Xiaoying said, I've already changed the name of the house. This house belongs to my daughter, He Xiaqiu. If you don't believe me, you can go to the prison and ask He Baozhen. If you dare to mess around, I'll send your family to prison for a reunion. The He family's 3 sisters were speechless. Su Xiaoying didn't look like she was lying. Moreover, Tong Xuelu was beside her. The He family's 3 sisters discussed for a while and decided to ask He Baozhen first before coming over. After the group of people left, Tong Xuelu asked, did they really change the name of the house? If she wanted to live here in the future, she had to get to the bottom of this. Su Xiaoying nodded. Yes, and He Baozhen mentioned it himself. Tong Xuelu's eyes widened. How is that possible? He Baozhen didn't have a conscience, did he? Su Xiaoying sneered. Of course not. He did this on condition. He told me not to change Xiaqiu's surname. That was understandable. He Baozhen's seed wasn't good, and it would be difficult for him to have children after he was released. He Xiaqiu might be his only child in this lifetime. Now that he and Su Xiaoying were divorced, he was worried that Su Xiaoying would change Xiaqiu's surname after she remarried. That was why he used the house as an exchange. Su Xiaoying explained, I don't plan to remarry, and it's not appropriate for me to change Xiaqiu's surname now. It's a waste if I don't take this house. He owes me and Xiaqiu, so I agreed. Tong Xuelu said, you did the right thing. It's a waste if you don't take it. You can't talk about integrity at this time. Su Xiaoying was relieved that Tong Xuelu didn't look down on her because of this. So, you can rent this house without any worries. When they figure it out later, they won't dare to come over and cause trouble. Tong Xuelu nodded. She stuffed the money and food stamps into Su Xiaoying's hands and ran away. Su Xiaoying couldn't help but laugh as she watched Tong Xuelu run away. When she returned to the family compound, the people in the compound had already received the news. Mrs. Kai was the most reluctant to let her go. Zulv, you've only been here for a short while. How can you leave just like that? In Mrs. Kai's opinion, Tong Xuelu was good-tempered, kind, and generous. She cooked delicious food and often took care of Mrs. Kai's children. It was very comfortable to be her neighbor. The others quickly nodded. That's right. There was no news at all before. It's really hard to accept that you're leaving all of a sudden. Tong Xuelu made a reluctant expression. I'm also reluctant to part with the aunties. It's just that things haven't been settled yet, so I didn't dare to say it. If I didn't manage to do it, wouldn't it be a joke? Mrs. Su asked, do you have a place to live in the city? Is there anyone to take care of Mian Mian in the future? Tong Xuelu nodded. I found a place to live. Mian Mian hasn't found a suitable person to take care of her for the time being. I'll talk to the manager and see if I can take her to the restaurant. The state-run restaurant was only lively during meal times. There wasn't much work at other times. It wasn't impossible for her to take the little girl to work with her. However, the manager of the state-run restaurant, Lu Dongcheng, didn't seem like an easy person to get along with. The specific details would have to be discussed when the time came. Seeing that she had arranged everything, everyone left after a few words. Mrs. Lin stood in front of the door and stared at Tong Xuelu with her triangular eyes. Her eyes were red with jealousy. However, she didn't dare to provoke Tong Xuelu since she had just returned from her parents' home. She snorted and walked into the house. After dinner, Tong Xuelu told the 3 Tong siblings that she was going to move. Tong Jiaming knew about it in advance, so he wasn't surprised at all when he heard the news. Tong Jiasen's round eyes widened. When did you change jobs? Tong Xuelu, today. Go to school tomorrow and tell the teachers that you can't go to school here. You have to transfer to the city. The state-run restaurant gave her 5 days to do so. In these 5 days, not only did she have to move, but she also had to help Tong Jiaming and Tong Jessen transfer schools. Time was tight. Tong Jessen looked like he had a toothache. Why did you only tell me now? I don't want to transfer schools. Tong Xuelu wouldn't spoil him. If you don't want to transfer schools, you can stay here. I'll give the food stamps and money to Aunt Kai. You can sleep on the floor in her house. Tong Jessen, the little brat, pouted angrily. He turned his head to look at Tong Jiaming, hoping to get support from him. However, Tong Jiaming said, then I'll start packing tonight. Tong Jessen, second brother, was a traitor. He was so angry. Tong Mianmian hugged Tong Xuelu's neck and said in a childish voice, Mianmian wants to follow Big Sister. Wherever Big Sister goes, Mianmian will follow. Tong Xuelu's heart softened when he heard this. He kissed her face and said, my Mianmian is the cutest. Tong Mianmian smiled until 2 dimples appeared on her cheeks. She shyly buried her face in Tong Xuelu's shoulder. Tong Jessen, both of them were traitors. The next day was Sunday. Tong Jiaming and Tong Jessen didn't have to go to school. Tong Xuelu handed Tong Mianmian to them and asked them to help pack up. Then, he carried his military satchel and a bag of ingredients and left the house. Her luck was good today. Once she reached the bus station, there was a bus heading to the city. She quickly got on. When she reached the courtyard, Su Xiaoying had already opened the door and was waiting for her. Comrade Tong, you're here. The green beans have been soaked for 6 hours. They should have softened by now. Tong Xuelu said gratefully, thank you, Sister Xiaoying. Oh yes, Sister Xiaoying, don't call me comrade anymore. Just call me Zulf. Su Xiaoying smiled and said, okay, I'll call you Zulf from now on. Without further ado, Tong Xuelv went in and began to cook without further ado. Previously, she was afraid that it would be difficult to buy fish, so she told Wenrugi that she would meet him in the afternoon. Now, it seemed that she could send the ingredients over in the afternoon. This was good too. They could eat the fish for lunch. She peeled the soaked green beans and poured the water away. Then, she placed the beans in a steamer to steam them. After they were steamed, she took them out and mashed them into green bean paste. Then, she sprinkled the white sugar that she bought yesterday and mixed it with water and glutinous rice. After the flour and green bean paste were mixed together, she kneaded them into a round shape. Unfortunately, she didn't have a mold. Otherwise, it would look better. After kneading them, she placed them in a steamer to steam them. She made a total of 5 steamers of green bean pastries. Besides giving them to Wenrugi and Su Xiaoying, she was going to give the rest to the people in the courtyard to thank them for taking care of her all this time. The freshly baked green bean pastries exuded the fragrance of green beans. They were yellow and orange in color. They were small and looked very cute. She took 2 out and gave one to Su Xiaoying. Sister Xiaoying, try it and see if it tastes good. Su Xiaoying didn't stand on ceremony. She took the green bean cake and took a bite. It was soft and fragrant in her mouth. It was so fragrant that she almost ate her tongue. Zulf, your culinary skills are really good. It's even better than the green bean pastries made by the state-run restaurants. Tong Xuelu smiled and said, I'm relieved to hear that, Sister Xiaoying. I made a lot of steamers. You can bring one back for Xiao Qiu. Su Xiaoying quickly waved her hands. No, this thing is so expensive. I can't take it from you. Her parents were gone. As a girl, she had to raise a few younger siblings. How could she take her things? Tong Xuelu said, Sister Xiaoying, don't stand on ceremony with me. If you didn't help me get the fish, I don't know how long I would have to work. Su Xiaoying also wanted to bring something delicious for her daughter. She thought for a while and said, I'll accept the green bean pastries. But don't give me money for the fish. Tong Xuelu didn't argue with her. He planned to secretly put the money in the house later. Then, she started to make the pickled fish. The fish that Su Xiaoying gave her was grass carp. It was perfect for making pickled fish. She removed the scales and bones of the grass carp and cleaned it. Then, she used a knife to cut the fish. She put the fish into a bowl, poured in an egg white, and marinated it with ginger, onion, and salt for 15 minutes. During the marinating process, she rinsed the pickled vegetables and cut them into small strips. Once the marinating time was up, she heated up the wok and added oil. Then, she added spices and stir-fried them on high heat. The essence of pickled fish lay in the spices. Once the spices were added, the aroma quickly spread. The whole courtyard was filled with the aroma. The children next door were so hungry that they cried. After a series of actions, everyone in the courtyard was stunned. Su Xiaoying was even more impressed. "Zolv, your culinary skills are amazing. I think you can be a chef with your skills." However, she could only say that. It wasn't easy to be a chef in a state-run restaurant. It was one thing to take a test, but the main thing was that the chef wouldn't let you graduate. Tong Xuelu smiled. "It's just a small trick. How can I compare to a chef in a restaurant?" She was going to eat and drink in a state-run restaurant, not be a chef. That was why she had never thought of taking over the position of a chef. There were so many people in the courtyard. Su Xiaoying didn't want to continue talking about this. She didn't want to cause trouble for Tong Xuelu if someone else spread the news. Tong Xuelu put the pickled fish on a plate, closed the lid, and prepared to take it to the car. When he thought about carrying a bowl of fish to the car, Tong Xuelu couldn't help but sigh. For the 1001st time, he missed modern transportation. Fortunately, there was a direct bus from here to the military courtyard. It only took about half an hour. Su Xiaoying helped her carry the things to the bus station and waited for her to get on the bus before going home. She was really lucky today. She didn't have to wait for the bus twice. Moreover, there weren't many people on the bus at this time. She found a seat and sat down. The conductor and driver didn't find it strange that she was carrying a bowl of fish on the bus. In this day and age, one could bring anything on the bus, let alone a bowl. However, the smell of the bowl was too fragrant. The driver swallowed his saliva and asked, "Sister, what's in your bowl?" Tong Xuelu smiled. "Pickled fish. I'm a waitress in a state-run restaurant. I learned some cooking skills from the chef. If you have time in the future, you can come to our state-run restaurant to eat. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied." When the driver and conductor heard that she was a waitress in a state-run restaurant, their nostrils immediately went up. The driver laughed. "That's great. Sister, I can tell that your cooking skills are very good just by smelling it." Tong Xuelu took the opportunity to make a request. "Sir, look at the bowl of fish I'm carrying. Can you drive slower later? I'm afraid that the soup will spill out." The driver, "No problem, I'll drive steadily for you." With this guarantee, the journey was indeed very smooth. After getting off the bus, Tong Xuelu repeatedly thanked the driver. After walking for 10 minutes, they arrived at the military courtyard. However, they were stopped by the orderly. "Who are you looking for? What's that in your hand?" Tong Xuelu opened the lid and showed it to him. "It's pickled fish. I'm here to look for Comrade Wenrugi. I wonder if you can call him and ask him to come out for a while." The orderly was starved by the aroma of the pickled fish. He glanced at Tong Xuelu, nodded, and went in to make a call. Wenrugi took the bus back last night. When old Mr. Wen saw that he had returned, he was so shocked that his beard was sticking up. He scanned him from head to toe and only felt relieved when he found that he was fine. This morning, he woke up before the sun rose. As he did not know when Tong Xuelu would arrive, he did not dare to go out. He woke up early in the morning to take a shower and wash his hair. Then, he cleaned the house again. Both old Mr. Wen and Uncle Zong were dumbfounded. They originally thought that Tong Xuelu would only arrive in the afternoon. Unexpectedly, the security guard called before noon. When Rugi hung up the phone, put on his shoes, and rushed out immediately. As soon as he rushed out, old Mr. Wen popped his head out from old Zhong's house. The commander Uncle Zong said, "Little Zong, hurry up and follow him. Find out what tricks he's up to." Uncle Zong hurriedly responded, "Yes, Commander. I'll go now." Old Mr. Wen reminded him, "Be careful, don't let him discover you. If he does, you're going to get your butt kicked." "Don't worry, Commander. I'll be careful." Hence, the old Uncle Zong followed him sneakily like a thief. When Rugi ran all the way until he saw Tong Xuelu's figure from afar. He then stopped. He pretended to be very calm and walked over unhurriedly. Wenrugi's voice was calm and emotionless. "Hello, Comrade Tong." Tong Xuelu's red lips curled into a bright smile. "Hello, Comrade Wen." Wenrugi's eyes swept across the charming red mole under her eyes. His eyelashes fluttered slightly. "Didn't Comrade Tong say that you'll only be here in the afternoon? Why are you so early?" Tong Xuelu looked into his eyes. "Because I want to see you as soon as possible." Wenrugi's eyelashes fluttered a few times. He could not keep count. Along with it, the heart in the left side of his chest also fluttered. Thump. 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 It was beating very fast. The sunlight shone on his body. The tips of his ears and his entire body were red. Uncle Zong, who was hiding 5 meters away, popped his head out from behind a tree. When he saw Tong Xuelu beside Wenrugi, his face, ears, and even neck were all red. He was so excited that his hands trembled. "Young grass, the young grass is here." He had to hurry back to inform the commander. Uncle Zong turned around and ran like crazy. Uncle Zong sprinted with all his might, leaving afterimages in his wake. He almost lost his life. Upon sight of old Mr. Wen, he panted heavily and said, "Commander-in-Chief, it's Nan, I say, little Zong, you're not young anymore. You should take it easy. Why are you running like this? Did something happen?" Old Jiang, who was squatting on the ground to loosen the mulberry tree, looked up and asked. Old Mr. Wen's eyes widened in shock when he heard the word tender. Recently, he had been very sensitive to the word tender, to the extent that he knew what grass meant. At this moment, he could guess what Uncle Zong was about to say. He hurriedly interrupted Uncle Zong. "I told little Zong to find some tender grass for me in the courtyard. He's found some and is so excited that he can't speak." Old Jiang looked at old Mr. Wen and then at Uncle Zong, at a loss for words. "I say, old Wen, what's wrong with your brain recently? Why didn't you plant the flowers? Why did you plant them instead? You even filled the house with grass. What's so nice about grass?" Old Mr. Wen humphed. "It's so nice to be green. What do you know?" He then gestured for Uncle Zong to follow him into the house. Upon entering the house, old Mr. Wen asked anxiously, "Quick, tell me. Did you want to say young grass just now?" Uncle Zong had already caught his breath and nodded profusely. "Yes, tender grass is here. She's talking to Rugui at the door." Old Mr. Wen was so agitated that his beard trembled. "Did you see it clearly? Is it really that young lady from before?" Uncle Zong nodded profusely. "Commander, I'm old but my eyesight is still good. I can see clearly. It's that young lady from before. She's carrying a lot of things in her hands. I wonder if she's going to give them to Rugui." Old Mr. Wen looked at him in disdain. "Didn't you say that you're old? Can you see it clearly now?" Uncle Zong, old Mr. Wen was not in the mood to talk to him. His eyes were as bright as a lamp. "I knew there was something fishy about that kid. He came back before the holidays, and he even took a shower and washed his hair this morning. He's simply extremely coquettish. Little Zong, go over now and ask Rugui to invite that girl over as a guest." Uncle Zong was surprised. "Commander, you're not going there yourself?" Old Mr. Wen said in disdain, "Why don't you use your brain? If I go there, what will people say about that girl? What if the girl doesn't like Rugui? Won't I be harming her if I go over?" Uncle Zong suddenly understood. "Commander, is this the reason why you didn't want me to say anything outside?" Old Mr. Wen pursed his lips. "Of course. Old Zhong's mouth is as big as a bird's. If he finds out, he'll definitely tell everyone in the courtyard. Oh yes, when you go out later, you'll still use the younger ones. Don't let it slip." Young grass was a good codename. He wasn't afraid if he said it out loud. People would think that he was talking about green grass. He was really too smart. Uncle Zong nodded. "Then I'll go now." "But Commander, what if the girl doesn't want to be a guest?" Old Mr. Wen said, "You're so stupid. If she doesn't want to, are you going to force her? Of course you have to respect her. Hurry and go." It was rare for Rugui to take the initiative to approach a girl. Of course, he had to treat her well. If he scared her away, where could he find another one? Uncle Zong nodded and rushed out of the door. At the main entrance. After she said that sentence, when Rugi's ears turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. She almost couldn't help but laugh when she noticed it. This one Rugi was too naive, wasn't he? She had seen too many cunning men in her previous life. It had been a long time since she saw such a naive one. Tong Xuelu looked at his pink ears and pretended to be surprised. Comrade Wen, why are your ears red? When Rugi coughed and said uncomfortably, it's from the sun. He then turned his body sideways, not wanting to let Tong Xuelu see his red ears. However, when he turned his body sideways, his other ear was exposed. Tong Xuelu said, Aya, your left ear is red too. Looks like you're really afraid of the sun. When Rugi was speechless. This time, not only did his ears turn red, but his face also turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Oh my god, this man is too naive. Tong Xuelu blinked her almond-shaped eyes and asked with her head tilted, Comrade Wen, I want to ask you 2 questions. When Rugi said, Comrade Tong, please ask. Tong Xuelu asked, Comrade Wen, are you married? When Rugi didn't expect her to ask this question. He paused for a moment and shook his head. No. Then what about your partner? I'm not married either. Tong Xuelu's red lips curved and her eyes sparkled. What a coincidence, I'm not married either. When Rugi's heart skipped a beat. What a coincidence. Tong Xuelu pouted and looked pitiful. I made delicious food for you from afar. My hands are sore. Why didn't you help me carry it? When Rugi finally reacted and hurriedly took the food from her hands. He realized that it was indeed a little heavy. He couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Why didn't he notice it earlier? Tong Xuelu smiled. Thank you, Comrade Wen. You're so nice. When Rugi's heart skipped a beat. His slightly pink face turned completely red this time. Tong Xuelu looked at his pink face and held back her laughter until her stomach hurt. Comrade Park said that you can't eat spicy food, so I only added a little chili. Other than the fish, I also made some green bean cakes for you. When Rugi's eyes sparkled. Thank you. I like the green bean cakes very much too. Tong Zulf smiled and said, it's good that you like it. My trip from Yanqing County early in the morning was not in vain. I was worried that the fish would get cold from Yanqing County, and it would be difficult to bring too many people on the bus, so I went to a friend's house to cook it. She would never hide the hard work she had put in. She just wanted to let the other party know clearly. When Rugi felt even more annoyed. Why didn't he think of this when she called him yesterday? Her house wasn't in the city. It would be troublesome to make fish for him. However, before he could say anything, Uncle Zong rushed over. Rugue, is this your friend? Uncle Zong didn't dare to run in the middle of the road, so his face wasn't red and he wasn't out of breath. When Rugi frowned imperceptibly. Didn't old Master Zong and Uncle Zong go fishing? Why were they here? Uncle Zong pretended not to see when Rugi's expression. He coughed and said, since they're friends, why don't you invite them over? Why are they standing at the door? Tong Xuelu raised his eyebrows and looked confused. This is? When Rugi said, this is Uncle Zong. He used to be an orderly, but he retired from the army. He's now my grandfather's companion at home. First, he was an orderly, and then he was a companion. Tong Xuelu blinked and understood immediately. When Rugi's grandfather's identity was probably not simple. Uncle Zong smiled kindly. Hello, female comrade. The sun is so hot. Why don't you come in and have a drink? Tong Xuelu shook his head. No, I have something to do later. Let's talk about it another time. This was different from the later generations. Men and women wouldn't casually visit each other's houses. Once they visited, it was almost time to talk about marriage. Moreover, she really had something to do later. Uncle Zong's eyes flashed with disappointment when he heard this. Okay, then you must come over when you're free. When Rugi didn't expect Uncle Zong to take the initiative as soon as he arrived. He frowned and handed over the things in his hand. Uncle Zong, this is the food that Comrade Tong sent over. Take it home for me first. Io, what a beautiful, kind-hearted, and deft lady, Uncle Zong smiled like a flower. Okay, okay. Thank you, female comrade. Are you sure you don't want to come over? Tong Shualu found the old man in front of him very interesting. He shook his head again and refused. No, I'll talk about it another time. Yes, yes. You'll have a chance in the future. Uncle Zong remembered old Mr. Wen's words and didn't dare to force the girl at all. Then, under Wenrugi's covetous gaze, he hugged the food and walked away. If it weren't for the age difference, people would have thought that he was Tong Shui Lv's boyfriend instead. That reluctant look of his almost made people think that he was Tong Shui Lv's boyfriend. Tong Shualu was amused by Uncle Zong's expression. Wenrugi blinked. You said you had something to do. Do you need my help? Tong Shualu shook his head. No, but I do have something to tell you. I changed my job. I used to work in a textile factory in Qing County. These 2 days, I changed my job to a state-run hotel in the city. It's in the south of the city. Wenrugi's lips twitched slightly. Congratulations. A state-run hotel is a good job. Although he said this, he was calculating the distance from the south of the city to the military compound. The sun was getting brighter. Tong Shualu was ready to leave. Comrade Wen, you should go back and eat. I won't disturb you. Wenrugi wanted to say no, but Tong Shualu had already said goodbye to him. Goodbye, Comrade Wen. The dazzling sun shone on her body. Her eyes were as lively as a deer's. Wenrugi pursed his lips. Goodbye, Comrade Tong. Tong Shualu smiled and turned to leave. Wenrugi looked at her back until she disappeared around the corner. She didn't look back even once. His heart felt inexplicably empty. After watching them leave, the orderly came out and grinned. Is that female comrade your girlfriend? Wenrugi frowned. No, she's a distant relative. Don't spread rumors. The orderly nodded. Don't worry. I'm a tight-lipped person. Wenrugi ignored him and turned to go home. Thinking about the smell of the person he caught just now, his footsteps quickened. As soon as he entered the courtyard, a strong smell wafted out from the house. His heart trembled. He hurried in. As soon as she entered the house, she saw old Mr. Wen chowing down on the spicy pickled fish with his chopsticks. As he ate, he said, Little Zong, it's so delicious. I've never eaten such a tender fish in my life. Compared to this girl's cooking, old Zhong's fish is simply dog sh*t. Little Zong, you've already eaten a lot. You can't eat any more. Yes, Commander. Uncle Zong put down his chopsticks reluctantly. For the first time, he felt a little dissatisfied with the commander. The pickled fish was too delicious. The fish was fresh and tender. Together with the red chili, it was sour and spicy. It was delicious. He had never eaten such a delicious fish in his life. Why was the commander so stingy? Wenrugi walked in and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, Grandpa, why didn't you wait for me to come back and eat first? Old Mr. Wen glared at him. I'm 70 years old. I can't stand hunger. What's wrong with me eating first? Do you want an old man like me to wait for you to come back before eating? You're heartless. Wenrugi was speechless. Why didn't he say that he was 70 years old when he pretended to be sick and ate secretly? Old Mr. Wen snorted again. Besides, you ate the fish that old Jiang gave me last time. This time, I ate the fish that Miss Chow gave me. This is called reciprocity. Wenrugi was speechless. For the first time in his life, he had the urge to curse. What a bullsh*t reciprocity. However, this was not a good time to quarrel. If he did not move his chopsticks, the fish would be finished by old Mr. Wen. Wenrugi moved quickly and sat down. He picked up his chopsticks and scooped up a mouthful of pickled cabbage. He scooped it up again, but it was still pickled cabbage. He was shocked. Could it be that the fish was gone? He refused to believe it and scooped up more fish. However, there were only a few pieces of pickled cabbage and chili left in the large basin. Grandpa, why didn't you leave a piece for me? A look of guilt formed in old Mr. Wen's eyes and he asked, Is there nothing else? Oh, then it must have been eaten by little Zong. Uncle Zong, who had only eaten 3 pieces of fish, was speechless. Wenrugi was a little upset. Grandpa, the doctor said that you can't eat spicy food. Old Mr. Wen waved his hand. I'm in good health. Besides, this girl is so considerate. She knew that I can't eat spicy food, so she put in some chili. Wenrugi was speechless. She wasn't being so considerate because of you. Old Mr. Wen finished the entire bowl of rice and finally couldn't eat any more. You can have the remaining pickled cabbage. Wenrugi was speechless. Thank you so much. Old Mr. Wen leaned back in his chair with a satisfied look on his face. The fish was so delicious. It was so smooth in my mouth. I, Old Mr. Wen, can be considered half an old glutton. But after eating fish for so many years, I've never eaten fish as delicious as this one. Wenrugi was speechless. Grandpa, are you doing this on purpose or on purpose or on purpose? Old Mr. Wen said, Rugue, I heard little Zong say that the girl's surname is Tong. Which Tong is she? Which family's daughter is she? How did you two meet? Wenrugi ate his pickled cabbage quietly and didn't say a word. Old Mr. Wen looked at him and said angrily, Fine, don't tell me if you don't want to. But let me tell you, the girl is pretty and can cook. You have to be smart. If she doesn't like you, I'll take her in as my god-granddaughter. He couldn't let anyone else have such a good cook. If his grandson was too useless, he would take her in as his god-granddaughter. Wenrugi was speechless. Uncle Zong suddenly asked, Rugue, did the girl walk here or ride a bike? Wenrugi's chopsticks paused. She came here by car. Uncle Zong asked again, did you send her to the bus station just now? Wenrugi suddenly felt that the pickled cabbage in his mouth didn't taste good anymore. No. Old Mr. Wen raised his eyebrows and looked as if he expected better from him. Look at how inconsiderate you are. No wonder you can't find a wife at this age. Wen can't find a wife. Rugue was speechless. Old Mr. Wen was so angry that he yelled, You still have the cheek to eat here. Hurry up and take the candies at home and send them to the girl. Wenrugi hurriedly put down his chopsticks. Uncle Zong also hurriedly got up to take the white rabbit creamy candy and snacks from home. Wenrugi took the things and was about to leave when he suddenly saw the bowl of pickled cabbage fish on the table. Uncle Zong, please take another bowl of pickled cabbage fish. I'll bring it back to her after washing it. Old Mr. Wen was disappointed again. You're so smart in your studies, why are you so dumb when it comes to chasing girls? Why are you in such a hurry to return this bowl? You'll have an excuse to look for her next time if you leave it at home. Wenrugi was dumbfounded. Is that even possible? Old Mr. Wen waved his hand. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave. Wenrugi didn't insist and left on his bike. Old Mr. Wen snorted. I'm already so old, yet I still have to worry about him every day. How can he blame me for eating his fish? Speaking of which, Rugue isn't like me at all. Back then, I was so brave when I chased after his grandmother. Uncle Zong pursed his lips and didn't say anything. He recalled what old Mr. Wen had said before. When Commander met old Mrs. Wen, he was so nervous that he stuttered and walked with his hands and feet tied. Back then, old Mrs. Wen thought that Commander was a fool. Old Mr. Wen said, Little Zong, take out 2 pieces of green bean cake. One for you and one for Rugue. Bring the rest to my room. If Rugue asks about it later, just say that you ate all of it. Uncle Zong was speechless. Commander, you can't be so shameless, **** when Rugi rode his bike and chased after him, but Tong Xuelu had already left in his car. He recalled that she had previously said that she had changed her job at a state-run restaurant. Hence, he stomped his foot and headed in the direction of the restaurant. Tong Xuelu went back to Su Xiuying's house to take the green bean cake that she had left there. She didn't go back to Yanqing County but decided to go to the black market instead. There were still 2 years to go before the reform and opening up of the country. She couldn't do nothing. She had to at least earn some money and buy her own house as soon as possible. She asked Su Xiuying about the location of the black market. Su Xiuying was shocked to hear that she had asked about the location of the black market. However, she didn't probe further and instead told her about the location and things to take note of. After thanking Su Xiuying, she carried the green bean cake and headed to Shishui Street. Upon arriving at Shishui Street, Tong Xuelu finally understood why the black market was set up there. Shishui Street was located in a secluded area and there were many small roads that extended in all directions. Once someone came to arrest them, they would be able to escape through these small roads. However, the location of the black market wasn't fixed. Once the Public Security Bureau discovered it, the dealers would give up and look for other places. Hence, there was a high turnover rate. The black market was busiest in the morning. It was already noon now and many people had already left after selling their items. Tong Xuelu pressed down on the straw hat that she had borrowed from Su Shoying and found a place to stand. More than 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man hurriedly ran over. Upon seeing her, he asked softly, "Are there any snacks or pastries for sale?" "Any kind of pastries will do." After asking a few people, the middle-aged man was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. Tong Xuelu saw that he was neatly dressed and had the temperament of a scholar. She guessed that he was working in an office. She walked over and asked, "Comrade, why do you want to buy pastries?" The middle-aged man's face revealed a trace of embarrassment. "My wife is pregnant and can't eat anything. Now, she suddenly wants to eat snacks and pastries. I went to the supply and demand cooperative to buy them, but I couldn't find any. Hence, I came here to look for them." They hadn't had a child for many years. Unexpectedly, their wife suddenly became pregnant last month. They were overjoyed. However, the subsequent morning sickness and loss of appetite made him very worried and anxious. Tong Xuelu paused for a moment before saying, "I have 5 kilograms of green bean cake. I just made it this morning. Do you want it?" The middle-aged man's eyes lit up and he nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "Yes, yes. How much are you selling it for?" Tong Xuelu calculated in her mind and said, 90 cents per kilogram. "If you have a coupon, I'll sell it to you for 80 cents per kilogram." Although the middle-aged man felt that it was a little expensive, he could only accept it for the sake of his wife. "I'll buy it. I want 1 kilogram. I also brought a coupon." "What kind of coupon do you want?" Tong Xuelu said, "Any kind of coupon is fine." The middle-aged man took out some money and 2 coupons and handed them over. Tong Xuelu gave him 1 kilogram of the green bean cake. The middle-aged man held the green bean cake and smelled a burst of green bean fragrance. He subconsciously broke off a small piece and put it into his mouth. It was soft and sweet. It tasted better than the green bean cakes he had eaten before. The middle-aged man quickly changed his mind. "I want the remaining half kilogram too." Before Tong Xuelu could say yes, she heard someone shout, "Everyone, run. The police are here." Oh my God, wasn't this too unlucky? This was the first time she came to the black market and she encountered such bad luck. She turned around and ran away. After running for a short distance, she looked back and saw that the man who had bought the goods with her was still standing there in a daze. He was so scared that his face was pale. "Comrade, why are you still standing there? Run." The middle-aged man came back to his senses and ran towards her. Tong Xuelu almost fainted. There were so many paths, but he chose to follow her. She was speechless. However, she didn't have time to dawdle. She ran as fast as she could. Just as she was about to run out of the alley, a bicycle suddenly caught up with her from behind. The bicycle braked and stopped in front of her, blocking her way. Tong Xuelu's heart was beating wildly. She thought that she was done for. She was really done for this time. Unexpectedly, the next moment, a clear and deep voice came from above her head. "Get in the car." This voice, Tong Xuelu lifted the brim of her cap and looked into Wenrugi's dark eyes. Why was he here? However, she didn't have time to ask this now. She jumped onto the back of the bicycle and hooked her arms around his waist. "I can do it. Let's go." "Wenrugi, I can't." His waist was hugged by a soft hand. The place where she hugged him suddenly felt numb and an electric current flowed through his body. Wenrugi's body stiffened. Only his heart was beating wildly. Wenrugi straightened his back and didn't move for a long time. Tong Xuelu felt the stiffness under his palm and smiled. "Comrade Wen, are you okay?" "I'm fine. When Rugi came back to his senses and responded, but his voice was no longer as calm as before. Tang Xuelu sat sideways in the back seat and the smile on his face deepened. The middle-aged man finally caught up from behind. When he saw that they were about to leave, he panted and shouted, "Can you guys give me a ride too?" Tang Xuelu rolled his eyes at the sky. "Of course not. You're just a third wheel. Moreover, where did he want to sit? Did he want to sit in Wenrugi's lap, when Wenrugi didn't seem to hear him? He kicked off with his long legs and drove out of the alley with her on his back. Soon, they disappeared from the middle-aged man's sight. Once they were out of the alley, Tang Xuelu withdrew her hand from his waist. In this day and age, even partners couldn't hold hands on the streets. Hugging was even more forbidden. When Rugi felt her hand leave and pursed his thin lips, he suddenly felt that the alley was too short and that it should have been longer. He also felt that he had stepped too quickly and that he should have stepped slower. It was already the end of summer and the leaves on the roadside treetops had turned yellow. When the wind blew, the withered leaves curled up and fell from the trees. In the distance, the blue sky was clear and one could vaguely smell the scent of autumn. When Rugi looked at the roadside trees and asked, "Comrade Tong, why did you go to that place?" Tang Xuelu didn't answer his question and asked him instead, "What about you, Comrade Wen? Why did you suddenly appear there?" When Rugi paused. "I was looking for someone nearby and saw you enter Shishui Street. Although I've never been there, I know that it's a black market. Later, I heard someone say that the police were here, so I went in." He lied. He was too embarrassed to let her know that he had circled around the state-run hotel many times before finding her. Tang Xuelu did not suspect Wen Liang's motive for coming here. His voice carried a hint of mischief. "So, Comrade Wen, you were able to find me so quickly because you have been waiting for me outside?" When Rugi's heart skipped a beat, and the front of the car tilted. Tang Xuelu raised her head to look at his ears. Sure enough, she saw that his ears were red again. She suppressed her laughter. "Comrade Wen, didn't you hear what I said?" When Rugi was so nervous that his palms were sweating. After a while, he said, "Well, I heard from Jianni that the police are very strict with the black market. You'd better not go there in the future." His voice had always been pleasant to listen to. It was low and clear, and when it was carried over by the wind, it was as if it was dipped in honey, making people feel sweet. Tang Xuelu smiled. "Comrade Wen, thank you for your concern. Since you said so, I'll listen to you. I won't go there anymore." Her voice was tender and soft, and it was filled with trust and dependence for him. She was very obedient. When Rugi pursed his thin lips, and his heart palpitated. After a long time, he found his voice again. "You haven't told me why you want to go there. Is it because you don't have money?" Tang Xuelu sighed slightly. "You can say that. Didn't I tell you that I changed my job? I'll be moving to the city. I've already agreed to rent her house, but the environment of the house is not very good, so I wanted to buy a house in the city 2 days ago. Unfortunately, the house is too expensive. I can't afford it, so I thought of selling some things to save more money. Comrade Wen, now that you know, you won't report me, right?" "Of course not. How much money do you need? I can lend it to you." As he spoke, he stopped the car by the roadside, propped his long legs on the ground, and turned to look at her. Their eyes met, and Tang Xuelu saw trust in his eyes. Tang Xuelu's heart warmed, and she jumped up from the back seat. "No need. I'm a little short of money. I'll buy it when I have enough money. But I still have to thank you." No matter when, it was rare for someone to take the initiative to lend money to others. She was grateful for his kind intentions. If it was only a few hundred or 1,000 yuan, she might have asked. However, she only had a little more than 1,000 yuan on hand. They were almost 4,000 yuan short. How could she ask for it? The golden sunlight shone on her, and the hair on her temples was dyed gold. Golden fragments of light danced in her eyes, like the stars in the night sky. When Rugi's eyelids drooped as he stared at the ground. "I suddenly remembered that my family has a house that has been empty. If you don't mind, you and your family can move over there." Tang Xuelu's eyes lit up. "Really? Where is the house?" Wenrugi nodded, but his eyes were still not looking at her. It's in the city. How big is the house? Is it convenient to take a look now? Not now. I have to deliver something to someone. As he spoke, he waved the milk candy and snacks in his hand. If you're not in a hurry, let's go see the house the day after tomorrow. I'll get someone to clean the house in advance. Tong Shuelu nodded and smiled. Okay, then the day after tomorrow. Thank you so much, Comrade Wen. The environment in Su Shoying's house was a little bad. If Wenrugi's house was good, she would definitely choose his house. You're welcome. Wenrugi's voice finally returned to its usual calm and composed voice. Tong Shuelu, in that case, Comrade Wen, hurry up and deliver the things. I won't delay you any longer. Wenrugi wanted to say that he wouldn't delay, but when the words reached his mouth, he reacted. By the way, how do I contact you? Tong Shuelu thought for a moment and said, let's meet at 10 a.m. the day after tomorrow at the entrance of the post office in the south of the city. Okay. Be there or be square. Wenrugi carried the white rabbit creamy candy, snacks, and a packet of green bean cake back to the military compound. Old Mr. Wen saw him come back the same way he went out and couldn't help but stare. What? Didn't you see her? Wenrugi, I saw her. Old Mr. Wen heard him and instantly became angry. Why did you bring this back when you saw her? What's in the other packet? Green bean cake. Young lady gave it to you? Yes. What are you thinking? I asked you to deliver something to the lady. Not only did you not deliver it, you even ate it and packed it. You still have the face, huh? Old Mr. Wen was so angry that his beard was almost trembling. He walked over and wanted to snatch the green bean cake in his hand. Wenrugi dodged and hid the green bean cake behind his back. Grandpa, I want to borrow 500 yuan from you. Old Mr. Wen humphed and said, give me the green bean cake and your own money. Wenrugi's own salary was more than 200 yuan, and it had been increased by 20 yuan this year. All these years, he had been cooped up in the research center and didn't date or get married. There was no place for him to spend money at all. How could he be short of money? After a moment of silence, Wenrugi said, I've lent my money to my colleagues at the research center. Now, Gianni wants to borrow money from me too. Gianni? Old Mr. Wen frowned. Why is he borrowing money from you? Does his father know about this? Wenrugi blinked and said, a friend of Gianni's is in trouble and he wants to help. Old Mr. Wen's eyes lit up. Is it a man or a woman? Wenrugi, I don't know. Piao Gianni, who was at the Public Security Bureau, suddenly sneezed, thinking that he might have caught a cold. Old Mr. Wen humphed and said, fine, give me the green bean cake. I'll go get the money for you now. Wenrugi said, Grandpa, you've eaten the fish and hidden the green bean cake in your room. The doctor said that you can't eat too many sweet things. The doctor's words are bullsh*t. Old Mr. Wen humphed and said, you haven't answered me just now. Why didn't you give the green bean cake to her? Wenrugi said calmly, didn't you say that you'll only have an excuse to look for her next time if I leave the green bean cake behind? That's why I was thinking of giving it to her next time. Old Mr. Wen placed a hand on his forehead and returned to his room to get the money. He felt that he probably wouldn't have the chance to have a great-grandchild in this lifetime. Tong Shuelu took the car back to Yanqing County. When he arrived home, he saw that most of the things in the house had already been tidied up. Tong Jessen and Tong Mianmian were working at the side and playing with pillows at the same time. It seemed that most of the things were tidied up by Tong Jemming. When Tong Mianmian saw that his sister had returned, she immediately abandoned Tong Jessen and ran over to her. Sister, you're back. Tong Shuelu hugged her and asked, did the Mianmian behave at home today? Yes, the Mianmian was very obedient. Tong Mianmian nodded vigorously and said in a childish voice, the Mianmian helped second brother fold the clothes. My Mianmian is so capable. Tong Mianmian puffed out her chest and nodded. The Mianmian is very capable, just as capable as sister. Little sister, when did you become so arrogant? Besides, how can you call that folding clothes? That's called washing clothes. When Tong Jessen heard her praise him, he couldn't help but mock her. Tong Mianmian's fair face turned red with anger. Third brother is a bad guy. The Mian Mian is ignoring you. Tong Jiasen made a face at her. Fine, I'll ignore you. Cheapskate, drink cold water, Tong Jiaming shouted. Jiasen, shut up. Don't bully little sister anymore. Tong Mian Mian looked at Tong Jiaming with her big watery eyes. Second brother is the best. Third brother is the cheapskate. Tong Jiasen made a face again and looked like he didn't care. Tong Xuelu couldn't help but roll his eyes at the ceiling. He really wanted to beat this brat to death. After dinner, Tong Jiasen caused trouble again. He announced that he wouldn't shower that night. Tong Xuelu couldn't be bothered to care about him. After all, he wasn't sleeping with her. If he wanted to smoke, he would smoke Tong Jiaming. In fact, many people didn't shower every day these days. Tong Jiaming didn't have a big problem with Tong Jiasen not showering, but he insisted that he wash his feet before going to bed. When it was time for bed, Tong Jiasen brought a basin of water into the room to wash his feet. He stood in the basin and rubbed his feet while twisting around. Mian Mian is a cheapskate. Cheapskates like to drink water that washes their feet. Smelly third brother, the Mian Mian is ignoring you. Tong Mian Mian crossed her arms and sat facing the wall, pouting angrily. Tong Jiasen heard this and twisted his but even more vigorously. Mian Mian is a cheapskate. Bang. Suddenly, his foot slipped, and his whole body leaned back, falling heavily to the ground. His head hit the foot basin. The basin flipped over, and all the water in the basin splashed on his face. Ha ha ha, Tong Xuelu couldn't help but laugh when she saw Tong Jiasen drinking a lot of her water. This brat deserves it. Tong Jiaming smiled and walked over to help Tong Jiasen up. Tong Jiasen's head was swollen from the fall. The pain was secondary, but the main thing was that it was too embarrassing. He glared angrily at Tong Xuelu, who was laughing at his misfortune. He was so angry that he looked like a blowfish. The next day, Tong Xuelu brought Tong Jiaming and Tong Jiasen to complete the school transfer procedures. At this time, there were no requirements for school districts or household registration. Transferring schools was very simple. She took the recommendation letter and certificate from the school in Yanqing County and brought the two of them to the school in the south of the city. Although the procedures weren't difficult, it still took half a day to wait for the bus and get the signatures of the leaders. Since they hadn't moved yet, she helped them apply for leave from the school. They could come back for classes after everything settled down in a few days. After completing the school transfer procedures, she took a bus to the city on the third day with her military backpack. When she arrived at the post office, Wenrugi was already waiting for her at the entrance. The sun was shining brightly, and the golden sunlight shone on his white shirt. It was as if he had merged with the sunlight. A gentle breeze blew, and the hair in front of his forehead swayed gently in the wind, sparkling with golden light. This man was really good-looking. Tong Xuelu stood a meter away from him and looked at him with admiration in her eyes. Wenrugi seemed to sense that someone was looking at him, so he subconsciously turned his head. He met Tong Xuelu's lively and smiling almond-shaped eyes. He shifted his gaze downwards. The red mole looked even more beautiful and charming under the sunlight. He smiled and his eyes sparkled. "Hello, Comrade Tong." "Hello, Comrade Wen. I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting." She had deliberately gone to take the bus earlier today, but she was unlucky. She had to wait an hour longer than usual for the next bus. Wenrugi's voice was faint. "No, I just arrived." As soon as he finished speaking, a postman walked out of the post office and said to Wenrugi, "Comrade, your friend is finally here?" He didn't give Wenrugi a chance to speak. His eyes fell on Tong Xuelu, and he said, "This is your girlfriend, right? No wonder you came here so early to wait for someone." If he had such a beautiful girlfriend, he would also come here early. Tong Xuelu raised her eyebrows. "Didn't you say you just arrived?" The postman raised 2 fingers and said, "You've just arrived. Your girlfriend has been waiting for you here for 2 hours. Wenrugi's ears turned red again. They were pink under the sunlight. Tong Xuelu looked at his red ears and couldn't help but smile. Afraid that the postman would say something inappropriate again, Wenrugi hurriedly brought Tong Xuelu to look at the house. This time, he rode a bicycle and galloped with Tong Xuelu in the wind. Half an hour later, the bicycle stopped in front of a small courtyard. Tong Xuelu was stunned. She looked at the small courtyard in front of her and raised her eyebrows. This is the house you were talking about? Wenrogi's eyelashes fluttered, and he nodded. Yes, because no one has lived here for a few years. I came over with Uncle Zong to clean it up yesterday. The places that should be repaired have also been repaired. You can live here after you bring the things over. He took out a key and opened the wooden door. Come in. Do you like the layout? Tong Xuelu followed him in. The small courtyard was very clean. The weeds in the corners had been cleared. An osmanthus tree was planted in the center of the courtyard. The osmanthus flowers in August were fragrant. When the breeze blew, the rich fragrance was refreshing. Wenrogi led the way in front and introduced the house. There are a total of 4 rooms. The kitchen and toilet are independent. You have 4 siblings, so each of you can have a room. You can also turn one of the rooms into a study. Seeing that Tong Xuelu didn't say anything, he turned to look at her. What do you think of this house? Tong Xuelu nodded. It's very good. By the way, no one lived in this house before. Have you ever thought of selling it? Wenrogi shook his head. No. Tong Xuelu looked at the man in front of her. The first time she saw him, she was stunned by his appearance. At the same time, she felt that he was distant and polite. Later, when they met again, she found that he was as innocent as a young boy. Now, she felt that he was very silly, so silly that he was cute. This house was the one she saw at the housing office last time. He was obviously lying. He must have gone to the housing office to buy this house after they parted ways the day before yesterday. However, he told her that this house had been there before. He wanted to be nice to her, but he still had to find so many excuses. How silly. Wenrogi felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze. What's wrong? Is there anything on my face? Tong Xuelu shook her head and didn't expose his lie. Thank you, Comrade Wen. I like this house very much. Wenrogi, you're welcome. Tong Xuelu's red lips curled up, revealing shallow dimples at the corner of her mouth. Okay, I won't stand on ceremony. However, Comrade Wen shouldn't stand on ceremony with me either. Come over when you're free in the future. I'll cook fish for you. Under the sunlight, her skin was so white that it was almost transparent. It was as tender and succulent as a peeled lychee. Wenrogi's heart beat like thunder when he saw the twinkling light in her eyes. Her smile was so sweet that it was as if she had stuffed a candy into his mouth. When the candy melted, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Okay, I won't stand on ceremony either. Wenrogi wanted to rent it to her for 5 yuan a month. Tong Xuelu naturally didn't want to take advantage of this. In the end, the deal was settled at 12 yuan a month. There was no time like the present. Tong Xuelu decided to move today. Wenrogi offered to help and said that he could get a jeep. This was the best thing that could happen. Tong Xuelu naturally wouldn't refuse. Thus, the two of them went their separate ways. Wenrogi went to get a car and then went to Yanqing County to help her move. Tong Xuelu took the car back to pack her things first. Just as Tong Xuelu got into the car back to Yanqing County, Tong Xuelu's mother also got into the car driven by her eldest son and headed to Tong Xinjin's farm. Tong Xinjin's mother sat in the car, feeling very nervous. Do you think Xinjin still hates us? She gave birth to Tong Xinjin after carrying her for 10 months. Tong Xinjin did not grow up by her side, so she loved her dearly. She had no choice but to make that decision at that time. The situation was so unstable now. If she was not careful, the whole family would be finished. Both of them were her own flesh and blood. She could not ignore the rest of the family just for her daughter. However, no matter what they said, Tong Xinjin did not understand. She scolded and cursed them, using the sharpest words to stab them in the heart, which made Tong Xinjin very sad. After Tong Xinjin went to the countryside, Tong Xinjin wanted to go to the farm to visit her, but Tong Xinjin did not want to see them. This time, the farm called and said that Tong Xinjin wanted to see them. After receiving the call, Tong Xinjin was happy but also nervous. She did not know if Tong Xinjin would make a fuss about going home this time. Tong Xinjin shook his head. Xinjin is too stubborn. She can't blame Tong Xinjin for what happened that year. I hope she can think it through this time. Tang Xinjin's mother sighed and reminded him, "Don't call Zulv your little sister in the future. If Xinjin hears it, she will be unhappy." Tang Xinjin pursed his lips. "Okay, I know." Then they stopped talking, and the atmosphere in the car became more and more depressing. 2 hours later, the car finally arrived at Guangrong Farm. Although they couldn't bail Tang Xinjin out, they could at least arrange for her to live on a farm closer to home. Guangrong Farm was a medium-sized farm. There was a clinic, a temporary supply and marketing cooperative, and all kinds of facilities. The work was not as heavy as other farms. Those who were able to be escorted here were all people with some connections. The person in charge of Guangrong Farm was a relative of the Tongs. Before Tang Xinjin was sent here, the Tongs had already talked to him. Tang Xinjin's mother brought a lot of things this time, including food and necessities. Most of them were for Tang Xinjin, and some were for the person in charge of Guangrong Farm. She handed the things to the person in charge of Guangrong Farm for inspection. The person in charge of Guangrong Farm smiled when he saw Tang Xinjin's mother had brought him fuqiang flour. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the farm manager brought them to Tang Xinjin's dormitory. Even if Glory Farm had a complete set of facilities, it still couldn't be compared to the city. Mother Tang looked at the surrounding environment, and her nose turned sour. When they arrived at the entrance of the dormitory, the farm manager pointed at the fourth dormitory and said, "Tang Xinjin lives inside. You guys can go and knock on the door. I'll leave first." Brother Tang hurriedly thanked the other party. Mother Tang went over and knocked on the door. "Xinjin, are you inside? Mom and big brother are here to see you." Mrs. Tang was worried that Tang Xinjin would suddenly change his mind and refuse to see them. They needed a letter of recommendation to come to the farm. If Tang Xinjin refused to meet them this time, they might have to wait until she was released the next time they met. At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps came from inside the door. The next moment, the door was flung open. A thin figure appeared at the door and shouted excitedly at Mother Tang, "Mom." Mother Tang took a closer look and was stunned. Was this her daughter, Tang Xinjin? It had only been 2 months since they last met, but Tang Xinjin's skin was tanned. Her face was yellow and haggard, and she was as thin as a bamboo pole. Her cheeks were sunken, and she looked as if a gust of wind could blow her away. "Mom!" Tang Xinjin cried as she rushed over and threw herself into Mother Tang's arms. Mother Tang came back to her senses and hugged her with trembling hands. Her eyes were red. "Why are you so thin? Did someone bully you?" Before Tang Xinjin came to the farm, they gave her a lot of food stamps and rations. No matter how hard it was, she shouldn't have become so thin. Therefore, Mother Tang subconsciously thought that she was bullied. Tang Xinjin threw herself into Mother Tang's arms and cried until she was out of breath. Mother Tang saw that she couldn't get anything out of Tang Xinjin, so she turned her head and asked her eldest son to ask the farm manager. When Tang Xinjin saw that Brother Tang was about to leave, she stopped crying and said, "Brother Tang, don't go. No one bullied me. I just fell sick a few days ago. That's why I'm not feeling well." Mother Tang touched her daughter's face. "How did you fall sick when you were fine? Did you suffer too much?" Tang Xinjin looked down at the ground and nodded, "Yes. Of course, the work on the farm wasn't easy. However, she didn't fall sick because she was too tired. She fell sick because she was drenched in the rain. She originally wanted to use her illness as an excuse to ask the Tang family to take her back. However, she had a dream after she fell sick. In her dream, she saw that many years after her death in her previous life, Tang Jiaming and his siblings had become big shots in the industry. Not only were they filthy rich, but they were also flattered by people wherever they went. As for her sister who was beaten to death by her husband, they never once mentioned her outside, let alone avenging her. When she woke up, she was shocked and angry. In her previous life, she only lived to the age of 20. After she died, the ghost messenger told her that she should have been a rich young lady and lived a happy life. However, she was born in such a miserable state because she was swapped. At that time, she was so angry that she cried and didn't want to reincarnate. In the midst of her struggle, she was knocked unconscious by the ghost messenger. When she woke up, she was reborn. After she was reborn, she immediately ran to the Tang family to find her biological parents. At the beginning, she did a good job. She pretended to be obedient and pitiful. Gradually, the Tong family started to favor her. Who knew that plans could not keep up with the changes? Tong Zolve, who was clearly shameless and unwilling to leave, actually took the initiative to lead the Tong family. This easily made the Tong family's hearts lean towards her again. Eldest sister-in-law, Chen Yueling, was even more crazy, dissing her from time to time. Then, the people in the art troupe started to complain that she wasn't beautiful enough, that her figure wasn't as good as Tong Xuelu's, and that she couldn't dance as gracefully as her. Once, twice. Every time, she was scolded in front of everyone. No one would be able to stand it. She hated Tong Xuelu. She hated her for stealing her identity. She hated her for being haunted even after she left. As long as she was in Beijing, she would have to live in her shadow. That was why she couldn't help but hit Tong Mianmian that day. She wanted the Tong family to chase Tong Xuelu out. Who knew that Tong Xuelu, that be *tch, would take the opportunity to send her to the farm? However, she didn't lose out. This illness gave her a glimpse of the future. After thinking about it calmly for a few days, she felt that her previous actions were wrong. She shouldn't have fought with the Tong family, and she shouldn't have cut ties with the Tong Jiaming siblings. After thinking it through, she used a can of malted milk powder to bribe the person in charge of the farm. Only then did he agree to help inform the Tong family. When Tong Jinjin's mother heard that she had fallen ill because of working too hard, she couldn't help but cry, "I'm sorry." "Don't worry. When I go back, I'll discuss it with your father. We'll find a way to take you back." Tong Jinjin thought that Tong Jinjin would be very happy to hear this. However, she said, "Mom, it's okay. I'm fine here. You and Dad don't have to worry about me." Tong Jinjin's mother and brother opened their mouths wide. They looked at her as if they had seen a ghost. She was so considerate. Was she still Tong Jinjin? Being stared at by them like this, Tong Jinjin's heart flashed a trace of anger, but on the surface, she choked with sobs and said, "These months of labor reform on the farm made me realize how wrong I was before. Mom, brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have targeted Tong Xuelu because I was jealous of her, and I shouldn't have vented my anger on the Mianmian. So, you don't have to worry about me. Just let me continue to receive labor reform here. I really don't want to implicate my family because of me." Tong Jinjin's mother and brother didn't expect Tong Jinjin to have such a big realization and change. Tong Jinjin's mother was especially surprised. "Jinjin, you don't blame your father and me?" Tong Jinjin pursed her lips and shook her head with a smile. "I was too willful and immature. You and Dad sent me here for my own good. So, I don't blame you." Tong Jinjin's mother didn't want to be surprised again. She held Tong Jinjin's hand lovingly and felt even more guilty. Tong Jinjin saw the expressions on Tong Jinjin's mother and brother's faces and knew that she had done the right thing. She invited them into the house to sit. The furnishings in the house were very simple. Other than the bed and a shabby low table, there was no other furniture. Tong Jinjin's mother and brother felt distressed and guilty when they saw this. After staying at the farm for an hour, Tong Jinjin's mother had to leave. Before she left, Tong Jinjin held her hand reluctantly. "Mom, don't worry. I'm really fine here. You don't have to worry about me." Tong Jinjin's mother wiped her tears. "How can I not worry? If there's anything you want to eat, just tell the person in charge. I'll find a way to send it to you." Tong Jinjin shook her head considerately. "It's okay. I'll leave the food for you and Dad. However, I have a favor to ask of you." Tong Jinjin's mother felt comforted and sad when she saw her daughter being so considerate and sensible. She wanted to do something for her even more. When she heard her daughter's words, she hurriedly said, "What is it? Tell me." Tong Jinjin said, "I accidentally hurt the Mianmian last time. I've been feeling very guilty. I can't go out now. Mom, can you buy something to help me visit the Mianmian and my other two brothers?" Tong Jinjin's mother thought that she wanted to ask for something else. So, this was what she wanted. She felt even more comforted. "You've really grown up. Don't worry. I'll visit them once I get back." Tong Jinjin smiled brightly. "Thank you, Mom." Tong Xuelu took the car back to the family compound. As soon as he entered the house, he said to Tong Jiaming, "We found a house. We'll move today." Everyone in the house was stunned. Tong Jiasen couldn't hold back his words. "Where are we moving to? Is it still the compound we talked about before?" Tong Xuelu shook his head. "No, we're not going to live there. I've rented an independent courtyard. Although the rent is a little expensive, the environment is very good. Each of you can have a room." Tong Jiasen's eyes widened and sparkled. "Can we really stay in a room each?" Tong Xuelu nodded. "Yes. A car will come to help us move later. You should hurry and pack your things." Tong Jiasen shouted happily. "That's great. We don't have to smell second brother's fart anymore." Tong Jiaming flew into a rage out of humiliation and shouted, "Tong Jiasen, shut up." Tong Jiasen looked at his second brother's ferocious expression and ran to the door. He grinned and said, "Second brother, I didn't accuse you wrongly. Last winter, you let out a fart under the quilt. The smell almost made me faint. I still remember that smell." Tong Jiaming pursed his lips and glared at him. His handsome face turned the color of pig liver. Ha ha ha, Tong Xuelu didn't expect the future big brother to have such a side to him. She laughed until her stomach hurt. Tong Jiaming's face turned even redder when he saw Tong Xuelu laughing. Tong Mianmian looked at everyone. Her big eyes were filled with question marks. She was confused. "Sister, third brother, what are you laughing about?" Tong Jiasen said, "We're laughing about second brother's fart." Tong Mianmian tilted her head and thought for a while. She suddenly covered her nose and said, "Third brother is bad. He let out a fart for Mianmian to eat." Tong Xuelu was speechless. This was a little disgusting. However, Tong Jiasen didn't feel disgusted. He even shook his butt proudly. It made people want to beat him up. After the siblings heard each other, the Tong family started to pack their belongings. An hour later, when Rugi drove a jeep over. When the jeep in a green military uniform appeared at the entrance of the courtyard, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. The entire courtyard was in an uproar. The children in the courtyard ran out and surrounded the jeep. They all stared curiously. "Oh my, why is there a jeep outside? What's going on? Could it be that something big has happened? I don't know. It's making people nervous. Let's go out and take a look." When Tong Xuelu heard the words jeep from inside the house, he quickly put down the things in his hands and ran out. The moment he walked out, he saw Wenrugi surrounded by people at the entrance. Everyone looked at him as if he was a monkey in a zoo. "Comrade, are you a soldier? Did you drive here to arrest someone?" Wenrugi said, "No, I'm here to look for someone." When everyone heard that he wasn't here to arrest someone, they instantly heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they became curious. "Comrade, who are you looking for?" Wenrugi said, "I'm here to look for Comrade Tong." His expression was calm. It was the same as when Tong Xuelu first met him. He was polite but distant. Comrade Tong, Tong Dajuan's family was the only one with the surname Tong in the courtyard. Everyone quickly thought of this. "Oh, comrade, are you here to look for Zolv?" "Yes." "Comrade, what's your relationship with Zolv? Why haven't we heard her mention you before?" Wenrugi pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Aunt Kai suddenly slapped her thigh and said, "Oh, I know. Don't tell me you're from Zolv's adoptive parents' side? You are her brother?" Wenrugi was surrounded by a group of women. He felt as if there were thousands of sparrows chirping in his ears. He suddenly had a headache. He was about to say no when he heard a clear voice from inside the courtyard. "Yes, he's from my adoptive parents' side." He looked up and saw Tong Xuelu standing at the entrance, looking at him with a smile. His heart skipped a beat. The corners of his mouth twitched subconsciously, and he gave her a faint smile. "So it's Zolv's brother. He's quite good-looking." "Zolv's brother, why are you here to look for Zolv?" Tong Xuelu's eyes almost rolled to the sky when he heard the auntie's questions. People these days didn't seem to understand the meaning of gossip. Whenever there was something, they would ask clearly and clearly. They were so gossipy. Tong Xuelu hurriedly squeezed through the crowd and said, "Aunties, my brother is here to help me move." It's getting late, so we have to move some things. Please make way for us. When the crowd heard that they were moving, they made a path for them. A few families who were close to Tong Xuelu hurriedly went in to help move the things out. Aunt Kai was very reluctant. I thought you were moving tomorrow. Why didn't you tell me in advance? I could have helped you. Tong Xuelu smiled and said, It's okay. There aren't many things in the house. Jiaming and the others helped me pack. They were almost done yesterday. Other than clothes and some pots and pans, there wasn't much to pack in the house. With everyone's help, they quickly stuffed the things into the jeep. The jeep that Wenrugi drove over was a Beijing Jeep 212. It had 4 doors and 5 seats. There seemed to be a lot of seats, but once the things were stuffed in, people couldn't sit anymore. There were still some small things left. Tong Xuelu decided to take them over later so that Wenrugi wouldn't have to make another trip. At this time, gas was very expensive, and the jeep was borrowed from someone. Most importantly, she didn't want Wenrugi to go back and forth. After moving the things, Wenrugi prepared to send the things over. I'll take my leave first. He was tall and had long legs. He was a head taller than Tong Xuelu. Tong Xuelu stood beside him and looked very cute and lovable. Tong Xuelu raised her head to look at him, her red lips curling up as she said, Big brother, are you thirsty? Do you want to drink some water before you leave? The word brother was soft and sweet. It was as if someone had stuffed a glutinous rice ball wrapped in honey into his mouth. It made him feel sweet from the mouth to the heart. Wenrugi's heart skipped a beat. It was as if something had punched him. It was sore and swollen. Then, it started to beat crazily. Tong Xuelu looked at his dazed expression and tried to suppress her laughter. Brother? Wenrugi's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He nodded subconsciously. Okay. Brother, wait here. I'll get you a glass of water. Okay. Tong Xuelu washed the enamel jar that she used to drink, poured some water, and handed it to him. When Wenrugi took the enamel jar, his hand accidentally touched hers. His heart skipped a beat again. He didn't feel thirsty earlier, but now he didn't know why. He raised his head and gulped down the glass of water. Tong Xuelu looked at his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. She thought to herself, a handsome person looks so handsome even when drinking water. Then, her gaze moved down and landed on his chest, waist, and long legs, broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs. Tsk, he was too perfect. Wenrugi felt her gaze on him. His body stiffened again, and he didn't know where to put his hands. He finished the water and handed it to her. Thank you. I'll be leaving first. If he didn't leave now, he was afraid that his heart wouldn't be able to take it. Tong Xuelu took the enamel jar. Okay. See you later, brother. Wenrugi didn't dare to look at her. When he walked out, his body stiffened and he almost stumbled. After Wenrugi drove away, Tong Xuelu distributed the remaining things in the house to Tong Jiaming and Tong Jessen. She carried her military bag and carried Tong Mianmian. The group prepared to take a car to their new home. Aunt Kai, Mother Su, and the others sent them to the entrance of the courtyard. Aunt Kai's eyes were red. Zulv, come back to visit me when you're free. Do you understand? Tong Xuelu nodded. I understand. Aunt, don't worry. I'll come back often in the future. By the way, please pass the key to Comrade Su. Aunt Kai wiped her tears and nodded. Don't worry. I'll keep the key. I'll pass it to her when she comes. Comrade Su is a very warm-hearted person. When she comes to live in the courtyard in the future, I'll have to trouble you to take care of her. My dear daughter, don't worry. We'll take care of her. At first, Mother Su couldn't stand Tong Xuelu's extravagant spending. She even used garlic to stir-fry vegetables. But now, she couldn't bear to see her leave. Thank you, aunties. Even though they had seen each other off for 1,000 miles, they still had to part. Tong Xuelu waved at the people in the courtyard and led Tong Jiaming and the others to the car. Tong Mianmian hugged Tong Xuelu's neck and asked in a childish voice, Sister, are we not coming back here in the future? Tong Xuelu nodded. Yes, we're moving to a new home. We won't be coming back in the future. Tong Mianmian frowned slightly. Do Mom and Dad know that we're moving? If they come back to look for us, will they not be able to find us? After Tong Dajuan and his wife's accident, Tong Mianmian often cried and threw tantrums when she couldn't see her parents. Later, Tong Jiaming told her that her parents had gone out to earn money to support them. That was why she asked this question now. Tong Xuelu had been with the Tong family for more than 2 months and had never heard Tong Mianmian mention her parents. She thought that Tong Mianmian was too young to remember things, but she didn't expect her to remember everything. Tong Mianmian's eyes reddened and she choked with sobs. They know. I called them and told them that if they come back in the future, they will come to our new home to look for us. Then Mianmian can rest assured. Tong Mianmian pursed her lips and revealed a sweet smile. Then, her little face wrinkled again and she pouted. Sister, Mianmian misses Mom and Dad. Tong Xuelu rubbed her head and let her lean on his shoulder. Mianmian, be good. Tong Jiaming and Tong Jessen, who were following behind them, also had red eyes. They lowered their heads and didn't say anything. When they turned the corner, Tong Jiaming turned back to look in the direction of the courtyard. Then, he raised his hand and wiped his tears before turning around and leaving. This time, they only waited for half an hour before the bus to Beijing arrived. However, there were many people on the bus and there was only one seat left. Tong Jiaming took the initiative to give the seat to Tong Xuelu, who was carrying Tong Mianmian. Tong Xuelu didn't stand on ceremony with them and sat down with Tong Mianmian in his arms. It was really tiring to travel back and forth for the past few days. It took an hour to walk from the bus stop to the courtyard. There was a bus, but it wasn't convenient to wait. Tong Xuelu originally wanted to walk there, but he didn't expect to see a jeep parked by the roadside as soon as he got off the bus. Tong Jessen pointed at the jeep and shouted, "Look! Isn't that the big brother's car?" As soon as he finished speaking, when Rugi got out of the driver's seat. He was tall and had long legs. In a few steps, he walked in front of them and bent down to take the things in Tong Xuelu's hands. Then, he took the things in Tong Jessen's hands. He said in a low voice, "Let's go. I'll give you a ride back." Tong Jessen was so excited that his face turned red. "Second brother, can we really take the bus? This is my first time taking a bus." Tong Jiaming didn't say anything. He raised his head and looked at Tong Xuelu. Tong Xuelu said, "Let's go. Let's follow him." When they got on the bus, Tong Jessen was even more excited. He looked around and touched everything. He couldn't stop for even a moment. Tong Mianmian was also very curious. She opened her eyes wide like a curious baby and looked very adorable. The 3 Tong siblings sat in the back while Tong Xuelu sat in the front passenger seat. When Rugi stared ahead and didn't dare to look at Tong Xuelu with another person beside him. "I just tidied up the things. You guys will have to do it yourselves." From the side, his eyelashes looked even longer. They were so dark that they looked like a small fan. A man's eyelashes were so long and dense. It was really enviable. Tong Xuelu stared at his eyelashes. "Thank you, Comrade Wen. We've troubled you today." He turned from his brother back to Comrade Wen. When Rugi felt an indescribable sense of loss. He said faintly, "You're welcome." Tong Xuelu was thinking about what to cook to thank him. He didn't know if it would be too late after he tidied up. 20 minutes later, the bus stopped at the entrance of the courtyard. Tong Jiaming and the others didn't move. Tong Xuelu turned around and looked at them. "Get out of the bus. That's our new home." They looked over from the rear window. Their mouths were wide open. "It can't be, I'm not dreaming, right? Is the entire courtyard ours?" "Yes. We're the only family living in the entire courtyard." Tong Jessen opened his eyes wide and had an exaggerated expression. "Second brother, pinch me. I'm not dreaming, right?" Tong Jiaming couldn't be bothered to look at his brother's stupid expression. He opened the door and got out of the bus. He took the things down and then carried his sister out of the bus. When Rugi opened the gate, Tong Jessen carried the things and rushed in like a sheep released from the fences. He started shouting in the courtyard. "Oh my God, what a big courtyard! Oh my God, there are so many rooms. I want to see which one I want to stay in. Tong Mianmian kicked her short legs and followed behind Tong Jessen. She was laughing and cheering. The courtyard became lively in no time. After Tong Jemming went in, Wen Rugi looked at Tong Xuelu and said, I'll go in and help you tidy up. Tong Xuelu shook his head. No need. You can return the car to them first. You can come back later. I'll cook a good meal tonight to thank you. Wen Rugi wanted to say no, but before he could open his mouth, Tong Xuelu pouted and said, You're not allowed to say no. She pouted her red lips and looked at him tenderly. The sunlight shone on her body, dazzling and eye-catching. Wen Rugi felt as if a feather had tickled his heart, making it itchy. He remembered that he didn't get to eat the fish that day, so he didn't refuse. Okay, I'll come back later. After Wen Rugi left, Tong Xuelu started dividing the rooms. Tong Mianmian was still young and couldn't live alone. Therefore, she stayed with her brother in the big room on the east side. The small room on the east side would be the study room, and the two brothers would discuss and choose the two rooms on the west side. Tong Jessen was a bear, but he still respected his second brother, Tong Jemming. He took the initiative to choose the smaller room on the west side. After choosing the rooms, Tong Xuelu asked them to tidy up their things. She went to clean the kitchen and prepared to go to the supply and demand cooperative to buy some food to cook after she was done. After tidying up, Tong Xuelu felt even more grateful to Wen Rugi. The inside and outside of the house had been cleaned. The kitchen wasn't dirty either. She only needed to scrub every corner and place the pots and pans properly. However, after a round of cleaning, she was still so tired that her waist hurt. Seeing that it was getting late, she was afraid that the vegetables at the grocery store would be sold out if she went there later. She washed her face and was about to go back to her room to comb her hair when there was a knock on the door. Tong Xuelu was stunned for a moment. Could it be that Wen Rugi had returned so soon? She straightened her clothes and walked towards the door. When she was about to open the door, she asked cautiously, Who is it? At this time, there were no surveillance cameras, peepholes, or security doors. If someone was standing outside, it would be very dangerous if she opened the door. An unfamiliar woman's voice came from outside. Hello, I live next door. My husband's surname is Wei. The voice sounded very kind. Only then did Tong Zolv open the door a crack. She saw a woman in her 50s standing at the door. Her skin was fair, and her facial features were elegant. She wore a white indeed fine shirt and a pair of indeed fine black trousers. There were no wrinkles on her clothes at all. Tong Xuelu looked at the woman in front of her, and three words appeared in her mind, rich woman. Although indeed fine started appearing in the early 60s, it was produced in small batches for export. Only a small number of them were exported to the domestic market in Beijing, Tianjin, and Shanghai. To buy an indeed fine shirt, one had to queue for hours. Most importantly, it was very expensive. A shirt cost about 15 yuan. An ordinary worker's monthly salary was only 30 yuan. Most people were reluctant to spend the money to buy such a shirt. It was not an exaggeration to say that indeed fine in this era was like LV and Gucci later on. They were all symbols of status. But this woman in front of her was wearing a full set of indeed fine. Wasn't she rich? While Tong Xuelu was sizing up the woman in front of her, the woman was also sizing up Tong Xuelu. Her clear eyes flashed with amazement, and then she frowned. She felt that the woman in front of her looked familiar, but she could not remember where she had seen her before. Shen Wanrong showed a gentle and amiable smile. My husband's surname is Wei, and my surname is Shen. My two grandsons and I live next door to you. As she spoke, she pointed at the small courtyard on the right. It was about 5 to 6 meters away from Tong Xuelu's courtyard. Tong Xuelv looked in the direction she was pointing at. Hello, my name is Tong Xuelv. Tong means Tong in winter. My younger siblings and I just moved in today. Because the house hasn't been tidied up yet, we didn't visit everyone. Shen Wanrong was slightly taken aback. His surname was Tong? She didn't know anyone with the surname Tong. However, she had only mentioned herself and her younger siblings. She had not mentioned her parents. Could it be that their parents were no longer around? But if they didn't have parents, how could they afford to buy or rent such a house? Shen Wanrong had a lot of doubts in her heart, but because they were not familiar with each other, it was not good to ask. We only moved here this year. This house has always been empty. Now that you guys are here, we will all have company in the future. As she spoke, she handed over the chestnuts she had brought over. These chestnuts were sent to us by our relatives. They are very soft. Take them home and eat them. Tong Xuelu never liked to push things around. Since she was going to live here in the future, it was normal for neighbors to send her food. Therefore, she didn't refuse. She smiled and took the chestnuts. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Thank you, Grandma Shen. Chestnuts in autumn taste the best. Shen Wanrong also didn't like to push things around. When she saw Tong Xuelu accept the chestnuts generously, her impression of her improved. At this moment, a chubby little girl ran out of the courtyard. Grandma, where did you go? Zhu didn't see you when you woke up. When Shen Wanrong saw her granddaughter, a big smile bloomed on her face. Slow down. Be careful not to fall. As soon as she finished speaking, the little girl stopped in her tracks. Then, she sat on the ground and fell again. Ayo, Grandma, I fell. I want you to carry me. Tong Xuelu was speechless. She was so good at acting at such a young age. What would she be like when she grew up? However, her acting was a little too perfunctory. Shen Wanrong didn't find it strange. She smiled and walked over to her granddaughter. Then, she gently scolded, the ground is so dirty. How could you lie down just like that? You'll have to change your clothes later. Wei Zhu pouted. Grandma, I fell. My clothes are dirty. I just need to pat them. Grandma, who were you talking to just now? Shen Wanrong said, there's a new neighbor next door. Grandma came over to say hello. Is it that big sister? Wei Zhu looked at Tong Xuelu. Her eyes lit up. Big sister is so beautiful. Grandma, quickly carry me over. I want to see the beautiful big sister. Shen Wanrong carried her granddaughter and walked over. She smiled helplessly and said, I've embarrassed myself in front of you. This child has always liked good-looking things and people since she was young. Who didn't? Tong Xuelu, who was obsessed with good-looking people, smiled and expressed her understanding. I also like good-looking people. Wei Zhu's eyes lit up when she heard this. Sure enough, good-looking people all have the same thoughts. Grandpa said that great minds think alike. Tong Xuelu was amused by her confident look. What an interesting child. Shen Wanrong's face revealed a doting and helpless smile. At this moment, Tong Jiasen walked out of the room. Wei Zhu happened to see her. Wei Zhu immediately struggled to get down. Grandma, quickly let me down. I saw a good-looking big brother. Tong Jiasen was stunned when she heard this. Good-looking big brother? Was she talking about him? She had good taste. Wei Zhu was 6 years old this year. She was slightly taller and bigger than the average child. Shen Wanrong couldn't hold her at all when she struggled. Wei Zhu jumped down and rushed to Tong Jiasen like a firecracker. Hello, big brother. I'm Wei Zhu. What's your name? Wei Zhu? Tong Jiasen widened her eyes and laughed. Luckily your parents gave you an extra pearl. Otherwise, you would have become a pig. Ha ha ha, Tong Xuelu was speechless. This brat really didn't know what to do. Shen Wanrong was the one who felt embarrassed just now. Now, it was Tong Xuelu's turn. I'm really sorry. My brother's mouth is really annoying. I'll teach him a lesson later. Shen Wanrong smiled and waved his hand. It's okay. Let the kids deal with their own problems. Wei Zhu was very magnanimous. Big brother, I won't be angry with you this time because you're good-looking. However, you haven't told me your name. Tong Jiasen snorted. Why should I tell you my name? You're not good-looking. Wei Zhu said, Big brother, you're so good-looking. Why are your eyes so bad? I'm obviously good-looking. Also, if you don't tell me your name, how can I be your good friend? Tong Jiasen's nostrils were almost raised to the sky. I don't want to be friends with girls. Tong Xuelu's mouth twitched when she saw this from outside. She didn't understand how Tong Jiasen, who was so straight and arrogant, got married in his previous life. At this moment, Tong Jiaming came out of the house. "Jessen, you can't be so rude." Although Tong Jessen wasn't convinced, he was a little scared when he saw his second brother's stern expression. However, before he could apologize, Wei Zhuzhu pushed him away and rushed in front of Tong Jiaming. She smiled sweetly and said, "Hello, big brother. I'm Wei Zhuzhu. What's your name?" "Tong Jessen." Tong Jiaming said, "Hello, I'm Tong Jiaming. That's my younger brother, Tong Jessen." Wei Zhuzhu smiled so brightly that her eyes narrowed. "Big brother, you're not only good-looking and have a nice voice, but you're also so gentle. Big brother, you're so nice." Tong Xuelu was amazed. She was so good at flattering people at such a young age. She would definitely be able to get a handsome big brother when she grew up. Tong Jiaming had never seen such a straightforward person before. His delicate face was as red as a pig's liver. Tong Mianmian kicked her short legs out of the house and said, "Big sister, you're right. My second brother is very nice." Wei Zhuzhu's eyes lit up when she saw Tong Mianmian. "Little sister, you're so pretty. You're as pretty as your second brother." Tong Mianmian blushed and twisted her body. "Big sister, you're pretty too." Wei Zhuzhu nodded. "I know. I'm pretty, but my big brother is ugly. I'm so envious that you have such a good-looking big sister and big brother." Tong Mianmian blinked her big eyes. She tilted her head and asked in a childish voice, "Is your big brother as ugly as my third brother?" "Tong Jessen." Wei Zhuzhu said, "No, my big brother is much uglier than my third brother." Tong Mianmian opened her mouth in shock. She looked as if she was saying, "Is there anyone uglier than my third brother? How ugly must he be?" "Tong Jessen, little sister, you hurt my heart." Tong Jessen felt his heart shatter. Tong Xuelu laughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes as she listened to the children's conversation. Wei Zhuzhu felt that the Tong family was very good-looking, so she did not want to go home. "Grandma, I want to play here." Shen Wanrong said, "Can't you see that your brothers and sisters are cleaning up? You'll be bothering them if you stay here. You can come back to play when they're done." Wei Zhuzhu thought for a while and said, "Okay, I'll come back tomorrow." After Shen Wanrong and Wei Zhuzhu left, Tong Xuelu went back to her room to comb her hair. Then, she went to the grocery store to buy groceries. Before she left, she asked Tong Jiaming to wash the rice and cook the chestnuts. Then, she peeled the chestnuts after they were cooked. Every time Tong Xuelu bought something, she deeply felt the scarcity of material goods in this era. This time, it was different. She could not find a way to flatter her parents, so she could only line up obediently. After queuing for almost an hour, she finally bought a handful of canola, 2 cabbages, and 3 tomatoes. The meat in the cooperative had already been sold out, so she only had eggs left. After what happened last time, she did not dare to casually go to the black market to buy things. She carried the vegetables and eggs back, lamenting that even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. When she returned home, she heard Tong Jessen's cheers at the door. "That's great. We'll have eggs to eat in the future. Second brother, leave the chicken feeding to me in the future." "Feed the chicken, where did they get the chicken?" Tong Xuelu knocked on the door doubtfully. "Mianmian, sister is back." Tong Xuelu heard footsteps approaching the door. She thought it would be Tong Jiaming who would open the door. Unexpectedly, the door was opened, and when Rugi's handsome face appeared in front of her, Tong Xuelu was stunned. "You're back so soon?" "Back." When Rugi never felt that these 2 words sounded so wonderful. "Yes, I returned the car and came back." As he spoke, he naturally took the things in her hands. Men really needed to be trained. Tong Xuelu was very satisfied with his initiative to take the things back. She closed the door and asked as she walked in, "By the way, I heard you feeding the chickens outside. What's that about?" When Rugi's eyelashes trembled slightly. "My friend and I bought 2 chickens to celebrate your housewarming." Tong Xuelu looked in Tong Jessen's direction and saw a fat hen curled up in the corner with a frightened look on its face. Tong Mianmian stared at the old hen with her big, watery eyes. She looked very shocked. The courtyard for the family members was not big enough. Moreover, there was no one in the courtyard who raised chickens, so this was the first time Tong Mianmian saw a live chicken. Tong Xuelu looked away. Thank you for spending so much money again. Didn't you say you had 2 chickens? Where's the other one? Wenrugi, it's done. It's in the kitchen. Tong Xuelu's eyes lit up. That's great. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to properly entertain you tonight. Then I'll make a braised chestnut chicken, a serving of garlic cabbage, and a tomato egg drop soup. That'll be enough. Wenrugi listened and couldn't help but swallow. Okay. After bringing the things to the kitchen, Tong Xuelu called Tong Jiaming over to help. Wenrugi said that he could also help, but Tong Xuelu didn't agree. She asked Tong Mianmian to pull her to the living room. There were a few bundles of dry wood and straw in the kitchen, which could last for a few days. Tong Xuelu asked Tong Jiaming to wash the vegetables and peel the garlic, while she started to clean the old hen. Fortunately, the old hen was already slaughtered. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to kill it. However, this old hen looked very delicious. It didn't look like the chickens that were fed later. The meat was plump and tender, and it was very tight. Just thinking about the braised chestnut chicken made her drool. She cut off the neck and buttocks of the chicken, then chopped it into cubes. After washing it, she blanched the blood in the wok. She poured cold oil into the wok. After the oil heated up, she added in scallions, ginger, garlic, star anise, and other condiments to stir-fry. After stir-frying, she added in the chicken. After stir-frying it repeatedly until the color changed, she added in soy sauce and rock sugar. Then, she added boiling water and stewed it on high heat. After boiling, she poured in the chestnuts. The fragrance of the chestnuts and the chicken blended together during the stewing process. When the sauce was collected, the chestnuts and chicken were cooked into an attractive brownish red color. The fragrance filled the room. Tong Xuelu sprinkled scallions on top of the braised chestnut chicken. The green scallions set off the red chestnut chicken. It looked, smelled, and tasted good. She passed the chestnut chicken to Tong Jiaming. Bring it to the living room and cover it with a basin. The chestnut chicken emitted a strong and enticing aroma that rushed into Tong Jiaming's nose. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Tong Jiasen, who was bonding with the hens in the courtyard, smelled the aroma and immediately rushed over. Second brother, it smells so good. Can I have a taste first? Tong Jiasen swallowed his saliva as he spoke. He wasn't that hungry, but now that he smelled the aroma, he felt like he could eat 2 cows. Tong Jiaming refused. No. Tong Jiasen heard him and followed him into the living room, smelling the aroma all the way. In the living room, Wenrugi and Tong Mianmian were staring at each other. Wenrugi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the two of them enter. He really didn't know how to get along with children, especially such a delicate and soft little girl. After making the braised chestnut chicken, Tong Xuelu quickly made a serving of cabbage with minced garlic and a serving of tomato and egg drop soup. After making the dishes, she decided to make a serving of red date cake and ask Wenrugi to bring it back later. She washed the red dates, removed the seeds, and steamed them in a steamer basket until they were soft. Then, she mashed them into a puree and mixed them with white sugar and yeast into flour. While mixing, she poured in warm water until the flour was mixed into a batter. She poured the batter into a steamer plate and steamed it. Then, she went to the courtyard to wash her face before going to the living room to eat. In the living room, Tong Jiaming and Tong Jiasen had already prepared the food and were waiting for Tong Xuelu to come over alone. Tong Jiasen was already famished. He stretched his neck to look outside the door and almost swallowed all the saliva in his mouth. When he saw Tong Xuelu come in, his eyes immediately lit up like a thief's. Wenrugi looked at her flushed face and suddenly regretted his decision to stay for dinner. If he didn't stay, she wouldn't have to cook so much. Tong Xuelu didn't feel that she was tired. She enjoyed the process of cooking and also enjoyed watching others enjoy the food she made. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, her red lips curled into a smile. Why are you all looking at me? Let's eat. Tong Jiasen cheered, that's great. Let's eat. Wenrugi looked at the braised chestnut chicken and really wanted to give Tong Xuelu a piece. However, there were still so many people sitting at the table. He thought about it and decided not to do so in the end. Tong Xuelu picked up a piece of chestnut and put it into her mouth. The texture was soft and fragrant. It was very good. Comrade Wen, don't be shy. Eat more chicken. This chestnut is also very delicious. Okay. Wen Rugi picked up a piece of chicken and took a bite. The chicken was tender and smooth. The rich aroma leapt into his mouth and made him unable to stop himself from eating. Tong Jiasun was always the most loyal fan of good food. He poured the broth on the rice and ate it with relish. It's so delicious. I used to think that braised pork was the best meat I've ever eaten, but now I think that braised chestnut chicken is even better than braised pork. It would be great if I could eat like this every day. No one responded to him because everyone was engrossed in eating. Although when Rugi did not say anything, he agreed with Tong Jiasun's words. The braised chestnut chicken was really delicious. The garlic cabbage was also very crispy and delicious. The tomato and egg drop soup was also very delicious. Suddenly, he did not regret staying. However, when he remembered that he did not get to eat the pickled fish previously, he could not help but feel even more resentful. Half an hour later, all the dishes on the table were cleaned up. Tong Jiasun leaned against the chair and rubbed his stomach. He felt that this kind of life was what life should be like. When the old folks came over, they had sweet potato porridge and pickled vegetables every day. How could that be a life for humans? After the meal, the red date cake was also steamed. After it cooled down, Tong Xuelu cut the red date cake into pieces and wrapped it up before handing it to Wenrugi, who was preparing to go back. This is a red date cake. It's a thank you gift. Thank you so much for today. If it were not for his help, she would not have been able to rent such a good house. If he had not cleaned up the house in advance, she would not have been able to be as carefree as she was now. If he had not borrowed a car to help her move, she did not know how many times she would have to go back and forth. If he had not brought chicken and hens over, she would not even be able to eat meat. She owed him too many favors, and she would have to slowly repay them in the future. Wenrugi did not expect that she had made red date cake in the kitchen just now. After interacting with her a few times, he also knew that Tong Xuelu was not as shy as other girls. He took the red date cake and smiled slightly. Thank you for your hospitality. The food was delicious. Tong Xuelu looked at the sky and urged him, you should go back quickly. Otherwise, there won't be a car to go back later. Okay. It was time to go. He had applied for 3 days of leave from the research center. No matter what, he had to rush back tonight. Otherwise, the director might personally come to catch him tomorrow. After sending Wenrugi to the door, Tong Xuelu waved at him. If you want to eat here in the future, feel free to come over. I'll make it for you. The setting sun filled the sky and the red clouds shone on her face, dyeing her face red as if she had applied rouge. Looking at her smiling face, Wenrugi's heart skipped a beat. Okay. After saying this, he forced himself to be ruthless and turned to leave. After watching Wenrugi's figure disappear into the alley, Tong Xuelu closed the door and went back. In this era of scarcity, everyone tried to be self-sufficient as much as possible. The military compound was no exception. There was a special place in the military compound for everyone to grow vegetables and raise chickens. Of course, it was not possible to raise too many chickens, but it was still possible for every household to raise 1 or 2 chickens. The Wen family also raised 2 hens. The 2 hens were personally raised by old Mr. Wen when they were young. Old Mr. Wen even named them number 5 and number 6 respectively. Every day after dinner, old Mr. Wen would take a stroll to the chicken farm to take a look at them. However, when he walked to the chicken farm this evening, he found that little 5 and little 6 were missing. Old Mr. Wen was very anxious. Little Zong, where are little 5 and little 6? Why can't I see them? Uncle Zong searched everywhere, but he couldn't find little 5 and little 6. Even the eggs were gone. Uncle Zong was also anxious. Commander, little 5 and little 6 are not in the chicken coop. I've also checked the houses nearby. They are not there. Then why are you still standing there? Hurry and ask little Wang. Yes, Commander. Uncle Zong ran to the dormitory to look for the orderly, little Wang. Little Wang was the person in charge of the chicken farm. He was usually in charge of cleaning and registration. When Uncle Zong arrived at the dormitory, little Wang was eating. Upon hearing Uncle Zong's question, he stared at him and said, "Uncle Zong, don't you know? But Rugue said that commander wanted to kill the chickens to make soup, so I helped him kill them. Didn't he take the chickens back?" Uncle Zong was shocked. How many chickens did he kill? Why did he want to kill them? Little Wang looked at Uncle Zong and suddenly felt that something was wrong. He asked me to kill little 5 and took little 6 away. As for where he took them, I don't know. Uncle Zong's face turned pale. Uncle Zong's hands trembled. Uncle Zong was speechless. Little 5 was dead and little 6 was missing. After leaving the dormitory, Uncle Zong ran all the way. "Commander, something big has happened." Hearing that number 5 had been killed, old Mr. Wen was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. That rascal, what exactly is he trying to do? Uncle Zong was puzzled too. Previously, he said that he was only going to take a day off, but he suddenly stopped. When they asked him if something had happened, he said that he couldn't tell them about the base. Then, for the past 2 days, they saw him leaving early in the morning and returning late at night. They didn't dare to say or ask him. Who would have thought that he would actually kill little 5 and take little 6 to God knows where? This was a little too much. However, Uncle Zong couldn't say these words. "Commander, calm down. Rugue must have his reasons for doing so. Maybe the base needs him." Old Mr. Wen was so angry that his beard trembled. *T, the base needs him. He studies physics and mechanics, not a veterinarian. Even a veterinarian wouldn't kill number 5 without asking. Most importantly, he didn't even get a bite of meat. That was too much. Uncle Zong didn't know how to comfort him. "We'll ask Rugue properly when he comes back tonight." Old Mr. Wen had already thought about it. If when Rugi didn't give him an explanation, he would teach him a lesson. Who knew that he wouldn't? "Come back. Come. Come." When old Mr. Wen received the call, he was so angry that he almost swallowed the phone. "You rascal, come home now." When Rugi said, "Grandpa, I have to go back to the base tonight. I don't have time." Old Mr. Wen was furious. "Then explain to me clearly what's going on with number 5 and number 6. After a moment of silence, when Rugi said, "Grandpa, number 5 and number 6 can't come back. I'll compensate you with 2 chicks later." Old Mr. Wen slammed his walking stick against the ground. "Is that about the chicks? They're number 5 and number 6. I raised them single-handedly, just like my own children." There was silence on the other end of the phone. After a while, when Rugi said calmly, "Grandpa, you also said that number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4 were your children. Didn't you cook them or braise them in the end?" Old Mr. Wen was at a loss for words. "How is that the same? Little 1 and the others were raised by little Zong. They are little Zong's children. Little 5 and little 6 were raised by me." Uncle Zong, could it be that the child he raised could eat as he pleased? When Rugi said, "Grandpa, I've given the chicken to Comrade Tong. Her house is moving today. I'll compensate you for your chicken later." Upon hearing her words, old Mr. Wen could no longer be bothered about it. "You mean Comrade Tong? Is it a young girl?" "Yes." The next moment, old Mr. Wen was even angrier. "Then why didn't you tell me in advance? The fish with pickled cabbage that day was so delicious and tender. Xiaowu would definitely taste better if it was boiled in soup or braised in soy sauce. That's why I hid it from you." When Rugi replied inwardly. In the end, the matter was left unsettled. Old Mr. Wen remained sullen for the next few days. Those who didn't know better would think that he was feeling sorry for little 5 and little 6. Only Uncle Zong knew that he was angry because he didn't get to eat little 5's food. After hanging up the phone, when Rugi turned around and was met with Piao Jianni's bright eyes. Piao Jianni said, "When? Rugi, something's wrong with you." When Rugi lifted the bag of red date cakes and said, "It's getting late. Send me to Xinyi bus station. My colleague will pick me up when I get there." At this time, there were no longer any buses to the base. Thus, he came to the Public Security Bureau to look for Piao Jianni and ask him to give him a ride. Piao Jianni put a hand on his shoulder and smiled slyly. I can give you a ride, but you have to tell me about your relationship with Comrade Tong. Wenrugi pushed his hand away expressionlessly. About the money, Piao Jianni stomped his feet in anger. Fine, fine, fine. I won't ask, okay? This guy is getting more and more sneaky. He was never like this before. Suddenly, the image of Tong Xuelu tricking him that day appeared in his mind. His heart skipped a beat. Did Wenrugi become like this because he was close to the wrong person, but because Tong Xuelu had something on him, he didn't dare to ask any more questions. He drove the company car to Xingyi bus station. Wenrugi thanked him and left with the bag. He didn't even invite him to eat the red date cakes. Piao Jianni looked at his back as he left. He stuck his tongue out and pretended to have a toothache. Wenrugi asked his colleague, Zhou Yan, to pick him up. As soon as he got in the car, he met Zhou Yan's inquisitive gaze. He pretended not to understand. Thank you for coming to pick me up. Zhou Yan clicked his tongue. Rugue, what's wrong with you these days? Why did you take so many days off? Don't tell me you went back for another blind date? Wenrugi pursed his lips. No. Zhou Yan obviously didn't believe him. Look at you. You definitely didn't like the girl. Don't be so picky. You can't remember her face anyway. It's the same who she is. Wenrugi said lightly, of course it's different. If he couldn't even remember her face, how could he get to know her better? Besides, marriage shouldn't be about carrying on the family line. It should be about the compatibility of two souls. Of course, he didn't intend to say this to Tong Xuelu. Obviously, Zhou Yan didn't want to continue this topic. He sniffed like a dog and said, what delicious food did you bring from home? Wenrugi's hand holding the red date cake paused. Red date cake. Hey, I was wondering why I smelled the scent of red dates. Zhou Yan grinned. I'm not full tonight. Hurry up and give me a piece. Wenrugi tightened his grip on the bag and refused. No. No, no? Zhou Yan was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Rugue, since when did you become so stingy? It's just a piece of red date cake. I came all the way here in the middle of the night to pick you up. You don't even give me a piece of cake. How can you? Wenrugi, I'll invite you to the cafeteria tomorrow. Who wants to eat at the cafeteria? It didn't matter whether he ate the red date cake or not. It was just that Wenrugi's attitude was too strange. Zhou Yan turned his head and looked at him several times. Rugue, you can't be so heartless. You have a lot of red date cake in your hand. Will you lose a piece of meat if you give me a piece? Wenrugi refused again. If you don't want to eat at the cafeteria, I'll treat you to a state-run restaurant. Zhou Yan was puzzled. He and Wenrugi had known each other for several years. He had always been very generous. When he brought delicious food from home, he would always share it with his colleagues. Why was he so protective of his food this time? He felt that the problem was with the red date cake. However, he still couldn't get a piece of red date cake from Wenrugi until he returned to the base. He was puzzled. In the main logistics compound. During dinner, Tong Xinxin's mother told the Tong family about the changes in Tong Xinxin. The Tong family members were all in disbelief. Kai Chunlan put a piece of fatty meat into her mouth and said, Mom, is what you said true? Why do I find it so hard to believe? Before Tong Xinxin was sent to the farm, they had all visited her in prison. At that time, she had cursed the Tong family to go to hell. Therefore, when they heard Tong Xinxin's mother's words, no one believed her. Tong Xinxin's mother looked at her second daughter-in-law and said, Do you think I would make this up to lie to you? Xinxin just didn't think it through. You can't go out and talk nonsense again. Tong Xinxin's second daughter-in-law had always been a talkative person. When Tong Xuelu was alive, she would go out and talk bad about Tong Xuelu. Later, after Tong Xinxin's accident, she would talk bad about Tong Xinxin. She didn't think about what others would think of her if she went out and talked bad about her family. She was so stupid that she didn't know it. Kai Chunlan didn't expect her mother-in-law to suddenly make things difficult for her. Her flat face turned red and she said, I didn't talk nonsense. Tong Xinxin's mother didn't want to bother with her. She told her two sons and her eldest daughter-in-law, since Xinxin already knows that she was wrong, you can't keep harping on this matter. Do you understand? Tang Xinjin's eldest brother said, Mom is right. Xinjin's thinking has improved a lot. I think it was right to send her to the farm. Hearing Tang Xinjin's words, everyone had to believe him. Tang Xinjin's father said with relief, Your mom is right. Xinjin already knows that she was wrong. As her brother and sister-in-law, you should be more tolerant of her. After all, she is your biological sister. His two sons and daughter-in-law quickly agreed. Then Tang Xinjin's mother talked about Tang Xinjin's request. She planned to go to the Tang family's house on the other side during the holidays. Speaking of the Tang family, Tang Xinjin's mother thought of Tang Xuelu. In the past, when she didn't know that Tang Xuelu was swapped, she loved him dearly. Later, when Tang Xinjin came back, she felt that she was split in half. Although Tang Xuelu wasn't her biological daughter, she still loved him dearly for so many years. In her heart, she still couldn't bear to part with him. It wasn't until she had a conflict with Tang Xinjin and Tang Xinjin was sent to the farm that her mentality gradually changed. Especially today, when she saw Tang Xinjin's skinny and haggard appearance, her heart ached. She knew that this wasn't Tang Xuelu's fault, but she still felt uncomfortable in her heart. Of course, she didn't tell anyone about this. At this time, the Wei family was also talking about Tang Xuelu and his siblings. Shen Wanrong said to his wife, There are a few children who just moved in next door. The youngest child is only 3 or 4 years old, but I haven't seen their parents. I'm afraid that they are no longer around. If their parents were still alive, they wouldn't have entrusted such a big task to a few half-grown children. They wouldn't have hidden in the back. Wei Zhiguo put the peeled chestnuts in his and his granddaughter's bowls. Then how did they move here? Is there a problem with their character? They lived so close. If there was a problem with their character, he was worried that it would affect his granddaughter. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhuzhu lifted her chubby little face from her bowl and said, Of course there's no problem. Sister Tong and the others are so beautiful. They must be good people. Wei Zhiguo didn't find his granddaughter's words strange at all. Good and bad people aren't written on their faces. It's not that good-looking people are good people, and ugly people are bad people. Zhuzhu, do you remember Grandpa's words? Wei Zhuzhu replied in a clear voice, Yes, I remember. But Sister Tong and the others are good people. As she spoke, she threw her chopsticks aside and slipped down the dining table to read a picture book. Wei Zhiguo looked helpless. Shen Wanrong looked at her husband's appearance and smiled. Those children are really good-looking, especially the older sister. Her appearance is more beautiful than a lotus out of the water. It's just that I always feel like I've seen her somewhere before, but I just can't remember. Wei Zhiguo said, Don't worry. The more you think about it, the harder it will be to remember. Maybe one day you will remember it. As he spoke, he moved his face closer and kissed her on the cheek. Shen Wanrong's face suddenly turned as red as a cooked shrimp. She pushed him away and said coquettishly, Do you want to die? If Zhuzhu sees you like this, how can you still have the face? Wei Zhiguo smiled and showed his white teeth. Zhuzhu won't see it. Shen Wanrong glared at him. After when Rugi left, Tang Xuelu and the others didn't continue to tidy up. After taking a shower, they went to bed early. Tang Jiasun was very excited to have his own room. However, when it was time to sleep, he was terrified. He stayed in Tang Jiaming's room and refused to leave. In the end, the two brothers slept in the same room. The next day, the sky was still clear. Tang Xuelu still had a day off, but she didn't plan to rush to work. There were still a lot of things to tidy up in the courtyard. She planned to finish everything today. Tang Jiaming woke up to make breakfast. It was plain porridge with pickled vegetables. After Tang Xuelu woke up, she made a few fried eggs for everyone. When he saw the fried eggs, Tang Jiasun's frown finally relaxed. After breakfast, there was a knock on the courtyard's wooden door. Sister Tong, Brother Jiaming, Sister Mianmian, I'm here to play with you. Tang Jiasun snorted when he heard the names of all his family members being called out except for his name. Tang Xuelu held Tang Mianmian's hand and went to open the door. As soon as the wooden door opened, Wei Zhuzhu's chubby little body rushed in. Good morning, Sister Tong. Have you had breakfast? Tang Xuelu smiled and replied, We just ate. Have you eaten? Wei Zhuzhu rubbed her round little belly. I'm full too. I wanted to come over to play with you for a long time, but Grandma said it's not good to come over too early. Tong Xuelu rubbed her head. It's not bad. You can go and play with Mian Mian. She felt that although Wei Zhuzhu was a bit of a drama queen, he was polite and obedient. He wasn't considered a spoiled brat. Wei Zhuzhu happily held Tong Mianmian's hand. Sister, let's go and play together. Tong Mianmian nodded her little head and said in a childish voice, Sister Zhuzhu, I'll take you to see little Six. Wei Zhuzhu was curious. Who's little Six? Tong Mianmian replied, Little Six is my family's hen. She's right there. Only then did Tong Zulf realize that the hen actually had a name. Shen Wanrong looked at her granddaughter's back and smiled. This child has been nagging to come and find you since she went back yesterday. She usually doesn't want to get up when the sun is high in the sky, but today she woke up on her own. By the way, I brought you a pumpkin and a few bags of seeds. You can plant the seeds in the yard. You won't have to go out to buy vegetables in the future. As she spoke, she passed the pumpkin and the bags of seeds to them. Tong Xuelu was planning to plant some vegetables in the yard. That's great. Thank you, Grandma Shen. But you can take the pumpkin back and eat it yourself. Shen Wanrong said, We planted the pumpkin in the yard. There are so many that we can't finish them all. Don't be so polite with me. Tong Xuelu thought for a moment. Okay, I'll accept it. Grandma Shen, please take a seat in the living room. I'll make some pumpkin pancakes for everyone. Shen Wanrong's eyes lit up. You know how to make pumpkin pancakes? Can I go and take a look? Tong Xuelu looked at her curious face and nodded with a smile. Of course. Grandma Shen, don't you usually make pastries? Shen Wanrong smiled. Zhuzhu's grandfather usually cooks at home. I never cook. She was caught off guard and was fed a mouthful of dog food. Tong Xuelu glanced at her fingers. They were slender and fair. They didn't have the age spots or calluses that people her age should have. She must have been pampered her whole life. She was really a blessed woman. After Tong Xuelu asked the two brothers, Tong Jiaming and Tong Jessen, to wash the dishes, she loosened the soil in the yard. Then, she carried the pumpkin and went to the kitchen with Shen Wanrong. She peeled the pumpkin and cut it into slices. Then, she placed it in the steamer and steamed it until it was cooked. After steaming, she pressed it into a pumpkin puree. Then, she poured in white sugar and glutinous rice flour. Then, she cut the dough into dozens of small pieces. After kneading and flattening them, she could fry them in the pan. Shen Wanrong looked at Tong Xuelu's nimble movements and praised her sincerely. Your kung fu is really good. I used to make pumpkin pancakes, but the flour didn't disperse. The pumpkin turned black after a short while. In the end, none of them were edible. However, Tong Xuelu's pumpkin pancakes were golden in color. When they were placed together, they were round and beautiful. Tong Xuelu smiled and said, Grandma Shen, you flatter me. I only became familiar with it after making it a few times. Shen Wanrong still didn't see any trace of the adults in the Tong family. She paused and said, Child, don't mind me for talking too much. Why didn't your parents move in with you? Tong Xuelu guessed that she would ask this question. She pulled the corner of her mouth and pretended to be sad. Then, she briefly explained the Tong family's situation. She told her about Tong Dajuan and his wife's accident and how Xie Jinhua went crazy and swapped her job to a nearby state-run restaurant. However, she didn't mention that she was swapped because it wasn't necessary. Shen Wanrong guessed that the Tong family had a story, but she didn't expect it to be so tragic. It's really not easy for you to raise a few brothers and sisters alone. Shen Wanrong looked at her gently. By the way, you have to go to work tomorrow and your two brothers have to go to school. What about Mian Mian? Tong Xuelu said, I want to bring her to work with me. Shen Wanrong, that's not good, right? If you bring a child to work on your first day, I'm afraid the manager will have a problem with you. Tong Xuelu smiled faintly. I can't leave Mian Mian alone at home. She had already thought about the situation that Shen Wanrong mentioned. However, other than bringing Tong Mian Mian to work, she didn't have any better ideas. Shen Wanrong thought for a moment and said, my Zhu and Mian Mian get along very well. If you don't mind, you can bring her to my house tomorrow. I'll watch over her for you. Tong Xuelu looked sincere. Thank you, Grandma Shen. It's just that Mian Mian is a little timid and usually likes to stick to me. I'll ask her if she's willing. Tong Xuelu was naturally very grateful that Shen Wanrong offered to help. However, they had just met, so she wouldn't easily hand Tong Mian Mian over to him. She planned to go out and inquire about the Wei family's situation later. If their character was passable, this could be a good idea. The pumpkin pancakes were soon ready. The color was golden and glossy. It looked very appetizing. Shen Wanrong picked one up and tasted it. It was soft and sweet with the fragrance of pumpkin. After eating it, his mouth was full of sweetness, making him want to eat more. Shen Wanrong praised it again. It's sweet but not greasy. I've eaten pumpkin pancakes so many times, but yours is the best. Wei Zhu, Tong Mianmian, and the other children also liked to eat it. Because there were a lot of pumpkin pancakes, after Shen Wanrong left, she took the pumpkin pancakes and gave them to the other families in the alley. The other families were a little further away, but they were still aware of the Wei family's situation. Tong Xuelu tactfully asked around and found out that the Wei family were all soldiers. Shen Wanrong had 2 sons, and the younger son was now an officer in the northwest. The eldest son died in a mission many years ago. They were a family of martyrs. The eldest daughter-in-law didn't make it and quickly followed him. The son and daughter left behind by the eldest son had been taken care of by Shen Wanrong and his wife. Because the eldest grandson was admitted to the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university in Beijing, the 2 elders were worried, so they brought their granddaughter to Beijing to take care of the eldest grandson. After Tong Xuelu asked around, she immediately decided to let the Wei family take care of Tong Mianmian. What was there for her to worry about when she came from such a good family? Before going to bed that night, she soaked the mung beans in water. The next day, she woke up at dawn to make mung bean pancakes. After breakfast, she sent the mung bean pancakes and Tong Mianmian to the Wei family. Shen Wanrong saw that she specially made mung bean pancakes and couldn't help but scold her softly. I'll let it go this time. Don't make things for me in the future. Although she had never cooked before, she knew that making mung bean pancakes required a lot of white sugar. With their family's situation, it was natural to save as much as possible. Tong Xuelu smiled and said, it's not troublesome. Besides, Mianmian also likes it. As she spoke, she handed over half a month's worth of food stamps and money. Shen Wanrong didn't want to accept it, but seeing her insistence, he finally accepted it. Tong Xuelu squatted down and rubbed Tong Mianmian's head. Be good and stay at Grandma Shen's house today. Play with Sister Zhu. When Sister comes back from work, I'll come and pick you up, okay? Last night, she had already told Tong Mianmian about this. Tong Mianmian was very sensible, but she was a little reluctant to leave her sister. Tong Mianmian hugged her and rubbed her face against hers. Sister, you have to come back soon. You can't let the Mianmian worry. Tong Mianmian's voice was childish, and her big eyes were full of dependence. It made people's hearts tremble. Tong Xuelu kissed her little face and said, okay, I'll come back as soon as I finish work. I won't let the Mianmian worry. After waving goodbye to Tong Mianmian and the Wei family, Tong Xuelu walked towards the state-run hotel. The hotel was about 40 minutes away from where she lived, and there was no bus in between. Fortunately, she had been here for a long time, so she was used to walking. Previously, she heard from Su Showing that the state-run hotel opened at 10 o'clock. They had to arrive at the hotel before 9 o'clock. It was the end of summer, and Tong Xuelu was sweating on the way there. When Tong Xuelu arrived at the entrance of the hotel, she realized that the door was not open yet. It was very quiet inside. She could only wait at the door. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a short and fat figure slowly walked towards the hotel. When she saw Tong Xuelu, she exclaimed, Comrade Tong, you're so good-looking. If you were in the old society, you would be more suitable to be a prostitute. What the hell, was this Tan Xiaoyan crazy? Tong Xuelu sized her up and laughed. Based on what you said, you're so short. Shouldn't you be a prostitute? Tong Xuelu was mocking her for looking like Wu Dalong. Tan Xiaoyan understood. She was so angry that her mouth almost became crooked. Her family had inherited the short stature. Her lower body was especially short. Even if she was of the same height as others, she still looked shorter than others. What was even more embarrassing was that her mother's surname was Wu. When she was young, people who quarreled with her family would always call them Wu Dalong's descendants. It was so infuriating. She glared at Tong Xuelu with her swollen eyes and scolded, "I thought you looked decent before. I didn't expect you to be in cahoots with that black-hearted woman, Su Xiuying. You still have the face to come to work here?" Tong Xuelv sneered, "Look at you, you look like a sharp and mean bastard. Dogs bark when they see dogs, pigs piss when they see pigs. You have the face to come to work, why don't I have the face to come?" You, Tan Xiaoyan didn't expect Tong Xuelu to be so sharp-tongued despite his gentlemanly appearance. His square face turned red and green with anger. "What about you? Don't think that I won't dare to scold you just because you're ugly. You better not provoke me in the future. Otherwise, I'll let the entire Beijing know how ugly you are." Tong Xuelu had already experienced how extreme Tan Xiaoyan was when Su Xiuying came to change jobs. After being a green tea for so many years, she was very good at judging people. Some people might have a nasty mouth, but their hearts weren't bad. However, some people were unbeatable. Tan Xiaoyan belonged to the latter. This kind of person wasn't worth her effort at all. Tan Xiaoyan was like an enraged chimpanzee. Her nostrils flared and her chest heaved up and down violently. Tong Xuelu couldn't be bothered with her. He turned around and looked at the state-run hotel in front of him. State-run hotels were also divided into different sizes and grades. The one she was working in was above average. In front of her was a vermilion wooden door. Looking through the glass window on the wooden door, she could see neatly arranged tables and chairs inside. Roughly counting, there were about 10 to 20 tables. The hall was very large. On the white walls on both sides of the wooden door, there were 4 big words: self-reliance, hard struggle. At the top of the state-run hotel, there was a plaque with the words State-run hotel written on it. Next to it was a 5-star red flag, which was very characteristic of the times. Tan Xiaoyan felt even more annoyed when she saw that Tong Xuelu was still acting so carefree after insulting her. However, she suddenly thought of something and a smug smile appeared on her face. Tong Xuelv turned around and happened to see her expression. She frowned slightly. He didn't know what this woman was up to, but it didn't matter. He would deal with whatever came his way. Nothing to be afraid of. JPG. When it was almost 9 o'clock, the manager of the state-run hotel, Lu Chongdong, finally arrived. Lu Dongchong was about 35 or 36 years old. Like Tan Xiaoyan, he had a short stature, a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. He was the kind of person that if you only looked at his face, you would think that he was a big man who was 1.8 meters tall. However, it was this kind of face that was covered with a 1.65 meters tall body. No matter how you looked at it, it was very disharmonious. Tan Xiaoyan's eyes lit up when she saw Lu Dongchong walking over. She ran up to him and said, "Brother-in-law, you're finally here. If you didn't come, I would have been bullied badly." Tong Xuelu didn't find it strange at all when Tan Xiaoyan called him that. If she didn't have a backer, Tan Xiaoyan wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Lu Dongchong frowned when he heard her call him brother-in-law. He didn't seem very happy and said, "How many times have I told you? Don't call me brother-in-law during work hours." Tan Xiaoyan twisted her body and said coquettishly, "I know, brother-in-law. But I haven't started work yet." Coquettishly wasn't something that everyone could use casually. When Tong Xuelu saw Tan Xiaoyan acting coquettishly, he was very glad that he didn't eat too much in the morning. Lu Dongchong didn't feel uncomfortable and said, "Tell me, who bullied you again?" Tan Xiaoyan pointed her short radish finger at Tong Xuelu and said, "It's that newcomer. She scolded me for no reason. She even said that she would be in charge of the state-run hotel in the future and that I had to listen to her orders. Oh my, she actually knew how to make up something out of nothing and play the blame game. She really underestimated her viciousness." Lu Dongchong finally noticed Tong Xuelu's existence. When he saw her face, his eyes flashed with a touch of surprise. However, even if Tong Xuelu was very beautiful, he still didn't have a good impression of her. After Su Xiuying's accident, he originally wanted Su Xiuying to exchange work positions with his elder sister. His parents died early, and it was his elder sister who raised him single-handedly. In order to pay for his education, his elder sister rejected many people who came to propose marriage and worked hard everywhere like the men. Later, he was admitted to the University of Agricultural Engineering. After graduation, he was assigned to the state-run hotel. Only then did their family's hardships come to an end. However, although he was the manager of the state-run hotel, every work position was filled with holes. It wasn't easy for him to get his elder sister to work in the state-run hotel. It wasn't easy for him to find a vacancy, but before he could say anything, it was taken by Tang Xuelu. How could he like Tang Xuelu? When he heard Tan Xiaoyan's words, his face turned serious. "Comrade Tang, what's wrong with you? You don't unite with your fellow workers and only cause trouble. Our state-run hotel doesn't want a saboteur like you." This Lu Dongcheng was much smarter than Tan Xiaoyan, that bird, to accuse her right from the start. Tang Xuelu lowered her head and looked at her shoes. She didn't say anything. Tan Xiaoyan put her hands on her hips. "Tang, didn't you hear my brother-in-law talking to you? Now that you know how to be afraid, why were you so arrogant just now?" Tang Xuelu still didn't say anything. Lu Dongcheng frowned and said in a dignified voice, "Comrade Tang Xuelu, if you don't say anything, I'll punish you according to the rules of the state-run hotel." Tang Xuelu slowly raised her head. Her white face was flushed. "Manager Lu, it's not that I don't want to say anything, but I'm afraid that if I tell you the truth, it will make you feel awkward." When Lu Dongcheng heard her say this, his frown deepened. "What truth? You just have to tell me the truth." Tan Xiaoyan glared at Tang Xuelu with her swollen eyes and shouted, "Brother-in-law, she's definitely trying to frame me. Don't listen to her nonsense." Tang Xuelu said, "Comrade Tan, I haven't said anything yet, and you're saying that I'm talking nonsense? Even if he's a murderer, he has the right to defend himself before the evidence is conclusive." Lu Dongcheng turned his head and glanced at Tan Xiaoyan. "Don't say anything." Tang Xuelu bit her lower lip and said hesitantly, "I came to the state-run hotel early in the morning. I was standing here waiting for the door to open. Then Comrade Tan came over. She first looked me up and down, then pointed at my nose and warned me not to think that just because I'm pretty, I shouldn't think that I can seduce Manager Lu." Lu Dongcheng's face flushed red. He turned his head and looked at Tan Xiaoyan. The latter's nostrils were wide open, and she had a look of disbelief on her face. Tang Xuelu didn't give her a chance to speak and continued, "She also said that Manager Lu, she had her eyes on you. She told me not to have any wishful thinking, or else she would kick me out of the state-run hotel. I was very angry when I heard that. I've only met you once, Manager Lu. I didn't do anything. Wasn't she insulting my reputation? What I didn't expect was that you're actually sister-in-law and brother-in-law. You too." Tang Xuelu stopped abruptly. She looked at the two of them with disdain and disbelief. She was a professional when it came to talking nonsense. The three of them were silent for a few seconds. Tan Xiaoyan came back to her senses. She was so angry that her nose turned red. "You're talking nonsense. I didn't say anything like that. You were the one who scolded me for no reason. You said it yourself. I don't have any grudges with you. Why would I scold you for no reason?" "That's because you." Tan Xiaoyan's face was red and she couldn't say anything. She was the one who scolded Tang Xuelu first. Of course, she didn't dare to let her brother-in-law know. Moreover, she was very concerned about her image in Lu Dongcheng's heart. She didn't want to say that Tang Xuelu had called her ugly in front of her brother-in-law. Lu Dongcheng's face was also as red as a cooked shrimp. "Comrade Tang, don't misunderstand. There's nothing going on between Comrade Tan and me. I treat her like my own sister." Tang Xuelu looked doubtful. "But Comrade Tan didn't say that just now," Lu Dongcheng said, "she's not thinking clearly. Don't listen to her nonsense. Tan Xiaoyan, apologize to Comrade Tang right now." Tan Xiaoyan was furious. "Brother-in-law, I didn't." Lu Dongcheng interrupted her and shouted sternly, "Don't call me brother-in-law. If you can't do it, you don't have to work in the state-run hotel anymore." Tan Xiaoyan felt wronged, but she had no choice but to apologize. She stared at Tong Xuelu with her swollen eyes. I'm sorry, Comrade Tong. I shouldn't have said that to target you. Please forgive me. Tong Xuelu put on an understanding look. It's great that you can learn from your mistakes. Since Comrade Tan has already apologized to me, I'll treat it as if it didn't happen. Lu Dongcheng's face was still red. Comrade Tong, what you said just now, can you not say it out loud? Tong Xuelu raised 3 fingers and swore, I, Tong Xuelu, swear that if I say what I said today, I'll be struck by lightning. I'm here to serve the people, not to engage in internal strife. So, Manager Lu, please don't worry. Lu Dongcheng heard this and immediately let out a sigh of relief. Of course I'm not worried. Comrade Tong, you're a very good comrade. I'll remember this. After he finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at Tan Xiaoyan coldly. Comrade Tan, based on your intentional sabotage today, I'll deduct 3 points from you. The staff of the state-run hotel had a grading system, and the person who gave the grades was the manager of the hotel. The person with the highest score would receive an award at the end of the year, and the person with the most points would be criticized in public and would have to make a self-reflection during the annual meeting. When Tan Xiaoyan heard this, she was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Sis. Manager Lu, you don't have to say anything else. This matter ends here. Lu Dongcheng didn't give her any face and interrupted her, putting an end to this matter. The reason why he didn't doubt Tong Xuelu's words was that less than half a year after his wife passed away, his mother-in-law called him over and asked if he wanted to marry her. At that time, he was a little drunk and didn't react in time. Then, he heard his mother-in-law say that if he married another woman, that woman might not be good to his 2 children. However, if he married Tan Xiaoyan, it would be different. Tan Xiaoyan was the biological aunt of his 2 children, and she would definitely treat them as her own children. When he heard those words, he was so scared that he sobered up on the spot and rejected his mother-in-law's suggestion without hesitation. At that time, he thought that this matter was over, but he didn't expect that 2 days later, Tan Xiaoyan would personally confess to him. Although he was married once, he was the manager of the state-run hotel. How could he be interested in an ugly woman like Tan Xiaoyan? He liked young, beautiful, and cultured women. Other than being a woman, Tan Xiaoyan was nothing else. He reprimanded Tan Xiaoyan on the spot and told her not to talk nonsense in the future. When Tan Xiaoyan confessed to him, the staff of the state-run hotel had all gone home after work, and only the 2 of them were in the hotel. The staff of the state-run hotel didn't know about this, and Tong Xuelu was a newcomer. Therefore, he didn't doubt Tong Xuelu's words. Tan Xiaoyan felt wronged. After Lu Dongcheng left, she glared at Tong Xuelu and asked unwillingly, where did you hear those words just now? Tong Xuelu curled her red lips and said with a smile, I was talking nonsense. I just didn't expect that I would be right. Tan Xiaoyan was speechless. At this moment, the staff of the state-run hotel arrived. When they saw them standing at the door, they asked curiously, why aren't you guys going in? Tong Xuelu smiled and greeted them, hello, I'm the person who changed jobs with Comrade Su. My name is Tong Xuelu. Please take care of me in the future. One of the people who came over was the head chef of the state-run hotel. His surname was Meng, and he was known as Master Meng. Master Meng was about 50 years old. He was tall and round, and it was obvious that he had fattened up in the state-run hotel. He glanced at Tong Xuelu and went in with an Behind him was a young man. He was tall and thin and looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. When he heard Tong Xuelu's words, he grinned at her and followed Master Meng into the hotel. Tong Xuelu had heard from Su Showing that this young man was called Guo Weiping, and he was Master Meng's disciple. When he was 14 years old, he came to the state-run hotel to learn how to cook. When Tong Xuelu saw that everyone else had entered, he turned around and followed Master Meng in without looking at Tan Xiaoyan. Naturally, she wasn't talking nonsense about Lu Dongcheng and Tan Xiaoyan. Su Showing had told her about it. On the day that Tan Xiaoyan confessed to Lu Dongcheng, Su Showing had left something in the hotel. When she went back to get it, she happened to see Tan Xiaoyan hugging Lu Dongcheng. She had told Tong Xuelu about this partly to thank Tong Xuelu for helping her, and partly to take revenge on Tan Xiaoyan for mocking her. Tang Xuelu didn't expect that this information would come in handy so quickly. When Tan Xiaoyan saw Tang Xuelu enter, she stomped her feet and followed him in. After everyone had arrived, Lu Dongchang announced the dishes for the day. Today was Friday, and as usual, they would serve meat dumplings and braised pork. After Lu Dongchang announced the dishes, he looked at everyone and finally looked at Guo Weiping. "Xiaogua, come with me to buy pork later." Before Guo Weiping could nod, Master Meng snorted. "Xiaogua is not free. I have to teach him how to cut vegetables today." Lu Dongchang frowned. "Buying meat won't take up much of his time. Can't you teach him when he comes back?" Master Meng snorted. "Manager Lu, it's easy for you to say. When you buy the pork, we have to start cooking. How can we have time to teach him?" "Oh, come on, let's fight." Tang Xuelu sat at the side. Although she looked calm, she was excited. Who would have thought that such a small restaurant would be comparable to a palace fight? How interesting. In a state-run restaurant, the manager had the highest position. He was mainly responsible for purchasing and other work. He was equivalent to the head of a state-run restaurant. The second person was the chef, who was equivalent to the second-in-command of a state-run restaurant. Now, the head and the second-in-command were obviously not on good terms. They could not even pee in the same pot. Lu Dongchang was a little apprehensive of Master Meng. After staring at him for a while, he turned his head and glanced at Tang Xuelu and Tan Xiaoyan. In the end, he went shopping alone with a dark face. Tang Xuelu was too good-looking. It was not convenient to take her out to buy things. Plus, after what happened just now, he did not want to see her at all. As for Tan Xiaoyan, needless to say, he could not wait to transfer her away so that she would not be a burden to him. After Lu Dongchang left, Master Meng stood up and said, "Xiaogua, follow me. I will teach you how to cut vegetables." "Yes, master." Su Xiuying had said that Guo Weiping had been here for 2 years and was still a temporary worker. Moreover, in the past 2 years, he had only learned how to cut meat. When they bought meat from the restaurant, Guo Weiping was the one who had to cut or chop the meat. Today, Master Meng was teaching him how to cut vegetables. Guo Weiping was very happy. He followed Master Meng to the kitchen. Tang Xuelu sighed with emotion. If she had been taught like this, she would have run away long ago. After Master Meng and Guo Weiping went to the kitchen, only Tang Xuelu and Tan Xiaoyan were left in the hall. Tan Xiaoyan stared at her and said, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and clean the hall." Tang Xuelu looked at her coldly and said, "We will each take half. I will clean that side and you will clean this side." Tan Xiaoyan stared at her and said, "You are new here. You will do all this. I am only responsible for collecting money and tickets." Tang Xuelu curled his lips into a smile. "That reminds me. In the future, we'll take turns collecting money. We'll split the cleaning and dishes equally. If you're not willing, you can talk to the manager yourself." As a waiter in a state-run restaurant, other than serving the dishes and cleaning the table, he also had to collect money and coupons. In the past, when Su Xiuying was here, Su Xiuying did all the cleaning and serving dishes. Tan Xiaoyan was only responsible for collecting money and tickets. Su Xiuying was very dissatisfied in her heart, but because Tan Xiaoyan came here through connections, she could only swallow her anger. Before Tang Xuelu came, she wanted to get along well with Tan Xiaoyan, but she didn't expect her to be so shameless. Since that was the case, she didn't need to be polite with her. Tan Xiaoyan's cheeks puffed up. She was so angry that she looked like a frog. If it was in the past, she would have taken the initiative to complain to Lu Dongchang even if she didn't say anything. But after what happened in the morning, how would she dare to do that? Tang Xuelu couldn't be bothered with her and started to clean and scrub the tables and chairs on the east side. After cleaning, she sat on the chair and stared blankly. Seeing that she really didn't clean this side, Tan Xiaoyan was so angry that she wanted to scream. But she was also worried that she would be scolded by Lu Dongchang, so she started to clean while cursing. Master Meng saw this scene in the kitchen and grinned. Finally, a smart person came. Guo Weiping carefully cut the white radish in his hand. "Isn't she afraid that Tan Xiaoyan will complain to the manager?" Master Meng touched his bald head and said, "That girl is a smart person. Since she dares to do this, naturally, she won't be worried." In his heart, Guo Weiping felt that it wasn't so easy. Tan Xiaoyan was selfish and lazy. Because the manager was her brother-in-law, others turned a blind eye. When Su Xiuying was here, she was always so angry that she cried secretly. But when Lu Dongchang came back, Tan Xiaoyan didn't go forward to complain. Moreover, she didn't dare to go near Lu Dongchang for the whole day. Seeing this, Guo Weiping was stunned. He felt that this new waiter was too awesome. She got Tan Xiaoyan on her first day here. Their state-run restaurant only provided lunch and dinner. They didn't provide breakfast. After Lu Dongchang bought the vegetables and meat, the kitchen started to get busy. Tang Xuelu had already shed all pretense of cordiality with Tan Xiaoyan. Naturally, she had to build a good relationship with the remaining people. She took the initiative to go to the kitchen and asked, "Master Meng, do you need help? I can help to wash the vegetables." Cutting vegetables and cooking was the master's job. Without his permission, no one else was allowed to do it. Tang Xuelu had just arrived. She didn't want others to know that she could cook. This would make Master Meng hostile to her. Guo Weiping was about to shake his head when Master Meng said, "Okay, then you can wash the vegetables with Gua." When Gua Weiping heard this, his mouth opened wide again. Usually, Master Meng wouldn't let anyone into the kitchen. Once, Tan Xiaoyan wanted to come in and watch Master Meng cook. She was scolded badly. He didn't expect that this newcomer not only got Tan Xiaoyan on her first day here, but she also got Master Meng. This was too awesome. Guo Weiping looked at Tang Xuelu with eyes full of admiration. "Tang Xuelu? What's with those sparkling eyes?" When Tan Xiaoyan saw Tang Xuelu enter the kitchen, she wanted to wait for her to be scolded out. However, after waiting for a while, nothing happened. She even heard laughter coming from inside. She was extremely curious. It was as if countless ants were biting her heart. Although Master Meng had warned her not to enter the kitchen when he was cooking, she was too curious now. She walked towards the kitchen. The moment she stepped into the kitchen, Master Meng glared at her fiercely. "What are you doing in here?" Tan Xiaoyan's hands trembled. However, she still straightened her neck and said stubbornly, "What about her? How can she go in?" Master Meng held a kitchen knife and said fiercely, "I'm happy to." Tan Xiaoyan. She was so angry. After washing the vegetables, Tang Xuelu left the kitchen and returned to the main hall to stare at Tan Xiaoyan. Lu Dongchang left after buying the food. She heard that he would only appear at night. The kitchen kept chopping the vegetables. First, they took out the dumplings and red braised pork. Then, they washed the rest of the vegetables and put them in the pot when they were ordered. At 11:30 p.m., Tan Xiaoyan suddenly stood up, took her bowl, and rushed to the window. Tang Xuelu saw that she took her bowl and realized that it was time to eat. She quickly took her bowl and walked over. Master Meng scooped a spoonful of rice, vegetables, and 3 dumplings for Tan Xiaoyan. Then, he scooped a spoonful of red braised pork. Then, he started to show his real skills. His hands trembled as if he was having an epileptic attack. In the end, there were only 2 pieces of meat left in the spoon. Then, he put the meat into Tan Xiaoyan's bowl. Tan Xiaoyan, Tang Zolv, who was watching from the side, almost laughed out loud. Tan Xiaoyan was so angry that her nose was about to become crooked. However, she didn't leave immediately. She wanted to see how much Tang Xuelu would get. Master Meng continued to draw. However, when he scooped up the red braised pork, his hands suddenly stopped trembling. A spoonful of red braised pork was scooped into Tang Xuelu's rice bowl. Tan Xiaoyan was so angry that she gritted her teeth. "Master Meng, what you're doing is unfair. Why does she have so much meat and I only have 2 pieces?" Master Meng crooked his mouth and snorted from his nostrils, "I'm happy. If you don't like it, just hold it in." Tan Xiaoyan had never felt so aggrieved in the 3 years she had worked at the state-run restaurant. She held the bowl of rice in her hands and burst into tears. "Master Meng, if you want to cry, go cry. Don't block my light." Tan Xiaoyan held the bowl and walked to the side to continue crying. Seeing this, Tang Xuelu immediately made a decision. She was going to stand on Master Meng's side. From now on, she would live a good life with Master Meng, ******. After dinner, it was soon 12 o'clock. The previously quiet and empty state-run hotel was instantly flooded with a large group of people. Those people were fighting to be first. They were even more excited than a flock of sheep. They quickly filled up all the seats. Some of the people who came in late could only stand to the side and wait. One or two people almost started fighting over a seat. Tan Xiaoyan was full of anger the entire morning. Now that she saw these people arguing, her face darkened and she scolded, "What are you arguing about? If you dare to argue again, all of you will get out of here. Don't even think about eating." As soon as she said this, the two tall and strong men suddenly became silent. They didn't dare to say a word. These days, state-run restaurants were just that awesome. When she read some information before, she heard that the Public Security Bureau had specially hung a sign in a state-run restaurant to forbid them from hitting their customers. At that time, she found it unbelievable and hilarious. Now, it seemed that this kind of situation was very likely to happen. Because Tan Xiaoyan was the one who collected the money and tickets today, Tong Xuelu was in charge of registering and serving the food to the customers. Everyone saw that such a beautiful waitress had come to the state-run restaurant. Especially when she stood beside Tan Xiaoyan, she was simply as beautiful as a fairy. Everyone couldn't help but glance at her face from time to time. Then, they looked away. After a while, they couldn't help but look again. Tan Xiaoyan noticed this. She raised her eyebrows and scolded, "If you dare to peek at me again, I will go to the Public Security Bureau and report you for being a hooligan." Everyone. They weren't blind. The state-run restaurant had a fixed amount of food. Some dishes had to be left for dinner. After the lunch was finished, Chef Meng put away the sign. For some people who came late, it was useless even if they begged. If they didn't want to do it, they didn't want to earn money. At this time, when Rugi and Zhou Yan were also eating at the state-run restaurant. Zhou Yan was still brooding about the red date cake that night. "Rugue, why didn't you share the red date cake with me that day? I thought about it for a day and a night, but I still don't understand." When Rugi, he really didn't expect Zhou Yan to be so conflicted. Fortunately, the dishes were soon served. Zhou Yan forgot about everything when he saw the red braised pork. When Rugi picked up a piece of red braised pork and put it in his mouth. Then, he remembered the red braised chestnut chicken that Tong Xuelu made. He used to think that the food in the state-run restaurant was very good. Now that he had a comparison, he felt that it was dull and tasteless. Zhou Yan buried his head in his food. After eating a bowl of rice, he finally had time to continue talking. The results of the experiment are finally out. The base is going to give each of us a prize. I heard that there is a really good cloth among the prizes this time. I have already told the director that I want the really good cloth. When Rugi didn't say anything. There was no reaction on his face. Zhou Yan saw his expression and knew that he didn't understand. "You don't have a girlfriend, so you definitely don't know. If you can give your girlfriend a really good dress, it will make her happier than giving malted milk powder. I plan to give it to my girlfriend after I get it." When Rugi's dark eyelashes fluttered slightly. He still didn't say anything. The two of them returned to the base after finishing their meal. The next day, the prizes were given out. Zhou Yan was originally full of anticipation. Suddenly, he saw that his prize had been changed to 2 enamel vats. He was stunned. He had clearly told the director that he wanted the really good cloth, and the director had agreed. Why did it suddenly become enamel vats? He didn't understand, so he ran to the director's office to ask about it. "Director, what's wrong with my prize? You clearly said that you would give me the really good cloth. Why did you change it to enamel vats?" Zhuang Zhenghui raised his head and rubbed his temples. "I did promise to give it to you." Later, Ru Gui said that he also wanted it. "You know that he has never asked for any prizes, so I didn't want to reject him. If there is a really good cloth in the future, I will give it to you." Zhou Yan? When Rugi took it away, but when he talked about this. Before, he didn't say that he wanted it, besides, he didn't have a girlfriend. Why would he want the really good cloth? He had boasted in front of his girlfriend. Now that he couldn't give it to her, What would his girlfriend think of him? This was too much. Zhou Yan left with a dark expression. He decided to find Wenrugi and ask him about it. End of chapter 34. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.